This seemingly normal world hides bizarre weird stories. Strange Story 1, from now on, no matter who calls you from behind, don't look back, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Strange Story 2, play hide and seek alone in an abandoned room. After hiding, you will find that someone is really coming to find you. Weird Story 3, don't go up to the rooftop to dry clothes alone at midnight. At the beginning of the strange story, some people encountered it, some escaped, some were curious, and some questioned. Until one day, it completely broke out. Have you heard? Someone died over at Bayun Mansion. They say 6 people died. His colleague, Joe Xin, leaned over, his face full of gossip as he looked at Wayan. Wayan nodded. There was a newsflash last night. All 6 of them were from the same company, and they reportedly died accidentally from unknown causes. Do you still believe the news? Joe Xin waved his hand. I think the deaths of these people are mostly related to the weird tales that have been circulating online recently. Wayan was stunned. Recently, a rumor has indeed been spreading wildly online, claiming that some strange incidents, called weird tales, have occurred in various parts of the world on Deep Blue Star. Almost no one has survived after encountering a weird tale. For example, many netizens have posted on forums claiming that a friend, while using the public restroom, messaged or called them to say that a withered hand from the next stall offered them toilet paper. Afterward, all these people who sought help disappeared and were never found. Another example is the sudden death of those 6 company employees at Bayun Mansion yesterday. News spread online that it was during working hours, everyone was in the office, but after a blink of an eye, other colleagues found these 6 people mysteriously gone. Their bodies were subsequently found within the building, 2 in the restroom, 2 in the elevator shaft, and 2 in the stairwell. Their deaths were terrifying. The term weird tales has now become a hot topic, and of course, there are other theories circulating among the public. But until an official statement is released, everyone is just speculating. I feel like I'm going to be the next target. Joe Xion's brow furrowed, and he said worriedly. Wayan patted his shoulder. Just let nature take its course. If it's a blessing, it's not a misfortune. If it's a misfortune, it can't be avoided. If it really is a weird tale, from the looks of it, we'd have no power to resist if we encountered one. Even if we can't resist, we can still avoid it, right? Joe Xin opened his phone screen. Look, I found a Weird Tales Survival Guide 2.0. Don't take toilet paper from the next stall when you're pooping, try to stay in at night, run away immediately if you see someone walking backward in the street. Wayan interrupted him, pointing to the 2 characters in the bottom right corner of the phone page. This guide of yours seems to be from the 2-dimensional comic Living Soul. My nephew also likes to read it. It's already updated to 200 episodes. Joe Xin. Nima, who's so unethical to trick people into downloading. Joe Xion's face turned red, and he closed the phone page. Then he checked the time, chuckled, and reminded Wayan, it's time to get off work. Let's go together. Wayan shook his head and replied, I'm almost done with this game plot. You go first. Joe Xin turned off his computer and said with a serious expression, no overtime, no overtime, no overtime. These are extraordinary times, it's best not to work overtime, especially night shifts. Got it. Wayan nodded. I'll leave the company in half an hour at most. After work, the large office area quickly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wayan looked up at the other office cubicles and saw that all his colleagues had left on time. Since this world began to mysteriously experience a large number of deaths, people's living habits have unknowingly changed. So far, the most comprehensive website for information about weird tales is called Paranormal Eye. According to the website statistics, the first unexplainable strange incident, or the first weird tale, reportedly appeared about 3 months ago. The number of weird tales that have occurred is currently impossible to count, but the website speculates that all humans who have fallen into these strange incidents have likely died, and no one has been heard to escape alive. This means that what these people actually experienced in the weird tales remains completely unknown. Wayan is 23 years old this year. He does not belong to any transmigrator army, was born and raised on Deep Blue Star, is an only child with both parents, enjoys reading novels, and has a deep understanding and unique insights into the power analysis of Ultraman Tiga and Ultraman Z. After graduation, Wayan joined the current Huafei game company and works on game plots in the planning department. He chose to stay behind not actually because of overtime. After his surroundings fell silent, Wayan's attention quickly shifted to the computer screen in front of him. The screen displayed a test version of the plot editor. And in Wayan's mind, a similar-looking editor also appeared at this moment. After comparing for a while, he finally confirmed that the plot editor in his mind was the one on the computer screen in front of him. It's just that the editor in his mind also had some extra unknown gray buttons. For some reason, this test version of the plot editor, which he usually used frequently, suddenly appeared in Wei Yan's mind starting yesterday. This is a very niche software, and it doesn't seem like a formal version will ever be released. The functions of this current test version are also very simple. In addition to displaying the main and side plot segments of the entire story, it can also generate the latter half of a plot in an extremely melodramatic way based on a partially entered plot. Normally, when Wei Yan's mind went blank or he wanted to be lazy, he just needed to make slight modifications to the intelligently generated subsequent plot, saving time and effort. After confirming, he tried to activate the editor in his mind, but found that, just like yesterday, there was no response. After several more attempts, Wei Yan gave up. He checked the time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Wei Yan turned off the computer, and an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine. He suddenly realized that the office was too quiet at the moment. Coupled with the recent spread of weird tales, even though it was still bright outside, it still made him feel uneasy. He walked out of the office, cautiously looked down the hallway leading to the restroom, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, Wei Yan quickly went to pee. While there, he also tidied his carefully maintained perm in front of the restroom mirror. Back in the office, Wei Yan quickly packed his things, slinging a black men's messenger bag over his left shoulder. He looked up to see another colleague, Zhang Guofa, walk in. "Brother Fa, didn't you leave? Why are you coming back to work overtime?" Wei Yan asked, surprised. Zhang Guofa, who had worked in an office for many years, was slightly overweight, his hair was always messy, and his face was shiny with oil. He shook his head. "What overtime? The boss asked me to transfer a file to him, and I forgot to copy it to my USB drive when I left." "Oh." Wei Yan turned off the computer power strip under the desk. "Then I'll go first. You can close the office door behind me." Zhang Guofa quickly turned on his computer, but Wei Yan didn't see him insert a USB drive. Instead, he started typing rapidly on the keyboard. Wei Yan frowned and walked towards the office door. Just then, his phone rang. He saw it was Zhou Xian calling. As soon as he answered, he heard Zhou Xian's exaggerated voice on the other end say, "Wei Yan, something terrible has happened." "What? Did you encounter a weird tale?" Wei Yan joked. "No," Zhou Xian said very quickly. "Zhang Guofa got into a car accident on his way home from work. I'm rushing to the scene now." "What?" Wei Yan suddenly trembled, maintaining his phone call posture, his entire body rigid at the office door. He really wanted to turn around and look at the portly, greasy middle-aged man who had just been sitting behind the desk, but he didn't have the courage to turn his head. Zhou Xian didn't know what was happening on Wei Yan's end and continued speaking on the phone. "I heard someone died. I'm very close to the accident scene, so I'm going to see what's going on. I hope Zhang Guofa is okay." The sound of typing behind him had stopped at some point. Wei Yan felt his throat dry, his Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't make any sound. "Hello, hello?" Wei Yan. Wei Yan could no longer hear the voice coming from his phone, his attention had already shifted to what was behind him. At this moment, the office chair not far away suddenly made a moving sound, and the fat man sitting on the chair seemed to have stood up. "New book opening, please support. Thank you." At this moment, Wei Yan's vision blurred, and soon a blood-red mist rose from midair. As the mist dissipated, a line of blood-stained text appeared. "Welcome, participant. You have entered an F-grade weird tale, don't look back." Upon seeing this line of blood-red text, Wei Yan almost fainted, his head buzzing, feeling as if everything before his eyes had become unreal, as if he were in a dream. He never expected that he would actually encounter the weird tales that had been circulating recently, at this place and at this time. And he was all alone. Before he could ponder for long, more small, blood-red characters appeared before his eyes. Weird tale, don't look back. Level, F. Type, solo, occasional. Event description, have you heard? Mortals have 3 fires, one on each shoulder and one on the crown of their head. With all 3 fires burning, their yang energy is abundant, and even ghosts will retreat. But if you suddenly look back when encountering a fierce ghost, there's a certain chance that the fires on your head and shoulders will extinguish. At that point, the fierce ghost will get close, and you will not die well. Main task, from now on, no matter what happens, do not look back. Maintain for 2 hours. Main task reward, 100 energy points. Hidden task, none. Don't look back. Wei Yan first froze, then he reacted, quickly scanning the text before his eyes. The information in this weird tale was familiar, he had heard similar ghost stories from his mother when he was a child. It was said that a person's head and shoulders have 3 yang fires in total. If a ghost calls you from behind, and you look back, the yang fire on your shoulder might extinguish, attracting evil spirits to get close. In other words, Zhang Guofa, who was behind him, had been in a car accident but suddenly returned to the office, might actually be a ghost now. Shuddering violently, Wei-An heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Guofa was approaching him step by step. At this moment, the weird tail information had disappeared. Only a 2-hour countdown appeared in the upper right corner of his eye, seemingly only visible to Wei-An. The phone in his hand now emitted a busy signal. Don't look back. Absolutely don't look back. Wei-An's legs went soft. He subconsciously put his phone into his pocket, and immediately struggled to move his trembling legs, supporting himself against the wall, trembling all over as he walked towards the stairwell. In reality, Wei-An was still in shock and fear from the sudden encounter with the weird tail, so much so that he didn't even notice that the plot editor in his mind had faintly lit up the moment the weird tail appeared. He only managed to adjust his permed hairstyle twice. Thankfully, even though he was so scared he almost collapsed, his carefully maintained hairstyle wasn't messed up. Wei-An. A voice from Zhang Guofa came from behind, its tone clearly abnormal. This guy died in a car accident. Zhou Xin will definitely call me soon to tell me the news. Wei-An was certain in his heart. Not only did he not respond, but he also sped up, rushing into the elevator lobby and pressing the down button. The company was on the 15th floor, and the nearest elevator was currently stopped on the 4th floor. Seeing the elevator slowly ascending, Wei-An's heart was in his throat. In the corridor outside the elevator lobby, the heavy footsteps approached step by step, each step making him breathless. Most importantly, he couldn't look back to see how far the other party was from him. He could only rely on sound to pinpoint their location. Clack! The footsteps entered the elevator lobby. Wei-An trembled all over, and at this point, the ascending elevator had only reached the 11th floor. It was definitely too late. Wei-An immediately ran to the stairwell next to the elevator lobby, pushed open the stairwell door, and rushed down the stairs with his head down. The stairwell door, which had automatically closed behind him, was soon reopened. Wei-An. Zhang Guofa's death-urging voice sounded, drifting airily. Wei-An ran faster and faster, stumbling down 3 floors. At this escape speed, Zhang Guofa definitely wouldn't be able to catch him. Now that the distance had increased, Wei-An's legs regained much of their strength, and his body no longer trembled as much. After running for a while, he no longer heard the footsteps behind him or Zhang Guofa's death-urging voice. Soon, Wei-An, panting, reached the 1st floor. Pushing open the stairwell door, the 1st floor lobby was dim. Although the lights were on, the entire space still felt very dark. No one was seen in the lobby. It was unusually quiet. Wei-An walked out while taking out his phone, attempting to call Zhou Xian. As he pressed the dial button, a prompt quickly came to his ear. You are currently in a weird tale. You cannot contact the outside world. Wei-An's heart sank. Since he couldn't contact Zhou Xian, calling the police was certainly impossible too. Putting away his phone, he quickly walked out of the mansion. This time, unexpectedly, Wei-An had originally thought that since he was in a weird tale, the streets would also be empty, and this space should be a world isolated on its own. But he was surprised to find cars driving past on the street, and pedestrians walking along the roadside. It seemed that, apart from fewer pedestrians and a more deserted atmosphere, there wasn't much difference from usual. Wei-An didn't look back at the mansion behind him. He worried that Zhang Guofa's ghost would follow him out, and looking back now might be a moment of certain death. He went to the street to try and hail a taxi, but found no taxis among the passing vehicles. Moreover, every car drove very slowly, allowing him to clearly see the drivers' faces. These drivers all looked straight ahead, with smiles on their faces. Even when Wei-An waved on the street, they didn't turn their heads to look. They felt like tools. Wei-An was extremely flustered. Although the weird tale space he was currently in seemed to have no geographical difference from the real world, everything here had actually changed, becoming inexplicably bizarre. Wei-An now noticed the faintly glowing plot editor in his mind. Among the originally gray buttons on the editor panel, one had gained color. This button displayed plot deduction. Besides this, the other buttons were still gray. Wei-An dared not linger in one spot for too long. While observing the plot editor in his mind, he walked forward along the street. He subconsciously walked in the direction of his home. Of course, at this moment, in the strange tale world, Wei-An knew that he would never be able to return home. The sky above was a hazy gray, shrouded in gloom. The pedestrians he passed on the street all maintained smiles, oblivious to Wei-An's panic and anxiety. However, Wei-An soon noticed something was wrong. The footsteps of the passers-by who brushed past him suddenly disappeared when they walked behind him, as if they had stopped. Wei-An's hairs stood on end, his scalp tingled. He dared not look back and immediately quickened his pace. He could feel all the passers-by he had just passed standing behind him, silently watching him. This feeling was like thorns in his back, goosebumps rising all over his body. Wei-An immediately took off running, sprinting to the street corner. After turning the corner, he leaned his back against the glass door of a closed shop, panting heavily. he dared not look back. Listening carefully, there were no footsteps behind him. Only then did he redirect his attention to the editor in his mind. Without thinking much, Wayan immediately pressed the only illuminated plot deduction button through his consciousness. The next second, text prompts appeared in his mind. Currently detecting being in a weird tale plot. Analyzing the host's experienced plot. Based on the host's experienced plot, 3 potential upcoming plot segments have been deduced. Plot 1. This glass display window will undergo an anomaly. A woman will appear inside the display window behind you, her arms passing through the glass to touch you. You thought the glass behind you was smooth and sealed, so after being touched, you subconsciously looked back, unprepared, and were then dragged into the display window by the woman through the glass. Probability of this plot occurring, 90%. Plot 2. You evaded the monstrosity's attack from the display window, but your movements were slow, causing the passers-by who had just walked past to follow you. Some scratched your back, some stroked the back of your head, and some whispered in your ear. In your panicked escape, you frantically swatted behind you, and suddenly a cold hand grabbed your arm, pulling you to turn around. The moment you turned, you saw them. Probability of this plot occurring, 50%. Plot 3. Your vision suddenly plunges into darkness, you can't see anything, only hear the sound of an elevator door opening in your ear. Besides that, someone is gently exhaling near your ear. Your mind is shaken, goosebumps erupt all over your body. You strain to open your eyes, finding yourself still standing in the elevator lobby on the 15th floor of the office building. The elevator has just arrived and opened. However, a wet, sticky sensation comes from your back, and a bloody smell simultaneously permeates the air. Probability of this plot occurring, 10%. The information deduced by the plot deduction appeared directly in Wei Yan's mind, so he didn't have to read it word for word and quickly understood all of it. He hadn't expected the plot editor in his mind to have such a function. Actually, after falling into this weird tales of Don't Look Back, Wei Yan had become increasingly desperate. Because based on the information about weird tales currently circulating online, Wei Yan was well aware that his chances of escaping this weird tales were almost nil, a sure death. He was just an ordinary person, with no particular strengths other than one area. Escaping the weird tales safely was an impossible mission for him. In this situation, even if Ethan, the agent played by Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, fell into this weird tales, he would still have a 1 in 10 chance of survival, making it almost impossible to complete the weird tales plot. But now it was different. Staring at the plot information in his mind, Wei Yan was both surprised and excited. He hadn't expected the plot editor to be able to directly deduce the plot within the weird tales. These 3 deduced plots might occur in chronological order. In terms of probability, the first plot had the highest chance of occurring, up to 90%. If he successfully dealt with the first plot, the second plot had a 50% chance of occurring. As for the third plot, its probability was too low, only 10%, so it might not happen. The text prompts in his mind quickly disappeared. However, Wei Yan noticed that the plot deduction button was still colored and hadn't turned gray, meaning it should be possible to press it again. The first 2 plots in the prompts were understandable, he could at least accept and comprehend them. But the content of the third plot, which was discovering he was still in the elevator, not having escaped, was somewhat inconceivable. Fortunately, this plot had only a 10% chance of occurring, which was very low, but it still put Wei Yan on alert. Almost the next second, Wei Yan felt an unusual sensation from the glass display window against his back. Something was gently wriggling on the originally solid and smooth glass surface, sliding across Wei Yan's back. Because he had learned about plot 1 in advance, Wei Yan didn't instinctively turn his head. Upon sensing the abnormality behind him, he immediately took half a step forward, not daring to lean against the glass display window again. Hee. A low, faint laugh came from behind him. It sounded like a woman, with a somewhat hoarse voice. Wei Yan shivered all over, no longer lingering, and ran forward directly along the street where the display window was located. Just then, he saw a bus that had just stopped nearby. After Wei Yan left the display window, a disfigured woman, dressed in rags and with her body bent to the left, appeared inside the display window. She cracked a smile, and her yellow teeth fell out, clinging to a viscous liquid, as she watched Wei Yan's figure enter the bus stop. Wei Yan still felt a chill down his spine. He knew the person inside the display window was definitely staring at him. However, this time, because he had the plot editor and knew the plot in advance, he secretly congratulated himself for escaping a catastrophe. Otherwise, he might have been dragged into the display window by the woman behind him. Just as Wei Yan arrived at the bus stop, the pedestrians who had been watching him from behind caught up to the street corner and quickly followed. Although Wei Yan didn't turn his head, he knew it wasn't safe to walk on the street now. He stood in front of the open bus door and looked inside. He saw the bus driver turn his head, his face devoid of any eerie smile, appearing normal. Wei-Yan then peered at the 4 or 5 passengers sitting on the bus. Their expressions were also normal, none of them showed an eerie smile. "Are you getting on or not?" the driver asked at this moment. Wei-Yan nodded, immediately boarded, dropped $1 into the coin box, and sat diagonally behind the driver. The bus started. The row of seats Wei-Yan sat in was set up vertically, allowing him to easily observe other corners of the bus without turning his head, as there was only a closed window behind him. In the real world, this bus route went directly to Wei-Yan's home, and the usual fare was $1. Although he was now caught in a weird tales, he figured these should be similar to the real world. Soon after sitting down, Wei-Yan felt a liquid stream down his head. He reached up and touched it, discovering it was blood. He carefully felt deeper into his hair but found no wound on his head, nor did he see anything unusual on the bus ceiling. Wiping the blood from his forehead, Wei-Yan glanced up at the bus driver, who still looked normal, focused on driving the bus. However, Wei-Yan's gaze then fixed on the windshield in front of the driver. He was surprised to find that his own back was reflected in the windshield, but the opposite window didn't reflect his appearance. His body unconsciously twisted twice, and the figure in the windshield also twisted, confirming that it was undoubtedly his own back. This meant that the bus driver was not only driving but also constantly watching his reflection in the windshield. This scene made a strong desire suddenly rise in Wei-Yan to turn his head and see what was wrong with the bus window behind him, and why his back was reflected in the windshield. However, the moment this thought arose, he was startled and reacted, his body quickly breaking out in a cold sweat. "I almost turned my head." Wei-Yan was terrified, not daring to relax his guard. After he perfectly avoided the pursuit of those pedestrians in the second plot, the third plot indeed did not occur. He figured it was due to the extremely low probability of it happening. More than 10 minutes later, the bus slowly pulled over to a stop on the street. Wei-Yan was surprised to find that the 5 passengers, both male and female, who were sitting on the bus, all stood up and slowly turned around, facing away from him. Once the bus came to a steady stop, these 5 people, maintaining their turned-back posture, walked backward towards Wei-Yan without a sound, creating an eerie scene. The bus door opened, but only the front door opened, the rear door remained motionless. Wei-Yan suddenly realized that in this situation, he couldn't turn around or escape. He could only back out of the bus first. These 5 people approaching him with their backs turned seemed to know he couldn't turn around or turn away, because if Wei-Yan exited the bus by backing out, he would surely run forward to escape. If he adopted this method of escape, these 5 passengers, with their backs to him, who got off the bus with him, would still be in front of him. In other words, Wei-Yan would have a hard time escaping this time. He checked the time. 40 minutes had passed since the countdown began, there was still over an hour left. No wonder almost no one can escape from a Weird Tales. This is only an F-rank Weird Tales, yet it's full of all sorts of bizarre horrors, making it impossible for people to survive. Wei-Yan mused inwardly, having retreated to the front door of the bus. Just as he was about to back out, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Son, what are you doing?" Wei-Yan froze, his head turning halfway, almost completely turning around, because the voice from behind was indeed his father, Wei Zhengdong. However, what put him on alert was that his father never called him son but rather his nickname, Anan. Seeing that Wei-Yan didn't turn his head, his father's 2 hands reached out from behind, pressed on Wei-Yan's shoulders, and tried to turn him around. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Wei Zhengdong seemed very surprised, everything sounding so natural. Wei-Yan grabbed the metal handrail by the bus door, stabilized himself, and did not answer. He knew his plan to exit the bus had failed. Without time to think, he grabbed the emergency hammer from the doorframe with his other hand, broke free from his father's grasp behind him, and, before the 5 people walking backward had fully approached, he quickly took a few steps forward, desperately smashed the nearest glass window, and bent down to jump out through the broken window. After landing, another eerie stream of blood flowed down his forehead. Wei-Yan didn't have time to wipe it away and ran a few steps to the other side of the street. At this moment, his father's heart-wrenching screams came from behind, as if he was already deeply surrounded by the monstrosity on the bus. But Wei-Yan still ignored it. He quickly ran to the next street. Soon, the pedestrians on this street slowly looked up, smiling, and cast their gaze back at him. Wei-Yan immediately shivered, his eyes darting around. He noticed a coffee shop on the street side with its door open. To avoid these strange pedestrians, he immediately walked inside. Soothing light music played in the coffee shop, but no one was to be seen. Wei-Yan then found the men's restroom inside. There were no mirrors in the restroom, but 3 stalls. He entered the innermost one and locked himself inside. Taking a slight breath, Wei-Yan wiped away the blood from his forehead once more, and carefully felt his scalp without messing up his hairstyle. He found no wounds and felt no pain. He checked the countdown. There was exactly 1 hour left until the Weird Tales ended. Unsure how long he could hide here, Wei Yan inwardly looked at the plot editor in his mind. Seizing this opportunity, he pressed the still glowing plot deduction button for the second time. Text prompts immediately appeared in his mind. Analyzing the plot experienced by the host. Based on the plot experienced by the host, 2 potential upcoming plots have been deduced. Plot 1, an eerie footsteps enters the restroom, first pushing open the door of the first stall, then the second. Upon finding the third stall door closed, the owner of the footsteps decides to squeeze through the gap between the stall door and the floor. You discover the other party attempting to squeeze in, and you are so frightened and flustered that you immediately turn to prepare to step on the toilet and climb over to the next stall. But in the instant after turning, you see something even more terrifying behind you. This plot has a 90% chance of occurring. Plot 2, your vision suddenly plunges into darkness, and you can see nothing. You can only hear the sound of an elevator door closing beside your ears, and you feel yourself being dragged. Your scalp hurts intensely, as if something sharp has pierced through it and hooked onto your scalp, preventing you from breaking free. You try with all your might to open your eyes, but your eyes are covered by flowing blood, the sticky sensation from your back grows stronger, and the smell of blood around you becomes more intense. This plot has a 50% chance of occurring. Wei Yan stared at plot 2, and a severe sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Please vote for support. If the plot of him still waiting for the elevator in the elevator hall had only appeared once so far, Wei Yan would at most just be a little flustered. But in this second plot deduction, almost the same plot appeared again, and it seemed that the scene of waiting for the elevator in the elevator hall was still developing. Wei Yan's heart was pounding like a drum at this moment. He was more than just flustered. He reached out and touched his forehead. Although no blood was flowing down his head now, he seemed to have thought of something. If I'm still waiting for the elevator in the elevator hall and haven't run out of the office mansion, that is, everything happening now is just an illusion, and I'm not in the coffee shop's restroom, I just can't wake up. Wei Yan came to this terrifying conclusion. Although the current plot 2 only had a 50% chance of happening, compared to its first appearance with only a 10% chance, it had significantly increased now. Perhaps, it would continue to increase. If it continued to increase, that plot would eventually happen. Wei Yan's speculation made him even more terrified. He inwardly glanced at the plot editor that was still faintly lit in his mind, looking at the plot deduction button that still had color. It seemed this thing could continue to deduce later. If I'm still in an illusion now, then the me in the elevator hall is already in great danger. I need to find a way to break this situation. Wei Yan made his plans. He re-examined the first plot he had just deduced, trying to find a breakthrough. A strange set of footsteps would enter the restroom, and after discovering that the third stall door was closed, it would crawl in through the gap between the stall door and the floor. If he didn't dare to look at the other party, he would, according to the plot rule of the Weird Tales Don't Look Back, turn his back on the crawling in guy, and at this moment, he would, in the instant of turning around, suddenly see something even more terrifying behind him. Holy crap! Wei Yan's body trembled. That is to say, something might have been following him all along, but he had never looked back, so he didn't know or took for granted that he had escaped the pursuit of those terrifying monstrosity just now. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat immediately seeped from Wei Yan's spine. Although he couldn't feel what was behind him, a chilling sensation had already surged through him, making his entire body cold. Wei Yan wanted to lean his back directly against the wall or the stall partition, but he always felt he couldn't do so, otherwise, he might trigger something prematurely. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, entering Wei Yan's ears from the restroom doorway. He immediately held his breath, put down the toilet lid, stepped on it, and slowly squatted down, holding onto the stall door panels on both sides with his hands. The footsteps outside the stall door were indeed strange, because they didn't sound like shoes stepping on the ground. Instead, they sounded like a barefoot person. With each step, the heel would land first, making a heavier thudding sound. Wei Yan's heart beat faster and faster. He looked up at the wooden panel on the left side of the stall. If it really didn't work, he might actually have to climb over, as long as he didn't turn his head and see what was behind him during the process. The thought of something possibly following him again made his scalp tingle. No matter what, he had to avoid the person outside who was looking for him, without looking back. The first stall door was pushed open by that person, followed quickly by the second, and after seeing that the first 2 stalls were empty, this person did not go in, but immediately came to the third stall, reached out and pushed, but it didn't open. The stall door made a click, and Wei Yan's entire body trembled slightly. No more footsteps came from outside. Clearly, that person was standing at the doorway, not moving. Wei Yan slowly stood up from the toilet, hooked his hands over the top of the wooden panel leading to the second stall, ready to seize the opportunity to flip over at any moment. He was waiting for the right moment, choosing whether to confront the thing outside or just flip over. However, if he were to flip to the next stall, he would also need to ensure that his body did not twist backward during the flip, otherwise, he might, as indicated in plot 1, accidentally see the thing following him from behind. Before long, there was a commotion outside the door. It seemed the person had laid down on the floor, and then a sound of crawling and wriggling on the ground came. Wei-Yen looked down and saw that at the gap between the stall door and the floor, a person was desperately squeezing into the gap, and the first thing that caught his eye was a disheveled head. The hair on this head was very thick, black and matted, spreading out on the ground and wriggling. He couldn't see the rest of the body for now, and no other sounds were emitted, giving an indescribable sense of horror. Wei-Yen still did not move. He was waiting for the best moment. Now, this person seemed to be a disheveled woman. This strange woman was still crawling, and soon her shoulders also squeezed into the stall, but he didn't see her wearing clothes. The exposed skin of her shoulders was covered in bruises, as if she had been severely beaten. This terrifying appearance made Wei-Yen immediately abandon the idea of clamping her head with the toilet lid after she crawled in. Wei-Yen exerted force with his arms, flipping his entire body over the top of the stall panel, but his knees inevitably hit the panel twice. The impact sound was heard, and the woman crawling on the ground immediately heard it. Her black hair wriggled, her head tilted slightly upward, and a gurgling sound of swallowing saliva came from her mouth. Wei-Yen seemed to see that her eyes were completely bulging, indescribably strange. At this moment, his body was trembling violently from fear. He quickly averted his gaze, jumped down from the stall panel, and landed inside the second stall. Wei-Yen grabbed the stall door, stumbled, and ran out. At this moment, the lower half of the woman's body was still stuck between the third stall door and the ground, unable to retreat for now. Her legs were completely rotted, and the soles of her feet had almost no intact flesh. The thudding footsteps heard earlier were entirely from her heel bones. The woman soon let out a piercing shriek, her voice extremely harsh, making Wei-Yen's ears buzz as he fled. Wei-Yen didn't dare to look back. He just covered his ears and ran out of the restroom, arriving in the coffee shop's main hall. He glanced outside the door. At this moment, more than a dozen pedestrians were standing outside the coffee shop's entrance and the translucent display window, staring inside with death-like smiles. He didn't know if they had seen him. Wei-Yen immediately ducked behind the coffee brewing counter. He squatted behind the counter and waited for a moment, but the people outside did not come in. It seemed that with the woman who had just crawled into the restroom present in the coffee shop, other monstrosity could not cross the threshold. Meanwhile, the woman's ear-splitting screams were still ongoing, showing no sign of stopping. Clearly, she wanted to quickly free herself and pursue Wei-Yen. At this moment, Wei-Yen's back of the head suddenly felt a slight chill, as if someone was pressed close to him, blowing air on the back of his head. Wei-Yen subconsciously shrunk his neck but did not turn his head, which further solidified his belief that something strange was following him. His entire body was numb. Maintaining his squatting posture, he opened the cabinet doors one by one under the counter. Before long, Wei-Yen found a stainless steel ice chisel here. This item was specifically used to chip ice for customers who liked to add ice to their drinks. It was both sturdy and incredibly sharp. He immediately gripped the ice chisel in his hand but did not find a mirror. Now that he knew something was following him, and Wei-Yen couldn't look back, if his current experience was truly just an illusion and he was still trapped in the office building, he might first need to deal with the thing following him. So, he had to first use a mirror to determine the location of the guy behind him. A moment later, Wei-Yen, giving up on finding a mirror, slowly stood up. He quickly saw a shiny silver thermos on the coffee brewing counter, less than half a meter away from him, and the body of this thermos was reflective. Since he hadn't seen a mirror, perhaps he could use this thing to reflect and see what was behind him. Wei-Yen reached out and grabbed the silver thermos. Once the thermos was close to him, he first took the opportunity to tidy up his disheveled hair from when he had flipped over the stall door, then tilted his head slightly. The next second, he saw the strange scene behind him reflected in the thermos. A face appeared behind him, maintaining a smile, staring at Wei-Yen through the reflection of the thermos. The entire face appeared slightly distorted due to the uneven surface of the thermos, and there was also blood slowly dripping from the forehead of this face. After seeing this scene, Wei-Yen was completely stunned, because he realized this face was no one else's, but his own. Wei-Yen was completely stunned when he saw that the person behind him was himself. The next moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and the thudding sound of footsteps came from behind him again. The long-haired woman with a rotting lower body chased out of the restroom, stumbling towards the coffee bar. Wei-Yen tried to open his eyes wide to look at her, but found he couldn't. At this moment, he could no longer control his body. All the scenes before his eyes instantly vanished, and a piercing pain suddenly shot through his scalp, as if something had punctured his flesh. Even though his eyes weren't open, he could feel himself being dragged. His back was pressed tightly against the ground, a sticky sensation, as if not only his head but also his back was injured. At the same time, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. At this moment, Wayan knew that plot 2 had finally happened, or perhaps it had been happening all along. After seeing the person following him and the reflection of his silver thermos, he had shattered the illusion of escaping the office building. In other words, he was back to the real 15th floor of the office building, back to his own company. He was being dragged by the guy behind him. He hadn't even made it to the stairwell. He had been caught by the vengeful spirit that Zhang Guofa had transformed into while still in the elevator area, and was now being dragged back to the office. Wei Yan's head was heavy, and his eyes were covered by flowing blood, making it impossible to open them. His back was numb, and he could no longer feel any pain. Just then, he suddenly realized he was clutching something in his palm. With a slight squeeze, it turned out to be the ice chisel he had found behind the coffee bar earlier. Wei Yan thought it was an illusion, but after carefully feeling it, he quickly confirmed that he was indeed holding the ice chisel. Without much thought, he gripped the ice chisel tightly in his right hand, swung his arm upwards, and quickly plunged the ice chisel into the target that was dragging him. He didn't know which part he had stabbed, but a series of urgent and tragic screams erupted. The voice sounded like Zhang Guofa's, but it also contained a hint of monstrosity. This ice chisel came from the coffee shop that even those strange passers-by didn't dare to enter. It should belong to the coffee shop owner, but Wei Yan didn't know if the owner was the long-haired woman with the rotting lower body. The sensation of being dragged disappeared. Wei Yan lay in the corridor leading to the office, feeling his scalp loosen and the pain greatly reduced. He stumbled to his feet, wiped the blood from his eyes with his sleeve, then, holding the ice chisel in one hand and steadying himself against the wall with the other, he walked back towards the elevator area without looking back. The countdown displayed before him showed nearly half an hour remaining until the Weird Tales plot would end. Since the elevator couldn't go down, he had to find a place to hide and endure this final critical moment. Blood was still flowing from Wei Yan's forehead. He hastily wiped it twice, then, instead of going to the elevator area again, he turned into the office corridor on the right, past 3 office doors, and stopped at the 4th office, which was the general manager's office. Normally, after work, the general manager's office would not be locked because the cleaners still needed to go in to clean. Wei Yan tried twisting the doorknob, and sure enough, the door opened. He quickly walked in, carefully closed the door, and turned the deadbolt. He didn't know when the wound on his back had been inflicted. Although it was bleeding, it wasn't too serious and hadn't dripped blood all the way. Otherwise, no matter where Wei Yan hid, it would have been in vain. He walked to the corner between the general manager's large bookshelf and the wall, pulled over the thick curtain next to it, and completely concealed himself. Then, leaning his back against the corner, he took a slight breath. Wei Yan had been holding the ice chisel. He recalled carefully, thinking that even if Zhang Guofa had truly turned into a ghost and appeared in the Weird Tales, his relationship with him had always been good, and he still couldn't understand why the other party wanted to kill him. Could it be that any ghost appearing in the Weird Tales would become extremely vicious, regardless of whether this person was good or bad in life? Wei Yan had no clues now, he could only make wild guesses. In fact, it wasn't just him who had no idea. The Weird Tales had only recently appeared on Deep Blue Star, and most people who encountered them couldn't survive, so it was impossible to leave any effective clues about the rules of the Weird Tales. However, since there was a plot in the Weird Tales, it meant that it couldn't be completed by simply messing around. One must follow the plot, or at least adhere to the rules of the Weird Tales. Just then, Zhang Guofa's footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the general manager's office. Although he had been stabbed by Wei Yan with the ice chisel earlier, he hadn't been fatally wounded. Seeing Wei Yan come this way, he was now chasing again, beginning to search every office. Wei Yan pressed his body as close to the corner as possible, unmoving, while simultaneously looking inward at the plot editor in his mind and pressing the plot deduction button for the 3rd time. Warning, activation energy is insufficient. Can only activate plot deduction one last time. Analyzing host's experienced plot. Based on the host's experienced plot, 2 possible upcoming plots have been deduced. Plot 1, the general manager's office door is quickly burst open by Zhang Guofa from outside. His face is filled with rage, constantly spewing foul matter mixed with blood from his mouth. Originally, he didn't discover you, but you exposed your position. Zhang Guofa quickly walks towards you, and you raise the ice chisel in your hand, attempting a final struggle. A strange thing happens again, you suddenly feel a severe headache, so painful that your whole body trembles. Zhang Guofa takes the opportunity to grab you. Probability of this plot occurring, 70%. Plot 2, you bite your tongue, and the intense stinging sensation temporarily clears your mind. After frantically breaking free from Zhang Guofa's grip, you injure him again and, in a panic, open the window glass behind the curtain, preparing to climb from here onto the air conditioner compressor outside the building. Zhang Guofa continuously roars at you. In your panic, you furiously stab the ice chisel behind you, hitting Zhang Guofa again, but your foot slips, and you fall from the 15th floor. Probability of this plot occurring, 60%. The endings of the two deduced plots both indicated Wei Yan's unfortunate demise, but after reading them, Wei Yan had a strange thought. These two plots seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, the within them revealed a monstrosity. Since he was already hidden and Zhang Guofa hadn't found him, how could his position be exposed? Moreover, in the struggle with Zhang Guofa, with the ice chisel in his hand, he should have had the power to resist. At least this thing could injure the other party. At such a critical moment, why would his head suddenly start to hurt? Not only that, it seemed that Zhang Guofa did not have a weapon in his hand, meaning no iron hook or anything else, so what was with the intense pain he felt when his scalp was hooked earlier? His head was covered in blood, and he couldn't temporarily discern where the wound was. As he pondered, with a bang, the office door was burst open by Zhang Guofa. The guy spewed out a large amount of foul matter mixed with blood, getting it all over his chest and the floor. These foul matters should be his shattered internal organs. Wei Yan immediately held his breath. He knew that at this moment, he should have entered the events of Plot 1. Zhang Guofa couldn't find him, and he wouldn't move, to see why he would still be exposed. Zhang Guofa first came to the general manager's large desk, vomiting as he walked around the desk, checking if anyone was hiding underneath. Then, the guy walked to the bookshelf, just about to open the cabinet door. Just then, a strange voice suddenly came from behind Wei Yan, who had been hiding motionlessly. "I'm here." Upon hearing the abrupt words, "I'm here," from behind him, Wei Yan jumped in fright. He hadn't expected a monstrosity to still be following him even after he had escaped the illusion. Recalling the scene he had witnessed in the reflection of the silver thermos in the illusion, though he didn't know why, the creature speaking from behind him most likely looked exactly like him. This might be a monstrosity skilled at imitating others, but it hadn't made a sound until now, which was why Wei Yan hadn't been able to detect it. As soon as the voice spoke, Zhang Guofa, who was about to open the bookshelf door, turned his head and then moved closer to the corner between the bookshelf and the window. Wei Yan was standing rigidly behind the curtain, so his position couldn't be discerned from the surface. Noticing Zhang Guofa approaching him, Wei Yan gripped his ice chisel, ready to strike at any moment. After the eerie creature behind him said, "I'm here," it didn't immediately fall silent but chuckled twice. Wei Yan immediately felt a warm, damp sensation on the back of his head, as if the creature was licking him with its tongue. At the same time, the wound on his back seemed to have reopened, feeling sticky. "I've been guessing all this time, and it turns out the creature behind me exposed me," Wei Yan thought to himself. He had touched his head again just now, but because it was matted with sticky blood, he hadn't found the wound. What was most infuriating was that his textured perm was completely ruined, a truly dreadful sight. However, what was strange was that he hadn't seen any mirrors on his way here. Before encountering the weird tales, Wei Yan remembered there was a small mirror next to the bookshelf in the general manager's office, because this male general manager was also a vain person who would often lock himself in his office and strike various bodybuilding poses. Come to think of it, his own habit of being vain might have been partly influenced by the general manager, though he couldn't rule out it being his personal nature. When Wei Yan entered the office earlier, he had noticed that the mirror was no longer there. Pain in his scalp, his whereabouts exposed by the monstrosity following him, the monstrosity seemingly resembling himself, and he would have a headache later. As Zhang Guofa approached step by step, all the clues in Wei Yan's mind became increasingly clear. He could still feel the monstrosity behind him licking his scalp, licking the back of his neck, and emitting a sinister chuckle that only he could hear. The next second, Zhang Guofa's corpulent body was fully pressed against the curtain. At such close range, Wei Yan could already see the outline of this greasy middle-aged man's body through the curtain. At the same moment, the headache indeed struck, as if all the pain nerves in his body had been activated, causing Wei Yan's body to tremble uncontrollably. The current situation was exactly as described in Plot 1 earlier. Whoosh! The curtain was pulled open, but not by Zhang Guofa, it was Wei Yan himself. Zhang Guofa's slightly swollen face came into Wei Yan's view. At this moment, Zhang Guofa was still continuously spewing filth from his mouth, his bulging eyeballs staring at Wei Yan, who was right in front of him. Facing Zhang Guofa, Wei Yan raised the ice chisel in his hand, but he didn't attack him. Instead, he turned the handle of the ice chisel and offered it to Zhang Guofa. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now." Zhang Guofa was slightly stunned, squeezing out a smile from his corpulent face, but it looked exceptionally terrifying. He snatched the ice chisel from Wei Yan, let out a roar, and plunged the knife fiercely behind Wei Yan. The monstrosity behind him, which had just been chuckling sinisterly, instantly let out a shrill, hoarse scream. At this moment, Wei-an also seemed to feel the pain of a knife piercing his body. His body suddenly convulsed and curled up. Zhang Guofa continued to stab the monstrosity behind him, one blow after another. Then something broke off from Wei-an's back. The space behind him suddenly became empty, the sticky discomfort on his back instantly vanished, and something fell at his feet. This weird tales plot only told him don't look back, not that he couldn't look down. The pain in Wei-an's body had disappeared, so he immediately looked down. He saw a head, identical to his own face, rolling at his feet, its eyes wide open, giving the impression of dying with unclosed eyes. Most importantly, this guy's hairstyle wasn't messed up at all, it could perfectly rival his own at his peak. Crack! Wei-an stomped down fiercely, pouring all his jealousy into his foot. The head shattered, and the monstrous tail-like appendage, resembling a spine, that was attached to it twitched twice and then stopped moving. Now Wei-an could finally confirm that this thing had indeed grown inside his body. The tearing pain in his scalp and the wound on his back were actually caused by this thing, but he hadn't been able to find the reason. In retrospect, ever since the weird tales began, although Zhang Guofa was also a monstrosity, he was actually just trying to help Wei-an. He had discovered a strange head, identical to Wei-an's, growing behind him, so he immediately followed. And he had grabbed the head of that monstrosity. During their struggle, Wei-an himself fell into an illusion, which might have been deliberately caused by this second head to make Wei-an enter the illusion. Until he happened to bring an ice chisel out of the illusion, Wei-an, upon waking, thought Zhang Guofa was dragging him. In reality, the other party was just dragging this head, so Wei-an, in his misunderstanding, used the ice chisel to injure Zhang Guofa. The monstrosity behind him, however, turned the tables, exploiting Wei-an's inability to look back and thus his ignorance, attempting to make them both suffer heavy losses first. No one would have known that at the critical moment, Wei-an used the deduced plot to guess the existence of this second head. But to be honest, Wei-an only guessed that there was a monstrosity clinging to him, absorbing his young energy, but he had no idea that a second head had grown out of his own body, wanting to absorb the main body and usurp it. This second head that appeared in the weird tales, at its core, also belonged to him. However, Wei-an speculated that this should be considered an evil version of himself, representing his evil side, which was merely materialized in the weird tales. As his evil self died, Zhang Guofa stopped attacking, the ice chisel in his hand dropping. His face was shiny with oil, his chin covered in filth, his entire body slightly swollen, and he watched Wei-an with a faint smile. Wei-an also looked at him, studying him intently, as if to reacquaint himself with Zhang Guofa. Then Wei-an stepped forward, extended his arms, and fiercely embraced the corpulent man, not minding the filth on him. Leaning his mouth close to Zhang Guofa's ear, Wei-an said, "Brother Fa, thank you." Bang! All the scenes before him instantly vanished. The space in front of Wei-an became empty. He maintained his embracing posture and looked up, finding himself standing at the office door, as if he had just walked out of the office. A blood mist appeared before him, then transformed into lines of blood-red text. Congratulations, participant. You have completed F-Class Weird Tales, Don't Look Back. Main mission remaining time, 19 minutes. Result evaluation, top tier. Main mission reward, 100 energy points. Top tier completion, additional reward of 100 energy points. Acquired weapon item, ice chisel, green. Items cannot be taken to the real world and have been stored in your personal inventory. Wei-an stood still, reading everything carefully, and then the blood-red text quickly disappeared. However, at the same moment, a text prompt from the plot editor appeared in his mind. Energy points detected. Can be used to charge the editor and activate more new functions. The energy points obtained after completing a Weird Tales plot could, unexpectedly, be used in the plot editor. However, Wei-an was certain that these energy points had other uses as well, it was just that they could also be used by the editor. Now was not the time to charge the plot editor. He lowered his arms, which had been embracing Zhang Guofa, and looked at himself in the reflection of the glass door. There was no blood on him, no injuries, and even his hairstyle was perfect. It seemed that as long as one didn't die at the end of a Weird Tales plot, they would reappear in the real world completely unharmed. Looking back into the office he had just exited, Zhang Guofa's original workstation had a completely black computer screen, turned off, as if it had never been switched on. Just then, Wei-an's phone rang. It was his colleague, Zhou Xian. After answering, he heard Zhou Xian's somewhat panicked voice on the other end. "Wei-an, it's Zhang Guofa." Zhang Guofa was hit by a car and killed. He's still under the car, beyond saving. Wei-an felt a pang of pain in his heart. It seemed Zhang Guofa's ghost returning was real. Perhaps because he had encountered a Weird Tales, something was triggered, allowing him to see the recently deceased Zhang Guofa. Or perhaps it was Zhang Guofa's return that triggered the Weird Tales for him. But no matter the reason, if Zhang Guofa hadn't helped this time, Wei Yan, even with the plot editor's assistance, would have found it extremely difficult to get rid of the strange head growing on his back while trapped in the weird tales. Where did it happen? I'll be right there, Wei Yan said. Zhou Xian replied, just go straight to the funeral home. The hospital ambulance has already arrived and said to contact the funeral home. But it's not safe to go to the funeral home late at night. Tomorrow I'll go with you. After hanging up, Wei Yan returned to the office with mixed emotions. Now he felt both the relief of surviving a disaster and sorrow over Zhang Guofa's sudden death. But he never expected that the circulating weird tales were indeed real. Although Wei Yan had no visible injuries on him now, after experiencing the weird tales, he felt incredibly tired, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Sitting back in his office chair, he put down his satchel, poured a large glass of water, and gulped down more than half of it. Only then did he catch his breath slightly. Looking at the time again, it was almost dark outside. Just as Zhou Xian had said, the world wasn't safe now. It was best to get home before dark, otherwise Wei Yan worried he might encounter something else bad. Of course, the chance of encountering a second weird tales immediately was very low, but not impossible. If he really did, it would just mean he had terrible luck and wasn't suited to be a protagonist. Before he had thoroughly researched the plot editor in his mind and the weird tales plots, it was best not to encounter any other weird tales for now. Wei Yan rested for a moment, then quickly left the office. This time, as soon as he exited the elevator on the first floor, he immediately saw people coming and going in the lobby. Not only security guards, but also other colleagues who were leaving work at this hour. This was what a normal world should look like. Wei Yan wasn't the only one working overtime. After leaving the office mansion, Wei Yan didn't take the bus as usual but hailed a taxi on the roadside and went straight home. Sitting in the car, he opened the company's workgroup chat and saw that Zhou Xian had uploaded 2 photos of Zhang Guofa's car accident scene. The perpetrator was an SUV, which not only knocked down a large section of the street guardrail but also hit several people. One person was pinned under the SUV's wheels, with only 2 feet visible. This was Zhang Guofa. Wei Yan recognized that this guy liked to wear red socks, and these red socks looked particularly vivid in the photo. Other colleagues in the workgroup were shocked and asked about the situation. Immediately, someone posted 3 candle emojis, and many colleagues followed suit, posting candles or prayer emojis. Before long, a person named Luo Kai spoke, colleagues from the company's HR department, please follow up and comfort Zhang Guofa's family. General Manager Zhang will immediately go to the funeral home to handle the follow-up matters. This Luo Kai was the general manager who usually liked to show off and lock himself in his office to do various bodybuilding exercises. In this aspect, his personality was somewhat similar to Wei Yan's, just a bit more reserved than Wei Yan. However, now that a company employee had gotten into trouble on the way home, Luo Kai didn't delay at all and immediately made proper arrangements, which greatly reassured the other employees. Wei Yan didn't mention a word about his encounter with the weird tales, only following other colleagues in posting 3 candle emojis. With a complex heart, he turned off his phone screen and closed his eyes in the back seat of the taxi. Traffic was somewhat congested along the way, and it took about 40 minutes to get home. Wei Yan's residential area was a garden villa complex built last year. Since he hadn't found a girlfriend yet, he hadn't moved out from his parents. In addition, Wei Yan's parents also had another apartment in the old city, which was empty and they hadn't considered renting out for the time being. Logically, at this time, after Wei Yan returned home, his mother should have prepared dinner. But when he opened the door, it was cold and quiet. His parents weren't there. Wei Yan was a little surprised. After putting away his satchel, he called his father, who said he had just taken Wei Yan's mother to the hospital and was now on their way back. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong with his mother, there was a knock on the living room door. Wei Yan suspiciously peeked through the peephole, then his expression changed to one of astonishment. He hung up the phone and opened the door. 2 men stood outside. One of them had just held a badge up to the peephole. Wei Yan had seen this badge before. It was a work ID from the Zhou City Public Security Bureau. That is to say, these 2 men should be sheriffs. The man holding the badge had somewhat graying hair, but he looked to be only around 40. After Wei Yan opened the door, he didn't put away the badge. Instead, he flipped it with his index finger, turning the Public Security Bureau work ID to the back, revealing a new badge. The appearance and size of this badge were similar to the sheriff's badge, but the background pattern had changed to a strange skull, and the text was also different. Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. Wei Yan stared at the embossed text on the badge, feeling slightly surprised. You're Wei Yan, right? The gray-haired man put away his badge and looked at Wei Yan calmly, then introduced, we are sheriffs first, and then staff, members of the bureau. My name is Mangiba, and this is Wang Jin. Wei Yan nodded, not speaking. At the same time, he was very puzzled as to why this gray-haired man was only Yibo, 1 wave, and not Liangbo, 2 waves. Manhwa pointed inside the house. May we come in? Oh, please come in. Wei Yan stood aside, and after the two men entered the room, he closed the door. The man named Wang Jin took out an electronic device Wei Yan had never seen before, about the size of a palm. He pressed a switch on it while pointing it at Wei Yan, then looked at the small screen above the device, seemingly confirming something, and nodded to Manhwa. Manhwa said, "We just inadvertently detected that a weird tales had appeared inside the splendid mansion. When we arrived there, we found that the weird tales had already ended and had occurred between the 14th and 16th floors. We then checked the building's surveillance and determined that you were likely the one who encountered the weird tales." Wei Yan stared at the two men in surprise, still not speaking. In fact, he didn't know what to say. "You're very lucky." Manhwa seemed to know Wei Yan would react this way and continued, "Usually, ordinary people who encounter weird tales rarely survive. You belong to a very, very small portion. Can you tell us in detail about your encounter with the weird tales?" Wang Jin asked. Wei Yan replied, "My mind is very confused right now. I'm afraid I can't describe it clearly." "It's okay." Manhwa showed a gentle smile. "It's normal for ordinary people to go crazy after entering a weird tales. Your performance is quite good. It's not too late to tell us in a few days after you've recovered." He paused, then asked, "Were you injured in the weird tales?" "Yes, very seriously." Wei Yan saw no need to hide this. Manhwa's expression relaxed, as if this was what a normal person should experience in a weird tales. He then sat on the sofa. Wei Yan didn't think of pouring them tea. Instead, Wang Jin took the initiative and poured him a cup of hot water. "To make a long story short, I'll tell you about the weird tales situation we currently have," Manhwa said. "Wait," Wei Yan interrupted him, "why are you telling me this?" He thought that if the two people in front of him were from the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, they should be here to get more information about the weird tales from him, the survivor, not the other way around, unless. Manhwa stared at him and slowly said, "According to our current incomplete statistics, people who survive their first weird tales have a 12.5 times higher chance of encountering a second weird tales than others. That means you'll likely encounter a second one this month, or next month at the latest," Wang Jin added from the side. "Keep asking for votes." Actually, as of now, the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs doesn't know much about the weird tales that have suddenly appeared in this world. The Bureau was only recently established, and it simply doesn't have enough manpower. In fact, the information collected and compiled on the recently popular website called Paranormal Eye is about as much as what the Bureau has. It's just that the Bureau's information sources are more reliable and it possesses some detailed data on the weird tales. As for the Paranormal Eye website, without official backing, many netizens simply treat it as a site similar to the Foundation when they visit. The website contains genuinely occurred weird tales, as well as some weird tale snippets written by netizens themselves. Some of these snippets are even more captivating than real weird tales and are more popular with netizens. Currently, the reason for the appearance of weird tales remains unclear, but it is indeed as rumored online. The death rate in weird tales is extremely high. Excluding some weird tales whose occurrence states the Bureau is unaware of, among the statistically recorded weird tale cases, fewer than 1 in 10 people truly manage to survive. Even if someone does survive, a significant portion of them suffer from mental disorders, incontinence, and other phenomena. Some people are even stimulated to the point of no return, constantly shouting, "I want to eat an." Furthermore, the Bureau still cannot truly grasp the time, location, and chosen individuals for the appearance of weird tales. It truly seems to be a random process. However, Manhwa said that they have currently identified 2 modes of weird tale occurrence. One is accidental, likely random, which is the type Wei Yan encountered. The other type is selective, and it is said that those chosen will know in advance that they are about to enter a weird tale, but weird tales appearing in this manner are relatively rare. And whenever a weird tale occurs, a strange energy fluctuation is produced. This fluctuation causes a slight reaction in the magnetic field, and at this time, the Bureau's specially made magnetic field receiver will detect the anomaly, thereby knowing that a weird tale is occurring within a certain range. The weird tale Wei Yan experienced, "Don't Look Back," was discovered by them using this method. Of course, the Bureau's discovery of this weird tale was also accidental during a routine scan. In addition, according to the Bureau, the setting of a weird tale actually takes place in a very bizarre world, much like a parallel dimension, or a Sumeru world. It's impossible to find entrances or exits through artificial means, and even more impossible to actively seek out weird tales. After Manhwa roughly explained the information about weird tales, he noticed Wei Yan was somewhat distracted, and then heard the young man ask Wang Jin, "Are you saying I'll encounter a second weird tale very soon?" Manhwa Wang Jin didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Mangiba. He felt it was a bit rude to suddenly interrupt his team leader's introduction to weird tales, especially when the team leader seemed enthusiastic, flushed, and spitting as he spoke. But Wei Yan didn't seem to realize this. He only cared about the next weird tale he was going to encounter. Seeing that Wang Jin didn't answer him, Wei Yan then turned to Mangiba. "Oh, Brother Mang, are you done?" Mangiba. "By the way, Brother Mang, you said the Bureau still can't actively seek out weird tales so far?" Wei Yan asked. It seemed the young man had heard some of it. Mangiba's old face recovered slightly, and he nodded. "We can't find them at all, because the principle of their appearance is unknown." He paused, then added, "It's best if you don't go to work for the next 2 days. Get some good rest and recuperation at home, and recall your experiences in the weird tale. Then come find me at the yellowish-brown office building behind the Public Security Bureau. Just give your name when you enter the building. Even the Bureau can't find weird tales." Wei Yan was still deep in thought, head down. Mangiba. He looked up at Wang Jin, who glanced at Wei Yan, then pointed to his own head, implying that perhaps Wei Yan had just experienced a weird tale and his mind was stimulated and somewhat dazed, so it was inevitable that he would be completely out of sync when communicating with others. With his subordinate's explanation, Mangiba's face recovered a little more, and he nodded in agreement, highly approving of Wang Jin's view. "Then we'll be going." The two stood up. Mangiba still had some things he wanted to say, but seeing Wei Yan's absent-minded appearance, he simply patted his shoulder. "Get a good night's sleep. There's no use thinking too much about what's bound to happen. I'll tell you more detailed information when you come to the Bureau." "Okay, thank you, Brother Meng, Brother Wang." Wei Yan nodded. As soon as the two Bureau personnel left, Wei Yan heard his parents' footsteps coming up the stairs. Because his family lived on the second floor, although there was an elevator in the building, sometimes if the elevator's floor was too far from the first floor, his family would directly choose to take the stairs. Wei Yan kept the front door open, not knowing if Mangiba and Wang Jin had run into his parents. Of course, even if they had, his parents wouldn't have recognized them. Soon, he saw his father in front and his mother behind slowly ascending the stairs. They had just returned from the hospital, and both of them looked unwell. Wei Yan hurried forward a few steps and helped his mother into the house. However, he noticed his mother's arms were strong and her steps steady. She didn't look sick. Instead, she seemed preoccupied. As for his recent experience with the weird tale, he temporarily decided not to mention it to his parents. Anyway, he was fine now, and he didn't want them to worry again. He wouldn't mention the weird tale, and he certainly wouldn't mention the two people from the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, planning to do so later if an opportunity arose. Because his parents went to the hospital late, no food had been prepared at home. His father, Wei Zhengdong, put away the things in his hand and said to his mother, "When Xiong, I'll call for 2 takeaways, they'll be here in half an hour. Don't think about anything, just sit on the sofa and rest well." "Mom, where do you feel unwell?" Wei Yan temporarily set aside his earlier worries, sat beside his mother, and held her hand, asking with concern. "I'm fine physically. The doctor checked me and said it's a psychological issue," Wen Xiong said. Wei Yan was a little surprised. "What, do you have something on your mind?" "What could I have on my mind?" Wen Xiong shook her head. At this moment, Wei Zhengdong came out of the bathroom after washing his hands and interjected, "Maybe it's old age. Your mom is getting presbyopia and insists she can see things no one else can." "That's exactly it." Wen Xiong argued, "This morning when I went out to the vegetable market, my head felt a bit dizzy. When I got to the vegetable market, I noticed that when I looked at things, it was like I was seeing double, and some words appeared before my eyes that no one else could see. That's just double vision. It's normal with age, sometimes I get it too," Wei Zhengdong said. "No, those were words, unrelated to anything else I was seeing," Wen Xiong said, annoyed. "What about now? Can you still see them now?" Wei Zhengdong asked. "I can't see them now, but they might appear again later," Wen Xiong said. "See, I told you were being overly suspicious." Wei Zhengdong spread his hands. "If you're really that suspicious, go to the hospital tomorrow for a detailed eye exam. Yes, wash your eyes." "No." Wen Xiong turned her head away. No wonder both of them looked unwell when they entered the house. They must have had a similar argument on the way. Wei Yan quickly rubbed his mother's back twice to calm her down and asked, "Mom, tell me, what words did you see?" Wen Xiong was still annoyed that her husband didn't believe her judgment. When she turned to Wei Yan, her tone immediately softened, and she said, "These words were very strange, inexplicable. They said I had already been chosen and told me to prepare as soon as possible." "What?" Wei Yan suddenly froze, his expression instantly changing. He paused, then suppressed the surprise in his heart, speaking as calmly as possible. "Mom, please try to recall carefully. See if you can remember every single word you saw and write them down for me. The contract status has been changed, please give me all kinds of tickets. Not long after, Wei-an looked at the note when Xiong had written and fell into deep thought. Participant, it is an honor that you have been selected. Please prepare as soon as possible and arrive at the 11th stall in the fresh meat section of the vegetable market at the crossroads at 12 p.m. 10 days from now. According to Wen Xiong's recollection, although her description might have deviations, the approximate literal meaning wouldn't be wrong. Upon seeing the words participant, Wei-an, who had just experienced a weird tale, was almost certain that his mother was also about to enter a weird tale, and it was the second type of weird tale Manhwa mentioned, entered by being selected. It seems there were also warnings afterward, when Xiong, unaware of the full situation, recalled from the side. Roughly, it was something like if you don't go on time, you'll bear the consequences. Wei-an nodded, not revealing the truth for now, only saying, Mom, don't overthink it for now. Get some good rest. I'll check online to see if anyone else has similar symptoms. When Xiong's brows were tightly furrowed, still looking preoccupied. After the takeout arrived, the three quickly finished eating. Since they used takeout containers, there was no need to wash dishes. After tidying up all the disposable utensils, Wei-an returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, charging his phone while logging into the Paranormal Eye website. The overall style of the Paranormal Eye website was a black theme, leaning towards the eerie, to highlight the strangeness of the weird tales. Wei-an, like his colleague Zhou Xin, often logged into this website out of curiosity, so he was very familiar with it. He skillfully opened the search bar and entered keywords like weird tale and selected. Before long, several search results were displayed. Wei-an looked for posts that met the criteria and clicked on them one by one. I've been selected by a weird tale. If I don't reply in 7 days, don't miss me. What's going on? I can see text that others can't. My cousin said he's entering a weird tale the day after tomorrow. How does he know? Also, are weird tales real? Behind these posts, some netizens replied seriously, while others, who didn't believe in weird tales but had strong curiosity, engaged in various jokes, asking if the poster who didn't reply after 7 days had already kicked the bucket, or asking to be taken into a weird tale, or requesting full video recordings. However, Wei-an knew very well that the guy who didn't reply after 7 days was most likely gone. Because the Paranormal Eye had all sorts of netizens, and the website lacked official certification, most people were just looking for excitement and novelty before they or someone around them genuinely encountered a weird tale. Another portion of people were half believing, half doubting, and only a small portion truly believed that weird tales occurred. As for the videos circulating on the website, they were mostly fake. There had never been videos filmed inside a weird tale. Now Wei-an clearly understood why this was the case, because things from inside a weird tale simply couldn't be brought out. The only real videos on the website showed people suddenly disappearing from surveillance footage before a weird tale occurred, only to reappear a second later, already dead. Of course, some people believed this was just a video editing issue, done to generate hype. Not long after, Wei-an found an official post about weird tale knowledge. The timestamp showed it was organized and posted just yesterday, so he hadn't seen it before. The information in this post was quite detailed, and it seemed to have compiled information from several posts about being selected to enter a weird tale. He quickly found the relevant content about selected weird tales. Selected weird tales are another type, different from accidental weird tales. They occur when, a few days before the weird tale appears, text prompts or very obvious hints appear before the selected person, informing them that they have been chosen by a weird tale. Typically, these types of weird tales are of a higher level. According to statistics, we roughly infer that the level of selected weird tales generally will not be lower than D class. Upon seeing this, a cold sweat broke out on Wei-an's back. Having just experienced his solo accidental weird tale, he knew very well that the Don't Look Back weird tale was only F-class, yet it nearly killed him. If it weren't for the plot editor combined with his unparalleled wisdom, and the divine deductions of emerged Sherlock Holmes and Conan, he would never have escaped that F-class weird tale. Now it was saying that the selected weird tale his mother was about to enter would not be lower than D-class. This was 2 full levels higher than F-class. Wei-an was almost certain that if his mother truly entered that weird tale now, she would absolutely have no chance of survival. No, I can't let mom take such a risk. I need to see if there's a way, like swapping people or something. Wei-an then searched for a long time on the Paranormal Eye website but found no mention of swapping people after a weird tale selection. He even saw a netizen specifically bring up this matter. No replacement possible. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Wei-an finally drifted off to sleep, groggy. He guessed his mom might also be suffering from insomnia. Before going to bed, Wei-an sent Zhou Xin a text message, asking him to help him take 2 days off, and he would submit the leave request later. Just as dawn was breaking, Wei Yan's bedroom door was knocked on, then opened. Wen Xiong walked in with a worried expression, and Wei Zhengdong followed behind, wearing pajamas and still sleepy-eyed. Wei Yan rubbed his eyes, not yet fully awake, when he heard Wen Xiong say, "Son, those words are out again, right in front of my eyes. Can you see them?" Wei Yan looked left and right, then shook his head. "Let's go to the hospital, now. I'll go with you." Wei Zhengdong knew Wen Xiong hadn't slept all night and was worried she might be having mental issues, so he said with concern, "No hospital." This time, before Wen Xiong could speak, Wei Yan interrupted. He sat up from the bed, cleared his throat. "Mom, have you heard of weird tales?" Wen Xiong didn't know why he asked that, and nodded. Auntie Zhang from the community supermarket mentioned it. She said it's very eerie, but I don't know if it's true or not. At this point, Wen Xiong suddenly froze, looking into Wei Yan's eyes, and said, "Son, do you mean?" "Yes, I looked up information last night. What you're experiencing now is a weird tale. It really exists, it's not a rumor." Wei Yan knew that since his mother was about to enter a weird tale, he couldn't hide anything anymore. Instead, he needed to let her understand the full situation beforehand to cope comprehensively. Seeing both his parents looking a bit stunned, Wei Yan added, "Don't panic. I know people in the Public Security Bureau. They have personnel specifically for handling weird tales and are experienced in this area. I'll ask them if there's any solution." Okay, then tell them not to choose me. I'm already over 50, Wen Xiong said eagerly. Wei Yan held her hand and pursed his lips. "Mom, the weird tale chose you, not them, and they are powerless to change it. We need to find other ways. Don't panic yet. Actually, there's one more thing I haven't told you too. I'll organize it later and tell you and Dad in detail. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Wei Yan immediately prepared to write down his experiences from the weird tale yesterday, tell his parents, and then send a copy to the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. Then he would ask Manhwa if his mother's situation absolutely required her to face the weird tale herself, and if there were any other solutions. For example, if he could go in place of his mother. After his parents left Wei Yan's bedroom, they sat on the sofa outside. Wei Zhengdong took out his phone and started searching online for information about weird tales. Wen Xiong had never seen him so concerned about something like a weird tale. Meanwhile, Wei Yan quickly typed out a report on his weird tale encounter on the computer, but he concealed the secret of the plot editor instead. Using his own super combined deduction ability, comparable to Kendaichi and Furuhata Ninja Bureau. After writing the report, he read it through once. Wei Yan admired himself more and more. He copied the electronic version of the report to a USB drive. He suddenly remembered that the energy points he obtained could apparently charge the plot editor. He then prepared to charge it to see if the editor could gain other, better abilities. Thanks to Watchingly, Soul Ephemera, Original Solitude, Bookfriend 9344, and Ziyuan Jugu for the rewards. Thanks for all the votes. Previously, after completing the main mission of Don't Look Back, the reward was originally 100 points. However, Wei Yan completed the mission before the time limit ended and was rated superclass, so he was rewarded an additional 100 points. Now Wei Yan has 200 energy points, but he is temporarily unsure what energy points can be used for in the weird tales. Moreover, after the weird tales ended, no special mall opened where these energy points could be exchanged. So now, Wei Yan is preparing to use the extra 100 points he was rewarded to charge into the plot editor to see what changes the editor will have. These energy points are intangible, not substantial. When Wei Yan thought of energy points in his mind, the value 200 immediately appeared. He tried to inject 100 of them into the plot editor, which was also in his mind, and the 200 value immediately decreased to 100. At the same time, the plot editor, which had turned gray again, suddenly lit up slightly, and the plot deduction button also lit up. And at this moment, next to the plot deduction button, another button quickly lit up after absorbing these 100 energy points. Wei Yan immediately focused his gaze. However, when he clearly saw the text on the lit up button, he suddenly shivered and was too astonished to speak. The text on this button was Search Tales. Although he didn't sleep well last night, Wei Yan wasn't confused. He still remembered very clearly that Manhwa had told him that the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs currently couldn't know in advance where weird tales would appear because they couldn't decipher the reason for their appearance. But who knew that on the very next day, he would possess the ability to search tales? This means it's an ability to obtain information about weird tales that even the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs cannot master. After the Search Tales button was fully lit, a string of text appeared in Wei Yan's mind. The first activation of the Search Tales function can automatically complete 3 weird tales searches. Thereafter, each search will deduct a certain amount of energy points. Searching, please wait. Search successful, displaying. Weird tale, bubble tea. Level, F. Type, multiplayer, occasional. Event description: a tragic car accident once occurred on the street outside the Greenleaf Tea House. A group of pedestrians on the sidewalk was hit head-on by an out-of-control large truck. The accident resulted in 5 deaths and 8 injuries. One of the deceased had a fractured skull, and his eyeball was squeezed out and could never be found. And now, he has come looking for it. Main mission: within 5 minutes, find that eyeball and return it to the deceased, otherwise he will dig out one person's eyeball every 5 minutes. Main mission reward: 100 energy points. Hidden mission: yes. Trigger location: Greenleaf Tea House. Weird tale: room 309. Level: E. Type: multiplayer, occasional. Event description: it is said that there used to be a room 309 in the male dormitory building of the Radio and Television University. Due to a bizarre incident, all the roommates inside died. After the incident, room 309 was closed by the school, but some students reported hearing slow footsteps outside the corridor at 4 a.m., and all the dormitory doors on that floor would be knocked one by one. A week later, all the students in this dormitory building moved out. Subsequently, the dormitory building was renovated, and room 309 completely disappeared during the renovation. Main mission: find room 309 and safely spend a night inside. Main mission reward: 300 energy points. Hidden mission: none. Trigger location: Joe City Radio and Television University. Weird tale: 3 rumors. Level: B. Type: single player, selected. Event description: the first rumor is that you should not go to the rooftop alone to hang clothes at dusk, otherwise you will see a very terrifying scene. The second rumor is that you should not press the buttons for the 2nd, 4th, 9th, 12th, and 17th floors simultaneously out of curiosity when riding an elevator alone at night, otherwise you will not know what is standing outside when the elevator door opens. The third rumor is that you should not play hide-and-seek in a house that has been uninhabited for a long time, otherwise after you hide, something might actually come looking for you. Main mission: 1. Midnight is approaching. Please go to the rooftop alone on time to hang these freshly washed clothes. 2. There is an elevator in front of you now, why not go in and try those buttons? 3. Please play hide-and-seek for half an hour in an abandoned and used room. Main mission reward: 1000 energy points. Hidden mission: none. Trigger location: semi-abandoned Joe UN building. After finally reading through the information of these 3 searched weird tales, Wayan was completely stunned. In fact, up to now, he had only experienced one weird tale. Although he understood some situations in that weird tale, he didn't have a deep understanding. It wasn't until this moment, after reading the information of the 3 searched weird tales in one go, that Wayan finally gained a deeper understanding of these weird tales, such as their trigger conditions and various bizarre and inexplicable descriptions. Just seeing the of these weird tales, especially the content of the last B-level weird tale, made Wayan feel his scalp tingle and his limbs turn cold. And these 3 weird tale messages, once they appeared, had deeply entered his mind. If he wanted to view them in the future, he could retrieve them from the editor in his mind at any time. He didn't know what the use of searching for these weird tales was. Anyway, if he knew that these places would have weird tales, he would definitely hide as far away as possible and would never touch any of them. He thought that the 100 energy points just now would enable a more useful function for the editor, but he didn't expect it to be something like search tales. Wayan felt this function was like a chicken rib to him, yet he had to accept it. A moment later, holding the USB drive with the copied report, Wayan was about to open his bedroom door to leave when he heard his parents' conversation coming from the living room. I checked. I used to think these were all fabricated, but after reading them carefully just now, I realized that the internet says the death rate in weird tales is very high and it's extremely dangerous, Wei Zhengdong said with a heavy tone. Wayan remained in the posture of opening the door, not moving for the moment. When Xion's voice soon came out, her tone becoming choked, all 3 bank cards are in the second drawer of the bedside table. Later I'll withdraw all the money from my salary card and transfer it to your card. This child, Wayan, has never been interested in finding a girlfriend. I really can't let him go. Wei Zhengdong was about to speak when Wayan had already pushed the door open and walked out, saying, Mom, don't think the worst. I promise you everything will be fine. I'm going to the Public Security Bureau now. You wait at home, and I'll bring back good news. Thanks to Brother Mingda for the reward. To reach the Public Security Bureau as quickly as possible, Wayan was originally going to call a ride-hailing car, but as he stepped out of the residential gate, he happened to see a taxi approaching. He immediately took a few steps forward and flagged it down. Just then, a mother and daughter walked out from the residential gate. The mother was very young, and the daughter was about 6 or 7 years old. The mother, in a hurry, saw the taxi stop and immediately waved, then pulled her daughter along as she ran over. Wayan was stunned. The young mother had already opened the car door. "Excuse me, ma'am, but this gentleman called the car first," the taxi driver immediately reminded her. The young mother paused, then looked up at Wayan. Wayan was already in a rush to get to the Public Security Bureau. If it had been before, he would have been very annoyed by this woman's behavior of trying to snatch the car door without even looking at him. However, at this moment, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Wayan took a step back, without a trace of disgust, and said to the young mother, "It seems you're in a hurry too. You go first, I'll flag down the next car." The young mother immediately looked grateful, nodding quickly. Thank you. We really do have an urgent matter. I'm so sorry about just now." "It's alright," Wayan said, pulling out his phone to call a ride-hailing car. After the mother and daughter got into the taxi and left, Wayan pressed the ride-hailing call button, and then that strange feeling returned to his heart. He suddenly realized that he hadn't even thought about giving up the car just now. Everything seemed very natural, as if there was no need to resent the moment of being offended. At this moment, Wayan's heart was peaceful and serene. What the heck, am I becoming a Buddha or a Taoist? Not long after, the ride-hailing car arrived, and Wayan quickly took it to the Public Security Bureau. After registering at the entrance, he followed the guard's directions and quickly bypassed the main building to arrive in front of a yellowish-brown office building behind it. This small office building, as Manhwa called it, did indeed look quite old, and there were no signs or plaques hanging above the main entrance, making it impossible to tell what it was for. The entire building was only 5 stories tall. Wayan walked in, reported his name again, and was directed by the duty officer to the 3rd floor, where he found Manhwa working in one of the offices. Manhwa and Wangjin were a team, sharing an office, but Wangjin had gone to the restroom at the moment. Wayan gave Manhwa the USB drive he was holding, and Manhwa quickly read the report Wayan had written about his experience encountering a weird tale on the office computer. This weird tale tells you don't look back. Initially, you thought a ghost was following you from behind, and indeed there was a ghost following you, but the result was that another identical head of yourself grew out of your spine, attempting to devour you, Manhwa said. Wayan nodded. This head in the weird tale should represent my evil side. Later, I used my wise brain to activate powerful reasoning abilities, guessed its existence, and timely interrupted its further erosion of me. Speaking of this, Wayan suddenly paused, pondered for a moment, then said to Manhwa, "Brother Bo, at the end of the weird tale, the evil head on my back was cut off. I personally saw it fall at my feet, and I accidentally stepped on it and flattened it. Does the destruction of this head have any impact on my original self?" Manhwa rolled his eyes, seemingly having an opinion about the address Brother Bo. But he didn't say much. Instead, he electronically archived Wayan's report and nodded, saying, "It definitely has an impact. As you said, if this head represented your evil side, then after getting rid of it, your original evil thoughts or negative emotions will be greatly reduced. This remains effective even after leaving the weird tale and returning to the real world." It really was like that. Just now, Wayan subconsciously gave up the taxi to the young mother who had tried to snatch the door, and there was no hint of disgust in his heart. It turned out that it was very likely because he had cut off his evil self in the weird tale. It seems that after experiencing the weird tale, he had undergone a positive change. Of course, this also doesn't rule out some participants who were negatively affected by the weird tale, or even faced more severe encounters. After submitting the report to the bureau, Wayan did not leave. Instead, he sat down and directly confessed to Manhwa that his mother was currently experiencing a similar situation, and it was highly likely that she had been directly selected by a weird tale. After hearing this, Manhwa confirmed with Wayan repeatedly, then he opened a case document on his computer and entered this newly learned, possibly impending, weird tale. Looking up, Manhwa said in an incredulous tone, "You just experienced an F-class weird tale, and in a blink of an eye, your mother has been chosen by at least a D-class weird tale?" "Yes," Wayan said, a worried look on his face. Manhwa shook his head repeatedly. "A non-chief, a typical non-chief. I've never encountered a situation where an entire family consecutively falls into weird tales." Wayan said, "What should I do now? Is there any way for me to enter the weird tale in place of my mom? After all, I've already experienced it once and have accumulated some experience in this regard." "There's no way," Manhwa continued to shake his head. "Unless some extremely special circumstances occur with the selected target of a weird tale, such as the target being truly unable to enter the weird tale, only then is there a certain chance of changing participants." "Unable to enter the weird tale? How can I make my mom unable to enter the weird tale?" Wayan asked. Manhwa's expression was solemn, based on past experience, unless the participant dies at the very beginning of the weird tale, but even then, the weird tale might still continue without changing participants. All of this is an unknown, because even the weird tales themselves are eerie, unsolved mysteries. Unable to change participants, Wei-in murmured to himself, lowering his head, his brows tightly furrowed. Manhwa, worried that this guy would zone out again and completely miss what he was saying, immediately raised his voice and said decisively, "There's a certain chance, but it's very small." After a pause, Manhwa opened one of the documents on his computer. After quickly browsing through it, he said, "Here's a case where a participant, after luckily surviving their first weird tale, was afraid of the second weird tale they would encounter next. So, relying on his profession, he actively exposed himself to a low-level, F-class weird tale that wasn't originally meant for him. He entered this weird tale that wasn't originally his?" Wei-in's eyes lit up. Yes, he went in. Because the level was lower, he again luckily survived and gained more abilities. Manhwa nodded. However, this person is not from Zhou City, but from Central City, and is currently under special protection by the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs of Central City. Profession? What was his profession? Wei-in caught this keyword in Manhwa's words. Manhwa turned to face him and said, "This is exactly what I need to tell you today. A participant's performance in a weird tale can activate a specific profession, and participants with specific professional titles have a much greater chance than ordinary people of being drawn into other weird tales under similar circumstances next time, and will also develop corresponding professional skills. So, if a weird tale appears, a person with a specific profession has a better chance of entering it?" Wei-in asked. Yes, Manhwa nodded. Weird tale participants not only have the chance to activate specific professions but can also use the energy points obtained the first time to exchange for some useful special items in the weird tale. You should have received energy point rewards for passing this weird tale. Yes, I received 100 points as a reward. Wei-in did not reveal that he had also received another 100 points for completing the mission with an excellent rating, only saying, "But I didn't activate any profession." Manhwa said, "Very few people can activate a profession in their first weird tale. The person I just mentioned is an extremely rare example, but if participants focus on making the most of their strengths in the weird tale, they will activate their profession more quickly." Wei-in fell into contemplation. After a moment, his lips moved, and he uttered a sentence that only he himself could hear. "I need a profession." It now seems that if Wei-in had a special profession, there would be a greater chance of him being drawn into a weird tale that didn't originally belong to him. If that were the case, before his mother's weird tale arrived, if he were to acquire a certain profession in advance, then when the vegetable market weird tale occurred, Wei-in and his mother would go together, and there would be a certain probability of him entering the weird tale with her. Of course, this probability is only relative, but it is much higher than a normal person being drawn into a weird tale. Now, no matter what method is used, as long as there is a way to increase his mother's probability of surviving in the weird tale, Wei-in will try it. Currently, the best option seems to be to improve his own strength, enter the weird tale in the vegetable market by all possible means, and help his mother successfully get through the weird tale. The main reason is that many about weird tales are still largely unknown, even to the Bureau, so this appears to be the only feasible method currently known. Manhwa asked Wei-in to bring his mother to the Bureau, where they would need to take a detailed statement from her. They would also prepare preventive measures around the vegetable market in advance. But those who knew the inside story understood that these measures would be futile. No one can stop a weird tale from happening, and if a participant is prevented from going to the vegetable market at the designated time, it would instead put that person in extreme danger, having the opposite effect. After discussion, in order to minimize Wenxiong's worry and prevent her from having too much psychological burden, Manhwa later decided to take Wenxiong's statement via video call. After finishing up, when Wei-in left, he happened to run into Wang Jin coming in from the corridor. Seeing that Wei-in looked somewhat troubled, Wang Jin glanced at him in surprise, then turned to look at the silent team leader, Manhwa. He felt as if he had missed out on a fortune. "What kind of crap took you so long?" Manhwa shot him a look. Wang Jin rubbed the back of his head. After leaving the bureau, Wei-in contacted his colleague Zhou Xan, then went to the crematorium in the afternoon to send a wreath in his own name and visit Zhang Guofa's family. Seeing that Zhang Guofa's daughter was in high school, Wei-in insisted on pressing 1,000 yuan into the girl's hand. When he returned home, his parents, having already spoken with Manhwa, finally found some temporary peace of mind. During the video statement process, Manhwa not only showed his sheriff's badge but also comforted the two elders from various angles. Manhwa's professionalism was undeniable, at least after he had done the psychological work. Wei Zhengdong and Wenxiong were no longer as worried as before, and the effect was much better than the comfort Wei-in had given them. The next day, Wei-in secretly went to the vegetable market, intending to see where the so-called No. 11 fresh meat stall was located, so he could prepare in advance. To his surprise, however, there were only 10 fresh meat stalls. There was no 11th one at all, meaning this 11th stall only existed within the weird tale. It is currently unknown how many people have been selected by this weird tale. Wei-an lingered around the fresh meat stalls for a moment, wanting to see if there were any other participants, like himself, covertly checking the vicinity. But after observing for a long time, he found nothing. Now, Wei-an needs to quickly activate a profession within a weird tale, which can increase his chances of being drawn into this vegetable market weird tale. And after upgrading his profession, he can also gain some professional skills, which can better help his mother improve her survival rate in the weird tale. So, before the vegetable market weird tale time arrived, Wei-an made a decision to actively engage with other low-level weird tales. Originally, even the Bureau couldn't carry out this plan, because no one could know in advance where a weird tale would appear, except for Wei-an now. Among the 3 weird tales he currently knows about, the last one is too high level, a B rank. Although there is a plot editor, it's best not to touch a weird tale of this magnitude for now. The Room 309 weird tale is E rank, also quite high. Only the Green Leaf Tea House is F rank, which is the weird tale level Wei-an had experienced before. Dealing with this level, his psychological pressure wouldn't be as great, and with the assistance of the plot editor, Wei-an believed there was a very high probability of getting through the tea house and even activating a special profession. So, Wei-an's plan was to first actively encounter the F-rank Green Leaf Tea House to lay a good foundation for helping his mother. Of course, he also had to guard against the possibility of not being able to enter his mother's vegetable market weird tale. Therefore, he had already confessed to his parents that he had also encountered a weird tale once and had successfully completed it. Although she was scared after learning that her son had concealed the fact of encountering a weird tale, this further reduced Wen-xiong's long-standing anxiety. Thinking that her son could safely complete a weird tale, she, as a mother, absolutely couldn't be a coward. So, she immediately downloaded and watched the Ju-on and the Grudge series, which were hailed as the most terrifying ghost movies in Japan, specifically choosing to watch them alone in the middle of the night to cultivate her courage. During this time, Manhwa brought Wang Jin to specifically visit Wen-xiong and left some information about weird tale survivors for Wei-an and Wen-xiong. These materials did not reveal information about the survivors but summarized their experiences and observations, especially some key points and precautions. Wei-an read through them in detail and occasionally discussed them with his mother, which made Wen-xiong feel increasingly confident about facing the upcoming vegetable market weird tale. Using these few days, Wei-an also quickly found the Green Leaf Tea House. This tea house was not far from his home. In fact, Wei-an found that all 3 weird tales he had searched for were near his home. The furthest was the abandoned Joyuan building, which was only 2 streets away from Wei-an's home. And the radio and television university was behind the residential complex. Sometimes, he could faintly hear the broadcast from the university. The Green Leaf Tea House was at the end of the residential complex street, facing the street. The storefront wasn't large, but business had always been good, with many repeat customers. Wei-an found news from a year ago online that a tragic car accident had indeed occurred on this section of the road, caused by a large truck loaded with goods, killing several people at the time. Later, this road was strictly regulated due to its narrowness and heavy traffic, and large trucks were no longer allowed to enter. If the Green Leaf Tea House were to have a weird tale, there must be a trigger condition, but even if Wei-an could search for the location where the weird tale occurred, he couldn't know what its trigger condition was. The weather had been gloomy these past few days, and today was his second visit to the Green Leaf Tea House. Wei-an first stood across the street for a moment, during which he saw customers continuously entering the tea house, buying milk tea, and taking it away. Few people dined in, and from time to time, delivery drivers would rush to the storefront, picking up 5 or 6 takeaway milk teas ordered by customers at once. Wei-an waited for a moment, just like the first time, and found nothing unusual. Just then, with a rumble, a clap of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky, and the sky grew even gloomier. It looked like it was about to rain. Wei-an immediately crossed the street and walked towards the Green Leaf Tea House, thinking of ordering a cup of milk tea and sheltering from the rain inside, while also observing the situation. As he was about to approach the storefront, 2 men and 2 women passed by the tea house a step ahead of him. One of the stylish, young, and beautiful girls looked up at the sky and suggested, "It's going to rain soon, and the movie time is still early. Why don't we sit in this tea house for a while?" The others all agreed. The 4 of them stood right at the entrance of the tea house, neither entering nor retreating, blocking Wei-an. Wei-an, showing no negative emotions, gave an auntie-like smile as he watched them. After they had discussed, the 4 turned and entered the tea house. The girl who suggested it and another petite girl were in charge of ordering milk tea, while the 2 boys immediately occupied the small round table, furthest inside the small shop. The area of the tea house was very small. Besides that, only a small square table near the entrance, which might get splashed if it rained heavily later, was still empty. Although someone had gotten there first, Wei-an still showed no displeasure. He queued behind the two girls who were currently ordering. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the sky at this moment appeared increasingly gloomy. The two girls were a bit indecisive when ordering, taking a good while to finalize their choices, which made the server taking their order repeatedly say, "Sorry, please wait a moment," to Wei-an, who was standing behind them. Wei-an smiled and nodded, using this opportunity to look around the tea house. There were only two small tables in the shop's dine-in area. The round table furthest inside was larger, while the small square table near the entrance was smaller, only seating two people. The area behind the counter was also very small. It was fine with two staff members moving around now, but if there were more than four, even walking would be difficult. All the staff in the shop were girls. At this moment, an older staff member was taking orders, and another was making bubble tea. Besides that, not far behind the counter, there was a small door leading to a small storage room, which likely stored some raw materials for making bubble tea, as the staff member in the back was constantly going in and out to get things. By the time Wei-an ordered, he had already made his choice and directly ordered a mango pudding bubble tea. Just as the staff member finished printing the ticket, a strange man entered the shop and stood behind Wei-an. Wei-an took his ticket and glanced back at him. The man had an ordinary appearance, and it seemed he had also entered the shop for bubble tea to avoid the rain. Wei-an then sat at the small square table, on the side closer to the inside of the shop, and began to wait. He was considering if he could find an excuse to go into the storage room for a look. Before long, the bubble tea ordered by the four people was ready. They drank it while chatting and laughing, and their conversation grew louder and louder. And just at this moment, large raindrops had already begun to fall. Pedestrians on the street had already been running, and now, at a glance, hardly anyone could be seen. However, after the rain started, the thunder actually lessened. Wei-an's phone rang. He saw it was Wenxiong calling. Clearly, due to the sudden heavy rain, Wenxiong didn't know where he was and was worried he might get wet. "Hello, Mom." Wei-an picked up the phone, slightly covering his other ear. Because at this moment, the four young people at the round table behind him were talking too loudly and laughing, making it difficult for him to hear the voice on the phone clearly. Just then, all sounds abruptly ceased. Whether it was talking, phone calls, or the sound of making bubble tea, everything disappeared. Only the sound of rain outside the shop remained audible, becoming very dense and crisp. Wei-an felt something, and while maintaining his phone call posture, he looked up slightly to see familiar text appearing before him. "Welcome, you have entered F-Class Weird Tales, Bubble Tea. It's here, it really happened." The tea house was completely silent. The next moment, Wei-an heard the four young people behind him begin to exclaim. Clearly, they had also seen the text before their eyes at the same time. These people had all seen legends about weird tales, and some had even specifically researched whether it was true or false out of curiosity. The two staff members were also stunned on the spot, staring blankly ahead. They too had seen the welcome message of the weird tales at the same time. Then there was the man who had just finished ordering, holding his ticket, standing in shock, having forgotten to move. In fact, most people in the shop at this moment were young. For them, the term weird tales was not unfamiliar, but no one would have imagined that at this moment, in this current scenario, they themselves would encounter it. Ultimately, everyone's initial reaction was actually the same as Wei-an's when he first encountered the Don't Look Back weird tales. Of course, for Wei-an, who had already experienced it a second time, he no longer felt this surprise or whiny sensation. The Weird Tales information for Bubble Tea quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. Weird Tales, Bubble Tea. Level, F. Type, Multiplayer, Occasional. Event description: a tragic car accident once occurred on the street outside the Greenleaf Tea House, where a group of pedestrians on the sidewalk were hit head-on by an out-of-control large truck. The accident resulted in 5 deaths and 8 injuries, and one of the deceased had a ruptured skull, with an eyeball squeezed out and never found. And now, he has come looking for it. Main mission: within 5 minutes, find that eyeball and return it to the deceased. Otherwise, for every 5 minutes that pass, he will dig out one person's eyeball. Main mission reward: 100 energy points. Hidden mission: yes. When this information appeared, the tea house fell into a brief silence, but soon, the petite girl among the four had already started crying, and her body could be seen trembling uncontrollably. Everyone else also looked distraught, their faces pale. The two servers behind the counter were stiff at this moment, feeling as if they were dreaming. However, even now, Wei-an still didn't know how these weird tales were triggered. Could it be related to the heavy rain outside? Looking around, the street was now dead silent. Apart from the pouring rain, even the other storefronts facing the street were all tightly shut, as if they had never been open. At this moment, this place already belonged to the world of weird tales. The last man to order, holding his ticket, slowly sat opposite Wei Yan as if unconscious, letting the sporadic raindrops from outside the shop fall on his back and shoulders. No, there are no weird tales, this is all fake, everything will be fine as long as I go out. One of the four, a man in a coffee-colored tracksuit, suddenly stood up. At a moment when no one was paying attention, he mumbled incoherently and quickly rushed out of the tea house. Unexpectedly, just as he ran out, a vintage red truck suddenly sped by, with a loud screech of brakes, but it still knocked down the man in the coffee-colored tracksuit and ran over him without stopping. With a bang, something burst, and everyone in the tea house froze, completely unresponsive. He Xiaodong. The petite girl was still sitting and trembling, not getting up. Only the fashionably dressed girl and another male companion, while shouting the name of the man who ran out, quickly rushed to the shop entrance and peered out onto the street. Under the heavy rain, the large truck had already stopped leaning against the curb. Due to the violent braking, all four wheels were smoking. The man who had just run out was lying under the truck's front right wheel, his upper body already a mess of mud, but his lower body was still twitching. Ah! The fashionably dressed girl was so scared her face turned pale, and she covered her mouth, trembling all over. Her male companion beside her was also trembling, his face incredibly pale, his gaze fixed on the constantly twitching legs not far away. Click, the truck door opened, and a man, presumably the truck driver, jumped out of the vehicle. The pouring rain quickly soaked him completely. However, the truck driver did not look down at the corpse at his feet but raised his head, looking in the direction of the tea house, staring at the man and woman standing at the entrance. The truck driver's eyes were blood red, and soon bright red liquid was washed out of his eye sockets by the rain. He parted his lips in a smile and then walked towards the tea house. Close the door, quick! Close the door, quick! Close the door. The man and woman, badly frightened by this scene, immediately retreated into the tea house. The man turned his head and frantically yelled at the staff members. Before the staff could react, Wei Yan had already stood up and slammed down the electric button for the rolling shutter door right by the door. But he did not lean out to look at the accident scene. It wasn't that he was afraid to see some bloody and terrifying scene, but rather that if he leaned out, the rain would definitely wet his texture perm, which he had managed to style so well today. The truck driver had not run, but walked through the rain at a normal pace. Soon the rolling shutter door reached the ground. Just as the door closed, the guy outside reached the entrance, punched the rolling shutter door fiercely, and at the same time, a low growl was heard. At the same moment, a countdown appeared before everyone's eyes in the shop, starting a 5-minute timer from this moment. 5 to 4:59, 4:58 to 4:57, 4:56. Thanks to Lin Mingda, Hua Qingli, and Xia Boju for the rewards. Thanks for all the votes. Upon seeing the constantly decreasing time, everyone knew that the 5-minute countdown indicated in the Weird Tales information had begun. But at this moment, at least more than half of the 7 people in the shop were confused, which was one of the reasons why so many people couldn't survive in the initial stages of Weird Tales. They had to quickly focus all their attention on solving the problem of finding the eyeball. With this thought, Wei Yan immediately cleared his throat, preparing to help these people adjust quickly and adapt to the Weird Tales. He spoke, "It seems we really have encountered weird tales now. Just now, I noticed that not only were there no pedestrians sheltering from the rain on the street outside, but even other shops were all closed. This place should already be a strange tale world, and no longer the world we usually live in." Because of their inner fear and the recent tragic death of a companion before their eyes, the others didn't know what to say at this moment, only looking at him. After a pause, Wei Yan continued, "The countdown has already begun. Our most urgent task is to first find that eyeball." Yes, find the eyeball first. We must find the eyeball immediately." The 22 or 23-year-old shop assistant who had just taken the order loudly echoed. She was the first to recover. "First, check yourselves, your pockets, handbags, next to your body, and so on, to see if you have the eyeball mentioned in the task," Wei Yan said. Then he said to the 2 shop assistants behind the counter, "If you don't find it after searching, then pour out the pearls that we're just used to. Make the bubble tea and check if an eyeball was mixed in." Ah! The 2 shop assistants were stunned. In fact, if one were a little more observant, they could guess the clue from the name of this Weird Tales, bubble tea. The main task was to find the eyeball of the car accident victim, so this eyeball might be in a hidden location, and this location must be able to perfectly conceal it. So, with a little thought, it would naturally be among the pearl ingredients for making bubble tea. The older shop assistant reacted again and immediately nodded. "Yes, Xiaoyi, pour the freshly opened bag of pearls into the filtering basin and look carefully." The others also heard the conversation and felt that Wei Yan's thought process was quite unique, but they also felt that doing so seemed to be the correct approach, because among the items in the bubble tea shop that could most easily conceal an eyeball without being noticed, pearls were definitely at the top of the list. Are there any more pearls in the storage room? Wei-in asked. Yes, there are more than 10 vacuum-sealed, refrigerated bags, the younger shop assistant replied, 3 bags of amber pearls, 2 bags of matcha pearls, black pearls. Black pearls, mainly look for black pearls, Wei-in emphasized. Because among all the pearls, only black pearls were closest to an eyeball. Matcha or amber-colored pearls could almost be distinguished at a glance if one was different. Of course, a real eyeball would definitely be larger than these pearls, and if observed carefully, it could still be identified by sight alone. Before long, the others in the shop had all searched themselves. At this time, the petite woman had stopped crying, but 2 tears still hung on her face, and her whole body was trembling. As for the fashionably dressed woman, after searching once, her gaze suddenly fixed on the man who had been at the same table as Wei-in earlier, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Wenhua, it's you." The man named Zhou Wenhua apparently knew her. At this moment, he slightly raised his head, but did not greet the woman. Instead, he showed a bitter smile and turned his gaze to the male companion next to her. "Are you stalking me?" the woman demanded. Earlier, her seat was facing away from the shop entrance. Later, when the weird tales occurred, and she was distracted by the car accident, she returned to her seat in the shop. Only after calming down did she notice the man named Zhou Wenhua. Zhou Wenhua did not answer, but instead continued to stare at the man sitting next to the woman, his eyes already carrying a hint of hatred. 2 more minutes. Wei-in reminded. Zhou Wenhua was startled and immediately replied, "I just looked, I didn't see any eyeballs here." The fashionably dressed woman and her male companion spoke simultaneously, "We didn't find it." The petite woman also shook her head. Xiao Yi, the younger shop assistant behind the counter, looked up and said to the older shop assistant, "Fang Jie, nothing here, nothing in the filtering basin." "Bring out all the other unopened pearls," Wei-in asked. Then he prepared to go directly into the storage room behind the counter. "I'll get them, you won't find them." The shop assistant named Fang Jie immediately opened the storage room door and walked in. "Everyone come over and help." Wei-in saw that the young people were in a very bad state. Not only were they confused, but there also seemed to be some emotional entanglement among them. Moreover, it seemed that the petite woman was greatly affected by the scene of her male companion, presumably her boyfriend, abandoning her to escape, only to be crushed to death by the truck. In these short few minutes, it seemed impossible for her to recover. Wei-in believed that if he hadn't also been in the weird tales this time, these people would have been completely wiped out. And given the current situation, he also didn't know how many people would die here. The shop assistant named Fang Jie now seemed the most reliable. She quickly hurried out of the storage room, holding 5 bags of black pearls, calling out, "There's no time, everyone come quickly and help search." These black pearls were more popular in bubble tea shops compared to amber pearls or matcha pearls. They were usually made of starch, and more of them were usually stocked than other pearls, so searching for them would definitely take some time. The fashionably dressed woman and her male companion, as well as the petite woman, remained indifferent. Zhou Wenhua, who was suspected of following the woman, stood up and quickly walked over. Wei-in had the shop assistants open the sealed bags of black pearls and pour them into 4 different containers, making it easier for everyone to search separately. However, shortly after the black pearls were poured into the containers, the countdown showed that 5 minutes had passed. The busy people stopped one by one. Wei-in stood in front of the counter, where a small basin containing some black pearls was placed. He had been searching. While searching, Wei-in had already opened the plot editor in his mind. However, this time he found that running the editor to deduce the plot was no longer free. It required him to charge energy points into it. Just now, he tried to charge 10 points. Since he activated the search tales function with 100 energy points, Wei-in only had 100 points left. At this moment, he had to be frugal, in case he needed them later. To his surprise, the editor did not respond. There was no other way. Wei-in charged energy again, but only 10 points each time. It wasn't until 50 points were charged that the plot deduction button could finally be pressed again. It seemed that in the future, 50 points would be needed to initiate a deduction. It was unclear whether consuming these 50 points would allow continuous plot deduction in that weird tales, or if a single consumption only allowed 1 deduction. And this time, the deduced plot seemed to be only 1 segment. Analyzing host's experienced plot. Based on the host's experienced plot, the next possible plot has been deduced. Plot: the first 5-minute countdown quickly ends. Although some of you have been busy, you haven't even seen a shadow of that eyeball. The first victim appears. She was the most active in the first round of searching for the eyeball, but unfortunately, fate is always so unfair. and misfortune strikes her. First, she gouges out her own eyeball, then swallows it. Immediately, she extends her right index finger and points at you, saying in an incredibly eerie tone, "You do not belong here." Probability of this plot occurring, 95%. Thanks to Shaboju, Heli and you, and that coconut for the rewards. The one who was most active? Wei-in paused for a moment after reading the plot deduction, then, as the countdown ended, he immediately looked at the employee behind the counter, a woman named Fong Jia, who was about his age. If he had to say who was the most active during the first 5 minutes, it would have to be her, and she was also the quickest to recover from being caught in the weird tales, faster than any of the other young people. At that moment, Fong Jia happened to be standing by the counter's entrance. Wei-in pushed open the counter door, rushed in 2 steps, and grabbed Fong Jia's hands. Fong Jia was startled by his actions and stood rooted to the spot, letting him hold her, not moving. However, just as Wei-in restrained Fong Jia, another employee, Xiao Yi, who was standing behind Fong Jia, let out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone's gaze turned to her, only to see Xiao Yi's hands pressed tightly against her face, her index fingers already dug into her eye sockets, blood gushing out in a horrifying scene. From the looks of it, Xiao Yi's hands seemed completely out of her control. Even as she struggled violently, knocking over various containers, cups, and spoons nearby, her 2 index fingers remained firmly embedded in her eye sockets. Plop, plop. 2 objects fell to the ground. No one dared to look closely. The hearts of the other people present pounded violently, and the petite woman even covered her eyes directly. The person who dug out her own eyeballs wasn't this Fong Jie? Wei-in only then realized. Initially, he thought the most active person just now should have been Fong Jia, but it turned out to be Xiao Yi, who had been diligently searching for eyeballs among the pearls. However, upon closer thought, although Xiao Yi's reaction wasn't as quick as Fong Jia's, she had indeed been searching for eyeballs among the pearls from the very beginning. You? Suddenly, Xiao Yi, who had gouged out her eyeballs, raised her right hand and pointed her index finger at Wei-in, who was not far away. She couldn't see anything, yet it was as if she could see everything. You don't belong here. Xiao Yi's lips moved, and she gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged at Wei-in. Wei-in was already prepared. He pulled Fong Jia behind him, casually grabbed an empty thermos from behind the counter, and slammed it onto Xiao Yi's head as she lunged. The woman lost her balance and fell heavily by the storage room door. Wei-in rushed over, bent down, grabbed her feet, and directly shoved her into the storage room, then quickly closed the door. The key, lock this door, he said, turning his back against the storage room door and instructing Fong Jia. After Fong Jia locked the door, Wei-in moved away from the storage room door and emerged from behind the counter. He was now holding the ice chisel in his hand. This item could only be used in the weird tales, and upon returning to the real world, although he could see the ice chisel in his mind, he couldn't retrieve it no matter what. Clutching the knife, Wei-in's tone was stern. He first smoothed his hair, then shouted at the others, "Anyone who doesn't want to be the second person to dig out their own eyes, go to the pearls, and find eyeballs now, immediately, right this instant." The countdown that had just stopped now resumed, starting over. The fashionably dressed woman, her male companion, and the petite woman subconsciously stood up, their faces showing both lingering fear and evident apprehension towards Wei-in, especially after seeing Wei-in even pull out a knife from behind the counter. Only Fong Jia seemed a bit puzzled. She remembered that the shop had never bought an ice chisel. Meanwhile, the man named Zhou Wenhuo remained silent, diligently searching for eyeballs in the basin in front of him. This time, they didn't really need Wei-in's reminder. They would have started searching for eyeballs quickly anyway, because with Xiao Yi's terrifying experience fresh in their minds, no one wanted to be the next to gouge out their own eyes. Thumping sounds came from the storage room door, which was being intermittently struck by the now irrational Xiao Yi. And outside the milk tea shop's rolling shutter door, the terrifying truck driver was also striking the door erratically. Each strike left an inward dent, showing just how terrifying his strength was. Those who had been dazed earlier now understood that to complete the weird tales, they had to find the eyeballs as quickly as possible, no matter how scared they were. If they searched any slower, the next person to lose their eyeballs might be themselves. Before long, all the poured-out black pearls had been searched, but nothing was found. Wei-in asked Fong Jia, "Are all the black pearls here? Are there any missing?" Fong Jia said, "They're all here. We don't bring in too much at once to maintain the freshness of the pearls. All other pearls, whether amber or matcha, must be searched," Wei-in suggested. "Also, every corner of this shop, including all the cabinets inside the counter, must be searched." The others quickly began searching every corner of the shop. Zhou Wenhuo and the petite woman were responsible for all the drawers and cabinets inside the counter, opening and emptying every container, fearing they might miss something. Meanwhile, the fashionably dressed woman and her male companion meticulously searched other areas outside the counter, even crouching under tables and using their fingers to probe wall corners, trying to find something. Fang Jia called Wei Yan, and originally, the two were preparing to open the storage room door to try searching inside, including the bags of amber and matcha pearls. Because by then, Xiao Yi, who was locked in the storage room, seemed to have stopped banging on the door, possibly having fainted from excessive blood loss. Fang Jia nudged Wei Yan, noticing he seemed a bit dazed. Then she saw Wei Yan shake his head and say, "No need to go in and search. There's nothing inside. The eyeball isn't in the storage room." Just now, Wei Yan had pressed the plot deduction button on the plot editor again, and he found that the second plot deduction did not require re-injecting 50 energy points. It seemed that in each Weird Tales, only one activation of plot deduction was enough. As long as the Weird Tales hadn't ended, plot deduction should remain usable. However, this second plot hint was still only one segment, and its content made Wei Yan feel incredibly horrified. Plot: the second 5-minute countdown ends. Although everyone tried hard to search this time, even searching through all kinds of pearls, the eyeball was still not found. The misfortune of the second punishment fell upon Song Ying. This woman is very special and extremely good at hiding. After a hint appeared that only she could see, she hardened her heart and, one step ahead, used a straw from the table to dig out the right eye of her best friend, Jiang Shui, who was beside her. The outcome was indeed changed. Song Ying's misfortune was transferred to Jiang Shui, and she remained unharmed. But besides you and the shop owner Chen Fong, everyone else is defending Song Ying, including her new boyfriend, and that simp. This plot has an 80% chance of occurring. Thanks to all the readers for your generous tips and votes. Just a quick note, future updates will be scheduled for 8:08 a.m. and 12:08 p.m. daily, 2 updates per day, with additional updates announced separately. Don't ask why it's 8, it's for good luck. _intersection. Oha. Song Ying was the stylish woman who had seemingly found a new boyfriend and was planning to watch a movie with him. And Jiang Shui was the petite woman whose face was constantly streaked with tears. Wei Yan had originally intended to use plot deduction to find out in advance if their plan to find the eyeball would be successful. What he didn't expect was that, besides discovering that he and Fang Jia had entered the storage room to search for other pearls and still couldn't find them, the seemingly two-timing Song Ying's methods would be so ruthless. After the second 5-minute round ended, the original victim, Song Ying, would instantly transform into an aggressor, transferring the misfortune that had befallen her onto her best friend, Jiang Shui, in an extremely brutal manner. At this moment, everyone was searching diligently, and the staff member, Chen Fong, was also patting Wei Yan's shoulder, urging him to stay alert. Because Chen Fong had also realized that the most reliable person in the tea house at this moment was only Wei Yan, they might only be able to escape the Weird Tales by relying on Wei Yan. "I'm fine, Fang Jia." Wei Yan shook his head, then turned to Jiang Shui and said, "Come here, let me search your bag again." Chen Fong was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Wei Yan wasn't going to the storage room anymore, but instead wanted to search Jiang Shui's small satchel again. Besides, everyone had already rummaged through their belongings just now, so there was no reason they would overlook something as terrifying as an eyeball. Jiang Shui was also puzzled, but she still approached Wei Yan and handed her satchel to him. At this point, the countdown was nearing its end, and everyone except Wei Yan became anxious again. Chen Fong's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed to the 4 cups of bubble tea on the table where the 4 people were sitting, saying, "And there, they all ordered black bubble tea, and their cups haven't been searched yet." Hearing this, Song Ying and her unacknowledged new boyfriend immediately returned to the table. The two quickly tore open the paper seals on the teacups, poured the 4 cups of bubble tea directly onto the tabletop, and sifted through the spilled black pearls with their hands. "Nothing, no eyeball," the man said, looking up. Song Ying looked again, just to be sure. As she raised her head to speak, the countdown ended. Then Song Ying suddenly froze. Wei Yan knew that she must have seen the text prompt indicating her becoming the second victim immediately. Song Ying's expression changed rapidly. At this moment, time seemed to stretch on forever, yet also felt very, very short. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, grabbed one of the thick straws scattered on the tabletop, and aimed the sharp end at her boyfriend's eye, thrusting it forward. This man was not like Jiang Shui. His reaction was much quicker. He stepped back half a pace, pressing against the wall, and at the same time, reached out and grabbed Song Ying's wrist, which was holding the straw. "What are you doing?" The man looked terrified, and before he could finish speaking, he saw Song Ying's face twist. Missing the optimal moment to transfer it to someone else meant that Song Ying's body was no longer under her control. Twisting her wrist, her face contorted, she immediately tried to stab the straw into her own eye socket, but the man held her arm tightly, preventing her from succeeding. Song Ying immediately tried to gouge out her own eyeball with her other hand, but the man was quick-witted and grabbed it, simultaneously calling out to her anxiously. Song Ying began to scream madly, completely losing her sanity, unable to hear anything. The next second, she violently slammed her head downwards, her eye socket hitting the sharp corner of the chair back. She instantly became still and stopped struggling. A moment later, a burst of laughter came from Song Ying's mouth. Everyone watched her actions, their faces filled with terror. Song Ying slowly raised her head, her mouth stretched into a grin as she laughed. Her right eye socket was completely sunken in, a bloody mess inside, nothing visible, but it was clear that the eyeball had been destroyed. Grab her hands, don't let go, Wei An reminded. Soon, everyone used Song Ying's own backpack straps to tie her hands behind her back. Zhou Wenhua took Song Ying from the man's hands, cradling her in his arms, his expression filled with grief, tears streaming down his face as he gently brushed away the hair covering Song Ying's forehead. According to plot deduction, this guy had played the role of a devoted admirer to the extreme. Song Ying initially continued to laugh with a bizarre expression, but gradually her consciousness began to fade until she stopped moving, her fate exactly the same as Xiao Yi, the staff member currently locked in the storage room. The third round of countdown began again at this moment. Although everyone was terrified, they dared not delay any longer. After the countdown began, Song Ying's new boyfriend, with a fierce expression, immediately asked Wei An and Zhou Wenhua, "What kind of bubble tea did you two order?" "They didn't order any pearls," Chen Feng said. "They ordered one pudding and one cheese foam green tea, and neither of them has been made yet." "Where exactly is this eyeball?" Wei An muttered, looking down. It seemed there was nowhere left to hide an eyeball. Of course, if the eyeball was hidden behind a wall in the tea house, or in the ceiling's false floor, they would never find it. So it was impossible for the eyeball to be hidden in such a tricky spot. Weird tales also have underlying rules. If the eyeball were hidden somewhere requiring digging 3 feet deep and using special equipment to find, then the appearance of this weird tales would be meaningless. Wei An guessed that he should be able to activate plot deduction 1 or 2 more times, because in the previous weird tales of Don't Look Back, each time he activated plot deduction, he could deduce roughly 3 plot segments. In this weird tales, each deduction only yielded 1 segment, so if the energy consumption wasn't too high, he could complete a 4th or even 5th plot deduction. Could it be that the eyeball was originally in the prepared bubble tea, but one of those 4 young people drank it? As this thought arose, Wei An immediately dismissed it. After all, an eyeball is quite large. Even if its shape resembles a black pearl, there's a clear difference, and even the most careless person wouldn't swallow it haphazardly. Upon closer thought, it seemed that his approach had been wrong from the very beginning of the Green Leaf Tea House Weird Tales. The eyeball wasn't necessarily hidden in the pearls, or even in ingredients or additives related to bubble tea. Where was the problem? Wei An felt like he had grasped something, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. He ignored the countdown in front of him and sat down on a stool, pressing the plot deduction button in his mind again. He wanted to use plot deduction to sort things out and figure out what he had overlooked. Unexpectedly, this time 2 plot segments appeared. Plot 1, not long after the third round of countdown began, the lights in the tea house suddenly went out. It seemed the circuit had been cut due to a thunderstorm. The entire shop plunged into darkness, and everyone was terrified, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, you heard the storage room door open, and footsteps moved behind the counter, then disappeared. Soon, you felt someone approaching you. A cold finger touched your body. You shivered, stood up to dodge, but bumped right into someone. You fell backward, and that person landed on top of you, reaching out to grope your face, then found your eyes. Probability of this plot occurring, 90%. Plot 2, just as that finger was about to gouge out your eye, you kicked the person away in advance. The person knocked over others, and screams quickly erupted from that direction. At the same time, you heard Zhou Wenhua's voice calling out Song Ying in terror, as if Song Ying, who had just been in his arms, was now gone. A burst of laughter suddenly rang in your ear, identical to the sound Song Ying made. She had appeared beside you at some point, leaning into your ear and whispering, "Intruder, did you hide my eye?" Probability of this plot occurring, 70%. At this moment, Wei An finally understood that he was defined as an intruder in this weird tale. Ultimately, he shouldn't have appeared in this weird tale in the first place. Even without him in the milk tea shop, others would still fall into the weird tale once the conditions were met. Wei An remembered that when he first entered the weird tale, his welcome message didn't contain the words participant, but rather a series of ellipses. This indicated that he was not truly recognized in this weird tale. He just didn't know if he would receive the weird tale's reward if he completed it. However, on second thought, although he wasn't a true participant, since he could see all the weird tale information, it meant that if he completed the weird tale, he would still be eligible for the reward. He just needed to be careful of other, more terrifying things happening, or more dangerous situations befalling him. But Wayan knew very well that he definitely didn't have any hidden eyeballs on him, except for the two dark, shiny, crystal clear, deep, and sharp eyes that originally belonged to him in his eye sockets. Next, this milk tea shop would be plunged into darkness due to a power outage, which made Wayan even more puzzled. It was important to remember that with the lights on, none of them could find the eyeball, and now the rolling shutter door was down. If the lights went out, there would be no light at all. In such a situation, let alone finding the eyeball, even finding the exit would be difficult. Connecting these points, Wayan felt that the clues he couldn't grasp before now seemed to be becoming clearer and clearer. He immediately turned to look at both sides of the rolling shutter door. Just then, the lights in the milk tea shop suddenly began to flicker, and after flickering twice, they abruptly went out. Power outage? Chen Fong's surprised voice rang out, sounding like she was not far from Wayan. Zhou Wenjun was still holding Song Ying, not saying a word. Chang Jun, Jiang Xiaoyi. The two remaining people from the group of four who came together, Jiang Xiaoyi and Chang Jun, both called out each other's names in fear when the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. It was unclear if the two of them had moved closer to each other based on the sound, but the next second, a slight thud came from behind the counter, sounding as if the storeroom door had opened and hit the corner of the nearest cabinet door. Don't make a sound, Chen Fong immediately whispered. A faint, dragging footsteps sounded from the storeroom door, sounding as if Xiao Yi, who had been locked inside, had come out. Xiao Yi's eyes were bleeding profusely, her body had lost control, and her life was now uncertain. So, in this eerie situation, it was impossible for her to open the door and walk out so clearly and silently. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they were all too scared to even breathe. The footsteps didn't go far behind the counter. When they appeared again, they were already outside the counter, sounding next to the round table. When the lights went out just now, Jiang Xiaoyi and Chang Jun were the closest, while Zhou Wenjun was holding Song Ying, sitting on a stool, with Song Ying's legs resting on an adjacent stool. When Zhou Wenjun heard the footsteps right beside him, he shivered in fear, hugged Song Ying tightly, held his breath, and managed not to make a sound. But the next second, Zhou Wenjun suddenly felt Song Ying in his arms move. Her head, which had been resting on his thigh, turned slightly. He. A chilling laugh came from the direction of that head, scaring Zhou Wenjun so much that his legs trembled. He pushed Song Ying forward with his arms, then abruptly stood up, desperately trying to squeeze himself into the corner of the wall. On the other side, the footsteps that came out from the counter were slowly approaching Wei Yan's position, where he had been sitting close to the small square table by the door. Before long, a cold finger groped towards where Wei Yan had been. However, the owner of the finger soon discovered that the chair where someone had been sitting was now empty, and Wei Yan was nowhere to be seen. Inside the milk tea shop, the footsteps started moving again, and there was an additional sound of something crawling on the floor. Only Zhou Wenjun recognized the crawling sound. It should be Song Ying. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyi, who was holding Chang Jun's right hand, suddenly felt her hand loosen, and Chang Jun beside her simultaneously let out a scream. Jiang Xiaoyi was completely stunned with fear, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. She then realized that since Chang Jun, who was closest to her, was in danger, the place she was standing was also no longer safe. She immediately retreated, but who knew that after only 3 or 4 steps back, she tripped over someone who was squatting, her body falling backward, and she slammed against the rolling shutter door with a clang. The next second, the rolling shutter door was suddenly opened by the squatting person, making a harsh clattering sound. The rolling shutter door could be operated electrically when powered, but when the power was out, it could still be opened manually. The one who opened the door was none other than Wei Yan. After the power outage, Wei Yan quickly moved his position, causing Xiao Yi, who was trying to find him, the intruder, in the dark, to miss, and he also dodged Song Ying, who was crawling on the ground. Just now, when Wei Yan squatted down to open the door, he tripped Jiang Xiaoyi, who was retreating, but it wasn't a big problem. Jiang Xiaoyi quickly steadied herself by leaning on the wall. At this moment, the darkness inside the milk tea shop was swept away as the rolling shutter door opened, and Wei Yan, holding the ice chisel, quickly moved outside the door. Everyone noticed that after the darkness in the shop was dispelled, Xiao Yi, who had been walking, and Song Ying, who had been crawling, were now lying motionless on the ground again. It seemed that only in the dark were they driven by some eerie force. Underneath Song Ying, her new boyfriend Chang Jun was pressed, his head seemed to have been gnawed, bloody and mangled, and he was twitching, his fate unknown. Wei Yan had been on high alert for a sudden attack from the truck driver, but after opening the door, he found no one outside. The truck was still parked on the curb, and beneath its wheels was still the corpse whose upper body was a bloody mess, but the truck driver was still nowhere to be seen. Don't go out! Chen Fong anxiously shouted to Wei Yan from inside the shop. because the man named He Xiaodong had been run over and killed by a speeding truck after running out of the milk tea shop. So Chen Fong was worried that Wei Yan would also suffer the same fate if he left the milk tea shop. Wei Yan shook his head at her. It's fine, I think as long as I don't go beyond the area He Xiaodong ran through, nothing should happen. As he spoke, he turned to look at He Xiaodong's corpse lying on the ground not far away. There was one thing he didn't say, which was, if I have to find He Xiaodong to find the eyeball, then nothing will happen to me if I leave the milk tea shop right now. Wei Yan understood that he had miscalculated from the very beginning of the weird tale, mainly because he had overlooked He Xiaodong, who had suddenly run out. If the eyeball had been on He Xiaodong from the start, everyone in the milk tea shop would have searched in vain, no matter how thoroughly they looked. You have 3 more minutes. Be careful not to let this rolling shutter door close, and don't let yourselves be in the dark. After Wei Yan reminded the people in the shop, he held the ice chisel in his hand, cautiously observing his surroundings, and carefully walked towards He Xiaodong's corpse through the heavy rain. Thanks to Zi Yuan Zhu Ge, Yun Jianhua Wu, Mo Zero Jian, and Yang Chaoyue, my lifelong love, for their generosity. And thanks to all the old readers for their character rewards. The characters have been added. Everyone can go show their support. Currently, the only people left in the bubble tea shop were the employee Chen Fong, the petite woman Jiang Shui, and Zhou Wenhua, who was huddled in the corner. The others were either injured or dead, with blood splattered everywhere on the ground, a truly gruesome sight. Chen Fong quickly pulled out her phone. She hadn't dared to turn it on in the dark earlier, fearing that if the monstrosity had possessed Xiao Yi and Song Ying, she would be immediately attacked if she exposed her phone. However, she now realized that even though her phone still had plenty of battery life, it wouldn't respond no matter how many times she pressed the buttons. It was clear that phones were unusable in this weird tales. Following Wei Yan's suggestion, Chen Fong, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Wenhua unconsciously moved to the shop entrance and stood there. The area was well lit, making it easier for them to escape quickly if Xiao Yi and Song Ying were to wake up. Of course, the probability of those two waking up at this moment was minuscule. Wei Yan quickly approached He Xiaodong's corpse. The pouring rain had already drenched him, but it still couldn't mask the strong smell of blood. After checking the surroundings for any danger, Wei Yan crouched down and reached into He Xiaodong's jacket pocket, fumbling around. He Xiaodong's upper body was disfigured beyond recognition. Wei Yan had to suppress the urge to vomit several times during the process, forcing himself to look away from the gory, mangled areas. The third round countdown had 2 minutes left. Just then, Chen Fong's voice suddenly came from the bubble tea shop entrance not far behind him. Look out! Wei Yan turned his head to see the truck driver, who had appeared behind him at some point. The man's eyes were pitch black, with blood continuously flowing from his eye sockets, and he raised his fist, slamming it down hard on Wei Yan's back. The truck driver's fist was incredibly hard, capable of denting a rolling shutter door with a single punch, so Wei Yan dared not take the blow head-on. He immediately rolled to the side, and the fist slammed heavily onto He Xiaodong's thigh, producing a cracking sound as the leg instantly fractured. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yan quickly stood up and took cover behind the truck's cab. He pressed his back tightly against the cab, clutching the ice chisel firmly in his hand, his knuckles white. Wei Yan knew that if the truck driver were to turn around the cab to pursue him, he could definitely strike the opponent with a single blow the moment he turned. However, deep down, Wei Yan had a feeling that he shouldn't harm the driver. Not only should he not harm him, but he should also avoid confronting him. He quickly turned and went around the cab, pulled open the driver's side door from the outside, and then climbed into the driver's seat. Just as Wei Yan rounded the cab, the truck driver indeed quickly pursued him to the front of the truck, following Wei Yan's escape path and pulling open the driver's side door. Wei Yan had already scrambled to the passenger seat. The truck driver's face was contorted in a ferocious grin as he frantically climbed into the driver's seat, reaching out to grab Wei Yan. Wei Yan was a step ahead, opening the passenger side door and desperately squeezing himself out of the truck, but his right leg was still caught by the truck driver. Wei Yan instinctively wanted to stab the truck driver's wrist with the ice chisel, but after a slight hesitation, he held back, only kicking hard with the grabbed foot. Leg strength was always considerably greater. Wei Yan kicked fiercely, breaking free from the truck driver's grip with one kick, but due to the excessive force, he also fell out of the open passenger side door. The truck door was about a meter from the ground, so falling from that height was harmless, but he happened to land on He Xiaodong's corpse, getting blood and some muddy, fleshy grime all over himself. Wei Yan had already searched He Xiaodong's clothes and pants earlier, finding nothing. Seizing this opportunity, he simply grabbed He Xiaodong's corpse with both hands and forcefully rolled most of his body over. Inside the truck's cab above, the truck driver let out a low growl that cut through the dense rain, his body leaning into the cab, reaching out to grab Wei Yan's head, looking like a wild beast. Wei Yan had just finished turning He Xiaodong's corpse over, and as far as his eyes could see, he didn't find anything resembling an eyeball. He even tore off the buttons on He Xiaodong's clothes, just in case he was hallucinating and mistook an eyeball for a button. His body sank, his hair almost grabbed by the truck driver. Wei Yan couldn't afford to worry about that anymore, because the countdown had only 1 minute left and was about to end. Although he had already guessed that as an intruder, the person to be punished after each countdown would not include him, perhaps he would be the last one. For now, one less victim was one less. Wei Yan's gaze fixed on the shattered skull in front of him. He remembered Chen Feng saying that He Xiaodong's 4 companions had all ordered black bubble tea, and all 4 had drunk it. The name of this Weird Tales was Bubble Tea, and the rules of the Weird Tales were set and would not change, so the eyeball might have been in He Xiaodong's cup of bubble tea, but others had already searched, and it wasn't in the teacup. If it wasn't in the teacup, then it was highly likely that He Xiaodong had already. The eyeball is a size larger than an ordinary black pearl. Although it can be sucked out through a large straw, it's impossible for the person involved not to notice it once it enters their mouth. Wei Yan's mind raced. Perhaps He Xiaodong had just sucked in the eyeball at the beginning of the Weird Tales, but everyone was scared senseless by the appearance of the Weird Tales at that time. He Xiaodong was no exception, so even if there was something unusual in his mouth, he didn't notice it for a short period. Wei Yan further recalled that at the time, He Xiaodong was talking and running out of the shop, his words unclear, clearly indicating something in his mouth. The countdown was getting closer. Wei Yan no longer cared about the mess. He directly reached his hand into the torn, gaping mouth and immediately grabbed a round object. At the same moment, Wei Yan's hair tightened, finally grabbed by the truck driver, and he was pulled up. Rapid and heavy breathing approached. The truck driver jumped out of the cab, now almost deranged. But Wei Yan didn't use the ice chisel on him. Instead, he held the round object he was clutching in front of him, opening his palm to reveal a pitch black, spherical bead that didn't look like a human eyeball. Here, I found your eyeball. 028. At this moment, the countdown stopped. In fact, Wei Yan had already guessed the truck driver's identity just now. First, there were no eyeballs visible in the man's eye sockets, and then he had been lingering at the bubble tea shop entrance, hostile towards everyone in the bubble tea shop, his purpose likely being to retrieve something that belonged to him. Wei Yan was still being held by his hair by the truck driver, his textured perm, famous among neighbors and friends, now a bird's nest. He was not only watching the truck driver but also keeping an eye on the 3 people at the bubble tea shop entrance, wondering if they had noticed his completely messed up hairstyle. Holding Wei Yan's hair, the truck driver's angry face gradually calmed down, and he extended his other hand, taking the black bead from Wei Yan's hand. The next second, the truck driver inserted the bead into his left eye socket, emitting an unpleasant squeezing sound during the process. He didn't know what text appeared before the others, but Wei Yan quickly saw the familiar text, only with some differences from before. Congratulations, you have completed F-rank Weird Tales, Bubble Tea. Remaining time for the 3rd round countdown, 28 seconds. The subsequent 2 rounds of countdown have been terminated. Personal result evaluation, normal completion. Main quest reward, 100 energy points. Acquired items, none. Hidden quest not completed. Wei Yan's head felt lighter. The truck driver finally let go of his hair, but it was now oddly styled. The other 3 survivors at the bubble tea shop entrance were all staring into the void in front of them, clearly shocked that they had actually passed the Weird Tales and received their respective rewards. Before long, Chen Feng, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Wenhua disappeared simultaneously, followed by Song Ying, Chang Jun, Xiao Yi, and He Xiaodong, who were lying on the ground, also disappearing. However, these latter 4 likely remained in corpse form after leaving the Weird Tales. But Wei Yan did not disappear. He stood in place with a bewildered expression, while the text in front of him changed again. Intruder, you are about to face the only monstrosity in this Weird Tales, the no-eyed man. Please prepare yourself. After knowing he was an intruder, Wei Yan had already expected that he wouldn't leave so easily. Upon seeing this text, he immediately gripped his ice chisel, sporting a bird's nest haircut, and said, I should have known. This monstrosity is called no-eyed man instead of simply blind man because even though he has no eyes, he can still see. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have chased Wei Yan so frantically around the truck cab just now. And Wei Yan had also noticed that the eyeball he found didn't look normal at all. It seemed slightly smaller than a regular human eyeball and was a bit chewy/bouncy. This wasn't a normal person's eyeball, but an eyeball belonging to a monstrosity. Intruder. After the text in front of him disappeared, the truck driver, the no-eyed man, who had turned away, suddenly stopped and then turned back again. At this moment, one of his eye sockets was still empty, while the other had the eyeball he had just inserted. This slightly smaller eyeball was pulsating rhythmically in his eye socket, as if alive, but whether it could see was another matter. The no-eyed man's face, which had originally calmed down from anger, once again showed fury, his features contorted, and with that pulsating eyeball, he looked even more bizarre. He charged at Wei-Yan rapidly, and when Wei-Yan realized he couldn't exit the weird tales normally, he had already opened the plot editor. Fortunately, he could perform plot deduction one more time. And this time, there was only one segment. Plot: as an intruder, you have been temporarily restricted from leaving by the Weird Tales rules, and the no-eyed man wants to dig out both of your eyeballs and eat them. You try to deal with the no-eyed man with the ice chisel in your hand, but upon stabbing his body, you find that the ice chisel causes him very little damage. You resist desperately, fighting and retreating, wanting to stab the no-eyed man multiple times with the ice chisel to turn his minor injuries into fatal ones, but the plan fails. The no-eyed man completely ignores the knife wounds on his body. After being stabbed 3 times, he closes in on you and violently presses your head to the ground. Pop! You seem to hear something crack, and your consciousness instantly vanishes. This plot has a 95% probability of occurring. The ice chisel can't kill him? Wei-Yan was horrified. When facing the no-eyed man, although he knew this battle would be difficult, he hadn't expected the ice chisel to inflict such low damage on the opponent, to the point where he would quickly be killed by this guy, with only a 5% chance of escape. With the anger of his hairstyle being messed up, Wei-Yan had originally intended to have a man-to-man duel with the guy in front of him, but now it seemed he had to change his strategy. According to the plot deduction, stabbing his body 3 times had no effect, and the ice chisel's prompt indicated it was a green item, which meant the no-eyed man's level might be higher than the monstrosity in the previous Weird Tales. On second thought, that didn't seem right. The Bubble Tea Weird Tales and the Don't Look Back Weird Tales were of the same level, meaning their difficulty was similar. There was no reason for the monstrosity inside to be much stronger. A weapon obtained in a Weird Tales of the same level, an F-level Weird Tales, had such a satisfying effect against the monstrosity formed by his own evil thoughts in the Don't Look Back Weird Tales. Could it be ineffective against the no-eyed man in the Bubble Tea Weird Tales? Wei-Yan didn't think this was possible. At this moment, the no-eyed man was already charging at him. After understanding the plot, Wei-Yan no longer chose to confront him head-on but turned around and started running around the front of the truck. Again! The no-eyed man roared wildly from behind, his eyeball bouncing rapidly in its socket, as if the amplitude and frequency of its bouncing corresponded to his anger level. Wei-Yan quickly ran a circle around the truck, but he didn't run out of the truck's immediate vicinity. He was still in the Weird Tales, and it was best not to break some of the Weird Tales' underlying rules. For example, He Xiaodong was hit by a truck and died after running out of the bubble tea shop. And because the initial eyeball was on He Xiaodong, he was allowed to leave the bubble tea shop, but his range of movement was limited to around the truck. Wei-Yan dared not break this boundary. He quickly ran to the back of the truck and then ran towards the bubble tea shop. The no-eyed man quickly pursued him from behind. Wei-Yan seemed a bit flustered and disoriented. After entering the bubble tea shop, he directly ducked behind the counter. Because Xiaoyi had just come out of the storage room, the storage room door behind the counter was still open. At this moment, there was still no electricity in the bubble tea shop, only the entrance was slightly brighter. Once inside, it immediately became dim. The footsteps that had been closely following him also reached the shop entrance, but because Wei-Yan had directly ducked behind the counter, the no-eyed man did not follow him in. Wei-Yan had actually entered the storage room. He quickly saw 2 bags of amber pearls placed right by the door. Their originally frozen state had slightly melted. Besides that, there were also several bags of matcha pearls on the shelves further inside, but there was no need to take them. The color of these amber pearls was light yellow and slightly transparent. In the dim light, it was almost impossible to tell what color they actually were, making them perfect for deception. Wei-Yan immediately grabbed a handful and turned to the back of the counter. At this moment, the no-eyed man was peering into the counter from the outside. Seeing Wei-Yan moving crouched behind the counter, he immediately roared, leaned over the counter, and reached for Wei-Yan. That's right, this guy was preparing to grab Wei-Yan's hair again. Perhaps because Wei-Yan's hair was abundant and rather fluffy, not grabbing it would be a disservice to the hairstyle. Clatter! Wei-Yan found a filter basin with larger gaps and threw all the amber pearls he was holding into it. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "I found your second eyeball." The next second, he was grabbed by the hair by the no-eyed man and forced to stand up, but Wei-Yan immediately pushed the filter basin in his hand towards the no-eyed man. The no-eyed man was suddenly stunned, his movements stopped, and he lowered his head to look into the filter basin in front of him, discovering that there were indeed many items resembling eyeballs inside. Perhaps influenced by the dim lighting in the shop, the eyeball in his eye socket had stopped pulsating, seemingly observing with full concentration. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The ice chisel Wei-Yan had been holding in his hand suddenly thrust forward, accurately piercing into the no-eyed man's eye socket that contained the eyeball. Wei-Yan didn't stop. he quickly twisted and pressed the knife handle, then pulled it out. This action instantly mangled the no-eyed man's eyeball. The no-eyed man let out a scream and fell backward. Wei Yan's heart filled with joy, thinking it was indeed correct. According to the plot deduction, stabbing the no-eyed man's body caused him very little damage, but Wei Yan knew that this monstrosity's level should be similar to the monstrosity in his previous weird tales, so it was impossible for the ice chisel to be ineffective against him. The only reason was that he might not have found the right method. If it was just stabbing his body, perhaps the effect would indeed be minimal, but if he stabbed some vital parts, perhaps he could achieve a one-hit kill, or at least a severe injury. So he deliberately told the other party that he had found the other eyeball, luring the no-eyed man into a trap. With this stab, the no-eyed man was indeed severely injured and could no longer move normally. Wei Yan quickly came out from behind the counter and went around to the front of the no-eyed man. He first tidied his hair, then gritted his teeth and said, "You pulled my hair." An ice chisel jabbed into the no-eyed man's chest. The no-eyed man let out an even more agonizing scream. Clearly, his body's resistance to the ice chisel had drastically decreased at this moment. "You pulled my hair." He didn't know how many times he stabbed until Wei Yan felt his right arm go numb. Only then did he take a few steps back and plop down on the ground. The ice chisel in his hand emitted a faint green light, which perfectly matched its effect as a green quality weapon. Meanwhile, the no-eyed man's chest and abdomen were torn open, and a large number of black eyeballs rolled out of his stomach, some still covered in mucus. Wei Yan had no idea how many other people's eyeballs the no-eyed man had swallowed before. Wei Yan felt disgusted and turned his head away. Soon, prompt text appeared before his eyes. Hidden mission: destroy the eyeballs has been indirectly completed by you. Hidden mission reward, 200 points. Obtain special item, second Lu Gui's eyeball, no quality. Through this special item, you will be able to see bizarre sights you've never seen before. Congratulations, you have activated an exclusive profession. Wei Yan had not expected that killing the no-eyed man would indirectly complete the hidden mission of this weird tale. And after the weird tale ended, he was still a little regretful that he hadn't completed the hidden mission, but now, in the blink of an eye, it was perfectly fulfilled. It was perfectly fulfilled because Wei Yan's objective in daring to engage with the bubble tea weird tale was also achieved. He had activated his special profession. With a profession, he would have a greater chance of being drawn into a weird tale than ordinary people when one appeared in the future. He had to do this to help his mother to the greatest extent possible. He gazed at the text before him. You have obtained a profession, adapter, low level. Profession description: your observation and control of are excellent. Even when the weird tale's direction is clearly unfavorable to you, you can quickly grasp the key point and seize the opportunity to turn the tide and be reborn. In fact, you don't know that you have caused the normal plot of the weird tale to undergo several twists, thus activating the adapter profession. I'm sorry, I actually knew, Wei Yan muttered to himself. He had speculated before that he possessed the plot editor and had relied on it to overcome difficulties every time. So, based on his performance, the activated profession was likely related to it. You have obtained professional skill 1, detail capture, low level. Detail capture: when you concentrate on finding a certain key point, that key point will appear highlighted in your eyes, making it easier for you to find it than others. Wei Yan carefully read his profession description and the description of the skill he had acquired. Detail capture: this was indeed a characteristic he had occasionally displayed in these two weird tales. Whether it was searching for items, inferring plots, or making changes, without the analysis and groundwork of certain, Wei Yan believed that even with the help of the plot editor, he would not have been able to successfully complete the weird tales. This professional skill was very important, and he would definitely make good use of it in the future. Wei Yan had more confidence in how to protect his mother through the selected weird tale, which was at least D level or above. He himself had obtained the adapter profession. He wondered what professions other people had who had survived weird tales and successfully activated special professions. However, it seemed that the names of the professions differed somewhat from the professions in various industries in the real world. At the same time, Wei Yan found that in his personal items bar, in addition to the ice chisel he had just put back, there was also an item from the hidden mission completion reward, Lu Gui's eyeball. Now Wei Yan knew that the no-eyed man's name when he was alive was Lu Gui, but the eyeball he had obtained was the one that had never appeared in the weird tale, because the other eyeball had already been mashed to a pulp by his ice chisel. The texture of this eyeball was the same as the one Wei Yan had just mashed. It was slightly smaller than a normal human eyeball. However, unlike the ice chisel, it did not have green quality, but was a special item, so there was no quality distinction. Wei Yan temporarily had no time to try this item. Soon, the scene around him shifted, and he found himself sitting at the small square table at the entrance of the tea house, holding a receipt and waiting for his bubble tea to be made. However, there was no one at the counter now. Song Ying and the employee Xiaoyu were lying on the floor of the tea house, seemingly dead for a long time, and He Xiaodong's body, crushed by a truck, was on the ground outside the tea house entrance. The other surviving participants had returned to the real world before Weiyan, and by now had already run out of the tea house to call the public security bureau. And some passers-by had already gathered at the tea house entrance. Because it was still raining, there weren't many onlookers. None of these people had clearly seen how Weiyan appeared. In a flash, there was an extra person at the small square table outside the tea house entrance, and they all stared at Weiyan with astonished faces. Weiyan's old face suddenly turned red. He hugged his messy hair with both hands, buried his head, ran out of the tea house, pushed through the crowd, and ran frantically towards home. Among the people watching the commotion outside the tea house, there were not a few passers-by who guessed that a weird tale might have taken place here. One man, seeing Weiyan's fleeing appearance, said in a horrified tone, 3 died, and 1 was scared crazy. Weiyan knew that the Public Security Bureau would soon notify the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs to take over the tea house weird tale, and the fact that he had appeared there would also be exposed soon. So, he didn't need to, and couldn't, hide his experience of having been to the tea house. After returning home, he first restored his characteristic textured perm to its original state, then locked himself in his bedroom and called Meng Iba. As expected, the Bureau had just received notification from the Public Security Bureau a short while ago, but Meng Iba was not in charge of this weird tale. Other colleagues had rushed to the scene. Weiyan seemed quite frank, but he had embellished the origin of the facts somewhat. He said that on his way home, he happened to get caught in the rain, so he went into the green leaf tea house to take shelter. Perhaps because he had previously encountered a weird tale, for some unknown reason, he suddenly became embroiled in a weird tale with the other people in the tea house. After numerous trials and tribulations, and battling wits with the monstrosity, he, relying on having watched over 1,000 episodes of Conan and his experience from the previous weird tale, ultimately survived along with 3 others. Only 3 people died in this multi-person weird tale. Compared to the survival rate of ordinary people in other weird tales, Weiyan was well aware that this time it was quite high. Weiyan did not reveal that he was an intruder in this weird tale, so Meng Iba thought he had encountered what should have been his second weird tale. After listening to Weiyan's account, he sighed heavily on the other end. I said before that you were unlucky, and it really wasn't a baseless statement. It's only been a few days, and your second weird tale has arrived. But if I were to really call you unlucky, you've successfully passed weird tales twice in a row, even without adequate preparation. You already have experience. First, write a report on this encounter and send me the electronic version. Okay, no problem, Weiyan nodded. Meng Iba continued, oh, right, regarding your mother Wenxiong's encounter with the selected weird tale, all the other participants have been found by us, except for one who is unreachable. This person is probably scared and has run off to hide somewhere. Does that have an impact? Weiyan asked. For the occurrence of the weird tale, the impact is not significant, Meng Iba replied, but this person is clearly avoiding and unwilling to enter the weird tale, which could put his life in danger. However, we are still in the exploratory stage of the weird tales mechanism, so we cannot determine how the danger on him will arise. Currently, there's still too little information about weird tales, Weiyan sighed softly. You hurry up and get that report on this encounter done and send it to me. I'll submit it to the Bureau for evaluation, Meng Iba said. Perhaps we can get you an investigator identity. Investigator? Like you investigators? Weiyan was surprised. Meng Iba replied, we are just staff members, not investigators. Staff members have never entered weird tales, while investigators must enter weird tales and meet other conditions to serve. He paused, then Meng Iba reminded, don't worry, an investigator is just an extra identity, and the salary is ridiculously high. I believe you won't refuse it. The pay was ridiculously high. Just hearing that, Weiyan realized it would be very difficult for him to refuse. High? How high? As high as a 3-story building? He pondered secretly, not wanting to appear overly enthusiastic about money in front of someone he wasn't very familiar with. Let's talk about it later, Weiyan said, his tone giving the impression of nonchalance, but extreme eagerness. He then asked about the current situation of the 3 survivors from the weird tale at the milk tea shop. Meng Iba inquired for a moment and then called him back. Among the 3, only the employee named Chen Fong was in the best condition. She was relatively calm and appeared to be fine. Next was Zhou Wenhua. His efforts as a simp were in vain, and he ended up covered in blood. This time, the guy was badly shaken, giving the impression of being sometimes disoriented and babbling nonsense during his statement. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was the most terrified participant. After emerging from the weird tale, she hadn't spoken, her eyes were vacant, and she would occasionally tremble uncontrollably. She might require deep psychological intervention. Given this situation, the bureau assessed that Zhou Wenhua and Jiang Xiui would have great difficulty surviving a second weird tale. Manhwa said that the information from the Public Security Bureau revealed that Chen Feng had inquired about Wei Yan's situation after giving her statement. After obtaining the bureau's consent, the Public Security Bureau had given Wei Yan's phone number to Chen Feng. There were still 3 days until his mother, when Xiong's selected weird tale arrived. After Wei Yan wrote the report for the milk tea shop and submitted it to Manhwa, the bureau had not yet responded. He had spent these past few days with his mother, not going anywhere else. During this time, when Xiong was still training her courage, she had watched almost all the famous ghost movies she had never watched before, even replaying some terrifying scenes repeatedly to quickly adapt to the natural mental and physical reactions caused by fear. When Xiong was very dedicated, his father, Wei Zhengdong, also took leave from work and stayed home with Wen Xiong. These past few days, when Xiong had barely entered the kitchen, with Wei Zhengdong handling all household matters, Wei Yan also didn't go to work. He asked Zhou Xian to request 2 weeks of leave for him. According to company regulations, taking personal leave would result in a deduction from his salary anyway, so he didn't care about these few days. When the mother and son were free, they studied the precautions for weird tales, which even included methods for finding useful items in weird tales that Wei Yan himself hadn't used. According to the Bureau's tips, if there were items in a weird tale that participants could exchange for energy points, participants would receive a corresponding prompt by gazing at the item for approximately 5 seconds. However, if the gaze exceeded 5 seconds, the item could no longer be exchanged for energy points. This was under the condition that the participant possessed energy points. If the participant was entering a weird tale for the first time, meaning they had not accumulated any energy points, then acquiring items from the weird tale depended on luck. For example, the ice chisel Wei Yan inadvertently obtained in the coffee shop during his first weird tale became a prop item in the weird tale, available for his future use. If he had known this information earlier, Wei Yan felt he could have used the ice chisel to battle the eerie long-haired woman who climbed into his toilet stall, though he remembered she didn't seem to be wearing pants. Of course, weird tales seem to have a filtering mechanism. If a selected participant wanted to bring various weapons or even a nuclear bomb into a weird tale, these items would be directly filtered out. Not only that, the participant would also suffer unexpected and terrifying punishment. Knowing more information now was very helpful for survival and passing the weird tale. 2 days before when Xiong's selected weird tale arrived, the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs convened a meeting for those about to enter weird tales. Wei Zhengdong accompanied Wen Xiong. On this day, Wei Yan received a call from Chen Feng, inviting him to sit at the nearby Blue Moon Park. Upon arriving at Blue Moon Park, he saw Chen Feng sitting on a bench not far from the main entrance, to the left. Chen Feng adapted quickly. She was the only one who didn't enter the bureau for psychological treatment after escaping the weird tale that day. As for why Chen Feng hadn't invited him to a nearby beverage shop more conducive to private conversation, but instead came to the park, Wei Yan guessed that she might still have a lingering trauma from milk tea shops in similar places. It was likely that Chen Feng would soon quit her job at the milk tea shop. Chen Feng was not a native of Zhou City but a migrant worker. She was not 2 years older than Wei Yan. Today, she wore a light purple casual tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail. Sitting on the bench, she occasionally looked left and right, her nervousness not entirely gone. Upon Wei Yan's arrival, Chen Feng's tense expression disappeared, replaced by a smile. After exchanging greetings, they didn't wander by the park's lake but sat on the bench and chatted. "If you hadn't been there that day, we might all have been finished," Chen Feng said solemnly. "I invited you out this time to specifically thank you." As she spoke, she took out a gift box from her side of the bench. It looked exquisitely packaged and seemed quite valuable. Wei Yan didn't take it but asked, "Has the bureau told you everything?" "Yes." Chen Feng placed the gift box on Wei Yan's side and replied, "If you hadn't been an experienced veteran of weird tales, all of us newcomers at the milk tea shop would have surely died that day." It was evident that Chen Feng had put in a lot of effort these past few days, researching a large amount of information about weird tales online. In the past, she had browsed legends about weird tales online, but neither she nor her friends had ever encountered one, so they treated them as mere fiction. After experiencing it firsthand this time, she believed everything. After chatting for a while, Wei Yan recounted his first encounter with a weird tale, the version naturally being the same as the one the bureau had. Chen Feng said, "I successfully passed the weird tale this time and received 100 energy points. The bureau said they are very useful. Have you used them?" "Not yet." Wei Yan shook his head. "Did you also get 100 points?" Chen Feng asked. "After all, you were the best among us. Thanks to you, we guessed that the eyeball might be on Xiaodong. Otherwise, if we kept searching in the milk tea shop, we would have truly all died in there." As long as the weird tale can be completed, everyone receives the same number of energy points. Wei nodded. Actually, regardless of whether the points are the same or not, we should try our best to complete them in weird tales, otherwise the cost is our own lives, and no one can afford to lose. That's right, Chen Fong also nodded. The bureau told me that I will definitely encounter a weird tale by next month at the latest, and the probability is more than 10 times that of other ordinary people. As she spoke, she looked up at the white clouds slowly floating above the park, sighing, her face filled with worry. I don't know if the second weird tale will be a group one or a solo one, and I don't know if I can even survive. Don't be nervous. Read more information about weird tales these days. Most of the content on the Paranormal Eye website is good, Wei encouraged. If you're unsure, you can ask the bureau. If there's anything you need help with, you can also tell me. Oh, who is in charge of liaising with you at the bureau? Chen Fong looked at Wei and honestly said, originally, it was a leader named Chen, but later it changed to a leader named Meng. He also reminded me to try to avoid contact with you, otherwise I might encounter the second weird tale prematurely. But I wanted to thank you, so I ignored him. Wei and thanks to Mingda brother, coordinates, creepy smile, and I want to raise a pet QAQ for the rewards. Thanks to everyone for the votes. Please continue reading. Continued reading is very important, thank you. After chatting with Chen Fong for about 3 hours, Wei clearly felt that the girl's confidence had grown stronger when they parted, and her mood was much more relaxed than when he first met her. It seems everyone needs encouragement. Even if she lacked confidence, after gaining more information about the unknown and with Wei, an experienced person, encouraging her, Chen Fong's initial worries had largely disappeared. Wei had a feeling that this girl should successfully pass her second weird tales. Chen Fong was very thoughtful. The gift she gave Wei was an excellent tonic. Wei didn't really need it himself, but perhaps she knew his parents were alive, so she specially prepared it. Unable to refuse, Wei took the gift home, intending to give it to his mother, Wen Xiong, who had been worried these past few days, to help her recuperate. Upon returning home, his mother, Wen Xiong, was diligently taking notes from a list. Wei leaned over to look and found that the list read Weird Tales Precautions. Mom, is this what you received during your meeting today? Wei asked curiously. Wen Xiong was concentrating on her notes and nodded at his question. How come I've never seen it before? That Mangiba guy. Before Wei could finish, Wen Xiong said, it was just compiled today. This list is specifically for our selected weird tales this time. Its relevance to other weird tales isn't as strong. Wei looked closely and found that the content indeed revolved around the upcoming vegetable market weird tales. Because the specific content of the weird tales was unknown at the moment, the list outlined many possibilities, urging every participant to pay extra attention and be cautious. Among them were pay attention to the sharp tools at the pork stall in the weird tales. Those might be useful items, and this is a multi-person weird tales. Participants should try to gather together, brainstorm solutions, and avoid fighting alone. The list also contains some general reminders for participants entering weird tales for the first time, such as try to control your fear, do not act impulsively. Courage and a calm mindset are very important in weird tales. Another example was, never try to be a hero. First, quickly understand the rules of the weird tales. Try to act according to the rules without harming yourself, and do not fantasize about breaking them. Immediately, Wei heard Wen Xiong say, Mangiba said that all of us participants are entering the weird tales for the first time, so we must remember the most basic precautions. Wei nodded, sat down, and said, Mom, let's go through them one by one. Not only do we need to memorize all of them, but we also need to ensure they are implemented once we enter the weird tales. At the same time, he thought to himself, if he had had such detailed instructions before his first weird tales, his chances of survival would have been much higher. Of course, the plot editor in his mind was the most important, because even the most detailed instructions couldn't compare to the editor's impromptu analysis of a plot, which was much more direct. The mother and son were very focused, not only studying these precautions one by one, but Wei also shared some of his experiences with his mother. However, he didn't dare to say too much, because after all, he also lacked experience and had only encountered 2 weird tales. Some suggestions might work for him but could have the opposite effect on his mother. The Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. This ochre-colored office building was originally slated for demolition and reconstruction by the Public Security Bureau, but later, a higher authority suddenly requested a newly established bureau to operate there, which temporarily saved it. For Zhou City, the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs here was established relatively early. Some other cities haven't even set up a bureau yet and are still managed by the Public Security Bureau. This led to even greater secrecy regarding weird tales information in these cities. If it weren't for websites like the Paranormal Eye becoming popular, perhaps even more people wouldn't know what weird tales are. The Bureau of Paranormal Affairs in Zhou City only has 2 working groups, and Manhwa's group is one of them. The main responsibilities of the working groups include collecting Weird Tales information, statistical tracking of Weird Tales occurrences, and managing surviving humans, among other things. The Bureau also set up an investigation team, but currently, the investigation team only has one investigator, Jian Hui. He was fortunate enough to survive 3 Weird Tales. One of the conditions for someone to be included as an investigator by the Bureau's superiors is having survived Weird Tales 3 times. So far, Jian Hui has passed his 4th Weird Tales, but his mind seems to have suffered some irreversible damage, not his body, because physical injuries heal on their own after leaving Weird Tales, but invisible mental damage does not. The duties of the investigation team are much simpler: to investigate areas where Weird Tales occur, to investigate strange items and places that remain peculiar after Weird Tales, and to conduct analysis. If possible, investigators who already have the profession must also try to enter certain Weird Tales to complete them, as arranged by the Bureau. Of course, currently, there are no conditions for this, because the Bureau cannot know in advance where a Weird Tales will occur or what form it will take. The current situation, where a selected Weird Tales is known in advance through Wei Yan's mother, is a rare exception. If investigators can successfully enter Weird Tales and help more people survive, these people, after training and experience, will have the potential to become more investigators. The Bureau also hopes that through the efforts of investigators, they can further understand the truth of Weird Tales and help more and more people successfully pass Weird Tales. Therefore, investigators are several levels higher in importance than regular staff. Furthermore, investigators basically improve their abilities with each Weird Tales they complete, making them constantly growing and developing talents. They are also the backbone in preventing the spread of Weird Tales. So, it is highly possible that the Bureau will dispatch investigator Jian Hui to deal with the vegetable market Weird Tales. However, this selected Weird Tales is at least D-class, which depends on Jian Hui's own willingness. If the level is too high and he believes he cannot handle it, the Bureau cannot force him. Manhwa combined Wei Yan's 2 Weird Tales reports and submitted a report to his superiors in the name of the working group. The gist of the report was that although this young man had a bit of bad luck and was naturally non-chief unlucky, his strength was good, and even though the second Weird Tales arrived early, he was able to complete it successfully despite insufficient preparation. This report was A for the superiors. If Wei Yan successfully completed his 3rd Weird Tales, they were asked to immediately allocate an investigator position. Manhwa also mentioned that Wei Yan seemed uninterested in high salaries. If he himself passed the 3rd Weird Tales, they might need to consider other approaches to break his psychological defenses, such as beauty, power, or people in his family. For example, assigning him a beautiful assistant with a proper appearance and graceful figure, or granting him more investigator authority, or persuading his parents to let him join. Of course, if possible, they could also pressure Wei Yan into mandatory joining, but this would be the last resort and might lead to the target's subconscious resistance, so it would generally not be used lightly. In a flash, the day selected for the Weird Tales to occur arrived. Wei Yan noticed the day before that his mother, who had seemed to relax, had become restless throughout the entire day and likely hadn't slept at all. That night, when Xiong sat on the edge of the bed, her face etched with worry and fatigue. To prevent her son from noticing her poor rest, she applied a very light makeup before leaving the bedroom, just enough to conceal her weariness. Wei Zhengdong originally wanted to accompany Wen Xiong to the vegetable market, but Wei Yan stopped him, simply telling him to await good news from the mother and son. Wen Xiong had once asked Wei Yan what would happen if she didn't go to the vegetable market today. Wei Yan didn't know what would happen, but he knew there would definitely be very bad consequences. The Bureau's reply confirmed his guess, stating that if a participant did not appear at the designated time and place, although the specific consequences could not be known, that participant would certainly face fatal danger. Therefore, Wen Xiong and the other participants had to go to the vegetable market. The day before, the Bureau had already set up controls around the vegetable market and installed several surveillance cameras. This vegetable market didn't have an official name. Nearby residents uniformly called it the Fork in the Road Vegetable Market because it was conveniently located at a 3-way intersection, making transportation very convenient. Additionally, it was close to Wei Yan's residential complex, only a 10-minute walk, so Wen Xiong had always bought her groceries here. The mother and son quickly arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. Manhwa and Wang Zhen walked over and handed Wei Yan a portable earphone, telling him to put it on. You've already experienced 2 Weird Tales, you can accompany your mom inside, but if anything happens, notify me through the earphone as soon as possible, Manhwa said. What? Wen Xiong was startled and looked at her son, and didn't you only encounter 1 Weird Tales? Wei Yan rolled his eyes at Manhwa and replied to Wen Xiong, Brother Bo is usually too busy. He must have attributed other people's weird experiences to me. Oh, yes, I remembered it wrong. Mangiba quickly nodded. At the same time, Mangiba was secretly calculating in his mind. He remembered that when Wayan first met him, he called him Brother Meng, respectfully, which sounded very pleasant. The next time they met, he called him Brother Iba, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Now, after a few encounters, he was directly calling him Brother Bo, which sounded strange. He wondered if he would change to other appellations in the future. What exactly did this kid want to call him? Brother Bobo, time is almost up, so we'll go in first. Wayan changed his address again at this moment, his tone strange, as if subtly hinting at his previous animosity. Mangiba stood frozen, not reacting, mainly because he hadn't expected Wayan to be talking to him. Seeing Wayan slowly walk into the vegetable market, arm in arm with his mother, Mangiba hadn't even had time to reply when he heard Wang Jin next to him ask, "Team leader, was he calling you just now? Go back and watch the monitors." Mangiba turned around with an embarrassed face and walked towards the monitoring room. Wang Jin followed him, looking bewildered. After the two entered the monitoring room, 6 people were already seated there. 2 were staff from another team of the Bureau, and 2 were from the Public Security Bureau, responsible for temporarily assigned reinforcements. There were also 2 other men. One sat in the corner, head slightly bowed, silent and reserved. This was Jian Hui, the only investigator of the Zhou City Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. The other was an assistant dispatched by the Bureau specifically to serve Jian Hui. Mangiba looked at the monitors, which were operating normally. At this time, the entire vegetable market was still operational, with people coming and going. It had not been closed due to the impending Weird Tales incident. In fact, even after the Weird Tales incident occurred, other passers-by who were not participants might not even know that a Weird Tales had taken place there. Therefore, knowing that the Weird Tales had no impact on others, there was no need to cause widespread panic and allow fear to spread. However, the area around the raw meat stalls had been cordoned off, with a notice posted stating that the raw meat stall area was undergoing temporary renovation and was temporarily closed for business. After checking the monitors, Mangiba quickly turned his gaze to Jian Hui, who was sitting in the corner, and when he spoke, his tone was much softer than when he addressed his assistant, Wang Jin. "Jian Hui, how about it? Do you want to try this Weird Tales?" Jian Hui had completed his 4 Weird Tales so far, but he had also accepted orders from the Bureau to voluntarily enter 2 other Weird Tales. One was an E-rank Weird Tales he entered in another city, cooperating with other investigators. At that time, there were more investigators, so it was completed smoothly. The other time, Jian Hui was possessed by bad luck and stumbled upon an incidental F-rank Weird Tales, but he also completed it successfully. This time, Jian Hui looked at the Bureau's analysis report, especially the striking 4 characters D rank and above on the report, and his eyes were somewhat dazed. A Weird Tales of this level, even for him, who was quite experienced, was simply too difficult. Originally, the Bureau had applied for additional investigators to assist, but investigators from nearby cities either didn't have time or had already been dispatched elsewhere and couldn't make it. If this Weird Tales was only D rank, it would still be fine. At least those participating would be mentally prepared. But what if the Weird Tales was not D rank, but C rank or even B rank? Jian Hui had no confidence whatsoever in dealing with Weird Tales of D rank and above. But now, as the only investigator in Zhou City, he couldn't too obviously show signs of wanting to back down. At the very least, he had to give people the impression that he tried very hard but had to give up due to the overwhelming gap in strength and experience. So, Jian Hui pondered in the corner, and to others, he exuded a sense of cold arrogance, aloofness, and profound mystery, completely out of sync with worldly humans. Hearing Mangiba ask him, which was like rubbing salt in a wound, Jian Hui first inwardly cursed Mangiba's ancestors, then slightly raised his head, and said in a low voice, "I deliberately walked around the meat stall area just now, and I didn't sense anything. Perhaps this time, even if I have a special profession, I won't be able to enter." He paused, then added, "You need to know that whether you can be drawn in also depends on luck. It's not that anyone with a special profession can be drawn into a Weird Tales." The others were all just Bureau staff and hadn't experienced Weird Tales, so they merely nodded. Mangiba rubbed his slightly flushed ear and suggested, "Then you can go walk around the raw meat stalls again later, to see if it's possible that the Weird Tales didn't sense you." After saying this, Mangiba suddenly felt his ears seemed even hotter and redder. Jian Hui's expression remained unchanged, his voice still low. The meat stall is not far from here. Even if I sit here, if a Weird Tales were to be sensed, I would sense it. But now the time has passed, so it seems I can't go in." As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant sitting next to him immediately whispered a reminder, "Brother Hui, your sense of time is off again. The Weird Tales hasn't started yet." "Ah." Jianhui was enlightened and, uncharacteristically, smiled, explaining to everyone, sorry, ever since the last weird tales, if I don't look at my watch, sometimes my perception of time is either a half beat too fast or a half beat too slow. Manhwa rubbed his forehead at this moment, muttering to himself, I wonder if Wei Yan activated his special profession after experiencing his second weird tales? He remembered that Wei Yan's submitted report didn't seem to mention this content. Thanks to Dark Galaxy, wind extinguishes furnace smoke and residue cold, and coordinates for the rewards. Thanks to everyone for the votes. Jianhui finally used the excuse that he could still sense the weird tales even while sitting in the monitoring room, so he didn't go to the raw meat stall area again. Instead, he pretended to be profound, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. It was almost noon, 12 o'clock, the time when the weird tales would begin. Before Wei Yan and his mother arrived, some selected participants had already arrived, gathering one after another in the direction of the raw meat stalls. Wei Yan held his mother's hand, feeling that her palm was a little cold. He then squeezed it tightly and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. When Xiang nodded, saying nothing, the two quickly arrived at the raw meat stall area. Because this area was cordoned off, with warning signs erected outside and temporarily isolated by wooden boards, there were no other pedestrians coming over. After Wei Yan and Wenxiong bypassed the isolation boards and entered the raw meat stall area, they found 5 people already standing there. These people included men and women, young and slightly older, and each of them looked very nervous. However, at a glance, it seemed that among the people present, only Wenxiong was the oldest. Besides her, there was a bald man who looked about 45 years old. Except for Wei Yan, everyone else was dressed in sportswear. Perhaps the bureau had given prior notice that such attire would be more convenient for activities within the weird tales, allowing participants to run faster when encountering danger. Wenxiong was also wearing casual clothes and walking shoes. When the others saw the mother and son, they all cast strange glances, because it was clear that Wei Yan and Wenxiong knew each other, and these two were unlucky enough to be chosen by the weird tales together. However, the previous 2 times at the bureau, they had only seen Wenxiong, who at that time should have been accompanied by her husband. This was the first time they had seen Wei Yan. And looking at Wei Yan's facial features, some had already guessed that he and Wenxiong must be related. Wei Yan was also sizing up these people at the same time. These 5 people were divided into 4 men and 1 woman. Although they were standing together at the moment, they probably didn't know each other before. Besides the bald man, the other 3 men were relatively young. One was slightly shorter but sturdy, another was of average height with an ordinary appearance, and the third looked younger and more handsome. As for the woman, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but slightly above average. Upon seeing Wenxiong, she immediately waved to her. In such a dangerous situation, women seem to instinctively gravitate towards each other. Wenxiong also waved to her, lowering her voice and saying to Wei Yan, that girl is Qiao Rongrong, 22 years old this year, and not yet married. Mom! Wei Yan was speechless. In this situation, you should think more about how to survive the weird tales later. Oh, right, just say I'm your son, but don't say whether I'll enter the weird tales. Wenxiong nodded, first introducing these people to Wei Yan, who secretly memorized them. Didn't you say there was another participant who hid and couldn't be found? What happened later? Wei Yan asked. Wenxiong said, he still hasn't been found. The bureau searched all of his relatives and friends, and all the places they could think of, but they just couldn't find him. The mother and son did not approach at this time, but stood about 3 meters away from the others, speaking in low voices. Hao Jiannan, the bald man, said to them, the bureau told us that we must stick together. It's best for everyone not to act alone. You two should come over and join us. Wei Yan and Wenxiong didn't say much, and walked over as instructed. After a round of introductions, the others still didn't know Wei Yan's true purpose for coming, but they kept looking at their watches. Everyone's focus was consistent. The weird tales were about to begin. Everyone, remember, it's best to stay together to increase your chances of survival. Going it alone is a dead end. Hao Jiannan laboriously shifted his gaze from his watch. Wei Yan noticed that everyone, including his mother, was wearing a watch, while he, just like the previous 2 times, only had his phone. Noon, 12 o'clock, was approaching. Everyone who had been talking suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Manhwa's voice suddenly came through the earphones Wei Yan was wearing. Wei Yan, time is almost up. How are things on your end? Wei Yan pretended to be talking to his mother beside him, and softly said, everything is normal. Are you coming to the monitoring room now? Manhwa asked. No, Wei Yan said concisely. Manhwa continued to ask, oh, right, in this report, you didn't mention whether you activated a profession after experiencing the second weird tales. Do you have a special profession now? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Wei Yan seemed not to hear, he just held his mother's arm tightly, staring at the time on Wen Xiong's wrist. His own wrist was also unconsciously gripped tightly by the nervous Wen Xiong, with great force, and the marks had already turned white.
Wei Yan, did you hear what I said? Manhwa asked urgently on the other end of the line. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Activated. 2 seconds before noon, 12 o'clock, Wei Yan finally spoke.
Manhwa was stunned for a moment, then heard his assistant, Wang Jin, say, "Time's up." The next second, the already enclosed raw meat stall area in the monitor, and the 7 people who had been standing together, instantly disappeared. At the same moment Wang Jin spoke, Jian Hui, the investigator who had been sitting in the corner radiating an air of aloofness and arrogance, suddenly showed a strange expression.
Ah!
He only had time to curse, "Holy crap," before he too vanished without a trace.
They're gone, all gone.
Someone exclaimed in astonishment while looking at the monitor screen, and someone else screamed while staring at the spot in the corner of the monitoring room where Jian Hui had been sitting. Jian Hui's assistant covered his mouth in shock, and it took him a while to react. Then he softly said, "Brother Hui's strength has increased again." Just as he said, he can sense it from so far away.
Awesome. The others finally reacted, unable to help but admire Jian Hui's ability. Manhwa, meanwhile, strained his eyes, staring at the now empty spot on the screen, confirming that he hadn't seen Wei Yan's figure. That is to say, Wei Yan also entered the Weird Tales with the others. He succeeded because he had activated a special profession before this, increasing his chances of entering the Weird Tales. This kid, he didn't even write it in the report? Manhwa murmured to himself. However, he also understood Wei Yan's behavior very well.
After all, his mother was among those entering the Weird Tales this time. Wei Yan wanted to desperately protect Wen Xiong's life, and this matter was more important than anything else, so probably no one could stop him. On second thought, it was good that this time there was also the experienced investigator Jian Hui who cared about the public, disregarding his personal safety, and also entered this higher-level selected Weird Tales, so he should be able to rescue some people. Plus, with Wei Yan having experienced 2 Weird Tales, it's likely that even more people will be rescued by them.
As soon as he thought of this, Manhwa rubbed his hands, full of confidence. Furthermore, as soon as the Weird Tales began, Wei Yan felt his vision blur. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, knowing that he had a high probability of also being drawn into the Weird Tales. His mother, who was holding him, was still there, and her grip was very strong, but Wei Yan didn't feel any pain because he was simply too happy. Since he could come in, he would do everything in his power to protect his mother. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly exploded in his ear, making everyone's bodies tremble. He could still hear 2 people directly screaming in fright. "Thank you, Sha Boju, for the reward." What happened?
After that scream, the blurry sensation in front of everyone quickly disappeared, and their vision began to clear. They saw that they were still standing in a wet market, but it was no longer the Sanchaku wet market, it was an unfamiliar place. Above them was the deep blue canopy of the wet market, and the surrounding sky was gloomy, instantly making everyone feel depressed. Right beside where they stood was a row of butcher stalls, each displaying a dazzling array of pork, beef, and mutton, but there were no people
selling or buying vegetables nearby. Aside from the few of them, the wet market was deserted and cold. Wait, that extremely mournful scream just now.
Everyone's gaze immediately followed the direction of the scream, and they saw half a body lying on the ground about 7 or 8 meters away from them. It was the upper half of a man's body, neatly dressed, though stained with some blood, making it a shocking sight. His lower body was missing, and some internal organs were spilling out from the severed torso. This person must have finally died right after letting out that scream. After how Jiannan saw him, he immediately recognized him from the visible part of the man's face and stammered, "That's the person, the participant
the Bureau hasn't been able to find. Didn't they show all of us his picture? This is..."
He was probably punished by the Weird Tales, a deep voice interjected. Everyone turned their heads and realized this person was not one of the participants but a stranger. The speaker was none other than the investigator Jian Hui, who had just been swearing loudly. He never expected that even though he was so far away from the raw meat stall, he would still be sensed by the Weird Tales and forcibly dragged in. It was too late to say anything now. If he had known, he would have found an excuse to go out and buy a pack of cigarettes, staying far away from the wet market. He hoped the level of this Weird Tales wasn't too high, otherwise, let alone saving others, Jian Hui himself wasn't confident he could pass
successfully. Don't panic, I'm not a monstrosity.
I'm the last participant the Bureau almost missed. I just arrived at the wet market at 12 o'clock, Jian Hui explained. As soon as he said that, counting the current participants present, including Wei Yan and Jian Hui, there were now a total of 8 people. The participant whose body was now only half present had been hiding previously and refused to appear in the wet market within the time limit set by the Weird Tales. Who knew that the moment the Weird Tales began, this participant would suffer such severe consequences? What was he doing at the time? Where was he hiding? To the extent that during the process of being forcibly absorbed by the Weird Tales, his body was severed at the waist, his lower half vanished, and, naturally, he didn't live long. Thus, he was the first participant to die in this Weird Tales. When Xiong, who had been holding Wei Yan's hand, was about to speak to him when she suddenly saw a large mass of bloody mist spreading before her eyes. A strange phenomenon. In fact, the Weird Tales information, formed by the bloody mist, appeared before everyone's eyes at that moment, including Wei Yan and Jianhui. The bloody mist dissipated. Welcome, participant. You have entered the Grade C Weird Tale. Bloodthirsty Butcher. Weird Tales, Bloodthirsty Butcher. Level, C. Type, Multiplayer, selected. Event description: legend has it that a horrific murder once occurred in the Xiaolukou vegetable market. A pork butcher had an argument with the butcher at the neighboring stall, used his pig slaughtering knife to kill the neighboring butcher and his wife on the spot, even severing their heads. The surrounding people fled in terror and called the police. Unexpectedly, the couple's daughter happened to return home from school and was also tragically killed by the crazed butcher. By the time the police arrived, the butcher had committed suicide by disembowelment and used his last breath to stuff his own internal organs into the carcass of a slaughtered pig. Main mission: survive for 24 hours inside the Xiaolukou vegetable market. During this period, you may do anything you wish. Main mission reward: 500 energy points. Hidden mission: yes. After the Weird Tales information appeared, everyone quickly read it, so the scene was temporarily quiet. However, Jianhui, who had appeared calm and composed moments ago, now had a slightly twitching facial expression. Grade C. In fact, he hadn't even read the event description. Based on Jianhui's experience, he couldn't maintain his composure just by seeing the level. Although he was reluctantly pulled into this Weird Tales, in his imagination, since it wasn't below Grade D, it should ideally be Grade D, and definitely not higher. Although he had never handled a Grade D Weird Tales, he at least had experience dealing with Grade E ones. If he proceeded cautiously and was fully prepared, he might be able to take on the challenge. But who would have known that this bloodthirsty butcher was actually Grade C? After quickly reading the subsequent mission information, Jianhui grew more horrified the more he read, and angrier at himself for not walking farther away just now, wondering what he was doing sitting in the monitoring room. Smack! While everyone stared dumbfounded, he fiercely slapped himself across the face. There was a mosquito, he said expressionlessly, raising his head. Wei Yan guessed that the mosquito must have inadvertently consumed his flesh and blood, leading to such hatred that he slapped it with such force. Before long, those who read slower had also finished all the Weird Tales information, but because this was their first time entering a Weird Tales, they didn't have a deep understanding of the grading system. This was a deliberate choice by the Bureau not to inform them, otherwise, it would likely further escalate the participants' panic, making it impossible for them to calmly deal with the situation inside the Weird Tales. The moment he saw the Weird Tales level was Grade C, Wei Yan was also completely stunned. He quickly finished reading the Weird Tales description, surveyed the unfamiliar wet market environment, and pondered his next move. When Xiong noticed that Wei Yan's expression was no longer as calm as before and quickly asked, "Son, is this Weird Tales very difficult?" "A little, but it's not a big problem," Wei Yan said. "Mom, we need to stay together constantly now. I suspect that in this Weird Tales, the murderous butcher might have become an even more terrifying monstrosity after death, making him the most dangerous presence here, which is why we have to survive for 24 hours. Ah." When Xiong's face turned pale, and she nodded hurriedly, "Son, I'll listen to you. Also," Wei Yan instructed quietly, "Mom, my entry this time is different from yours. I am not classified as a participant. It's because I've entered Weird Tales twice before and activated a special profession, and the Weird Tales sensed this and pulled me in simultaneously. So, the butcher might not hunt me down temporarily, but his target is you all. If anyone among these people is a liability, you must abandon them decisively, without hesitation. If you get separated from everyone else, you must ensure you stay with me. MHM. Even if I get separated from everyone else, I won't separate from you." When Xiong nodded, Wei Yan was slightly surprised at this moment, realizing that his mother's nervousness seemed to be fading. Her face was no longer as pale as before, instead, she was focusing more on the Weird Tales itself. "Son, there's a cleaver on the cutting board at that butcher stall," when Xiong said, glancing at the nearest stall. "Could it be an item? Should I go get it first?" "Get it," Wei Yan said immediately. He couldn't help but look at his mother again.
Thanks to Watchingly and Reader 2026 for the tips. Please vote for the new week. Please follow along. Please follow along.
When the mother and son left home this morning, a worried Wei Zhengdong had pulled Wei Yan aside and whispered to him, "Your mother was quite brave when she was young. She only started to become afraid of this and that after she gave birth to you. Now that she's older, you must protect her well." Wei Yan recalled his father's words, and seeing Wen Xiong's transformation now, he suddenly felt as if he was meeting his mother for the first time in his life. As soon as she uttered the word take, Wen Xiong dragged him, imperceptibly moving to the pork stall. Using Wei Yan's body to block the view of others, she reached out and grabbed the cleaver. However, the sharp edge of the cleaver was stuck in the chopping block. Wen Xiong, being weaker, pulled it but couldn't dislodge it. "Son, I can't take it out," she whispered. The two quickly switched places. Wen Xiong was responsible for blocking the view, while Wei Yan reached out and grabbed the cleaver's handle. He had originally intended to pull hard, but to his surprise, it lifted with just a light tug. At the same time, Wei Yan focused his gaze on the handle for a few seconds, but there was no reaction. According to the Bureau, if an item were a prop from a weird tale, a prompt would appear above it after a few seconds of observation, indicating how many energy points could be exchanged for it. But after observing the cleaver for a while, there was no reaction, which meant it couldn't be exchanged and was not a prop. In other words, it would be impossible to use this item to protect himself in the weird tale. Wei Yan put down the cleaver, his gaze turning to the various knives displayed at other meat stalls. He whispered to Wen Xiong, "Mom, this knife is useless. If we get a chance later, we'll look at the knives at other meat stalls. For now, let's not go over there." While the mother and son were testing the cleaver, Jianhui told those present, "This weird tale requires us to survive for 24 hours. Everyone must be vigilant. In the next 24 hours, we may encounter various fatal dangers. Also, don't even think about leaving this vegetable market. Going out means certain death." How do you know so much?" the bald man, Hao Jiannan, asked in surprise. Jianhui replied, "Because I've experienced it." The others were stunned, not expecting this latecomer to be an old hand with experience in weird tales. Many immediately showed joy and unconsciously moved closer to Jianhui. At this moment, Jianhui looked at Wei Yan, seeing that Wei Yan was also watching him. Meng Yiba had initially told Wei Yan about the only investigator in the Zhou City administration, and Jianhui had also seen Wei Yan's photo from Meng Yiba and knew he had experienced 2 weird tales. Being able to enter a weird tale that wasn't originally his, he should have already activated his profession, Jianhui secretly speculated. This was a grade C weird tale, and having a capable person help would certainly be better than fighting alone. Jianhui's profession was hunter, and his current skill was tracking, excelling at quickly tracing a target after obtaining some information. He waved at Wei Yan. Wei Yan and his mother walked up to Jianhui, smiling as he said, "Hello." Wei Yan did not reveal Jianhui's identity, and Jianhui naturally would not expose his background. Jianhui leaned close to Wei Yan's ear and lowered his voice. "This weird tale is very high level. To be honest, I haven't dealt with one like this either. It's best if we act together later." "Okay," Wei Yan immediately agreed. "Have you ever obtained a prop?" Jianhui asked. Yes, Wei Yan did not hide it. "Very good, make good use of your props," Jianhui said. "Currently, the fresh meat section should be the most dangerous. Let's find a place to hide first and quickly grasp the rules of this weird tale." This was his idea. The current vegetable market harbored some unknown and extremely terrifying dangers, especially the fresh meat section where a murder had occurred. Therefore, it was best to first find a safe place, then quickly understand this weird tale, and then formulate a plan. Having already experienced 2 weird tales, Wei Yan also shared this idea. The two immediately turned to look around. At this moment, a 24-hour countdown appeared in the upper right corner of everyone's eyes. Everyone was gathered together, looking somewhat at a loss. These first-time participants had initially only learned some basic knowledge about weird tales at the Bureau, as well as how to cooperate with each other. Because even the Bureau didn't know the form and content of the upcoming weird tales, they couldn't provide more specific guidance. The vegetable market they were currently in was called Xiaoyuku Farmers Market in the weird tale. Its layout, design, and size were all different from the Sanchikou vegetable market in the real world. There was no light inside, as if it were in a power outage. Although it wasn't dark outside, the sky was overcast, making the vegetable market extremely dim, and places slightly further away were unclear. However, the layout of the vegetable market was the same as a normal vegetable market, with a fruits and vegetables area, fresh meat section, aquatic products section, live poultry section, comprehensive zone, etc. The fresh meat section could be seen from end to end, with a total of 12 stalls. According to the information that initially warned Wen Xiong and other participants to enter the weird tale, the 11th fresh meat stall might be where the murder occurred. Wei and Jian Hui simultaneously looked towards the 11th stall. Just then, they suddenly noticed hot white steam rising from that spot. The appearance of this steam was very abnormal. There had been no movement around just now. As soon as someone observed that stall, the steam began to rise, as if something had been cooking there all along. Everyone, don't get separated, Jian Hui told the others. Immediately, he and Wei led the way, Wen Xiong followed behind Wei and the others tightly followed Jian Hui on the other side. After all, Jian Hui was someone who had experienced weird tales and was already a lifeline in their eyes. The bald man, Hao Jiannan, followed the closest, almost reaching out to tug Jian Hui's clothes. The others followed behind, while the woman, Xiao Rongrong, stayed closer to Wen Xiong, possibly due to psychological reasons, as two women would instinctively stick together. Before the group even approached the 11th stall, a meaty aroma wafted over. After smelling it, their mouths watered, and both Wei and Jian Hui couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It smells so good. Hao Jiannan couldn't help but exclaim, having already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. The others, wide-eyed, stood on their tiptoes, and craned their necks to look in the direction of the aroma. They saw a large aluminum pot next to stall 11, uncovered, with some kind of meat boiling inside. The broth was bubbling, and the aroma was overwhelming. Can't go over there. Wei and Jian Hui simultaneously had this thought. The two exchanged glances, and Jian Hui said to the others, "It's still early until the countdown ends. Let's find a place to wait first. Everyone, don't get separated, follow me." After he spoke, the group passed the 11th stall. Although they kept looking back, they quickly left the fresh meat section and arrived at the live poultry section. The aroma from the pot of meat still lingered in Wei An's nostrils. He heard Wen Xiong's stomach rumble twice behind him. Wen Xiong rubbed her stomach and said with some surprise, "I definitely ate something when we came, but now I feel so hungry." That pot of meat smelled so good, there must have been more than 13 seasonings in it. Wei An swallowed his saliva again, nodded, and then said, "The meat in that pot might not be animal meat." At this moment, Jian Hui suddenly stopped, his expression slightly startled. Wei An followed his gaze and saw that there were no live poultry left in the entire live poultry section. All the chickens, ducks, geese, and other animals had died in their cages, and a stench, completely opposite to the earlier meaty aroma, wafted over. At first, Wei An thought that besides monstrosities, there shouldn't be any other living things inside the vegetable market. Neither the vendors nor the shoppers, so even though this was called the live poultry section, the cages might all be empty, with no live poultry. But now there was indeed no live poultry, because they were all dead. These chickens, ducks, geese, and other birds all had their heads drooping, their bodies covered in bloodstains. They didn't look like they died of illness, but were violently killed, as some ducks' necks were brutally twisted off, a very bloody scene. Moreover, from the looks of it, these live poultry seemed to have died not long ago. The participant named Ren Tao, who was strong but short, squatted in front of a large rooster, touched its body, and found it was still warm. Ugh! Xiao Rongrong couldn't help but start retching. Everyone quickly passed through the live poultry section, not lingering, and didn't have time to examine what else was in the other corners. Upon reaching the fruits and vegetables area, the air here was much better, and everyone began to breathe deeply. The oppressive feeling from the live poultry section and fresh meat section immediately lessened considerably. Jian Hui looked around and suggested, "This place should be relatively safer. Let's find a spot here to rest. Everyone, don't get separated." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. "No, one person is missing." When they first entered the Weird Tales, there were a total of 8 people, not counting the fellow who was only half a body, but now there were only 7 people present. Wei An turned his head and counted, discovering that one person was indeed missing. He still remembered this person, named Lin Xiaojun, with an ordinary appearance. He hadn't spoken since entering the Weird Tales and seemed to have been walking at the back just now, which led to no one noticing that he hadn't kept up. "I remember. I don't think I saw him in the live poultry section," Ren Tao said, recalling. "I think I saw him," Xiao Rongrong said, "in the live poultry section. Lin Xiaojun seemed to be following behind you." "Really?" Ren Tao was a bit uncertain. In fact, after everyone else recalled, they were also unsure where Lin Xiaojun got lost. At the same moment, in the fresh meat section, next to the large aluminum pot at Butcher Shop No. 11, where rich meat broth was constantly boiling, a head emerged. Lin Xiaojun's gaze greedily fell upon the chunks of meat bobbing in the pot. Just now, after following the others into the live poultry section, he quickly turned back because he was too hungry. When he rushed to the vegetable market, Lin Xiaojun hadn't eaten anything because he was constantly anxious and had no appetite. Now, smelling such a fragrant meat broth, he really couldn't resist. It was as if an inexplicable hook had appeared in his mind, drawing all his thoughts and attention to this fragrant pot of meat broth. Lin Xiaojun didn't notice anything unusual about it. He just irresistibly wanted to eat a couple of pieces of meat from the pot and drink a bowl of the rich soup. His eyes were fixed, staring intently at the constantly boiling meat chunks. However, this guy still had some vigilance and didn't act immediately. Instead, he looked left and right, then picked up a small iron fork from a nearby chopping board and extended it into the aluminum pot. Soon, the iron fork pierced into a constantly rolling piece of meat. The moment he lifted the meat chunk out, more fragrance wafted over, and Lin Xiaojun continuously swallowed saliva, his entire expression becoming dull. He brought the meat chunk close to his mouth, and saliva, too late to be swallowed, flowed directly from the corners of his lips. Fragrant, too fragrant. Lin Xiaojun mumbled, his eyes glazed over, his face showing extreme hunger. At this moment, he probably didn't even know what he was saying. He completely disregarded the heat, taking a bite. The broth contained within the meat chunk spilled into his mouth. The muscle fibers in the meat chunk were crushed by his teeth, dissolving in his oral cavity, giving Lin Xiaojun an immense sense of satisfaction, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. In fact, he really was about to ascend to heaven. Lin Xiaojun chewed continuously and quickly, bite after bite, soon eating the meat chunk on the iron hook completely clean. After a long while, he came back to his senses, looked around, and prepared to find another ladle to scoop a spoonful of the fragrant meat broth from the pot to drink. The moment Lin Xiaojun turned his head, he suddenly noticed that not far in front of him, behind Butcher Shop No. 11, stood a man with a bare upper body, wearing a pair of greasy, filthy trousers on his lower half, and a black plastic apron. The man was slightly, with a flabby build. He wore a sack mask on his head, with only 3 holes cut out for his eyes and mouth/nose, but it was impossible to see clearly inside the holes. The masked man held an extremely sharp, blood-stained cleaver in his hand. Lin Xiaojun froze, squatting there in front of the fragrant pot of meat, looking up at this strangely dressed person. A moment later, the masked man suddenly spoke, emitting a very strange voice. "Is it delicious?" Seeing his appearance, Lin Xiaojun originally wanted to run away, but his body was uncontrollably unable to move. As if possessed, he replied, "Delicious. Eat more," the masked man said again. Although Lin Xiaojun was still very hungry and wanted to continue eating, after the masked man appeared, he felt an inexplicable danger. At this moment, he dared not eat anymore, no matter what. Lin Xiaojun instinctively took 2 steps back. The masked man showed no reaction, seemingly staring at Lin Xiaojun through the holes in his mask. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Lin Xiaojun straightened up and turned to run towards the live poultry section. As he ran, he kept looking back to see if the eerie masked man was chasing him. But the man just stood there with his cleaver, and he didn't know if he was still watching him. Lin Xiaojun quickly ran to the live poultry section and, at the same time, breathed a slight sigh of relief, because he found that the masked man had made no move and had not chased after him. Still savoring the aroma of the meat from earlier, Lin Xiaojun intended to quickly catch up with the others, but after only a few steps, a piercing pain suddenly shot through his abdomen. He suddenly squatted on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. At this moment, Lin Xiaojun felt as if the intestines in his stomach were being torn apart by an invisible force, hurting him so much that he couldn't even make a sound. Soon, he was lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably, his hands pulling him forward, but he could only move a very small distance. The aroma of meat suddenly wafted over again, getting closer and closer, covering up the stench of the live poultry section. Even though Lin Xiaojun's stomach pain was unbearable, he still had the urge to eat another bite of meat and drink another sip of soup. He was sure that the pot of meat was approaching him from behind, because he heard the sound of the broth boiling, and even the clanking of meat chunks in the pot. Fruits and vegetables area. Jianhui pointed to a temporary shed for vegetables not far away and said to everyone, "Let's go to that vegetable shed first." Then he whispered to Wei-Yan, "You go in front, I'll go last." Wei-Yan knew what he meant, otherwise, he was worried that someone else might get lost, and given the current situation, walking at the very back was the most dangerous. He immediately nodded, leading the way with his mother, while Jianhui was responsible for the rear. Soon everyone entered the vegetable shed. Although the shed was small, after moving out some phone boxes filled with fruits and vegetables, a large space was still cleared, enough for all 7 of them to stay inside. Jianhui and Wei-Yan discussed in secret and decided not to go back for Lin Xiaojun, because given the current situation, he was most likely in grave danger. Not long after everyone had settled down, Ren Tao, sitting near the entrance of the vegetable shed, turned to the others and said, "Is there something wrong with my nose? How can I still smell that meat aroma?" "I smell it too," Hao Jiannan nodded along, his Adam's apple bobbed, and then he added, "I'm so hungry." Thanks to Wenjiu Zhanzhu, Mingda Xiong, Jianinha, Beast Soul Warrior,
and bookfriend 2026 for the rewards. Keep asking for continued reading and votes. Thank you.
After failing to take the cleaver from the chopping block, Wei-in used his newly acquired special profession, adapter, to search for weapons or items suitable for his mother. However, whether in the fresh meat section, live poultry section, or fruits and vegetables area, he never found any items through detail capture. When Wei-in activated his detail capture skill, his target would be highlighted, making it very easy to spot. At this moment, Jianhui, Hao Jiannan, Ren Tao, Xiao Rongrong, and others all poked their heads out of the vegetable stall and looked towards the live poultry section. The scent of meat was indeed unusually strong, as if they were still in the fresh meat section and had never left. After getting Jianhui's permission, Ren Tao stepped out of the vegetable stall and looked in the direction they had come from. He quickly stiffened and rushed back into the stall.
That pot of meat from just now. It's outside, he stammered.
Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Jianhui and Wei-in walked out of the vegetable stall and looked towards the live poultry section, and sure enough, they saw the large aluminum pot that had been in the fresh meat section now sitting in the middle of the road, with a honeycomb briquette, stove burning vigorously underneath it, and meat broth bubbling, with large chunks of meat, offal, and other things rising and falling in the pot.
It looked like there was even more meat than before.
The two exchanged glances, and Jianhui whispered, "I'm sure Lin Xiaojun is dead. My skill can track targets, and I just determined that Lin Xiaojun didn't follow us to the live poultry section. He also has no reason to hide in the stinking live poultry section, so he most likely returned to butcher shop No.
11. Are you saying he was lured back by that pot of meat?" Wei-in asked. "Don't you think there's more meat in there than before?"
Jianhui countered.
More?
Wei-in was surprised. He hadn't noticed.
He wondered if it was Jianhui's imagination.
At this moment, Jianhui's gaze was fixed on the bubbling meat chunks, and he unconsciously swallowed, then reacted with a look of disgust.
"I actually want to eat the meat in that pot now?" "Me too," Wei-in admitted frankly. "It seems it's still not safe here." Jianhui swallowed again. "We need to go further."
Wei-in shook his head. "I feel that as long as we don't leave this vegetable market, no matter where we go, this pot of meat will follow." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures passed by, one after the other, walking quickly towards the pot of meat. Wei-in focused his gaze and saw that it was Ren Tao and the handsome young man, He Xiang. He immediately reached out and grabbed, only managing to
catch Ren Tao's arm.
But He Xiang did not stop and continued to move quickly towards the aluminum pot. Jianhui stepped forward, helping Wei-in hold Ren Tao's shoulder to prevent him from moving further, and at the same time, loudly shouted to He Xiang, who was already close to the aluminum pot, "He Xiang, don't go near it, don't eat the meat from that pot." He Xiang ignored him, as if he was incredibly hungry, saliva constantly dripping from the corners of his mouth. He pounced on the aluminum pot and reached for the meat chunks inside, completely disregarding whether it would burn his hand. Thud! The next second, a wooden flying stool landed on He Xiang's head, knocking him out cold on the spot, and he fell beside the large aluminum pot. Wei-in sighed and said to the dumbfounded Jianhui beside him, "Damn, I missed. My target was actually the pot." He paused, then shrugged, "But it seems the effect is the same. We can't get close to that pot now. The closer we get, the greater the temptation,"
Jianhui warned.
Wei-in initially thought of dragging the unconscious He Xiang back, but he also had the same concerns as Jianhui. Hearing Jianhui mention it now, he
didn't dare to go over.
He picked up another small wooden stool nearby, ready to play flying stool again, and this time the target was still the pot. Jianhui pressed his hand down. "Don't smash the aluminum pot." He then explained, "That pot of meat might be a rule of the monstrosity's appearance. If we break the rules, it might lead to even worse
consequences."
Wei-in thought about it carefully, agreed, and put down the wooden stool. This pot of meat now definitely portended something ominous. If this Weird Tales was a solo Weird Tales, Wei-in would have smashed the pot long ago. Now, he mainly considered that his mother was also in the Weird Tales. If it caused bad consequences, he should still be able to handle it, but he was afraid his mother and the others wouldn't be able to cope. Before fully understanding the rules, Jianhui's meaning was to proceed with caution. The two immediately pulled the somewhat conscious Ren Tao back, but no one dared to go and rescue the unconscious He Xiang, because that pot of meat was too tempting, and no one could guarantee that after getting close, they wouldn't be able to resist wanting to eat a couple of pieces. Even Jianhui, an experienced investigator, dared not risk it. In fact, He Xiang was unconscious for a very short time. Just after Wei-in and Jianhui dragged Ren Tao back to the vegetable stall, he, lying beside the pot, had already begun to wake up. Slowly sitting up, He Xiang was still a bit disoriented. The handsome young man first touched the back of his head. Although he had been knocked out, the wound on his head was actually not large, only seeping a little blood. "He Xiang, come back quickly." Jianhui immediately shouted to him. Gurgle, gurgle. Although Yi Xiang heard Jianhui's voice, he was almost simultaneously drawn back by the constantly boiling meat broth beside him. Swallowing hard, Yi Xiang sat up, staring blankly into the pot. At this moment, only Weiyan and Jianhui were still watching from the vegetable stall. The others were also attracted by the rich aroma of meat, constantly swallowing saliva, not daring to look that way, and instead hid in the innermost part of the vegetable stall. As for why Weiyan and Jianhui had stronger resistance to that pot of meat, Weiyan guessed it might be related to their past experiences with weird tales and having obtained special professions. Before long, Yi Xiang over there was clutching his stomach, slowly curling up on the ground, his extreme craving having turned into pain. Then, in the dim live poultry section in the distance, a man walked out, shirtless, wearing a burlap sack mask over his head, and carrying a cleaver. A dangerous aura emanated from the man. He stood in front of the curled-up Yi Xiang, looking down at him, his lips moving as if he was saying something. From Weiyan's direction, he couldn't tell if Yi Xiang had answered, but soon they saw that Yi Xiang was lying on the ground, no longer moving. Then the masked man squatted down and used the extremely sharp cleaver in his hand to slice Yi Xiang's abdomen. Let's go, it's very dangerous here, Jianhui urged. Weiyan noticed that Jianhui now had a metal spike in his hand. This should be his weapon item. Turning around, Weiyan said to the others, everyone, find something to plug your noses, breathe through your mouths, let's leave. Before he finished speaking, he saw that these few people in the vegetable stall had already plugged their nostrils with tissues distributed by one Xiong. I've already told them all to plug them up, Wen Xiong said in a muffled voice. Unexpectedly, Wen Xiong had already found the key to the problem, allowing everyone to block their nostrils a step ahead, preventing them from smelling the meat aroma, thereby isolating the temptation. So far, his mother's performance occasionally amazed Weiyan, which gave him more confidence that Wen Xiong would definitely pass this weird tale smoothly. Wen Xiong usually had a habit of carrying tissues with her. She handed a tissue to Weiyan and Jianhui, telling them to block their nostrils. However, apart from these daily necessities, it was completely unfeasible to bring various special tools, weapons, etc., from the real world into the weird tales. The special filtering mechanism of the weird tales would automatically filter out anything it deemed unsuitable or detrimental to the smooth progression of the weird tales, and would inflict a certain, terrifying, punishment on the participant. Everyone quickly evacuated to the comprehensive zone next to the fruits and vegetables area. The masked man was still squatting beside Yi Xiang, constantly pulling something from his abdomen and throwing it into the boiling pot, a horrifying scene. After leaving the fruits and vegetables area and entering the comprehensive zone, Jianhui used the metal spike in his hand to pry open a closed storefront. Everyone temporarily entered to hide, carefully closing the door and trying to restore it to its original, unopened state. The bald man, Hao Jiannan, listened at the door for a while, finding nothing unusual. He then turned around, clutching his stomach and saying, I don't know why, but I feel hungrier and hungrier. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded. Even Weiyan and Jianhui could sense that their hunger was much more severe than before. At this moment, Wen Xiong whispered to Weiyan, son, is that pot full of people killed by that masked man, and then cooked meat? It should be, Weiyan said, but we seem to be increasingly unable to resist what comes out of that pot. Next time we encounter that pot of meat, if we're unprepared, perhaps you all will try everything to eat it, unable to resist any longer. What should we do? Wen Xiong said, worried. It's fine, we just need to find a way to last 24 hours, Jianhui interjected from the side, then closed his eyes. Weiyan glanced at him, saying nothing. He now felt that Jianhui had been very laid back since entering. As an investigator, he hadn't actively tried to complete or explore the weird tales. Instead, after roughly understanding the rules of this weird tale, he seemed ready to just go with the flow. Could it be that this guy didn't want to come in and was forced into the weird tales by his superiors? Weiyan wondered. To endure 24 hours in this weird tale should not be a problem for a veteran like Jianhui, but for other ordinary people, it would probably be extremely difficult. Because Jianhui possessed a special profession, he could use it to resist some of the temptation from that pot of meat, but others could not, so when danger came, others would bear the brunt. Recalling that the pot of meat had appeared in the fruits and vegetables area, separated by a live poultry section, Weiyan did not believe that hiding here would allow them to escape the masked man's pursuit. Therefore, hiding was not the best solution. To save these people's lives, they had to actively investigate and actively complete this weird tale. This was what an investigator should do. It now seemed that Jianhui was indeed prepared to take a laid-back approach to passing the weird tale. If he could save the lives of others, that would be best. But if he couldn't save others during his laid-back process, he would have an excuse when he got out, saying it was because the weird tale's grade was too high. After all, a Grade C weird tale was likely a rare occurrence in Zhou City. Doing so, at least for Jianhui, it wouldn't be very difficult to save his own life. Wei Yan had originally planned to suggest teaming up with Jianhui to thoroughly investigate the site of this weird tale and then formulate a plan that could save everyone as much as possible, but now it seemed that this guy would be difficult to cooperate with him. Staying here would definitely lead to the pot of meat following them. This was not a solution. Wei Yan decided to take the initiative. Earlier in the fresh meat section, he had been in a hurry to find a place to hide, so he must have overlooked important information. Now that Jianhui was so laid back, Wei Yan planned to go back and check it out himself. He pulled his mother aside and whispered, "Mom, you stay with them for now. I'll go outside and look for an opportunity. We can't just sit here and wait for death." It seemed Wen Xiong had also considered this point. As soon as Wei Yan mentioned it, she immediately said, "I'll go with you. Hiding here is even more dangerous. That masked guy will definitely find us again."
Wei Yan was stunned. Wen Xiong added, "I feel like this Jianhui person is a bit unreliable.
It's already been proven that hiding like this won't work. We'll definitely be found again before long." Wei Yan had originally planned to go out and scout for a moment himself, and once he had results, he would come back for his mother. However, upon reflection, it was uncertain if these people would even still be here when he returned, so the mother and son acting together was not a
bad idea. Okay, Wei Yan nodded.
After they discussed for a while, Wei Yan told Jianhui his plan. Jianhui looked at him with surprise.
"Are you sure you two want to go out and take risks? If there's any news, I'll inform you as soon as possible," Wei Yan said.
"However, you can't stay in this place for too long either, otherwise it will still be very dangerous." Jianhui waved his hand and said no more, but he subconsciously fixed his gaze on Wei Yan. After telling how Jiannan, Ren Tao, and Xiao Rongrong, these three didn't understand why Wei Yan and his mother still wanted to go out. How Jiannan even developed some dissatisfaction with the two of them, as according to the Bureau's instructions, everyone should not act on their own,
and must stick together. Even if they died, they should die together.
But since Jianhui hadn't said anything, how Jiannan grumbled once and then stopped speaking. The mother and son quickly opened the door and left.
Wen Xiong always walked behind Wei Yan.
After the door behind them closed, they arrived at the junction of the comprehensive zone and the fruits and vegetables area. Wen Xiong crouched and hid behind a stall, while Wei Yan peered cautiously towards the fruits and vegetables area for a moment. During this process, Wei Yan took out the tissues stuffed in his nostrils and threw them away. He already had stronger resistance than others. Even if he strongly desired to eat the fragrant stewed meat, he could temporarily maintain his
composure, as long as he didn't get close. He didn't smell any meat aroma.
It seemed the pot of meat was no longer in the fruits and vegetables area.
At the same time, Wei Yan also didn't see the masked man's figure.
Before coming out, he had already charged 50 energy points into the plot editor.
Currently, Wei Yan still had some energy points reserved.
He had 50 points left last time, then gained 100 points after completing the bubble tea weird tale. Later, as an intruder, he unintentionally completed a hidden task, gaining an additional 200 points, totaling 350 points remaining. He had just spent 50 points to activate plot deduction, leaving 300 points. However, this time the energy point consumption seemed a bit high, as the deduced plot content was very rich and surprised Wei Yan.
"Thank you, Brother Mingda, Shaboju, and Darkest Galaxy for your rewards. Thank you all for your ticket support.
Stay childlike, and happy holidays to all you big kids." Wei Yan deliberately waited for a period after the weird tale began before starting his plot deduction. His goal was to let the weird tale's plot develop more fully, so the deduced results would be comprehensive and clear, providing more references for
his next actions.
The deduced plot content assumed Wei Yan and his mother were still hiding in the comprehensive zone at the time. Plot 1, after you and the others hide in the small shop for a while, you all fall asleep unknowingly due to hunger and fear of going out. When you wake up, you find yourselves roused by a strange aroma of meat. Opening the door, you see a large aluminum pot sitting on a honeycomb briquette stove just outside the small shop. A strong scent of meat drifts in, and you are completely unable to resist the temptation. Except for you and Jianhui, everyone else rushes towards the pot of meat, scrambling to eat it. Jianhui takes advantage of the chaos and runs away.
You are unable to stop Wen Xiong, so you directly knock over the pot of meat. Probability of this plot occurring, 90%.
Plot 2, after the large aluminum pot is knocked over, it fails to stop the others from eating. The ground is covered with spilled meat chunks and tripe. How Jiannan and Ren Tao even crawl on the ground, sucking up the broth. The owner of the aluminum pot, a masked man, quickly appears.
He seems very angry and approaches you with a meat cleaver.
You pull out your ice chisel, ready to fight, but you find that the masked man's strength is terrifyingly powerful, and the ice chisel cannot harm him at all. At this point, everyone else starts experiencing abdominal pain. You have no choice but to carry Wen Xiong and flee in a hurry, but your shoulder is bitten.
The one who bit you is Wen Xiong.
Those who ate the meat chunks not only experience abdominal pain but also undergo a certain degree of mutation. Probability of this plot occurring, 65%.
Mutation.
Wei Yan exclaimed, examining the text of the plot deduction. Although the deduced plot only had 2 segments, the amount of information it contained now seemed vast. Wei Yan realized that he couldn't knock over the large aluminum pot, as it wouldn't change the outcome and would instead draw the masked man's hatred. Most importantly, he couldn't defeat him, which was also crucial information. Even with the ice chisel, he couldn't win, especially since this guy was a monstrosity from a grade C weird tale. Moreover, according to the weird tales plot, he should be the murderer in the killing case, the butcher who brutalized the family of 3 from the
neighboring stall.
According to this plot deduction, directly confronting this masked man, who was likely the bloodthirsty butcher, was completely impossible unless his own strength increased or his professional skills improved. Furthermore, it seemed that staying in that small shop was just waiting for death, so Wei Yan decided to act quickly and find a solution before the large aluminum pot found them. After observing for a moment and finding no abnormalities, Wei Yan waved to his mother, signaling her to follow him into the fruits and vegetables area. The fruits and vegetables area was very quiet, the large aluminum pot was indeed gone, and even Yi Xiang, the young man who had been lying on the ground, had vanished. However, a shocking pool of blood remained on the ground, indicating that an extremely tragic scene had occurred here. Following the previous method, Wen Xiong crouched behind a stall to hide, while Wei Yan scouted near the live poultry section. A moment later, he confirmed that besides the foul smell, there was no unusual meaty aroma in the live poultry section, indicating that the large aluminum pot was not there, and thus the butcher should also not be present. Wen Xiong followed Wei Yan, and the two quickly entered the live poultry section. The sky outside was growing darker, and the moment they stepped into the live poultry section, it was as if a light had suddenly been turned off, and the surrounding light immediately dimmed. The two paused, and Wen Xiong whispered, "It's dark, but why did it get so dark so quickly?" "Mom," Wei Yan said, walking ahead without looking back, straining to keep his eyes open and cautiously surveying his surroundings. He asked, "Did you happen to take anything from the stalls in the fruits and vegetables area just now?" Wen Xiong explained without changing her expression, "The potatoes sold there were very good, big, round, and plump. I left the money there and only bought 2. Actually, Wen Xiong didn't mention another thing. If her tracksuit pockets hadn't been small and inconvenient, she would have bought 2 more. After a pause, Wen Xiong continued, "I also bought a bunch of green chilies. These small green chilies, though not large, are very spicy. Your father's favorite stir-fried chili chicken absolutely requires them." "Mom," Wei Yan said, "although I don't know why you brought money in, did the bureau not tell you that things from Weird Tales cannot be taken out?" "Wen Xiong?" The mother and son quickly reached the middle of the live poultry section, where the light was even darker compared to the two ends of the area. Almost nothing could be seen. Wei Yan walked by feeling the edges of each stall so as not to lose direction, and his feet occasionally stepped on dead ducks and geese. Sometimes, stepping down would cause something to burst open. Wen Xiong did the same behind him, but she was no longer as terrified as she had been at first, taking each step very steadily. Fortunately, light was seeping in from the other end, towards the fresh meat section. It seemed that the live poultry section was designed to be relatively enclosed to prevent the live poultry from escaping, resulting in the extremely dark conditions. Just then, on the other side of the stall where Wei Yan and Wen Xiong were, a strange dragging sound was heard. Wei Yan immediately stopped, and Wen Xiong, who was behind him, also heard it and stopped, turning her head to look in the direction of the sound, but she couldn't see anything. "Mom, did you see anything?" Wei Yan's voice was very low at this moment, so low that he could barely hear himself. Wen Xiong replied softly, "No." The dragging sound had now disappeared. The mother and son stood quietly for a moment, then started walking forward again. However, after only 2 steps, the dragging sound started again on the other side of the stall. The two immediately stopped, and the sound from nearby simultaneously vanished. "Someone is following us." The image of the butcher wearing his mask immediately appeared in Wei Yan's mind. If this guy targeted them, it would be difficult. However, it seemed the other party wasn't immediately trying to deal with them. Just then, a hoarse, eerie sound came from the direction of the dragging, and from the sound, this person seemed to be lying on the ground. Wei Yan immediately turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it towards the source of the sound on the other side of the stall. In fact, all the participants had brought small flashlights, but they had tried them earlier, and none of them could light up normally. This meant that in this weird tale, participants were not allowed to bring illuminating objects from the real world. In contrast, the flashlight on Wei Yan's phone, which wasn't very bright, worked normally. This was likely because the Weird Tales rules deemed his phone flashlight not a true illuminating object.
This is the convenience of bringing a phone, Wei-in didn't forget to show off to his mother.
Under the flashlight's beam, they quickly saw that there was indeed a person lying on the ground on the other side of the stall. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Xiaojun, who had gone missing earlier. Lin Xiaojun was disheveled, curled up there, clutching his stomach with both hands.
Xiaojun. Wen Xiong was stunned.
Wei-in did not go forward, instead, he pulled her back immediately. At the same moment, Wei-in's phone flashlight, which he had just been showing off, instantly went out, and the surroundings plunged into darkness once
more. Ha!
An eerie huffing sound came from Lin Xiaojun's direction, and then the crawling sound rapidly approached the mother and son in the darkness.
As Wei-in retreated, protecting Wen Xiong, he immediately took out his ice chisel.
The two quickly backed into a corner next to a foul-smelling chicken coop, and the scuttling sound that had been pursuing them quickly stopped, as if it had lost their trail. Neither Wei-in nor Wen Xiong spoke, but Wen Xiong clutched his arm tightly. Although the pursuer hadn't caught up, it might be searching nearby, so the mother and son temporarily stood still, not moving. It was too quiet all around, a silence that made one uncomfortable. Wei-in could even hear his own heartbeat. Soon, he noticed his mother trembling slightly. He turned his head, about to ask quietly, when he heard his mother whisper, "Son, I feel like something's wrong with the chicken coop behind me."
Wei-in was startled and asked softly, "Why?"
"It doesn't seem to be chickens in the coop, a hand is pulling at my pant leg," Wen Xiong replied. Although she was very scared, compared to her behavior when they first entered the Weird Tales, her state of mind was much stronger now. No sooner had she spoken than there was a clang from the chicken coop behind them. The coop door seemed to have opened.
"Slowly back away," Wei-in said in an almost inaudible voice.
"I can't, that hand has grabbed my pant leg."
Wen Xiong's expression was terrified.
Wei-in turned around, squatted down with the ice chisel in his hand, and fumbled around. Soon, he felt a chill. Following his mother's left pant leg, he touched a cold hand. Wei-in didn't hesitate, plunging the ice chisel directly into the back of this hand, then pulling it out. The owner of the hand made no sound, but quickly withdrew it.
Its body's collision with the coop intensified, as if it wanted to quickly crawl out of the cage.
Wei-in no longer delayed, pulling his mother and quickly heading towards the light from the fresh meat section. Before long, the figure in the darkness crawled out of the coop, hunched over, and came to where the two had stood. His belly was empty, all his internal organs had disappeared, his mouth was slightly agape, and his eyes scanned back and forth blankly. On the other side of the live poultry section, Lin Xiaojun was still crawling on the ground. In reality, not only were his internal organs missing, but both his feet had also been chopped off, so he couldn't stand. Wei-in and Wen Xiong arrived at the fresh meat section. Although it was getting darker and darker, the light here was much brighter than in the live poultry section.
Wen Xiong felt a little relieved and asked Wei-in, "Son, was the person who pulled my pant leg just now the one wearing the mask?"
"No, the person in that chicken coop should be He Xiang," Wei-in said.
Wen Xiong was startled. "He Xiang isn't."
Wei-in nodded. "Yes, he is already dead.
Lin Xiaojun should be dead too."
A moment later, Wen Xiong recovered, temporarily putting the recent encounter out of her mind. She walked towards the nearest butcher stall. "I'll try the knives on these stalls first to see if there are any I can use." She didn't go far, just to the stalls around Wei-in, picking up various knives displayed on them. It was very strange. These knives were either extremely heavy, so much so that even with all her strength, Wen Xiong couldn't move them an inch with both hands, or they were ridiculously light, like paper, giving her the feeling that they weren't real objects. Now Wen Xiong knew that these things were not the so-called Weird Tales items she could use, which was why they felt either very heavy or very light.
Taking this opportunity, Wei-in searched stall number 11 thoroughly, inside and out.
The large aluminum pot was not there. It must have been chasing other people under the bloodthirsty butcher's control. Wei-in soon made an astonishing discovery in the baskets beneath stall number 11. There were 2 baskets here, each filled to the brim with human body parts, looking very gruesome. They appeared to have been freshly dismembered, and it was difficult to tell how many people they belonged to. However, Wei-in quickly discerned that there was at least 1 male and 1 female, as he found an incomplete head with long hair. Wei-in originally didn't intend to tell his mother about his discovery, but Wen Xiong, after trying the knives, quickly walked over. She glanced at the horrifying scene under the stall, and Wen Xiong instinctively took 2 steps back, but recovered a moment later. It seemed that not only was her nightly self-training of watching horror movies significantly effective, but Wen Xiong's adaptability was also remarkably strong. Her current demeanor was completely different from when they first entered the Weird Tales.
"Are these bodies the ones that were stewed in that pot?" Wen Xiong asked.
"They should be," Wei-in nodded.
"I just checked, there are two bodies here, one male and one female.
They should be the couple from the neighboring stall who were victims in the murder case described in the weird tales. Wei-in turned his head to stall 10, Mom, go try over there and see if there are any suitable weapons you can use.
Wen-xiong quickly walked over. This stall number 10 should belong to the murdered couple.
Perhaps, due to some probability, an item would appear at their stall. However, after Wen-xiong tried each one, it was still the same as before, she found nothing. She observed the stall for a moment, then returned to Wei-in's side and whispered, I tried, nothing.
But I noticed that stall 10 is missing a type of knife. Missing what? Wei-in asked.
A cleaver. There isn't a single cleaver over there, which shouldn't be possible, Wen-xiong said. She then looked at the cleaver at stall 11. She had already tried this one, it was too light to use. After a brief thought, Wen-xiong's eyes lit up. I know. The cleaver from stall 10 is in the butcher's hand. That should be the item we can use, but he took it. Wei-in immediately nodded in agreement. Mom, I've always wondered where my meticulous and detailed reasoning ability came from.
Dad is usually carefree and doesn't like to think. I didn't expect it to be inherited from you. I don't know why you've been hiding it all this time. Wen-xiong thought about Wei-in's question very seriously and replied, if I always showed that I was more capable than your dad, wouldn't he lose his self-esteem? I'm afraid there would be many unnecessary conflicts at home every day. After a pause, Wen-xiong said, have you found anything else here?
I didn't find the body of the couple's daughter in the baskets, Wei-in said. According to the Weird Tales description, their daughter unluckily returned and witnessed the murder, then was brutally killed by the butcher.
Afterwards, the butcher committed seppuku and stuffed his own organs into a dead pig's belly.
This means he didn't have time to dismember the couple's daughter, and probably didn't even consider dismembering her.
So the child's body should be intact, but it's not here. Could it have been cooked in the pot? Wen-xiong wondered. No, Wei-in shook his head. We all saw the meat in the pot at the very beginning. There wasn't that much. It was only after Lin Xiaojun went missing that the amount of meat started to increase.
Some of the meat in the baskets here is missing, which should have been in the pot initially.
No, the child isn't there.
No sooner had he spoken than Wei-in, who had been squatting, suddenly stood up and took a step back, his eyes wide, staring at the two baskets. Although it was very dim, he had still seen one of the woman's feet in one of the baskets suddenly twitch. The shattered bodies in the basket were actually incomplete. After the woman's leg twitched, other severed limbs quickly began to move as well.
Wei-in and Wen-xiong immediately distanced themselves from Butcher Shop No.
11, moving closer to the live poultry section they had come from. However, a hunched figure soon appeared in the dark, cavernous area of the live poultry section. It was He Xiang. At this moment, He Xiang's skin was as pale as paper, and having lost his internal organs, his body seemed to have shrunken a size, becoming entirely shriveled. He was fumbling inside his stomach with one hand, while the other extended, fingers splayed, towards Wei-in and Wen-xiong, his mouth slightly agape, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth, quickly covering his chin. At the same time, not far from He Xiang's feet, Lin Xiaojun's figure also appeared. He was lying on the ground, struggling to lift his head, and this time his upper and lower jaws could be seen to be fractured.
A tongue protruded from his mouth, hanging limply, looking exceptionally horrifying.
Although these two had turned into ghosts, Wei-in did not believe they were good ghosts like Zhang Guofa. It was possible that the butcher had already controlled their actions, causing He Xiang and Lin Xiaojun to uncontrollably try to harm others. Seeing this terrifying scene, Wei-in and Wen-xiong abandoned the idea of going to the fruits and vegetables area through the live poultry section. They both turned to look in the other direction. Adjacent to the fresh meat section, there was a sign that read Aquatic Products section.
This area also had a thick ceiling, and it looked like the lighting should be even darker than the live poultry section, but in fact, some faint purple light could be discerned emanating from within, though the light source was unknown.
The mother and son immediately ran towards the entrance of the aquatic products section. During this process, the basket beneath Butcher Shop No. 11 had been overturned, and the scattered remains within had reassembled themselves, a bizarre scene, and soon a humanoid figure slowly stood up from
behind Butcher Shop No. 11. To call it a humanoid figure, it actually differed greatly from a human.
This body had 3 legs, 2 in front and 1 behind, with one leg of normal length, and the others progressively shorter. It did have 2 hands on its body, but one belonged to a woman, and the other to a man, with much thicker bones. The head on top of its body was the woman's head, but half of a man's head was embedded in its left chest, looking inexplicably eerie. The woman's head was also tilted, her blood-soaked long hair swayed slightly, then quickly matted back onto her body. This is even more terrifying than the vengeful woman in the Grudge series of horror films, Wen-xiong said in horror. It's a bit like the mutated humans in The Hills Have Eyes. It must be said that Wen-xiong's film consumption had been very rich recently, she had dabbled in various horror films. Just one scene in front of her made her recall so many movie scenes. Moreover, her reaction when encountering a monstrosity again in these weird tales was no longer as it was before. She seemed to be increasingly calm. At her words, Wei-Yin couldn't help but compare in his mind. This humanoid figure in front of them really did resemble those in the movies. The deformed human quickly moved its asymmetrical 3 legs, bypassed stall no. 11, and walked quickly towards Wei-Yin and Wenxiong. As it moved, the woman's head on its body let out a hoarse roar, and the half-male head on its chest also kept wriggling, but without the lower part of its mouth. It couldn't make any sound. Wei-Yin did not believe his ice chisel could deal with this resentful, seemingly incredibly powerful deformed creature in front of him, and there was no need to confront the deformed creature. He Xiang and Lin Xiaojun head on right now. They were not the protagonists of the weird tales. The protagonist was the masked bloodthirsty butcher. The mother and son immediately turned and hid in the dark aquatic products section. Footsteps of the deformed creature came from behind, but He Xiang and Lin Xiaojun did not pursue, seemingly afraid to get close to the deformed creature. After Wei-Yin and Wenxiong hid in the aquatic products section, they didn't go far, but instead squatted nearby, about 10 meters from the entrance, hiding behind a large stone-built pool, motionless. The deformed creature arrived at the entrance of the aquatic products section. It stopped moving forward, and the woman's head peered in from the entrance. Its eyes, which had been tightly shut, twitched twice with effort and slowly opened. As these eyes opened, a large amount of suspended fluid could still be seen between the upper and lower eyelids. After the fluid separated, a pair of grayish-white eyeballs quickly appeared. These eyeballs stared deeply into the aquatic products section, and the woman's head suddenly trembled violently twice. Her mouth opened, and she let out a heart-wrenching roar towards the aquatic products section. The sound was incredibly piercing, and Wei-Yin and Wenxiong both felt a stinging in their eardrums, quickly covering their ears. Soon after, at the entrance and exit of the live poultry section, the masked butcher appeared, standing there and gazing at the deformed creature, whose body was even larger than his own, standing at the entrance and exit of the aquatic products section. The deformed creature seemed to sense something. The woman's roar abruptly stopped, and it turned to look at the butcher. The next second, the entire pieced-together body instantly disintegrated, scattering into numerous severed limbs that lay on the ground. The butcher, carrying his cleaver, walked to the back of his butcher shop, retrieved the 2 baskets, quickly approached the scattered remains on the ground, then set the baskets down, picking up the severed limbs one by one and tossing them into the baskets. From beginning to end, neither of them made any other sound. Wei-Yin and Wenxiong squatted in the aquatic products section. Wei-Yin cautiously poked his head out and glanced at the entrance and exit of the aquatic products section, roughly guessing that the butcher might have appeared. To say who currently had the strength to deal with that deformed creature in this weird tales, it was probably only the bloodthirsty butcher himself. After all, these monstrosities were all created by the butcher himself, including the butcher himself. However, Wei-Yin couldn't understand one thing: why didn't the deformed creature chase them in just now, only standing at the entrance and exit, letting out a mournful howl at the inside? What was the meaning of this howl? Was it a warning to the 2 of them? Or was it helplessness at losing their? Or, perhaps, this deformed creature dared not enter at all? As soon as this thought arose, cold sweat immediately seeped from Wei-Yin's forehead and palms. If even that deformed creature didn't dare to enter, then what exactly was inside this aquatic products section? No sooner had the thought occurred than a gurgling sound emanated from a transparent large fish tank not far away, followed by a bubble emerging and then bursting, as if something inside was exhaling. Wei-Yin and Wenxiong had already roughly observed earlier that these fish tanks seemed to be mostly empty. Even in tanks with fish, shrimp, or crabs, they were all dead, floating or sinking in the water, just like the creatures in the live poultry section. The faint purple light seen earlier from outside in the aquatic products section came from the UV sterilization lamps placed in these fish tanks, but only 1 or 2 were lit. All the others had already gone out. What Wei-Yin didn't know was that he only saw that the deformed creature didn't dare to enter, but in reality, the masked butcher had no intention of entering either. After a brief moment of thought, Wei-Yin decided to use Lu Gui's eyeball once to see if he could discover anything strange in the aquatic products section through this special item. Lu Gui's eyeball was a special item Wei-Yin obtained during a hidden quest in the previous Bubble Tea Weird Tales. Because it was called a special item, Lu Gui's eyeball had no grade or quality distinction, and its function was also quite unique. Lu Gui was the name of the truck driver in the Bubble Tea Weird Tales, the monstrosity's name before he died in the real world. Through this special item, you will be able to see bizarre sights you have never seen before. In other words, this eyeball had the ability to let Wei-Yin see a different world. However, there was one thing Wei-Yin was unsure about: how to wear this thing. Was it like a telescope, or he would align his own eye with this eyeball and then look at the world,
or did he have to directly insert this eyeball into his eye socket? The problem was that he already had eyeballs. If Lu Gui's eyeball went into his eye socket, would his own eyeball be squeezed out or flattened? Wen Xiong merely blinked, and then saw Wei Yan holding a black object in his hand. It was too dark around, so she couldn't clearly see what it was. She then heard Wei Yan say, "Mom, this is my special item. I obtained it in the last Weird Tales. I need to use it now, so don't be surprised no matter what I do later." Wen Xiong nodded, just trying hard to keep her eyes wide open, but she didn't speak. Wei Yan tried holding Lu Gui's eyeball and slowly bringing it closer to his eye, just like a child observing this strange and bizarre world through a glass bead. However, this was just Wei Yan's wishful thinking. The moment Lu Gui's eyeball approached his eye, it drilled into Wei Yan's eye socket with a whoosh, like a magnet. Unprepared, Wei Yan's head tilted back slightly, his face filled with horror. This scene even frightened Wen Xiong. However, after Lu Gui's eyeball drilled into his eye socket, Wei Yan didn't feel any discomfort, just a sensation like a contact lens had been placed on his right eyeball. From Wen Xiong's perspective, the scene she saw was much more terrifying. She saw that after the eyeball entered Wei Yan's eye socket, it immediately enveloped Wei Yan's original eyeball. His son's originally dark and bright starry eyes instantly turned a deep, incomparably black. "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." Wei Yan reached out and placed his hand on his mother's hand, telling her not to be nervous. At the same time, he carefully felt the unusual sensation at that moment. There was no pain or itching, it just felt like he had put on a contact lens. Wei Yan turned his head to look around. The scene presented by this eye was even darker than before, but it outlined the contours of every object in his line of sight, allowing him to identify what these things were at a glance. Slowly turning his head, Wei Yan's gaze swept over the various water tanks and stalls in front of him. The dead fish and shrimp in the tanks had clear and distinct outlines in his eyes. After looking at the objects in front of him, there was nothing unusual. Wei Yan quickly stood up, leaning on the stone-built pool beside him, and turned to look elsewhere. Just then, his body trembled slightly. What came into view was a huge transparent glass tank, divided into upper and lower layers. The lower layer was larger, and its extended area was almost as big as the second layer. In the upper glass tank, Wei Yan's eyeball discerned the outline of a corpse lying in the water, slowly floating. The corpse was clearly not the length of an adult, it was significantly smaller. Wei Yan immediately guessed its identity. At this moment, text prompts quickly appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, the hidden quest Her Wish has been activated. Hidden quest, there is not only the bloodthirsty butcher in the vegetable market, but also other terrifying presences. Find her, approach her, and tell her your answer. Hidden quest reward, 1000 energy points." Wei Yan's first reaction upon seeing the hidden quest was, the reward is so damn high. Now he probably guessed that if there was a hidden quest in a Weird Tales, the energy point reward for that quest was basically double that of a normal quest. For example, the bloodthirsty butcher's reward was 500 points, and the hidden quest was 1000 points. And the corpse lying in the water tank should be the daughter of the couple from Meat Stall No. 10 who had just returned from school. After this girl was killed by the butcher, she was not dismembered but abandoned in a large fish tank in the nearby aquatic products section. This hidden quest now seemed to require him to approach this little girl and then tell her the answer she wanted to know. This quest would certainly not be simple, because Wei Yan currently didn't know what the answer was, and getting the answer would probably not be an easy task. "Son, what are you looking at?" Wen Xiong also stood up with Wei Yan, trying hard to widen her eyes and look in the direction he was observing, but she couldn't see anything. That area was pitch black. "There's something abnormal over there," Wei Yan said, pointing to the second layer fish tank where the corpse was floating. Wen Xiong shook her head, she still couldn't see anything. The next second, the energy of Wei Yan's Lu Gui's eyeball was depleted. The clear outlines of objects in his eyes were instantly replaced by complete darkness. It seemed the eyeball couldn't be used continuously. After being left for a period, it would slowly recharge itself and could then be used again. To avoid finding the wrong direction, Wei Yan took out Lu Gui's eyeball and put it into his inventory, then used his professional skill detail capture to fix his gaze on that direction again. This time, because of her own prior judgment, a faint highlight prompt appeared around the second layer fish tank. Wei Yan softly said to Wen Xiong, "Mom, follow me now. We're going to the place with the large glass fish tank that has upper and lower layers." Wen Xiong nodded and asked, "What are we going there for?" "There's a corpse in the fish tank. We might need to get it out first," Wei Yan said. "Wen Xiong, don't you do anything, I'll just get it out," Wei Yan added. Following the highlight prompt, Wei Yan quickly led his mother to the two-tiered glass fish tank. This area was extremely dark, nothing could be seen, only some water sounds could be heard, indicating the presence of fish tanks.
Wei-Yin hadn't seen any stools earlier that he could use to climb to the second layer. After fumbling around for a moment, he found nothing. He turned to Wen-Xiong and said, "Mom, I'm going to step on the edge of this glass tank and climb to the second layer.
You wait below, don't go anywhere, don't move. Can this glass hold up?" Wen-Xiong asked worriedly.
Wei-Yin felt it and replied, "The glass is so thick, it's very sturdy, it should be fine." After speaking, he tentatively stepped onto the glass edge and indeed stood up steadily, reaching out to grasp the edge of the second layer glass fish tank. In reality, the upper and lower layers were not very far apart. With a push, Wei-Yin climbed to the second layer, stepped into the water, and quickly found that the water level reached just above his abdomen. The water in the fish tank was very cold, but he could endure it for a while. Then Wei-Yin reached into the fish tank to grope around, and before long, he touched 4 or 5 dead fish, both large and small, with slightly
flattened bodies and a few fleshy whiskers. He didn't know what kind of fish they were.
After pushing aside the floating dead fish, he walked a few steps forward, and his right hand soon touched a cluster of long hair floating in the water. His body involuntarily shivered, and a chilling coldness spread along his fingers.
Happy Dragon Boat Festival, everyone! Eat more zongzi today. Son, how is it?
When Xiong's voice came from below at this moment, she was clearly very worried about Wei-Yin's situation. Because she couldn't see anything in front of her, she could only vaguely make out the outline of the large glass tank beside her, and hear the sound of water rippling as Wei-Yin moved in the water above. "I touched her," Wei-Yin replied. After grabbing some floating long hair, Wei-Yin followed the lead and quickly touched someone's head. This head was slightly small, indicating it was the daughter of the murdered couple. He didn't know the little girl's name, and it wasn't described in the hidden quest. Wei-Yin accidentally touched her cheek and found that the little girl's entire face was probably swollen. He dared not touch it again. Furthermore, having been standing in the water all this time, the water temperature was too low, and his body had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Wei-Yin grabbed the school uniform the little girl was wearing and slowly pushed her towards the glass tank. At this point, he realized that he
couldn't carry this corpse down smoothly by himself.
He had wanted to call his mother for help, but he was worried she might bump herself while climbing the fish tank, and if she helped move the corpse, she would have to submerge half her body in the fish tank, so he decided against it. Wei-Yin had an idea and softly called out to Wen-Xiong, "Mom, stand back a little.
I'm going to push the corpse from the top into the large glass tank below. Watch out for splashes."
Wen-Xiong nodded busily, retreated 2 steps, and after reaching out to touch a box on a nearby stall to steady herself, she said, "Be careful." Wei-Yin stood in the middle of the corpse, supporting the little girl's waist with both hands. He felt that the little girl had probably been in 6th grade or junior high, around 12 or 13 years old, when she was alive. If the little girl stood up, she would be about as tall as his shoulder, belonging to a type of person who grew quickly. This meant that even pushing this corpse down would take Wei-Yin a lot of effort, as he had to be careful not to make a mistake in direction during the push and drop it, damaging the corpse. After all, this hidden quest was related to the little girl's corpse, and if the corpse were damaged, it might affect the completion of the quest. The edge of the glass tank was about half an arm's length above the water. After Wei-Yin lifted the corpse to the edge, his right hand touched the little girl's icy cold hand. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his wrist. The little girl's cold thumb and index finger hooked onto his. No, not hooked, it seemed she grabbed him. Wei-Yin's heart leaped in surprise. He used his shoulder to brace the little girl's body against the edge of the glass tank and reached into the water to pry at the fingers that were gripping him. These 2 fingers were like iron clamps, both icy cold and hard. Wei-Yin's heart pounded, and he didn't look closely at the little girl's already swollen face. He felt his body almost going numb, and he struggled to pry open the little girl's 2 fingers, fearing that he might break these stiff fingers in the process. Fortunately, the process was fraught with danger but ultimately safe. The little girl's fingers loosened slightly, and Wei-Yin softly said, "I'm sorry." With a push of his shoulder, he abruptly shoved the little girl's corpse from the upper fish tank. With a splash, a large amount of water splattered, some even splashing onto Wei-Yin's face on the upper level. The water had a fishy smell, and Wei-Yin gagged twice, but nothing came out.
"Son, are you alright?" Wen-Xiong asked hurriedly. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm coming down now, don't move."
Wei-Yin walked to the corner of the glass tank and slowly descended along the path he had climbed up. His whole body was dripping wet and felt very heavy, so his movements were much slower. Upon reaching the large glass tank below, he found that the water here was slightly shallower, only reaching his thighs, but the little girl's corpse should not have been damaged when it fell. Standing in the water, Wei-Yin reached out and groped around. Before long, his expression began to turn to horror. He had searched all 4 corners of the glass tank, walked back and forth several times in the middle water area, and even felt the not-so-deep
bottom. There was nothing in the water.
He had clearly heard the sound of it falling just now, but now the corpse was gone.
Son!
Wenxiong also noticed something was wrong, as she had been hearing Wei An walking back and forth in the water without speaking, so he must have
encountered some difficulty.
Calling out, she approached the large glass tank. According to Wenxiong's plot deduction, if Wei An had caught the corpse and wanted to move it out of the large glass tank, he would likely ask her for help. Although she didn't want to touch a corpse, Wenxiong now understood that this was a critical moment. Things she had previously been unwilling or afraid to do, she now had to do, with no conditions.
Mom, wait a little longer.
The corpse clearly fell in just now, but I haven't found it yet, Wei An replied, standing in the glass tank.
Search carefully again. Do you want me to come in and help?
Wenxiong pressed her hands on the edge of the glass panel, straining her eyes to look inside, trying to help her son find the corpse. Just then, she suddenly felt very cold. An icy sensation came from her right side. Wenxiong immediately turned her head and, in the dim light, saw that there seemed to be a person standing to her right, beside her. The person wasn't tall, but their entire body was incredibly cold. She could feel it just by them standing nearby, like a large block of ice. Drip, 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 water was still constantly dripping from the other person's body. Because of the close distance, Wenxiong could vaguely see that this person seemed to be a child, with long, flowing hair, but it was all plastered to her neck and face, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. Wei An, still searching in the glass tank, noticed something was wrong at this moment. He straightened up, looked in the direction his mother had just spoken, and called out, "Mom?" He waited for a moment, but there was no response.
Wei An's heart sank.
Just as he was about to call Wenxiong again, he suddenly heard an incredibly hoarse, yet eerily childish, little girl's voice from his mother's
direction. Did you find it?
Because she was some distance from Wei An, these words were clearly addressed to Wenxiong, who was standing there.
Wei An was startled and immediately blurted out, "Mom, don't answer her, don't answer yet."
He knew that the hidden quest had begun, named her wish, meaning this little girl had a certain wish that the participants who received this quest
had to fulfill.
And the question the little girl was asking now was clearly related to her wish.
Not only did Wenxiong not know the answer, but even Wei An currently had no clue.
Therefore, he couldn't answer rashly, otherwise no one could predict what might happen. Upon hearing her son's words, Wenxiong finally realized what she had encountered. The person standing to her right was the little girl's corpse that
Wei An was searching for.
She had instinctively wanted to tell the other party that she didn't know what to look for, but Wei An's reminder made her immediately shut her mouth.
Remaining motionless, though her body trembled slightly, Wei An wasn't idle either.
After reminding his mother, he immediately reactivated plot deduction. To give an answer, one would at least need some clues, so activating plot deduction was the best and safest option for Wei An at that moment. Plot 1, because you have already activated a hidden quest, and are not participating as a player, the little girl, who is the protagonist of the hidden quest, harbors strong hostility towards you and your mother, Wenxiong. In reality, you don't have enough time to find the answer she wants, but she still asks her question, directing it at your mother, Wenxiong. Wenxiong is stunned by her question.
She initially follows your reminder not to answer, but the little girl quickly asks again, moving even closer to Wenxiong. Wenxiong is terrified and instinctively shakes her head, indicating she doesn't know.
The probability of this plot occurring is 95%.
Plot 2, Wenxiong, both shocked and in pain, collapses to the ground, unconscious.
Enraged, you rush towards your mother, intending to stab the little girl with your ice chisel, but you find that the little girl, who was just standing beside your mother, has vanished.
Footsteps echo around you, as if she is circling the glass tank.
The floor is covered in water stains, the foul water dripping from the little girl. You quickly crouch down to cradle your unconscious mother, discovering that her mouth is bleeding incessantly. Just then, a cold hand rests on your shoulder, and a voice whispers in your ear, "Did you find it?" The probability of this plot occurring is 85%. Plot 3, you desperately want to stab her directly with the ice chisel in your hand, but you force yourself to hold back. Gritting your teeth, you ask, "What are you looking for?" The little girl replies, "The thing my mom and dad have always been looking for."
You continue, "Where can I help you find it?" The little girl answers, "I don't know." You ask again, "Can you describe the thing?" The little girl reveals an eerie smile and responds, "You've already asked me 2 questions. Mama said I should use my own brain."
The intense pain causes you to fall unconscious. Just before you pass out, you realize your hair, which had been messed up by the water, still hasn't been tidied. The probability of this plot occurring is 75%. These projected plot directly entered Wei An's mind, allowing him to read them quickly and grasp all the plot points in no time.
Simultaneously, Wei-in summarized the key points of the plot. First, the little girl's ultimate move seemed to be tearing out the target's tongue.
Second, the ice chisel was not very effective against her because she moved extremely fast, making her almost impossible to stop. Third, he could ask her questions, but a maximum of 2 at a time, otherwise, asking a third question would enrage her and provoke her to act
directly.
Wei-in quickly finished his analysis and shouted towards Wenxiong's location, "Little one, I'll tell you the answer, I know everything." As he spoke, he approached the source of the sound and soon saw Wenxiong standing next to the fish tank. Beside Wenxiong, a small, shadowy figure stood, slowly turning its head, seemingly watching him.
She can see me, Wei-in deduced again. Although it was very dark here, that was only for ordinary people. The little girl had been soaking in this large fish tank for so long that she seemed to have developed fiery golden eyes. "We are here to help you, with no ill intentions."
Wei-in stepped out of the fish tank, not forgetting to take a moment to tidy his hair. Wei-in now had an advantage. In the predicted plot, he had already asked the girl 2 questions, which meant he now had the opportunity to ask 2 more. To fulfill her wish, he first needed to find out what the key to the girl's problem was. "The thing you're looking for, is it yours, or your parents', or someone else's?" Wei-in pondered for a moment before asking. He already knew that the girl wouldn't directly say what the thing was, as if there was some taboo involved, and she also didn't know where it was, so there was no need to repeat those 2 questions. The girl replied with her hoarse voice, which sounded as if it had been soaked in water for an unknown duration, "My mother's." Alright, now he knew the direction to search. If it was the little girl's mother's item, then it might be found on the mother's dismembered body, or perhaps it was near the basket. After a moment of further consideration, Wei-in cautiously asked, "Why are you looking for it?" This question was crucial. Since the girl was unwilling to say what the item was, Wei-in could now indirectly inquire about its importance or its significance to the little girl. Through this line of questioning, there was a high probability of learning the item's purpose, and subsequently deducing what it was. This time, the little girl did not speak immediately. Wei-in widened his eyes, trying to discern her facial expression at that moment, but all he saw was a swollen, lifeless face. Wenxiong stood beside her, not daring to move. She worried that if she moved rashly, she would anger the girl, who clearly seemed to have a bad temper. It won't let us rest in peace." The little girl's lips twitched, and she uttered a single sentence. Wei-in was slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the little girl to be searching for this item with such hatred. This meant that she wasn't the only one who hated it. Her parents must have also been tormented by it. He couldn't ask a third question now, or the little girl would fly into a rage and start tearing out his or his mother's tongue. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. Wei-in walked between his mother and the little girl, almost pressing himself against the girl's body. He said to the girl, "I probably know where that thing is. You follow us, and I'll get it for you." Wenxiong looked at her son, bewildered, then realized that her son probably didn't know and was just buying time. The little girl, however, did not hesitate. Upon hearing Wei-in say "follow us" and turn around, she immediately leaped onto Wei-in's back, clinging tightly to him, as if she had grown onto his back and could no longer be separated. Wenxiong was about to speak, but Wei-in raised a hand to stop her. "Mom, it's fine. Aside from being a bit cold and uncomfortably wet, everything else is alright. Let's quickly go and get that thing for her." With that, he immediately walked cautiously towards the intersection of the aquatic products section and the fresh meat section. The most urgent task now was to see what the situation was like in the fresh meat section, and then search stall 11, the basket, and even the dismembered remains for any special items. Since he had already told the little girl that he would give her something, she should temporarily refrain from acting, but there must also be a patience limit. If that limit was exceeded, the little one would still tear out his tongue. By the way, why was her attack method tearing out tongues? Wei-in suddenly paused. He felt he had inadvertently caught a very crucial piece of information. The combined Sherlock Holmes and Conan in him seemed to have been reignited at this moment. Thanks to Watchingly, Brother Mingda, Darkest Galaxy, Heavenly Beast Armor, and Reader 2026 for their rewards. Thanks for all the votes. Please continue to follow and read. Comprehensive Zone. Inside a closed small storefront, Jianhui sat near the entrance, carefully listening to the movements outside. At the same time, he would turn his head to check the situation inside the store every now and then. Currently, Jianhui had personally witnessed He Xiang's death. Lin Shijuan's fate was uncertain, and Wei-in and Wenxiong had gone out to scout. In the store, only he, the bald middle-aged man Hao Jiannan, the short but sturdy Rin Tao, and the young woman Xiao Rongrong remained. The other three sat together inside the store, Hao Jiannan and Rin Tao clutching their stomachs, their bodies curled up, while Xiao Rongrong was, frowning, also hunched over. Jian-hui knew how they felt, because he himself felt extremely hungry. After smelling the meat broth earlier, although he no longer saw it, the feeling of hunger seemed to intensify, especially when sitting here doing nothing. Overthinking made the feeling of hunger increase more easily. However, fortunately, a long time had passed now, and the pot of meat and the masked man had not pursued them, possibly being attracted by Wei and his mother or other things. Jian-hui turned his head and gently reassured the others. It seems our crisis has passed. It's been 2 hours, and the masked man hasn't come after us. 2 hours? Hao Jiannan looked up, staring at him in surprise. Mr. Jian, it hasn't even been an hour yet. Where did 2 hours pass? Jian-hui was startled, thinking to himself that his perception of time was off again. He turned his attention to the upper right corner of his eye and found that it had indeed been less than an hour since they settled down in this store. At this time, it should be dark outside, and there was still a long time until tomorrow morning, and this period was the most dangerous time. No, I'm too hungry, I can't stand it, I need to eat something. Ran Tao stood up, clutching his stomach with both hands, but he couldn't even stand straight, clearly very hungry. Grumble. Xiao Rongrong's face was embarrassed because her stomach rumbled cooperatively, proving that she was also very hungry. Hao Jiannan said, I suggest we find something nearby to fill our stomachs, don't go too far, so we can return immediately if anything happens. Jian-hui did not speak. However, he was thinking that, although he didn't know why, that pot of meat might be bubbling hot somewhere nearby, and the masked man might also be hiding somewhere. This masked man should be the butcher himself. If he chose to confront him head-on, he would have almost no chance of winning, so he should try to avoid direct conflict with him. These people could attract most of the butcher's attention, as long as they didn't die too quickly. It wasn't impossible for them to last until the 24 hours were over. What's more, Wei and his mother were outside drawing aggro. It was best if they delayed for a longer time and didn't die so quickly, which would give him more time. We must eat. While it's not completely dark yet, we need to hurry. Jian-hui nodded. Food in Weird Tales can also be eaten, as long as you pay attention and are careful. Plug your nostrils with tissue, and don't take any strange or unfamiliar foods. Seeing that even Jian-hui agreed, Hao Jiannan immediately said, Ren Tao, you and I will go out and get food. After we leave, I'll go left and you go right. This is the comprehensive zone. There should be no shortage of braised dishes and similar cooked foods nearby. Ran Tao was eager to eat something quickly and immediately nodded. Jian-hui warned, you must be careful, bring the food back before you eat it, and don't be greedy. With that, he opened the concealed store door, and Hao Jiannan and Ren Tao bent down and slipped out. At this moment, the light in the comprehensive zone was not too dim. It was the brightest area in the vegetable market, allowing them to see about 5 or 6 meters away. Hao Jiannan and Ren Tao noted their current position and immediately split up. Ren Tao moved the fastest, disappearing a moment later, already heading towards the braised food stall. Hao Jiannan, being middle-aged and with a slightly protruding belly, couldn't move as fast as Ren Tao. He hunched over, fearing being discovered by the monstrosity, and quickly, stealthily arrived at a stall on the roadside of the comprehensive zone. Upon closer inspection, there were many dried tofu pieces displayed here. These 5-spice dried tofu pieces were golden on the outside and pure white inside, and could be eaten directly. Hao Jiannan immediately couldn't resist picking up a brick-sized piece of 5-spice dried tofu and started gnawing on it. The more he ate, the more flavorful it became. After devouring half of the dried tofu, he took off his outer jacket, wrapped several pieces of dried tofu inside, and then took 2 bottles of Lei Ganma. Actually, there were plastic bags at the stall, but because the bags would make noise, Hao Jiannan used his clothes for wrapping to be safe. On the other side, Ren Tao quickly arrived at the braised food stall. He couldn't help but swallow several mouthfuls of saliva, quickly approached the stall, tore off the white cloth covering the braised meat, and grabbed a piece of braised beef, stuffing it violently into his mouth. The beef chunk was quite large. Ren Tao chewed and swallowed, looking exactly like a starving ghost. At the same time, he quickly stuffed other braised pork, beef, and pork stomach into the white cloth, folded the white cloth twice, tied a knot in the middle, and wrapped all the meat. By then, the beef in his mouth was almost gone. Just as he was about to leave with the food, his nose suddenly twitched, and a peculiar meaty aroma wafted into his nostrils. Ren Tao was stunned. He still had tissues in his nostrils, but for some reason, he could still smell the aroma very clearly, as if the tissues were completely ineffective. A stronger sense of hunger struck him. He felt so hungry. The braised meat in his hand instantly lost its appeal. He wanted to eat the source of that meaty aroma, because that was the true food that was attracting him. All the wrapped braised meat in his hand fell to the ground. Ren Tao ignored it, walked around the braised meat stall, and headed towards the fruits and vegetables area. About 5 stalls away from the fruits and vegetables area, he saw the large aluminum pot steaming hotly. Ran Tao swallowed hard and ran frantically towards the large aluminum pot. However, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still knew to pick up a knife from a nearby stall. After getting close to the aluminum pot, Ran Tao plunged the knife into the pot, pulled out a piece of meat, and tried to blow on it to cool it while stuffing it into his mouth. Just then, a force struck Ran Tao from behind. Ran Tao lost his balance and lunged forward, instantly knocking over the aluminum pot, the pot stand, and the coal stove. A large amount of scalding soup spilled onto Ran Tao. Ran Tao let out a series of piercing screams, quickly took off his outer jacket, and frantically patted himself. At the same time, the large amount of scattered meat on the ground further stimulated his desire to eat. After screaming, he grabbed the meat from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly eating 2 large pieces. Suddenly, Ran Tao, who was sprawled on the ground, saw a pair of black rubber shoes in front of him, stained with blood. He looked up slightly and saw a man wearing a burlap mask looking down at him. Despite his hunger, Ran Tao was puzzled. The masked man had appeared directly in front of him, so the person who had pushed him from behind earlier was not this man. Shortly after this thought arose, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. The masked man squatted down and flipped his body over with immense strength. Ran Tao was utterly unable to resist. Immediately, the masked man, holding a meat cleaver, chopped down onto his abdomen. Thanks for the rewards, Zhuobiao and Zulayanshan. Hao Jiannan heard a scream. His heart jumped, and the clothes wrapped around the spiced dried tofu fell to the ground, scattering 2 pieces of dried tofu. Hao Jiannan quickly squatted down to pick up the dried tofu, then hugged the clothes back to his chest, listening carefully, but he couldn't hear any sound. That scream just now must not have been far. It came from within this comprehensive zone, which meant Ran Tao might have already met with misfortune. Hao Jiannan's heart was pounding at this moment, his whole body trembling, and he quickly ran back to the entrance of the small shop. Just as he was about to call out for the people inside to open the door, he suddenly found that the shop door was actually open. He was terrified, and tremblingly poked his head into the shop, straining his eyes to look, only to find that there was no one inside. Jian Hui and Xiao Rongrong were no longer there. Hao Jiannan's first reaction was that these two had heard the scream and ran out, either in Ran Tao's direction or simply fled in fear. However, he had somewhat noticed Jian Hui's behavior earlier and guessed that the guy wouldn't be so kind as to go out and help. He would definitely run as far as possible. And Xiao Rongrong, a weak woman, seeing Jian Hui about to run, would most likely have no choice but to follow him. Damn it, I only went to get 2 pieces of dried tofu. How did they all scatter? Hao Jiannan had originally wanted to hide inside the shop, but he felt that it was no longer safe there, mainly because the door was broken and couldn't be closed. He didn't dare to go in the direction of the scream, so he could only run back in the direction where he had gotten the dried tofu. As he ran, he didn't forget to take out a piece of spiced dried tofu and chew on it. After running for a moment, he called out softly, "Mr. Jian, Ms. Xiao, come quickly and eat some tofu." Before he even reached the dried tofu stall, Hao Jiannan suddenly slammed on the brakes, staring intently ahead. In that direction, he vaguely saw a pot stand in front, with a pot of meat boiling inside. Hao Jiannan didn't know that this pot of meat had already been overturned, nor did he know that it would reappear before him unharmed. After a moment of shock, he, terrified, threw the clothes in his arms along with the dried tofu towards the pot, then turned and ran. Actually, influenced by the aroma, he had originally wanted to eat the meat in the pot, but the key was that his mouth was currently stuffed with a large amount of dried tofu. In his fear, he wanted to vomit but couldn't, and with the dried tofu blocking his throat, the only trace of rationality in his mind was telling him that he had to escape. So Hao Jiannan completed the action of turning and fleeing. No one expected that the bag of dried tofu he threw would scatter in mid-air, and a piece would fall into the aluminum pot. Crack! A meat cleaver chopped down, hitting Hao Jiannan's forehead just as he turned. The guy froze. A moment later, blood flowed down. The hand holding the meat cleaver loosened, letting the knife remain impaled in the other's head. The masked man quickly walked to the large aluminum pot, reached in, grabbed the fallen dried tofu, and threw it to the ground. Even if the aluminum pot was overturned, it was fine, but he seemed particularly concerned about other things being mixed into this pot. At this point, Hao Jiannan had already fallen to the ground, twitching. The masked man then returned to Hao Jiannan, pulled out the meat cleaver, and began dissecting his stomach. During this process, the masked man seemed to be searching for something. Fresh meat section. After Wei and Wenxiong appeared, they did not find any trace of the butcher, but the couple's deformed body had dissolved again and was repacked into 2 baskets, returning to its original position. This should have been formed under some pressure. For example, the butcher had returned. At this time, the visibility in this fresh meat section was also very low, not much different from the aquatic products section. All the lighting equipment brought in was ineffective, which indicated that the entire Weird Tales would basically be in darkness.
Fumbling to stall number 11, Wei-Yin felt a bit nauseous.
After first confirming that the remains did not suddenly move, he found a pair of butcher's gloves and put them on. Then he squatted down, took out the severed limbs and bones one by one, and began to search. Although the light was not very good, Wei-Yin had the detail capture skill.
If it was something he wanted to find, it would show up as a highlight. Even if the light was dim now, he believed that if that thing appeared, he would be able to see it at a glance. When Xiong stood beside Wei-Yin, occasionally looking at the motionless little girl clinging to Wei-Yin's back, and asked Wei-Yin, "Son, are you cold?" "Cold, but it's okay, we'll find it soon," Wei-Yin comforted her. When Xiong struggled internally for a moment, then said, "Little girl, could you please not cling so tightly? You see, my son's movement is restricted. Isn't he slower at finding things? This isn't good for anyone."
As soon as she finished speaking, Wei-Yin felt a slight loosening around his neck, and indeed, it was much more comfortable. "Little girl, you must love your mom and dad very much, and I believe they love you just as much," Wen Xiong continued, "just like I love my son.
How about this, you come onto my back, that way my son will find things faster."
The little girl turned her head to look at Wen Xiong, unmoved.
Wen Xiong immediately felt a bit awkward.
Wei-Yin said, "Mom, don't talk so much, she likes to tear people's tongues out." Wen Xiong immediately covered her mouth, but at the same time, she wondered how Wei-Yin knew. After a pause, Wei-Yin said to the little girl, "My mom and I won't spread rumors or guess wildly about you because of this thing you're looking for, but I know this thing must have caused you and your family a lot of grievances, and I will definitely help you clarify it." As he spoke, the feeling of being tightly constricted on his body loosened again, and the little girl's head tilted slightly upwards, as if she was moved. This was what Wei-Yin had just inferred. The little girl liked to tear out people's tongues, perhaps because she strongly disliked gossip and rumors, which meant that the thing she was looking for might be able to clarify some matters. In other words, the deaths of the couple and the little girl were not simple. They couldn't be understood by just looking at the surface of the event. There must have been other reasons involved. Just then, rustling footsteps suddenly approached the mother and son. The footsteps were very light, as if the person walking was inherently light. Wei-Yin looked up and vaguely saw two figures walk up to stall number 11. They were swaying and unsteady, but they were indeed Lin Xiaojun and He Xiang. These two were now emaciated, having shrunk a whole size. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their cheekbones protruded, making them look unusually eerie. Both had their mouths slightly agape, and simultaneously raised their hands, pointing at the terrified Wen Xiong and the standing Wei-Yin. However, just as Wei-Yin had stood up, Lin Xiaojun and He Xiang suddenly saw the little girl on his back. The two immediately retreated several steps, staggering backward, and disappeared into the darkness, truly coming and going in a hurry. "They're afraid of this little girl," Wen Xiong said. Wei-Yin nodded. Without delay, he squatted down again, but this time he focused on searching the remaining organs in the basket, and at the same time, said to Wen Xiong, "Mom, you also put on gloves and check if there's anything unusual inside those pork meats." Wei-Yin had just remembered something. According to the description of the Weird Tales event, one point was very suspicious. After killing the family of 3, the butcher quickly committed suicide by disembowelment, and then, with his last breath, stuffed his own organs into the pig's belly. Thanks to Sha Boju and Brother Mingda for the tips. Keep reading, keep reading. At first, when Wei-Yin saw the description of the Weird Tales, he simply thought that the butcher did this after committing suicide purely to add a terrifying atmosphere to the Weird Tales. But now that he thought about it, it was not at all. After disemboweling himself, he used his last breath to stuff his internal organs into the dead pig. There must be a reason for doing this. Perhaps, the butcher was using this opportunity to hide something, and whether it was related to what the little girl was looking for depended on whether they could find it now. Wen Xiong immediately put on another pair of gloves and began searching at stall 11 and the surrounding stalls. She didn't go far, and searching for things on the dead pig was much easier than the work Wei-Yin was doing now, so Wen Xiong didn't resist. Before long, Wei-Yin finished sifting through the limbs and internal organs in the two baskets, finding nothing unusual. During this process, those severed limbs did twitch eerily a few times, but they didn't move or piece together into the terrifying monstrosity from before. This was not only due to the butcher's deterrence but also possibly related to the little girl on Wei-Yin's back at the moment. After all, the couple might have seen their child and understood why Wei-Yin was searching, so they didn't make things difficult for him. Wei-Yin got up to help Wen Xiong search all the fresh meat section stalls, not just for pork, but also for beef and lamb, but found nothing. The little girl on his back once again tightly hugged him with both hands. Clearly, the other party began to suspect that Wei-Yin was deceiving her and couldn't find the answer she wanted. Wei-Yin glanced at his mother, who also signaled with her eyes that nothing had been found. At this moment, the scene of the butcher killing He Xiang and then taking out his internal organs flashed in Wei Yan's mind. It seemed that not only the little girl and her family, but also the butcher, were searching for something in these people's internal organs, which meant that at least his current search direction was consistent with theirs. It's possible that the butcher swallowed something before he died. At the moment of his suicide, he hid this item along with his own internal organs inside the dead pig. Now that he has become a monstrosity, he also wants to find that item. So it's highly possible that what the little girl is looking for is the same as what the butcher is searching for, and the search target for both is internal organs. With this analysis, no matter how well hidden, everyone who enters the weird tales may not be able to escape the fate of being killed and disemboweled by the butcher. Could that thing really be hidden inside one of our bodies? This scene felt familiar, reminding Wei Yan of the process of searching for eyeballs in the bubble tea weird tales, but then he thought that the overlap between different weird tales shouldn't be that high. Moreover, the main objective of this weird tales requires participants to survive in the vegetable market for 24 hours to pass. It doesn't ask them to find anything. Fulfilling the little girl's wish is just a hidden task among them and is not mandatory for the main objective. It's just that having experience with finding things before made Wei Yan suddenly remember something. He quickly turned his head to look in a certain direction in the fresh meat section, which was exactly where they had all appeared when they first entered the weird tales. At this time, that area was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly, but Wei Yan still remembered that one participant, who tried to avoid entering the weird tales, was forcibly pulled in at the start of the weird tales for some unknown reason, resulting in only half of his body entering, with his legs missing and only his upper body arriving. At that time, the person only had time to let out a scream, and died a moment later, his internal organs spilling all over the ground. Yes, often the people most easily overlooked are the key. This was the experience Wei Yan gained from the last weird tales. He immediately went with Wen Xiong to the participant who had died prematurely. He no longer cared about the disgust, squatted down, and began searching the half-body. At the same time, Wei Yan said to Wen Xiong, "Mom, next time we enter a weird tales, we still need to prepare a few masks in advance. This smell is really unbearable." Wen Xiong stood aside, her face full of horror. "There's a next time?" During the search, his clothes inevitably got some blood on them, but Wei Yan didn't care. Several times he wanted to vomit, but he only dry heaved a few times. Slowly, he seemed to adapt to the situation, constantly creating illusions in his mind that everything in front of him was pig intestines. It wasn't like this when he followed his mother to make sausages during Chinese New Year, so there was nothing to be disgusted by or afraid of. Before long, this corpse was searched, and there was nothing. Miscalculated, Wei Yan muttered to himself, how could there be nothing? He didn't expect that this easily overlooked key point could actually be overlooked, which indeed differed from the rules of the previous weird tales. "Son, could that thing be in that big pot?" Wen Xiong suddenly said from behind. Wei Yan replied, "I've considered that, but the meat in that pot has an abnormally strong attraction to humans. If we get close to search, we'll most likely uncontrollably eat a piece of meat." "Then knock it over beforehand," Wen Xiong said. Wei Yan shook his head. Although Jian Hui is inactive in this weird tales, his concerns are not wrong. Rashly knocking over the large aluminum pot would likely lead to even more terrifying things. Wen Xiong tapped her forehead, thinking aloud, "The bureau told us that there are many different rules in the weird tales, so that pot of meat must also have a weakness. If we can't knock it over, then there might be another way. Let me think hard." While Wei Yan was thinking, his actions were exactly the same as Wen Xiong's at that moment. It had to be said that Wen Xiong's genes were very strong, and Wei Yan suspected that what he inherited from his father, Wei Zhengdong, was probably vanity and a love for showing off. Thinking of this, he unconsciously took off his gloves, then tidied his clothes, and ran a hand through his hair. Just then, a faint, light footstep sound came from afar, quickly approaching. At first, the mother and son thought it was He Xiang and Lin Xiaojun again, but the footsteps didn't sound like them, and the sound came directly from the nearby live poultry section. Before long, a woman's voice sounded, very low, but Wei Yan and Wen Xiong could still hear it. "Aunt Wen, Aunt Wen." Upon hearing this voice, Wen Xiong immediately became delighted. "It's Chow Rongrong. Why did this girl come here?" After speaking, she immediately said, "Rongrong, we're here." The mother and son walked towards the voice, and at the same time, footsteps were also heading in that direction. Wei Yan was stunned, pulling his mother to quicken their pace towards Chow Rongrong's direction. As they got closer, they saw the emaciated Lin Xiaojun had already reached behind Chow Rongrong, extending his hands. Upon seeing Wei Yan, Lin Xiaojun's vacant gaze shifted to the little girl on his back, scaring him into quickly retreating and merging into the darkness. Wen Xiong grabbed the trembling, pale Chow Rongrong and asked, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" I don't know, but someone might have died, Xiao Rongrong stammered. Mr. Jian said he had a plan and then left and disappeared. I wanted to catch up, but I ran for a long time and couldn't. I thought you guys came this way, so I had no choice but to come find you. You didn't see anyone on the way here? Wei Yan asked. Where are Hao Jiannan and Ren Tao? They went out to find food. I didn't see them on my way here. Xiao Rongrong shook her head.
It's okay, we're together now, everything's fine, Wen Xiong said.
Immediately, Xiao Rongrong's face turned horrified, and she hastily retreated, almost screaming in fright, because only then did she see a person
clinging to Wei Yan's back. It was not easy to calm Xiao Rongrong down.
After Wen Xiong explained things to her, the woman cast a sympathetic look at Wei Yan and nodded slightly.
However, she instinctively hid behind Wen Xiong, not daring to approach Wei Yan.
Wei Yan felt as if she was looking at him as if he were already dead. With his excellent composure, he smiled faintly and said nothing more. But if he still hadn't found that thing, he might really be close to death, as the pressure on his neck was starting to increase again. This indicated that the little girl was beginning to distrust him. If she discovered that he had been misleading her all along and didn't know what the item was, Wei Yan's tongue might already be gone.
Fortunately, he had a clue. Wei Yan guessed that the butcher might also be looking for it. This thing was, in the end, very likely related to the murder of the family of 3. Moreover, it seemed that when the masked butcher killed them, it was by no means a crime of passion after a quarrel, but had a certain reason, which was most likely related to the thing they were all searching for. Actually, hiding in the aquatic products section was the safest option right now. By carefully concealing themselves there, they could definitely last for 24 hours and successfully get through this weird tales. But now Wei Yan and his group could no longer return to the aquatic products section, because once they went back, the little girl on his back would be certain that they couldn't find the item, and she would definitely pull out everyone's tongues. Wei Yan pondered for a moment and said to Wen Xiong, "We've finished searching the fresh meat section. We're going to the live poultry section now. We absolutely cannot keep the little girl waiting." "Yes, the little girl is already pitiful enough. We will definitely find that thing quickly." Wen Xiong also cast her gaze behind Wei Yan, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Xiao Rongrong didn't know that the mother and son were playing a duet to stabilize the little girl's restless emotions. She only dared to hide behind Wen Xiong and didn't dare to speak at all. Following Wei Yan's instructions, the 3 quickly entered the live poultry section to search. At the main entrance of the vegetable market, Jian Hui, who had left the comprehensive zone, stood here, holding a newspaper he had found in the security office, staring intently at the street. Outside the door, there were street lights on the street, and the light was dim, but it was already the brightest place in the Weird Tales area after nightfall. After observing for a long time, there was not only no one on the street, but also no vehicles passing by. Without checking the time, Jian Hui's incorrect perception of time told him that it was almost dawn. However, based on his experience, he knew that the area covered by this Weird Tales was very small, only this vegetable market. If he rashly left the vegetable market and entered the street, something even more terrifying might be activated. This was something an experienced investigator from another city once told him. At that time, a participant was unaware of the regional restrictions in certain Weird Tales. In a Weird Tale set in a building, he accidentally ran out of the building and never returned. As a result, after that investigator completed the Weird Tales, for a month after returning to the real world, he would dream every night of this participant standing by his bed. On the first night, the person's eyes bled. On the second night, his hair, teeth, and nails gradually fell out. Every night thereafter, his skin festered, his flesh and bones slowly separated, and he stood by the investigator's bed, crying in agony. In fact, the investigator was already quite brave, but dreaming of this person appearing every night in various eerie forms made him unable to sleep. Until the last night, the person turned into a puddle of pus and never appeared again. No one knew what this person encountered after running out of the building in the Weird Tales, to the point that it connected with the investigators' dreams in the real world. The Bureau took this matter very seriously but had always been unable to explain it. This also became one of the biggest secrets in the Weird Tales. Because of this, 2 factions formed within the Bureau. One believed that the Weird Tales might completely invade the real world one day, at which point there would be no distinction between Weird Tales and reality. The other faction believed that it was a problem with the investigator himself, who might have been thinking too much, causing him to dream of that participant every night, and that it had nothing to do with the connection between Weird Tales and the real world. After all, although the Bureau had not been studying Weird Tales for long, so far, no Weird Tales items had been found in the real world, nor had there ever been any video or audio recordings from the Weird Tales. This indicated that the 2 worlds could not communicate, because Weird Tales had rules. Standing at the entrance of the vegetable market,
Jian Hui mused for a moment.
He had no suicidal thoughts of going out to try.
After observing that there were no passers-by outside, he folded and put away the newspaper he had accidentally found and turned back. A piece of news on this newspaper should contain very important information. Just as he walked back into the comprehensive zone, a blurred silhouette appeared in front of him, standing in front of a stall, fiddling with something with both hands in front of him, but it wasn't very clear. Jian Hui immediately bent down, using the nearby stalls as cover, and tiptoed a little closer. Soon, he identified the silhouette. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Hui suddenly thought of something, and the words on the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back. He observed carefully and cautiously, no longer showing himself. The person standing in front of the stall was Hao Jiannan, who had just come out to look for food. Because his back was facing Jian Hui couldn't see his front and didn't know what this guy was doing here without a sound. But Jian Hui had already noticed that his movements were slightly stiff, and his standing posture was also a bit abnormal. Fortunately, the light from the street lights near the main entrance of the vegetable market in this comprehensive zone allowed him to see a little more clearly. A moment later, Hao Jiannan's constantly fiddling hands stopped, and he slowly turned around. Jian Hui was completely stunned the moment he saw his front. He noticed that Hao Jiannan's forehead had a gash, and the blood that had flowed out had already coagulated. Not only that, but this guy's stomach also had a large gash, but his stomach was not empty. Instead, it was stuffed full of dried tofu. He hadn't expected that Hao Jiannan, while constantly fiddling there, had actually stuffed all the dried tofu from that stall into his own stomach. Jian Hui didn't look any further. Instead, he took out his metal stinger, held it in his hand, and then activated his tracking skill as a hunter. This tracking could not only track his target but also directly avoid some people he didn't want to meet, although the avoidance effect was somewhat weaker. After the tracking skill was activated, Jian Hui vaguely smelled the aroma of meat. It was quite far away, but he also knew that the large aluminum pot was about 70 meters to his front left, which meant that if he walked further in the direction Hao Jiannan was in, he would see it. Going back now would lead to the main entrance of the vegetable market, and he couldn't return there, otherwise, there would be no escape. Jian Hui immediately prepared to go around, sneak to the junction of the comprehensive zone and the fruits and vegetables area from the other side, and then enter the fruits and vegetables area. Everything proceeded smoothly according to plan. He quickly bypassed Hao Jiannan's location and also avoided the place from which the meat aroma he detected with his tracking skill was coming. However, as Jian Hui was about to approach the entrance to the fruits and vegetables area, he saw Ren Tao wandering nearby. This guy's body was stiff when he walked, so he must have also suffered misfortune. Jian Hui remained hidden in the shadows, waiting. At the same time, he noticed that Xiao Rongrong was not in the vicinity, and a doubt immediately arose in his heart. After waiting for a moment, because he could always smell a faint aroma of meat, and feeling hungry, he reached out and took 2 hot dogs from a stall, peeled off the casings, and put them in his mouth, chewing lightly. Unexpectedly, the wafting aroma of meat not only didn't subside but grew stronger after a while. Jian Hui was surprised and was about to retreat further when a voice suddenly sounded in front of the stall where he was hiding. "You've eaten the meat. Aren't you going to have a bowl of soup?" Black rubber shoes stood before him. The person was holding a bowl in his hand, and in the bowl was steaming hot meat soup. Requesting votes for the new week. I won't thank everyone for their tips individually. I'll make a separate chapter to thank you all another day. Love you all. Although the live poultry section was very smelly, Wei-en, relying on his detail capture skill, quickly finished searching it. None of the areas showed a highlight, meaning what he was looking for wasn't there. During this time, they also encountered Lin Xiaojun and He Xiang, but these two, who were completely deformed, quickly retreated, not daring to approach them. At this moment, the little girl on his back became increasingly restless, her hands clamping around Wei-en's neck, making his movements difficult. When Xiang saw this and was anxious, but there was nothing she could do, as everyone was indeed clueless at the moment. Not only had they not found the thing, they hadn't even figured out what it was. The mother and son discussed whether to go to the fruits and vegetables area to continue searching, but Wei-en felt that the chances of finding it by continuing to search were equally slim, and this wasn't the way to go. His throat was constricted and uncomfortable, so he coughed twice and said to Wen Xiong and Xiao Rongrong, "Stop searching for now, we won't find it this way." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's 10 fingers completely squeezed Wei-en's neck, her fingers digging into his skin. Wei-en quickly patted the girl's hand. "You misunderstood. The thing must be hidden nearby, and I will continue to look for it. It's just that before I find it, I want to first look for clues left from the incident years ago in this vegetable market, like newspapers or something." Before he could finish, Wei-en froze. At this moment, because he had shifted his attention from searching for that item, no longer limited to perceiving its small, strange, or unfamiliar state, he suddenly discovered that a faint highlight appeared in Xiao Rongrong's belly. Wei-Yan didn't directly stare at Xiao Rongrong's belly with wide eyes. Instead, he used his peripheral vision to carefully confirm that the highlight
was indeed in Xiao Rongrong's belly.
At this moment, he was completely stunned, meaning the thing he was looking for was inside Xiao Rongrong. But if he were to take that thing out, he would inevitably have to cut open Xiao Rongrong's belly, which meant that even if Wei-Yan found what the
little girl wanted, he couldn't take it out.
If he directly told the little girl that the thing she wanted was in Xiao Rongrong's belly, Xiao Rongrong would likely be in danger the next second. Because the live poultry section was too smelly, the three quickly arrived at the vegetable shed in the fruits and vegetables area where they had been before. On the way, Wei-Yan pulled Wenxiong aside and whispered in her ear, "Mom, I already know where that thing is." He also said this for the little girl on his back to hear. "Where?" Wenxiong asked, delighted. "It's on that butcher," Wei-Yan replied. "He murdered a family of 3, possibly for this very thing, so what the little girl wants is definitely on him." But, Wenxiong immediately looked troubled. She knew how terrifying that butcher was. If the item were somewhere else, it would be fine, at most it would take some time to find it, but if it were on the butcher, even getting close to him would be extremely dangerous. Just as she thought of this, Wenxiong saw Wei-Yan suddenly wink at her, his expression conveying another meaning. She understood, her son was saying this on purpose, probably for the little girl to hear.
Wenxiong understood tacitly and immediately nodded. "If we lure the butcher over and can't defeat him, we won't get that thing, so we might need help."
Yes, help is very important. The mother and son sang and echoed each other, cooperating perfectly. As soon as Wei-Yan finished speaking, the pressure on his neck suddenly lessened significantly, indicating that the little girl had heard. Wei-Yan then said, "From now on, we will do our best to lure the butcher over. If the butcher really appears, Mom, you should first stuff your mouth with fruits and vegetables from here, which can temporarily curb the desire to
eat that pot of meat."
Wenxiong probably guessed now that Wei-Yan wanted to lure the butcher over, likely intending to instigate a fight between the little girl and the butcher. However, Wei-Yan spoke to her, deliberately avoiding Xiao Rongrong, but she didn't know why. Thinking of this, Wenxiong secretly glanced at Xiao Rongrong, who was standing at the entrance of the vegetable shed.
"Does my son think this girl is unreliable?"
Wenxiong had always trusted her son's judgment, although she couldn't yet see where Xiao Rongrong was unreliable, and as women, they should originally take care of and support each other. She still
chose to unconditionally stand by Wei-Yan.
Wei-Yan then said loudly, "Now we will search in this fruits and vegetables area, do not enter any other areas."
Without further ado, let's begin.
Aside from the vegetable market's original large canopy, there was no second canopy above the fruits and vegetables area, so the light wasn't as dim. As in the aquatic products section and live poultry section, they could still see within 5 or 6 meters. This time, Wei-Yan was no longer cautious when searching. Instead, he deliberately rummaged through the fruits and vegetables area, knocking over anything that could make a sound whenever possible, creating rustling noises from time to time. Sure enough, not long after, there was movement in the fruits and vegetables area, in the direction near the comprehensive zone. Wei-Yan immediately pointed to a nearby stall and told Wenxiong, "Mom, eat tomatoes, quick, stuff your mouth with a lot." He then turned to look at Xiao Rongrong and found that she had already stuffed a large cucumber into her mouth a step ahead of them.
Wei-Yan's expression was strange, not only because Xiao Rongrong's reaction was faster than his and his mother's, as if she had already prepared, but also because that cucumber was so thick and large, and she could actually. Wenxiong had initially prepared to introduce herself and Xiao Rongrong, but now, seeing this, the style of this Ms. Xiao was all wrong.
The reason for having them fill their mouths with fruits and vegetables instead of eating meat when encountering the large aluminum pot was that the
pot was already cooking meat.
If they were chewing other meat, it would be useless when smelling that peculiar meat aroma. On the contrary, it would further stimulate the desire to
eat meat.
This was just like Ren Tao, who was eating braised meat at the braised meat stall at the time. And because how Jiannan had stuffed some dried tofu into his mouth, he could barely resist the desire to eat the pot of meat at close range and turned
to flee. If he hadn't been intercepted by the butcher from behind, he might have escaped then.
The reason the butcher intercepted Hao Jiannan, however, might have been that he accidentally dropped a piece of dried tofu into the large aluminum pot when fleeing, interfering with the original deliciousness of the pot of meat. As for Xiao Rongrong passing through the fruits and vegetables area, live poultry section, and then arriving at the fresh meat section all by herself, this made Wei-Yan unable to help but feel suspicious, coupled with the fact that she seemed to know, and stuffed her mouth with a large cucumber before Wenxiong. This made Wei-Yan even more suspicious of her. More importantly, Xiao Rongrong's belly had the highlight that Wei-Yan's detail capture had detected. The thing in her belly must be special, so it would never appear in someone's body for no reason. The aroma of meat quickly wafted over, clearly coming from the direction of the entrance and exit between the fruits and vegetables area and the
comprehensive zone.
Although Wayan already possessed a special profession, to be safe, he still bit into several tomatoes fiercely, like his mother, filling his mouth
and chewing slowly. As for that large cucumber, Wayan knew he couldn't fit it in, so he didn't try. He planned to secretly try it alone after the weird tales ended, purely out of curiosity. As they slowly approached the entrance and exit, the scene before them immediately surprised them. At that spot, not only was a large aluminum pot set up, cooking a pot of meat, but standing beside the large aluminum pot was the bloodthirsty butcher, wearing a mask and holding a knife in his right hand. To the bloodthirsty butcher's left, Jianhui was kneeling on the ground. And at this moment, Jianhui had his eyes tightly closed, his teeth clenched, and his face ashen. His entire body was trembling, a tremor caused by extreme self-restraint. It seems the review section system has been under maintenance these past few days, and many posts are not visible. Important announcements might also go unseen, so readers can join QQ Group 641434073. All notifications will be promptly released in the group. Additionally, for readers who enjoy hoarding books, it's time to start reading. Books these days cannot be hoarded. Consistent reading is crucial. Without consistent reading, there are no recommendations, and a book hoarded is a book doomed. Even if you must hoard, please flip to the latest chapter every day, stay for half a minute, and turn to the last page, otherwise, the back end won't count it as valid consistent reading. My humble thanks.
Finally, the Gaokao college entrance exam is tomorrow. I wish fellow readers Liao Yubin, Jia Zai Milk, the lovely sister from Lin Jisu Tangpu, and all other readers taking the Gaokao good luck with their exams and success in achieving their desired results. Most importantly, adjust your mindset and go into it with a light heart. We, along with the operations team, send our blessings and eagerly await your good news. 12 years of arduous study culminate. Today, you draw your sword to reach the peak. I wish all Gaokao students to live up to their youth and enter their ideal universities. Operations Officer Huachingli. Ride the long winds and break the waves through the sea of books, diligently steer and hoist the cloud-sailing canvas. Years of sharpening your sword without fear of hardship. Today, you lean on it to shine brightly. Talents and thoughts gush forth from your chest, and splendid prose glows under your pen. May you achieve high marks and become a top scholar, confidently embarking on a bright future. On National Gaokao Day, may all students return victorious. Discipline Assistant Sha Boju. Tomorrow, face the challenge with 100-fold confidence. Do not doubt yourself, do not question the outcome. You will use your youth to compose the most magnificent chapter. I wish all friends taking the Gaokao for their dreams to come true. Discipline Assistant Zi Yuan Ju Gu. I hope you eat well and sleep soundly, entering the exam hall with a relaxed and peaceful mindset. I hope all your efforts receive their due reward, and you get into your ideal schools. Finally, I'll share some of my good fortune with you. You might score several dozen extra points on the Gaokao. Hehe. Protagonist Soul Ephemeral. June, a beautiful season. The sweat you once shed will water the flowers of joy, and the effort you once put in will pave a splendid road. May you reap the joy of success. Good luck with the Gaokao. Lord Great Coordinate. When you wake up in the morning, you have two choices. Pull up the covers and finish the dream you didn't finish, or throw off the covers and accomplish the dream you didn't accomplish. The Gaokao is approaching. Please throw off your covers and forge your own story. We are ahead. There are no rivals. Gaokao, charge. Mother's darkest galaxy. With soaring ambitions, ride the wind straight up 90,000 li. With a sweep of the brush, talent and learning are vast and bottomless. Chapter Comment Assistant Wind extinguishes furnace smoke, remaining embers cold. I wish all Gaokao candidates a fountain of ideas, divine inspiration in their writing, to achieve fame in one battle, leaving no regrets, and honoring 3 years of striving youth. When you receive your acceptance letters, the entire operations team will congratulate you. Chapter Comment Assistant That Piece of Coconut. Finally, for every acceptance letter I see, I'll add one more chapter. Love you, 3, forever. Currently, this grade C weird tale, Bloodthirsty Butcher, outwardly requires participants to survive for 24 hours to successfully pass the challenge. However, Wayan already understood that in a weird tale of this level, finding a place to safely lie down and win was utterly impossible. The butcher would find his target no matter what, force him to eat meat, and then cut open his abdomen to search for that thing. So, to survive, one had to be proactive. Even Jianhui, who initially chose to be passive, realized this, which was why he went to investigate the security room and the main entrance of the market. However, the hidden mission could only be triggered in the innermost aquatic products section. After triggering it, one had to pass through the fresh meat section, live poultry section, fruits and vegetables area, and comprehensive zone to reach
the market entrance and then discover clues in the security room. Only then could a perfect clue chain be formed.
If one party tried to complete it alone, back and forth, they would encounter many dangers along the way, and the chances of successful completion
would be slim. Moreover, Wei-an now clearly understood that if they were to fight, the bloodthirsty butcher should be unbeatable.
He was defined as the most powerful combat presence here, not someone that people who had just gained special professions could resist. Although Jianhui was kneeling on the ground at this moment, his mouth was still stuffed with a sausage that he hadn't fully swallowed. While struggling immensely internally, his heart was also filled with continuous praise. My dear sausage producers, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. The sausage is full of starch and no meat, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of that pot of meat.
Despite this, the pot of meat was right next to Jianhui.
Although he had a special profession, he was still fighting hard to resist. Of course, because his mouth was full of starch sausage, the temptation of the meat's aroma was not great. Half of his current appearance was feigned, with the goal of confusing the butcher and then seizing the opportunity to escape. And the butcher, seeing that he couldn't escape and looked very pained, didn't directly kill him like he did Hao Jiannan. Instead, he occasionally eyed him with a playful gaze, watching how long Jianhui could last. Jianhui seemed to have his eyes closed, but in reality, they were only slightly squinted. He could clearly see the scene in front of him, and with the guidance of his discernment skill, he distinguished Wei-an, Wenxiong, and
Xiao Rongrong standing not far away. Xiao Rongrong? Jianhui was shocked.
He hadn't seen Xiao Rongrong in the comprehensive zone earlier and had always thought she must have followed in the footsteps of Hao Jiannan and Ren Tao, who knew she had already met up with Wei-an and the others. Moreover, he could vaguely see that all 3 of them, Wei-an, Wenxiong, and Xiao Rongrong, had their cheeks puffed up, especially Xiao Rongrong, whose
puffed-up cheeks looked somewhat monstrosity.
Jianhui knew that they understood better than him that when encountering this large aluminum pot, they had to stuff their mouths with food beforehand,
to resist the temptation to the greatest extent, but it couldn't be meat. Mr. Jian? Wenxiong mumbled after seeing Jianhui.
As she spoke, tomato juice flowed from her mouth.
Wei-an quickly reminded her, Mom, don't talk.
No sooner had he spoken than his own chin was also covered in tomato juice. Damn, this stall is so honest, the tomatoes they sell are fresh and plump, and too juicy. As his mouth opened, the aroma of meat immediately filled it. Wei-an was fine, he could resist, but Wenxiong couldn't. She almost unconsciously swallowed nearly half of the tomatoes in her mouth and then walked towards the large aluminum pot. At this moment, Xiao Rongrong, who was behind her, did not follow her. Instead, her eyes flickered, and she quickly retreated. Wei-an quickly patted the little girl's hand on his shoulder. Quick, distract the butcher. Then he pulled out his ice chisel. His target was not the butcher's body. If possible, cutting open the butcher's mask as quickly as possible might be the only way to hit a vital spot.
Just like when dealing with the monstrosity Lu Gui in bubble tea, one had to attack his eyeballs. To Wei-an's surprise, the little girl on his back did not jump down to distract the butcher. Instead, after hearing Wei-an's words, she suddenly looked up and, still clinging to Wei-an's back, let out an extremely tragic scream at the butcher. Wei-an's eardrums almost burst. He quickly covered his ears. He hadn't expected that when he asked the little girl to distract the butcher, she would do it in this way. The butcher's entire body shook, and the flesh on him trembled slightly. As expected, his attention was drawn by the little girl, and he walked towards Wei-an. The moment he took a step, Jianhui saw his chance and quickly jumped up, swinging the metal spike in his hand at the butcher, while simultaneously sprinting in the opposite direction. His main goal was to escape. Swinging the metal spike was just to temporarily hinder the butcher in case he reacted. Who knew the butcher's reaction was even more agile than he imagined? Almost simultaneously, he turned and swung his cleaver. The cleaver collided with the metal spike, and Jianhui couldn't hold on. The metal spike was knocked away by the butcher's immense strength and, without deviation, fell right into the pot. Jianhui didn't have time to pick up his weapon and continued to run quickly. But the butcher's reaction was very abnormal. He didn't chase Jianhui, nor did he remain distracted by the little girl. Instead, he immediately returned to the large aluminum pot, reached directly inside, fished out the metal spike that had fallen in, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. From his appearance, it seemed that only meat could be in the pot, nothing else was allowed. Wei-an's gaze was firmly fixed on this scene. Before the butcher came towards him again, Wei-an, while running backward with the little girl on his back, shouted to Wenxiong, who couldn't control herself, "Mom, his pot can only cook meat." Wenxiong wanted to eat meat so badly at this moment,
but she also knew it was very bad and dangerous, yet she just couldn't control herself. The thought of eating meat kept popping up in her mind. As she was about to approach the large aluminum pot, Wei Yan's voice suddenly came.
Only cook meat? What else can it do if it doesn't cook meat?
Wen Xiong licked her lips. At this point, she had swallowed all the tomatoes, and her mouth was empty. She approached the large aluminum pot and looked inside carefully.
Indeed, the entire pot was full of meat. Nothing else can be cooked in the pot. Wei Yan's voice came again.
He had run far enough, but he was also getting closer to Qiao Rongrong, who had quietly retreated earlier. Wen Xiong paused, and her only remaining resistance consciousness emerged. At the same time, she reached out her hand, just like He Xiang and Ren Tao before, wanting to directly scoop meat from the pot. But because she heard Wei Yan's reminder, Wen Xiong subconsciously grabbed the plump, round potato she had in her pocket. The moment her hand entered the pot, the round potato dropped in first. Originally, the butcher had been chasing Wei Yan, but the moment another foreign object entered the pot, he immediately noticed it.
He stopped chasing Wei Yan, turned, and immediately started to return.
After the potato entered the aluminum pot, Wen Xiong trembled, and her craving for meat immediately lessened considerably. She realized that her son's words were indeed effective. Without any hesitation, she quickly took out the small chili peppers and other potatoes she had just put in her pocket from the fruits and vegetables
area and threw them all into the large aluminum pot.
The moment so many things were thrown in, Wen Xiong's desire to eat instantly dropped to freezing point. At this moment, the entire large aluminum pot began to shake, as if it could no longer bear the weight. The butcher's returning figure suddenly stopped, staring intently at the shaking aluminum pot. The next second, the soup in this pot of meat instantly became incredibly thick, like paste. The meat chunks and organs that were previously boiling began to stink, visibly rotting. The butcher let out a roar, but he seemed to know that even if he rushed back, it would be too late. At this time, the little girl screamed again, and the butcher suddenly turned, as if facing a mortal enemy, and chased after Wei Yan.
Seeing the butcher chasing him, Wei Yan activated plot deduction almost at the same moment.
The text in his mind quickly appeared, and at the same time, because his recent deductions were too complex and consumed too much energy, the 50 energy points were finally used up. If he wanted to continue deducting next time, he would have to inject another 50 energy points. Plot 1. The little girl's way of helping seems to be different from what you imagined. She did not confront the bloodthirsty butcher head-on, but rather used your body to attract the butcher's attention. However, what made you slightly relieved was that the little girl could control your body, allowing you to flexibly evade the butcher's pursuit. And because of your suspicion of Qiao Rongrong, the little girl deliberately led the butcher in the direction this woman retreated, successfully shifting the butcher's pursuit target. Qiao Rongrong thought you had discovered her secret, and in a panic, she ran towards Wen Xiong and Jianhui. The probability of this plot occurring is 90%. Plot 2. You realize that the little girl alone cannot fight the butcher. At most, she can only divert his attention. However, Qiao Rongrong is very clever, and she has learned too.
Your mother is in danger, but everyone underestimated your mother's ability.
Even in crisis, she launched an effective counterattack. You quickly rushed to support her, injuring the butcher, but also further enraging him.
Qiao Rongrong's secret is discovered by everyone.
At the same time, an idea also pops into your head. Take this opportunity to pull off the mask on the butcher's head.
Perhaps this is the only chance to attack his vital points when he is unprepared. The probability of this plot occurring is 85%.
Although there were only 2 plots, Wei Yan felt that they were constantly twisting and turning, indicating that the situations that would unfold were
indeed very complex, involving not only Qiao Rongrong's secret, but also his mother's crisis, and his own danger.
At the same time, there seemed to be a more obvious change on his mother's side. It seemed she was becoming more and more adapted to weird tales. That is to say, the development of the plot later would be crucial for Wen Xiong's transformation. This time, he had best not immediately change the plot that was about to happen. At this moment, Jianhui hadn't run far. After he ran into the comprehensive zone, he found that the butcher hadn't followed, and then he heard a series of terrifying screams from behind. Jianhui remembered seeing something unusual on Wei Yan's back just now, but the light was dim, and he couldn't see clearly. He was worried about losing his weapon, so he didn't continue running but quickly returned instead. He just happened to see Wen Xiong standing by the large aluminum pot, but she wasn't eating the meat inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pot of meat had completely rotted and was emitting a foul smell. The pot contained not only meat but also round potatoes, a large number of small green peppers, and other ingredients. In other words, this pot of meat was ruined by the ingredients. Jianhui suddenly understood. So this was how the pot of meat could be ruined. Fortunately, he had never thought of directly knocking over the pot stand, otherwise, he might be the one the butcher was chasing now.
The butcher moved very quickly. Without any reservations, he approached Wei Yan in a few steps. Originally, at Wei Yan's own speed, he would have been caught quickly, but after the butcher approached, Wei Yan found that, just as the plot deduction had indicated, his limbs began to disobey him. His body arched, and he quickly ducked under a stall, then straightened up, sprang off his legs, leaped onto the next stall, tapped his foot, landed on the ground, and evaded the butcher's pursuit. After catching his breath, Wei Yan found his back to be cold. It was indeed the little girl controlling him. His series of movements was very swift, quickly creating distance between him and the butcher, causing the butcher to turn and chase Xiao Rongrong, who was closer. Regardless, this guy needed to take out his anger on someone at this moment. Xiao Rongrong had already spat out the cucumber in her mouth. Seeing Wei Yan run so fast, her idea of using him as cover failed, so she turned and ran towards Wen Xiong and Jin Hui. Mr. Jin, quickly think of a way to save Miss Xiao. Wen Xiong said upon seeing this. He's not an opponent. None of us are. The butcher is the strongest monstrosity here, Jin Hui muttered to himself. As he spoke, he crouched down to pick up his metal spike, preparing to run again. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel the metal spike but rather Wen Xiong's hand. Wen Xiong grabbed the metal spike in her hand before Jin Hui did, stood up, and said to Jin Hui, "If you knock over this pot of rotten meat, you might distract the butcher." As soon as she finished speaking, her face was resolute, and holding the metal spike, she walked towards Xiao Rongrong, who was running towards them. Jin Hui was stunned, then heard Xiao Rongrong quickly say, "Don't knock over the aluminum pot, or the butcher will get even angrier." Now, this pot of meat was ruined, but the pot stand and the pot were still there. At worst, they could be used to stew another pot. So, while the butcher was angry that the meat was ruined, he wasn't as furious as if the pot stand had been directly knocked over. Xiao Rongrong knew that if the pot stand were knocked over, the butcher's anger would be even higher, and he might catch up to her in an instant. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned, as if realizing something. "You knocked over the pot stand?" Jian Hui asked. Because no one else knew the consequence of knocking over the pot stand, even Jian Hui could only guess and had no concrete answer. Wei Yan's voice rang out from the other side. It might not have been her who knocked it over, but it could have been Hao Jiannan or Ren Tao. Wei Yan's words were very clear. After the reminder from plot deduction, combined with his earlier suspicion of how Xiao Rongrong alone found her way to the fresh meat section, this woman looked weak, but in reality, she was unwilling to be as passive as Jian Hui. However, it was safer to stay with the main group, so she initially chose not to leave with Wei Yan and his mother. And she also had the same idea Wei Yan had at the beginning, knock over the aluminum pot to see if it could break the situation. Later, after hearing Jian Hui, Xiao Rongrong knew she couldn't do it herself. Such a thing could be tried by others. So, at the moment Ren Tao was attracted by that pot of meat, Xiao Rongrong, holding her nose and with her mouth full of things, followed behind and pushed him, just wanting to see if knocking over the aluminum pot could solve the butcher's pursuit. Then Xiao Rongrong quickly discovered that the pot of meat seemed to be able to restore itself, so knocking it over didn't mean much, but it could make the butcher very angry, which was why Ren Tao died so horribly then. Jin Hui recalled that when Hao Jiannan and Ren Tao went out to find food, Xiao Rongrong followed shortly after, saying she would meet them at the entrance. But when Jin Hui went out, he found that the woman wasn't outside at all and never came back. Although Wen Xiong didn't know why, she also felt that Xiao Rongrong was acting strangely at this moment, so she stopped moving forward and immediately retreated. But Xiao Rongrong quickly surpassed her. Not only that, at the moment she passed Wen Xiong, Xiao Rongrong, as if in a panic, happened to bump her in the opposite direction. Wen Xiong lost her balance and lunged forward. However, she had already been on guard against Xiao Rongrong. The hand not holding the metal spike hooked Xiao Rongrong's collar as she fell, pulling her down as well. It was just that one was falling forward, and the other was pulled backward. After Wen Xiong fell to the ground, her whole body went numb, while Xiao Rongrong's back of the head hit the ground with a thud, making her head buzz, and she was momentarily stunned. Wen Xiong looked up, and a pair of black rubber shoes walked over, stopping in front of her. The butcher hesitated almost not at all, as he still remembered that this woman had thrown those ingredients into his pot. With anger, he raised the meat cleaver in his hand towards Wen Xiong. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a piercing sensation came from his instep. The metal spike Wen Xiong was holding had already pierced into the butcher's instep, going straight through, with even the tip of the spike touching the ground through his foot. The meat cleaver failed to come down. Wei Yan, with the little girl on his back, was already close, and from behind, he plunged the ice chisel into the butcher's heart. The butcher seemed to feel no pain, but facing attacks from someone with a profession versus someone without was a different matter entirely. Just now, when Wen Xiong stabbed his instep, the butcher was merely surprised that the other party dared to attack him proactively. But now, after being stabbed in the heart by Wei Yan,
he trembled slightly, and his movements were momentarily halted.
Wei-Yin moved very quickly. The next second, he reached out and grabbed the mask on the back of the butcher's head. Everything was as the plot deduction had predicted, proceeding smoothly. His mother indeed began to change after encountering a crisis, and he might have also seized the opportunity to severely wound the butcher. Just as he was about to pull off the opponent's mask, he heard Jianhui suddenly shout, "Stop! Don't change the monstrosity's form." Old Jiang is always the most experienced, even though Jianhui, this old ginger, has always been passive, only wanting to hide everywhere and passively get through this grade C weird tale. However, his knowledge of the various monstrosities in the weird tales was much richer than Wei-Yin's, and seeing Wei-Yin about to pull off the bloodthirsty butcher's mask, Jianhui immediately warned him. Wei-Yin instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
He had just been preparing, according to plot deduction, to pull off the bloodthirsty butcher's mask while he was unprepared, to see if he had
transformed into the legendary pig-headed butcher.
The pig-headed butcher is a famous character in weird tales, appearing in some storybooks, and recently, this character has been featured in many
horror TV series and films.
Wei-Yin didn't know if this weird tale drew inspiration from real-life legends, but he guessed that the probability of the bloodthirsty butcher's head being a pig's head was very low. After all, according to the weird tale's description, he was a normal person before committing suicide and had not been gnawed by a pig. Jianhui's warning might have seemed nonsensical to others, but Wei-Yin had already experienced 2 weird tales, and his understanding of monstrosities was different, especially the monstrosity Lu Gui and his eyeballs from the bubble tea weird tale, which left a deep impression on Wei-Yin. Do not change the appearance of a monstrosity, otherwise, it might lead to even more terrifying encounters. According to Jianhui, it would be best to let the bloodthirsty butcher maintain his current appearance until the weird tale ends.
With that delay, the bloodthirsty butcher suddenly turned around and grabbed Wei-Yin by the neck.
The little girl on Wei-Yin's back screamed, quickly leaping off his back, leaving him, and landing in the distance. The little girl, like her parents, always harbored a desire to provoke the bloodthirsty butcher, but also an instinctive fear of him. Wei-Yin immediately suffocated, his hands wrapped around the bloodthirsty butcher's powerful, thick arm, his feet kicking wildly off the ground, his
face turning crimson.
Facing this giant, several levels above him, the strongest monstrosity in the vegetable market, he was powerless to resist without the little girl's help. Though Jianhui was terrified, he dared not approach, hesitating. He was debating whether to knock over the large aluminum pot in front of him to attract the bloodthirsty butcher's attention.
But if he knocked over the aluminum pot, as Qiao Rongrong had said, the bloodthirsty butcher might unleash all his anger on him. Just then, the metal spike suddenly pierced the bloodthirsty butcher's back, emerging from his chest, exposed before Wei-Yin's eyes.
When Xion, behind the bloodthirsty butcher, held the metal spike embedded in his body with both hands, supporting herself as she stood up from the ground. No matter what, even if she were killed by the bloodthirsty butcher the next second, she had to save her son. At this moment, when Xion's face was pale, but her entire body was filled with rage, her eyes wide, her teeth clenched tightly, her hands pushing the metal spike with all her might, veins bulging on her forearms. Her usual gentle, kind, and loving demeanor, as Wei-Yin knew it, was completely gone at this moment.
"Let go of my son."
The bloodthirsty butcher felt no pain, but he felt his authority had been greatly violated. His hands remained clasped around Wei-Yin's neck, though the grip loosened slightly, and he turned his head to look at Wen Xiong behind him. At this very moment, Wen Xiong, with extreme speed, grabbed his mask. It must be said that the mother and son's subconscious thoughts when dealing with monstrosities were very consistent. However, Wei-Yin, in that critical moment, heard Jianhui's warning and therefore stopped his action. But Wen Xiong was not like him, although she also heard it. Wen Xiong was already panicking, and what she heard didn't process as quickly. She also had no idea what the consequences would be. At this moment, she only wanted to save her son as quickly as possible, instinctively grabbing the bloodthirsty butcher's mask, and then tearing it off with a fierce tug. Because the bloodthirsty butcher was turning his head to look backward, after the mask fell off, Wei-Yin only saw the back of his head. Fortunately, this head was indeed not a pig's head, it was just a bald head, smooth and without any hair. It's not the pig-headed butcher. As Wei-Yin felt a slight relief in his heart, a sense of danger immediately surfaced. He immediately tilted his head, his gaze bypassing the bloodthirsty butcher, looking at his mother on the other side, who was blocked from view.
Then Wei-Yin's body suddenly trembled, and he almost cried out.
He saw that Wen Xiong's head was actually covered by the mask she had just pulled off the bloodthirsty butcher.
For some unknown reason, Wen Xiong was bewildered at this moment.
She had only instinctively pulled off the mask from the bloodthirsty butcher's head, but in the blink of an eye, her vision went dark, and this burlap mask was on her own head, not too big, not too small, the perfect size.
In reality, the bloodthirsty butcher's head was more than a size larger than Wen Xiong's, but the burlap mask surprisingly became the perfect size for her, as if tailor-made. Not only that, Wen Xiong could also see the outside through the eye holes of the mask, and what met her eyes, close at hand, was the face of the bloodthirsty butcher, a face she had never seen before. This face was beyond words, and for Wen Xiong, even in her dreams or fantasies, she could never have imagined such a terrifying face existing in this world. Just then, Wen Xiong noticed that the bloodthirsty butcher's gaze towards her was no longer filled with anger or rage, but was replaced by a calm stillness. The hostility in his eyes just now had vanished without a trace. Wen Xiong suddenly reacted. She quickly reached up to grab her mask, wanting to tear it off, but the mask seemed to have grown onto her face. She couldn't pull it off no matter what. Wei Yan was eager to see the bloodthirsty butcher's face, but he kept his head turned away. The pressure on his neck hadn't eased. It was clear that even though Wen Xiong had taken the bloodthirsty butcher's mask, he still had no intention of letting Wei Yan go. Wei Yan struggled to pry at the bloodthirsty butcher's thick, greasy fingers, and after creating a little space for his throat, he immediately said in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Rongrong, what you want is on her." The bloodthirsty butcher maintained his turned head. Following Wei Yan's pointing finger, after staring at Xiao Rongrong's abdomen, his eyes began to glow faintly. It seemed that with Wei Yan's reminder, he focused and discovered indeed something suspicious about the woman. The next second, Wei Yan's throat loosened, and his breathing instantly cleared. He saw the bloodthirsty butcher, without turning his head, reach out and grab Xiao Rongrong, who was behind Wen Xiong. This series of events, though narrated slowly, actually took less than 20 seconds. At this moment, Xiao Rongrong's head was still buzzing, and she was grabbed by the collar and pulled over by the bloodthirsty butcher. The next second, she saw the bloodthirsty butcher's face. Xiao Rongrong's face instantly contorted in terror. She wanted to scream, but due to fright and being controlled by the bloodthirsty butcher, she could only emit a pig-like squeal. The bloodthirsty butcher showed a hint of excitement. It seemed that after grabbing Xiao Rongrong, his perception became even clearer, proving that Wei Yan's words were not wrong. He dragged Xiao Rongrong with one hand. Even though the woman struggled continuously, it was useless. He then walked into the live poultry section, presumably intending to drag Xiao Rongrong directly to his fresh meat section. From beginning to end, Wei Yan never managed to see the bloodthirsty butcher's face. And Jin Hui, who was standing a little further away just now, although he couldn't see clearly, he vaguely saw the strange outline of the bloodthirsty butcher's face. At this moment, Jin Hui himself stood rooted to the spot, his expression blank, without any movement. Wei Yan, the immediate danger here is temporarily resolved. If he hadn't exposed Xiao Rongrong, he would have surely died just now. Moreover, Xiao Rongrong almost killed his mother just now. If Wen Xiong hadn't reacted quickly and kept Xiao Rongrong occupied here, it's likely that the mother and son would have had a very difficult time getting through this ordeal. So, Wei Yan had no sympathy for Xiao Rongrong. This woman was good at hiding and had a malicious mind, truly not someone he could be allied with. Now, his biggest concern was his mother. He went to Wen Xiong and tried to help her remove the mask from her head, but no matter how hard he tried, the mask seemed to have merged with Wen Xiong's facial skin and couldn't be removed. "Don't move, don't pull," Wen Xiong said, "it hurts. The mask seems to be connected to my head." At first, Wei Yan thought his mother had been cursed when she pulled off the butcher's mask, which was why it was stuck on her head. Now, after hearing Wen Xiong speak, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mom, how do you feel now? Is there anything unusual with your head? And your body too?" Wen Xiong lowered her hands, letting Wei Yan support her, and quietly sensed her body. A moment later, she shook her head and said, "I don't feel anything else physically, but I feel a burning sensation in my heart, and I really want to get excited." "Get excited?" Wei Yan stared at her blankly. "Mom, feel it carefully again. If this thing is a threat to you, you should feel uneasy, but if there's nothing." Wei Yan suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Wen Xiong, who was wearing the mask. An incredible guess rose in his mind. What he hadn't said earlier was that if Wen Xiong didn't feel anything else, and this thing couldn't be pulled off, then perhaps this mask was an item. Wei Yan knew that even though the butcher had dragged Xiao Rongrong away, the little girl, who had been hiding far away just now, still hadn't approached him. She was still lurking somewhere in the darkness, cautiously observing the situation. Is she afraid or hesitating? Wei Yan withdrew his gaze from the darkness and looked at his mother again. Wen Xiong was no longer as flustered as she had been just now. She tilted her head slightly, as if sensing something, or perhaps looking at a certain spot, and said, "Son, can you help me see? Is that a cleaver on the ground over there?" Wei Yan followed her gaze and saw a dark object on the ground not far away, but his eyesight wasn't good enough to see what it was clearly. Letting Wen Xiong stand steadily on her own, Wei Yan walked over and squatted down to look. Indeed, it was a cleaver.
and judging by the appearance of the cleaver, it seemed to be the very one the bloodthirsty butcher had been holding just now.
He didn't know when, but the knife had actually been abandoned here.
Wei-Yin picked up the cleaver and swung it lightly a couple of times, finding it surprisingly light, as if it had no weight at all, and thus didn't
seem to be an item.
A figure squatted beside him. It was Wenxiong herself who had come over. She reached out and took the cleaver from Wei-Yin's hand, slowly swinging it. This knife feels very comfortable to hold. Wenxiong's feeling was completely different from Wei-Yin's. It's more comfortable than all the knives on the meat stall over there just now.
Does it fit you well? Wei-Yin asked in surprise.
Just right.
Wenxiong nodded.
Wei-Yin suddenly stood up, retreated 2 steps, and looked at his mother, who was now wearing a mask and holding a cleaver. He swallowed, but the words died on his lips. After a long while, he finally said, "Mom, this mask and cleaver
might both be your items?"
Wenxiong hesitated for a moment, looked down at her appearance, and then reached out to touch the mask, replying, "I think
it should be. This mask probably can't be taken off, and with it, I feel a lot stronger.
Also, this knife is so smooth to use, even more so than the knives I usually use for cutting meat in the kitchen.
It's just, I feel very agitated right now."
"Mom, calm down first."
Wei-Yin nodded and comforted her. "Whether it's an item or not, it will prompt you after the weird tale ends. That's how it was when I got this ice chisel. And even if it is an item, it will only be with you when you enter the weird tale. You can't take anything back to the real world. Don't worry, the mask will come off by itself then."
His son had experienced it before.
Hearing Wei-Yin's words, Wenxiong relaxed slightly. Besides, she actually had no other abnormalities now, apart from feeling agitated. Instead, she had a sense of security she had never felt before.
"I feel that the butcher probably won't bother us anymore. We can safely wait here until the 24-hour countdown ends," Wenxiong said. Because she no longer felt any malice from the butcher just now. It seemed that after she put on the mask, she gained his approval, and that guy even seemed to have left the cleaver for her. Wei-Yin turned his head to look at the little girl in the darkness again, shaking his head gently. "It's not over yet." Then he pointed in the direction of the darkness. "What the little girl wants is also in Xiao Rongrong's stomach.
That might be the last wish of their family. I need to go and see."
Currently, Wei-Yin didn't know what the consequences would be if he accepted a hidden quest and didn't complete it, but he dared not let it happen. If possible now, he still had to try his best to complete this hidden quest. Moreover, Wei-Yin was not a participant now, he was an intruder. Later, after everyone's countdown ended and they safely returned, there was a high probability that he would still be left behind by the weird tale, just like last time in the bubble tea weird tale. But this time, the monstrosity he had to face was the butcher, an existence in a grade C weird tale, not the likes of those in an F grade weird tale, like bubble tea. So, he needed to seize this opportunity to gain more initiative. However, one thing was good, Jin Hui, that guy, was also an intruder like himself. With 2 intruders together, they would at least have each other's backs. It was just that as an intruder, the difficulty of completing the weird tale was definitely greater than for ordinary participants, so the proactiveness in the early stages should be higher. But Jin Hui seemed not to worry at all, adopting a conservative strategy, constantly hiding ever since entering this weird tale. Thinking of this, Wei-Yin suddenly felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have overlooked something. At this moment, he heard Wenxiong say, "I'll go with you." The 2 then turned to look at Jin Hui, only to find that guy's face was ashen, his body stiff, yet he still maintained his previous posture, having
not moved at all. Is the butcher's appearance that terrifying? Look how scared our investigator is.
Wei-Yin muttered to himself, then said to Wenxiong, "Mom, you also saw the butcher's appearance, and up close.
Is he really that scary?"
Wenxiong immediately nodded, looking as if she was about to describe him, but then suddenly froze as the words reached her lips.
After a long moment Wenxiong finally spoke, I can't describe it. What's going on?"
"Don't say it, Mom, no need to describe it."
Wei-Yin waved his hand. "This might be a weird tale rule, we shouldn't break it."
With that, he walked towards Jin Hui, patted the guy's stiff shoulder, and said, "Are you alright?"
Jin Hui jolted, finally snapping back to reality.
He looked at Wei-Yin beside him, and after a moment, he shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the images in his mind.
"No, I'm fine."
Wei-Yin said, "That's good. Look, you saw it just now, the butcher should not come to trouble us from now on. As intruders, I think we should now discuss how to face the upcoming challenges."
"Intruders?"
Jin Hui asked in surprise. "What intruders?" Wei-Yin's ominous premonition was confirmed. A glance at Jin Hui's expression showed he had no idea what an intruder was.
He feigned a couple of coughs, thinking, am I the only intruder? Even if Jin Hui was drawn into the weird tale due to his special profession, isn't he also a participant?
In other words, Wayan might not have been drawn into the weird tale because of his special profession, but rather, it was like the last time he entered the bubble tea weird tale. When he enters a weird tale that doesn't belong to him, he differs from others by being an intruder. Intruder? Wayan quickly corrected himself. You haven't fully recovered your senses, have you? I meant participant. Jianhui had indeed been stunned by the bloodthirsty butcher's terrifying, absurd, and bizarre face, and hadn't fully recovered for a while. Now, as he replayed it, he realized he had been distracted and hadn't heard clearly. At this moment, Jianhui remembered something. He pulled out the newspaper he had found in the guardhouse at the entrance of the vegetable market from his pocket and handed it to Wayan. You should read this first. It should be the key to solving the weird tale. Wayan opened the newspaper and quickly found a current social news story. Xiaoyuku Farmers Market, family of 3 brutally murdered. Suspect stole gold jewelry. After reading the news, Wayan roughly understood what had happened. The bloodthirsty butcher from Butcher Shop No. 11 and the couple from Butcher Shop No. 12 had a conflict because the wife claimed her gold ring was missing and suspected the butcher had stolen it. Because the wife's fingers were greasy after chopping pork, her oversized ring slipped off, so she placed it aside. After washing her hands, she found the ring was gone, and at the time, only the butcher from the neighboring stall was present. During the confrontation, an argument broke out. The butcher, angered by the accusations from others, killed both the husband and wife. When their little girl returned from school, he also hacked her to death. Then, he committed suicide by disembowelment, using his last breath to stuff his internal organs into a gutted fat pig. When Public Security Bureau officers arrived, they notified the forensic team to conduct an on-site inspection, and later found the gold ring inside the internal organs of the fat pig. According to the Public Security Bureau's announcement, it was indeed the bloodthirsty butcher who stole the ring and secretly swallowed it after the incident. Because he was questioned and verbally abused by the couple, and also criticized by bystanders, he became enraged and committed murder. However, he was also afraid of being discovered for stealing the ring, which is why he committed that terrifying, disgusting, and senseless act during his suicide. After reading this news, all the events finally connected. The bloodthirsty butcher had been disemboweling people, likely searching for the gold ring he had originally taken, and the murdered family of 3 was probably looking for the same item. At least the gold ring could prove they hadn't wronged the butcher. Their deaths were entirely due to the butcher's bloodlust, cruelty, and tyranny. If both sides were looking for the same thing, Wayan found himself in a difficult position, because the little girl also needed that ring. If he helped her, he would inevitably offend the butcher. He turned to look at his mother, wondering if his mother, in her current attire, had any ability to resist the butcher. Another point Wayan wasn't sure about was whether there was a gold ring inside Xiao Rongrong. Because when Wayan was helping the little girl find what she needed, he didn't know what it was, so he treated it as a physical object to search for. After activating detail capture, he found nothing. Later, he changed his approach, no longer defining the item as a physical object, and then discovered the abnormality inside Xiao Rongrong. So, a gold ring is a physical object, but whether there's a gold ring inside Xiao Rongrong is still uncertain. Jianhui saw that Wayan and Wen Xiong were still going to the fresh meat section, and he immediately became indecisive. Now that things had come to this, all the other participants who had entered were dead, including Xiao Rongrong, who had just been dragged away by the butcher, was definitely doomed. Only the 3 of them remained, a heavy loss. In fact, as soon as he entered the weird tale and learned it was grade C, Jianhui had almost foreseen this outcome, only the timing of the outcome was uncertain. After all, weird tales of this level are extremely difficult to pass. Even he, an investigator, had to try every possible method and be extremely careful to ensure his survival. He really wanted to stay here and not follow Wayan and his mother to the fresh meat section, but his metal spike weapon was still stuck in the butcher. Although a weapon wasn't as important as life, if he chose to back down again, he would lose face. The most important thing was that the mother and son seemed to have a good chance of breaking this weird tale, and following them might actually be safer. I'm coming with you, Jianhui quickly caught up. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the fresh meat section. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, although it was hard to see along the way. When Xiong walked in front, leading the way. Through the eye holes of her mask, she found her vision to be even clearer than when she first started. Even in the darkness, all objects before her appeared as gray outlines. Like mother, like son. This effect was somewhat similar to Wayan wearing Lu Gui's eyeball, but neither mother nor son realized it. Standing in the fresh meat section, Wayan and Jianhui felt as if someone was lying on the ground not far ahead, but they weren't entirely sure. Then when Xiong said, Xiao Rongrong is lying ahead. It's her corpse. Wayan asked, disemboweled? When Xiong nodded, then looked around. Jianhui cautiously asked, where's the butcher?
In front of stall no. 11, organizing. Xiao Rongrong's internal organs, Wen Xiong replied.
Her tone was much calmer compared to when she first entered the weird tale, almost indistinguishable from Wei Yan's. After speaking, Wen Xiong whispered again, the butcher has a new mask on his head again.
So I still can't see his face? Wei Yan said with some regret.
It's best not to see it. Jian Hui shook his head. I suspect I'll have nightmares every day for at least the next 3 months. He paused, then said to Wei Yan, my skill tells me that the little girl on your back has been following us.
Where did she latch onto you?
A hint of schadenfreude subtly emerged in his tone. At least he wanted to tell Wei Yan that although his performance just now wasn't great and he had been cautious, he wouldn't get entangled with other
dirty things that way. She's a hidden quest, Wei Yan said without looking back. Jian Hui.
Wei Yan didn't know Jian Hui's expression at the moment, nor did he know how incredibly impressive it was in the investigator's eyes to get a hidden
quest in a grade C weird tale. He just softly asked Wen Xiong, Mom, if we approach now, will the butcher continue to attack us?
Wei Yan asked this mainly because his mother's current appearance, if not identical to the butcher's, was at least from the same factory and model. That depends on whether you lied to him just now, Wen Xiong said. If he finds what he wants in Xiao Rongrong's belly, then it can be discussed. But if he finds nothing, I don't know if I can stop him. No sooner had she spoken than the butcher suddenly pinched something with 2 fingers, held it high, and seemed to be gazing at it.
He found something.
Wen Xiong's voice was urgent.
And at the same moment, the 2 baskets of dismembered remains beneath stall no.
11 suddenly began to violently churn. Wen Xiong immediately told Wei Yan and Jian Hui what she had seen. Although the 2 of them couldn't see clearly, Wei Yan guessed that the bloodthirsty butcher must have found the gold ring. It was this gold ring that triggered the tragic murder case, and the bloodthirsty butcher was even more afraid that the theft of the ring would be exposed, which is why he hid the ring when he was dying. Although this scene seemed foolish, as soon as the sheriff arrived, they would quickly find the ring. After the bloodthirsty butcher found that thing, his stall number 11 began to shake violently, and the 2 large baskets of severed limbs below rolled
around frantically.
At the same time, a commotion also sounded behind the 3 of them. The little girl suddenly darted past them, rushing quickly towards stall number
11.
At this moment, the stall had been overturned by the rolling severed limbs, and the bloodthirsty butcher retreated several steps with the item in his hand. However, Wen Xiong noticed that he once again had a new cleaver in his other hand, but it didn't seem as comfortable to wield as the one she held. Now Wei Yan understood that what the little girl and her parents wanted was the same as what the bloodthirsty butcher wanted, which caused the current situation. Even if this family of 3 was no match for the bloodthirsty butcher, they would still try to snatch it at all costs. Perhaps obtaining that gold ring could prove that they had not wronged the greedy, brutal bloodthirsty butcher in life, and that he had indeed stolen the wife's ring. A massive monstrosity, identical to the previous one, was quickly pieced together from the severed limbs and appeared in front of the overturned stall.
Number 11.
Now, even if Wei Yan and Jian Hui's eyesight wasn't as good as Wen Xiong's, they could still vaguely see that terrifying, massive existence. Jian Hui strained his eyes, unconsciously taking a step back. He hadn't expected another monstrosity that posed a fatal threat to him to appear in this weird tales.
Jian Hui asked Wen Xiong, did you see where my metal spike is?
Originally, Jian Hui had quite a few complaints about Wen Xiong suddenly snatching his metal spike, but these complaints vanished after Wen Xiong put on the mask and took the bloodthirsty butcher's cleaver. Jian Hui now even respected Wen Xiong greatly. If Wei Yan hadn't been present, he would have wanted to adopt Wen Xiong as his godmother. Wen Xiong carefully glanced forward and shook her head. The metal spike is no longer on him. He must have torn it off and thrown it somewhere. Jian Hui immediately began to look around. He didn't dare to go near the conflict there, nor did he have time to bother with it. Finding his own weapon and tools was the priority while he had the chance. At this moment, Wei Yan and Wen Xiong moved closer to stall number 11. The little girl had already jumped onto the monstrosity's shoulder, leaning her head against her mother's, baring her teeth at the bloodthirsty butcher. The bloodthirsty butcher raised the cleaver in his hand and chopped at the monstrosity, severing half of its arm with one blow, but it seemed this cleaver was not very good. Its blade was somewhat dull, and the arm falling off was more due to the bloodthirsty butcher's immense strength. The monstrosity did not retreat. Its other arm reached out, trying to grab the item in the bloodthirsty butcher's hand. The bloodthirsty butcher retreated another step, chopping at that hand, and at this moment, the little girl suddenly jumped up, landed on the bloodthirsty butcher's shoulder, and quickly reached out her hand, preparing to snatch the item from the bloodthirsty butcher's hand. The bloodthirsty butcher immediately clenched the item in his fist. Seeing that she couldn't snatch it, the little girl instead reached her hand into the mask's opening where the bloodthirsty butcher's mouth was, seemingly trying to take this opportunity to tear off his tongue. Now, the item in the bloodthirsty butcher's hand was what she and her parents both wanted, and this outweighed everything else, so even though they had instinctively feared the bloodthirsty butcher all along, they had now cast that fear aside. However, the next second, the bloodthirsty butcher chopped off the little girl's wrist, and as she fell, he kicked out, sending the little girl's body flying. The monstrosity, waving one arm and moving 3 legs, lunged at the bloodthirsty butcher. "Son, they are no match, should I intervene?" Wen Xiong asked somewhat anxiously. It seemed she really wanted to help this poor family of 3. Wait. Wei Yan didn't dare to act rashly. He immediately injected another 50 points of his remaining 300 energy points into the plot editor, restarting the plot deduction that had just closed. Text quickly appeared in his mind, and this time, 2 segments of plot were deduced. Plot 1, the family of 3 desperately fought the bloodthirsty butcher, only wanting to prove they were right. Despite the vast disparity in strength, they all died by the bloodthirsty butcher's hand, suppressed by the cleaver, fearing the bloodthirsty butcher's terror from the deepest part of their hearts. So even with 3 monstrosities working together, they still couldn't reclaim what belonged to them. When Xiong's strength increased, and she rushed up to help them, but she also couldn't resist the bloodthirsty butcher's primal, powerful strength. Her right arm, holding the knife, broke, and the couple was once again dismembered by the bloodthirsty butcher, unable to recover. The probability of this plot occurring is 85%. Plot 2, the bloodthirsty butcher did not trouble Wen Xiong further. He even let go of the initial incident where Wen Xiong ruined the pot of meat with condiments. He merely stared at Wen Xiong, who lay on the ground. The bloodthirsty butcher's face beneath the mask seemed to reveal a smile, a cruel, triumphant smile. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and tossed the item he had found into his mouth, swallowing it. Immediately, the bloodthirsty butcher dragged Wen Xiong up and stuffed her into a basket, as if he didn't intend for Wen Xiong to leave again. You desperately want to save Wen Xiong, but you only face 2 outcomes: either you are killed by the bloodthirsty butcher and thrown into another basket, or you choose to leave and hide until the countdown ends. The probability of this plot occurring is 50%. After reading the plot deduction, Wei Yan's attention focused on the family of 3 fighting the bloodthirsty butcher. He quickly noticed that these 3 feared the bloodthirsty butcher because of the suppression of the cleaver. But now that cleaver was in his mother's hand. Although the bloodthirsty butcher still had one, Wen Xiong had just told Wei Yan that the knife didn't seem to be as comfortable in the bloodthirsty butcher's hand. After learning the outcome, Wei Yan would certainly no longer let his mother put herself in danger to help the family of 3. Although the cleaver in the bloodthirsty butcher's hand looked almost identical in shape and aura to others, it was actually emitted from the bloodthirsty butcher's own aura, not the knife itself. "Mom, study the cleaver in your hand and see if you can fully control it," Wei Yan reminded her. At this time, the family of 3 was fiercely fighting the bloodthirsty butcher, and they could still hold on for a moment. And with the help of the mask and the cleaver, Wen Xiong had originally intended to go help, but after hearing Wei Yan's reminder, she immediately began to study it. Wei Yan leaned in and suggested, "Don't look with your eyes or touch with your hands, try to sense it with your heart." Items obtained in weird tales are not ordinary. This knife must also be very eerie. Soon, Wen Xiong exclaimed in surprise, "I can feel that this knife is very dirty, and blood is dripping from it." After a pause, she added, I feel it. There's also a lot of people's fear on the knife, including that of the family of 3. I didn't expect my friend Liu Yubin to get a notice of exemption from admission. Congratulations. I'll note this update. I've been busy these past few days, so I'll slowly catch up on updates. Wei Yan didn't know how Wen Xiong sensed it, but what she said perfectly matched the knife's. This cleaver had killed more than just this family of 3. Any ordinary person who entered the weird tales basically couldn't escape this fate. Therefore, the knife was covered in fear from those who had been killed, including the family of 3. "Mom, try to see if you can control this knife to dispel their 3 people's fear?" Wei Yan said. Wen Xiong didn't speak, but it looked like she was already doing it. Holding the knife with both hands, her head slightly bowed, she raised it a moment later and said, "It's easier than I thought. However, I only dispelled the fear of this one family. The other fears attached to it haven't moved." According to Wen Xiong's thoughts, she was now the owner of this knife. The cleaver needed fear attached to it to become terrifying and exert different power, so Wen Xiong didn't touch the other fears. Wei Yan now had a plot deduction regarding Wen Xiong's ability to smoothly obtain the mask. In fact, that butcher's mask wasn't something just anyone could tear off. For example, if he or Jianhui tried to pull off the mask, they probably wouldn't be able to budge it and would be killed on the spot by the butcher. Wen Xiong's ability to remove the mask might have several reasons. One is that she often buys groceries and cooks, and in this line of work, she has the most contact with the butcher's profession, and often uses knives, so she has a high degree of professional compatibility. This is the most important reason. The second reason might be related to Wen Xiong breaking the spell of that pot of meat. She didn't directly overturn the large aluminum pot, nor did she escape, but chose to add some auxiliary ingredients, and it even looked like she wanted to increase the deliciousness of the meat, although the result was mediocre. This was very much in line with the butcher standard in this Weird Tales. Then there was a third reason, which Wei Yan also speculated was highly probable. Wearing the mask was not necessarily a good thing. It might cause the person to turn dark and become the second butcher in the Weird Tales. He had never dared to mention this speculation to his mother, fearing it would cause her panic. After all, the mechanism of the emergence of Weird Tales is not yet clear, and it is unknown whether a Weird Tales can split into a second Weird Tales, or give birth to a Weird Tales within a Weird Tales. According to Wei Yan's divergent thinking, if a Weird Tales cannot tolerate two identical monstrosities, if his mother turned dark, would she enter a second identical or similar Weird Tales? Or, would the second butcher, after turning dark, cause the plot of this Weird Tales to change, evolving to be more complex, more terrifying, and its level would also increase accordingly, for example, from C level to B level or even A level? Wei Yan dared not think further. For now, it seemed that as long as his mother didn't have any other dark changes, it would be fine. Moreover, so far, Wen Xiong not only possessed the cleaver in her hand, but could even erase the fear from it, which showed that she was truly capable of controlling this murderous weapon. After the fear regarding the family of three was wiped from the knife, the three monstrosities fighting the butcher paused slightly, and the terrifying feeling that had been present instantly vanished. As monstrosities with not much intelligence left, they merely felt unbound, so they once again intensified their attacks on the butcher, and their forms gradually began to strengthen. But even so, it was still impossible for these three to kill the butcher. Wei Yan stopped his mother, who wanted to go forward and help again. He took out the old newspaper he had gotten from Jian Hui. When he rushed over just now, Wei Yan had been pondering. He knew that the bloodthirsty butcher couldn't be without weaknesses. At the very least, this guy was very concerned about his reputation, because when he was accused of stealing a ring, he killed people in a fit of rage, and he also worried about losing face after death, so he cut open his stomach to hide the ring. As long as he attacked his weakness, it was sure to work. And why was the butcher wearing a mask now? Ultimately, wasn't it because he had no face to see people? Moreover, after seeing his face just now, his mother was stunned, and Jianhui almost died of fright. This was very likely because the butcher's face was not a face at all. This might truly be a manifestation of having no face. Otherwise, why couldn't Wen Xiong even describe it? So, this guy's weakness might be his need for face. According to plot deduction, directly confronting him in the past would definitely not work. No matter who went, they couldn't deal with the bloodthirsty butcher, so there was no need to take any more risks. Wei Yan opened the newspaper, ignoring the fierce struggle happening there. At this moment, the deformed body only had about 2/3 of its body left, and the little girl had been thrown to the ground for the third time, grunting and unable to get up for a long time. Turning to the page that reported this news, Wei Yan cleared his throat, leaned closer to the newspaper, and read word for word: a family of three, brutally massacred in Xiaoyuku farmer's market. Suspect stole gold jewelry. After reading this sentence, he looked up, pretending to glance in the butcher's direction, deliberately showing a look of disdain. In reality, it was too dark over there, and he couldn't even clearly see where the butcher was. The sounds of fighting continued. A severed leg from the deformed body flew out, but the roaring sound was getting smaller. Wei Yan continued to read. This newspaper learned from the Public Security Bureau that around 4:10 p.m. on June 2nd, a major homicide occurred in the Xiaoyuku vegetable market in this city, resulting in the death of a family of three. The perpetrator was Zhou Mao, the owner of Butcher Shop No. 11 in the fresh meat section, while the victimized family operated Butcher Shop No. 12. According to the Public Security Bureau, the cause of the case originated from a lost gold ring. By the time he read this, the sounds of fighting over there had stopped. When Xiong whispered, it stopped. The butcher's right foot is on the little girl's parents, and they can't struggle, but the butcher hasn't harmed them further. He's tilting his head now, as if listening to you read the newspaper. Wei Yan couldn't see the situation over there. He didn't speak to Wen Xiong, but instead raised his voice and read. Before the sheriff arrived at the scene, the culprit had already committed suicide by disembowelment. Later, the gold ring he had hidden was found in the belly of a sow next to the culprit's body. After fingerprint identification and retrieving surveillance footage from the fresh meat section, it was confirmed that the culprit, Zhou Mao, stole the ring from the female protagonist of Butcher Shop No. 12. However, Zhou Mao not only vehemently denied it, but also, for his worthless pride, ruthlessly killed the victim's family. Truly shameless. Reading this, Wei Yan felt Wen Xiong looking at him strangely. The content he was reading at this moment was actually partly improvised by him. the purpose of which was to make the butcher feel embarrassed, lose face greatly, and wound his pride. The culprit Zhou Mao, shameless, with a thick skin like a pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, insisted he didn't steal the ring when the conflict occurred, but in fact, he had already swallowed the ring. According to the Public Security Bureau's estimate, this guy's face must be about 1 centimeter thick, and his facial skin is stiff, so he won't blush. Since he values face more than substance, why did he lose face for substance? Finally, the Public Security Bureau concluded that the culprit Zhou Mao has a low IQ, thinking his theft was seamless, but unexpectedly, he performed a foolish self-exonerating act with clumsy tricks. This time, he not only killed people but also lost face completely. Suicide can never escape problems, and his actions are destined to be despised. Zhou Mao is like a stone in a latrine, both hard and smelly, leaving an infamous legacy. Wen Xiong, straight face. Mom, I'm a plot writer, so this is reasonable, right? Wei Yan wiped a bead of sweat. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard heavy footsteps suddenly echo from the other side. The butcher seemed to be striding over in a fit of rage. Only half of the objective was achieved. Reading so much from the newspaper was meant to distract the butcher, thereby creating an opportunity for the family of 3 to win. However, Wei Yan hadn't expected that the 3 had already been dealt with by the butcher, leaving them no power to resist, so the butcher's distraction was now useless. Fortunately, Wei Yan had a backup plan. While reading the newspaper, he had once again activated plot deduction and had already seen the butcher's ending. Anyway, he had already charged energy points twice in this weird tales, and the last one wasn't used up, so he had to maximize its use. Not using it up would be too wasteful. The plot deduced this time was very good. The content will not be reiterated, but it proved that Wei Yan's plan of using the newspaper was entirely correct. He hardly needed to change the deduced plot. He just had to follow the plot's development, and his mother's condition also seemed good, which slowly eased Wei Yan's mind. The butcher, enraged, dropped the family of 3 and quickly walked towards Wei Yan. Wei Yan stopped Wen Xiong, who wanted to help him, saying, "Mom, you don't need to confront the butcher for now, at least he won't trouble you." Immediately, Wei Yan fully unfolded the newspaper and, facing the approaching butcher, said, "You don't believe it? Do you want to verify for yourself if you are the legendary spokesperson for shamelessness?" The butcher quickly came before him, and Wei Yan, almost without a pause, immediately handed over the newspaper, but he did not retreat. Originally, the butcher, in his rage, intended to attack Wei Yan, but the moment the newspaper was handed over, he inexplicably dropped the cleaver in his hand and took the newspaper. This was a flaw in his inner evil, unchangeable. However, the butcher still clutched that object in his other hand. The moment he first received this newspaper, the dense darkness in this fresh meat section and the entire vegetable market suddenly changed. A glimmer of light shot into the darkness, making the surroundings appear somewhat hazy and bright. Wen Xiong looked left and right, feeling eerie. And at this moment, because of the light, Jin Hui, who was squatting on the ground, wandering around, and carefully searching, let out a joyful cry. "Hey, I found it!" Then, this fellow looked up, felt the sky brightening, and his voice became even more excited. "Time's up. The weird tales is over. We survived." Wei Yan and Wen Xiong exchanged glances. Both felt that Jin Hui was not only cunning and followed a cowardly path, but also had some mental issues, especially his understanding and perception of time, which was always ahead of everyone else, insurmountable. As soon as Jin Hui finished speaking, he looked at the weird tales countdown and then showed an embarrassed expression. Neither mother nor son had time to bother with him. They saw the butcher holding the newspaper as if in a trance, his gaze fixed on its content. The mask on his head at this moment seemed to have become much heavier, making him pant heavily, yet he made no other movements. He had completely forgotten his anger towards Wei Yan just now. Wei Yan pulled Wen Xiong back several steps. The surroundings were no longer dim, and he could now clearly see about 10 meters away. Holding his mother's hand, Wei Yan stared at the butcher, quickly transforming into the role of a master of chicken soup for the soul, and slowly began, "This is official news from the Public Security Bureau, so the newspaper won't lie. Everyone already knows what you've done, not just in the market, but the entire city has seen this news and knows the reason for this cruel murder. Can you hide forever?" They weren't wrong. Saying this, Wei Yan pointed at the family of 3 on the ground and continued to the butcher, "You are the one who was wrong. Your selfishness, brutality, concern for appearances, and reckless actions caused the bloodshed. And their last wish is actually very simple. Even though they were harmed by you, they just want to prove that they didn't wrong anyone. They didn't wrong you, because it was indeed you who took that ring." The butcher's hands, clutching the newspaper, began to tremble. He seemed to still be reading the newspaper, and also noticed that the text on the newspaper differed somewhat from Wei Yan's earlier words. The newspaper's content didn't scold him, but the overall meaning was not far off. Slowly, he raised the newspaper, blocking his face. Even though he was now masked, he instinctively wanted to cover himself with more things. Mom, slowly, take the thing he's clutching in his hand, Wei-Yan suddenly whispered to Wen-Xiong. Wen-Xiong was startled, then realized that only she could do this at the moment. If Wei-Yan were to take it, it would likely still anger the butcher. She immediately let go of Wei-Yan's hand and cautiously walked to the butcher. The butcher made no movement. Wen-Xiong hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the butcher's left hand. He held the object tightly in his palm and hadn't let go until now. The butcher's fist wasn't as tightly clenched as imagined. After Wen-Xiong touched it, his fingers relaxed even more, and Wen-Xiong quickly took a faintly glowing object from his palm. Wei-Yan's gaze fell upon it, and he realized that the object was not actually a ring, but an unknown, faintly glowing mass. In fact, after careful thought, one could guess that Xiao Rongrong was an outsider. How could a gold ring have entered her stomach? So, whether it was the butcher or the family of three, what they were looking for was not a physical object, but their unfulfilled last wishes. One could say it was a gold ring, or one could say it was just their resentment. And Xiao Rongrong harbored a belly full of ill intentions, even more severe than Jin Hui's. This environment was perfectly suited for storing this evil. To the butcher, this object was the ring he had hidden and could no longer find. And for the family of three, this object was their greatest concern. Wei-Yan seemed to understand something. After some deliberation, he continued to speak to the butcher. The thing you are looking for seems to be the same, but in reality, it's completely different. What you are still looking for is that gold ring, as long as it's in your hand, unseen by others, so that no one discovers you killed to cover up the exposure of your failed attempt to steal the ring. But what their family is looking for is not the ring, but your evil. This ring represents the evil in your heart. This evil could prove that the family was not wrong, that it was the butcher who stole the ring, and it could also prove that it was precisely because of this ring that the bloodshed occurred. It never belonged to you, Wen-Xiong said softly, holding the glowing object in her hand, then turned and walked to Wei-Yan. The butcher's body trembled violently, but he made no other movements. The frequency of the newspaper shaking in his hand clearly showed the extent of his inner conflict and complexity. Wei-Yan took the glowing object. He looked at it and saw that it had no physical form. Wei-Yan then went to the little girl who was lying on the ground unable to get up, squatted down, and handed her the object. Here, this is your answer. The little girl slightly tilted her head, a smile she had never shown before appearing on her swollen face, and she opened her palm, allowing Wei-Yan to place the glowing object in it. Hidden mission. Her wish completed. Hidden mission reward, 1000 points. Obtain special reward, Jia Yuhan's blessing. Through this special reward, you will automatically receive a 100% luck boost effect each time you enter a Weird Tales, only once per Weird Tales. Please make good use of it. As the prompt for the completion of the hidden task appeared, the prompt for the completion of the entire Weird Tale also immediately followed. Congratulations, you have completed the Grade C Weird Tale, Bloodthirsty Butcher. There are 15 hours and 51 minutes left until the countdown ends. You have prematurely dispelled the butcher's lingering regret. Personal result evaluation, superb completion. Main task reward, 500 energy points. Superb completion, additional reward of 500 energy points. Items obtained, none. Hidden task completed. As the text indicating the completion of the Weird Tale appeared for Wei-Yan, similar prompt texts also appeared before his mother Wen-Xiong and Zhen Hui. Wen-Xiong's was, congratulations, participant. You have completed the Grade C Weird Tale, Bloodthirsty Butcher. There are 15 hours and 51 minutes left until the countdown ends. Personal result evaluation, extraordinary completion. Main task reward, 500 energy points. Extraordinary completion, additional reward of 300 energy points. Items obtained, 1. Butcher's Mask, Special, no grade. Possessing this mask will gradually grow your abilities and reveal an unprecedented evil aura and courage. It will automatically be worn upon entering a Weird Tale and cannot be removed manually. 2. Chopping Knife, Orange. This is a very good offensive weapon. Please note, items cannot be brought into the real world and have been stored in your personal inventory. Hidden task not completed. Congratulations, you have activated an exclusive profession. You have obtained the profession, Housewife, Evil, Low Level. Profession description. In this Weird Tale, you excellently assisted the main completer in completing an important task and fully utilized your professional role related to the housewife attribute, earning the recognition of the butcher's mask and the chopping knife. Excellent butchering skills, proficient knife techniques, and the ability to discern various ingredients are basic operations for a housewife. It is an honor that you can adapt to all of them, and with the mask's inherent evil attribute, you have activated the housewife, evil, profession. You have obtained Profession Skill 1, No one survives my blade, low level. No one survives my blade, Although the name of this skill is somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed a technique that perfectly blends chopping and
butchering.
practice diligently in Weird Tales, and it will become increasingly perfect. There was a lot of information for Wen Xiong, and she was completely stunned by what she saw. At the same time, Weian was also worried about her blackening problem and anxiously asked from the side. However, after learning the content of these texts, Weian's heart finally settled, and he was genuinely happy for his mother. Meanwhile, Jian Hui's expression was awkward. What was displayed for him was,
"Congratulations, participant.
You have completed the Grade C Weird Tale, Bloodthirsty Butcher.
There are 15 hours and 51 minutes left until the countdown ends. You have passively completed it with the help of your teammates. Personal result evaluation, a prime example of stunted growth. Main task reward, 500 energy points. Items obtained, none.
Hidden task not completed.
That's good, that's good."
Jian Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that in the Weird Tale before last, because his performance was too poor, he even had some energy points deducted at the end. But the most important thing was that his life was saved. Other energy points, items, and such were like floating clouds in the sky.
After getting through this Weird Tale, Weian had now summarized some very useful experiences, such as when facing a monstrosity much stronger than
oneself, one doesn't necessarily have to confront it head-on. Sometimes, adopting a gentle strategy can also be a good approach, such as becoming a master of chicken soup. Of course, not every Weird Tale is like this. This can only be used as a reference and is not a golden rule. The most important thing is that as long as he has enough energy points, he has the ability to deduce the plot.
He originally had 250 energy points left.
Now, with 500 for completing the main task, an additional 500 for superb completion, and 1000 for the hidden task reward, Weian felt incredibly rich. With these energy points, he should be able to activate other buttons of the plot editor again. However, he would only know for sure after leaving the Weird Tale and trying it out.
Currently, Weian's attribute information was actually very rich.
Since this was a big display of attributes, he took this opportunity to organize it for himself, so that readers could see it all at once.
Name, Weian.
Golden Finger, Plot Editor, Plot Deduction, Search Tales.
Energy points, 2,250. Profession, Adapter, Low Level. Profession skill, Detail Capture. Items, 1. Ice Chisel, Green, 2. Lu Gui's Eyeball, Special Item. Special Reward, Jia Yuhan's Blessing.
Weird Tales experienced, Don't Look Back, Bubble Tea, Bloodthirsty Butcher. At this moment, the little girl Jia Yuhan slowly disappeared with a smile on her face, and the deformed couple also grunted and crawled up from the ground, picking up their severed limbs everywhere and haphazardly attaching them to their bodies, looking increasingly like a visual horror. The bloodthirsty butcher, however, had the newspaper covering his face, his hands hanging down, standing motionless as if in deep meditation. Weian turned to look at his mother and saw Wen Xiong's face full of joy. Although getting through this Weird Tale was extremely difficult this time, and so many people died, it was fortunate that Wen Xiong passed and even
achieved unexpectedly good results.
However, Wen Xiong quickly noticed that Weian's expression was a bit off, and she heard Weian say, "Mom, the Weird Tale is over, you two are leaving."
Immediately,
"I might have to stay here for a while. You go out first, and I'll come out soon after I've taken care of a few things."
"Son, why?"
Wen Xiong looked surprised, and before she could finish her sentence, she noticed her body fading, and soon she disappeared. Jian Hui, who had been hiding not far away, also experienced the same thing, but he didn't show his face until he left, probably too embarrassed to
appear again.
At the same moment, text that only Weian could see appeared before his eyes. "Intruder, you will stay here with the bloodthirsty butcher for a month, and he will teach you many things, such as butchering and cooking. However, you might be used as the most delicious ingredient." Wen Xiong felt a slight dizziness, and soon the scenery before her eyes changed. She found herself still standing in a vegetable market, but it was no longer the Xiaoyuku farmer's market from the Weird Tale. There was no one around her. Not only did she not see Jian Hui, but she also indeed did not see her son Weian.
It seemed that what Weian said was true. He indeed had to stay in the Weird Tale to handle some important matters, but she didn't know how long it would take. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than several corpses suddenly appeared around Wen Xiong, Lin Xiaojun, Yi Xiang, Ren Tao, Hao Jiannan, and Xiao Rongrong, as well as that half of an unknown corpse. Immediately, Jian Hui appeared on the other side, with an expression of constipation. Although there were horrific corpses everywhere, Wen Xiong was already unfazed. She reached out and touched her face, the mask was gone, and she had returned to her original appearance. At the same time, the chopping knife had also been returned to her personal inventory and could not be taken out in reality.
Wen Xiong did not know that obtaining a special profession in a weird tale for the first time was an extremely rare situation, something even Wayan
could not achieve.
The weird tale was over, but her worries remained. She didn't know how long Wayan would be delayed or if there was still danger in that weird tale. Not long after, a large number of voices and footsteps sounded from outside.
Manhwa rushed over with his people and met with Jianhui.
Upon seeing so many corpses on the ground, the bureau's people were not very surprised. It seemed they had already roughly estimated the outcome of
this incident. Soon, a familiar voice sounded behind Wen Xiong. "Mom, I'm here."
Wayan's figure appeared, with a smile on his face, though it was very forced, and his complexion was terrifyingly pale. Seeing Wayan come out so quickly, Wen Xiong's heart settled, but then she suddenly saw that he had changed into such a state, and her heart began to
pound again. "Son, what happened to you?"
Wayan forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just very tired and want to get some good sleep." Wen Xiong had the illusion that Wayan had become thinner and asked, "How long were you in there?" Wayan answered without thinking, 30 days.
The time in the weird tales isn't consistent with real life, so it might seem to you like I came out in no time. So, the people from the investigator bureau also felt like we came out in just a moment?
Wen Xiong seemed to understand.
Wayan nodded, saying nothing more. Manhwa over there didn't notice anything unusual.
After surveying the scene, he walked over to the mother and son and said, "This isn't even our worst-case scenario. At least 3 people survived."
It was only then that he noticed Wayan's poor condition and asked, "Wayan, were you injured in there, mentally?"
Because Manhwa knew that any physical injury, no matter how severe, would heal after exiting a weird tale.
Only mental and consciousness-related effects would not.
So, while Wayan looked pale, the problem wasn't actually with his body, but rather his mental state that led to his current condition. Wayan nodded slightly. "I suffered a bit of insignificant mental abuse, but I managed to get through it."
"Can this be included in the report?"
Before Manhwa could finish, Wayan shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to relive it."
Don't relive it, son, don't mind them."
Wen Xiong immediately said from the side, while watching Wayan with concern. Even as the bureau, they couldn't force participants to do things against their will, unless not doing so would threaten the lives of others. So Manhwa shrugged, no longer insisting, and just turned to look at Wen Xiong. "Then please recall and record your experiences this time, and compile them into a report for us. There's no rush, take your time writing it."
Manhwa's tone had become unusually polite.
After all, Wayan had now completed 3 weird tales, which was enough to qualify him as an investigator. In Zhou City, there were only him and Jianhui as the sole investigators.
Manhwa still remembered that Wayan didn't seem to like money.
After this weird tale incident was handled, he planned to go back and write a report, asking for authorization from above to start hunting Wayan
from other angles. Everyone has weaknesses, and Wayan was still so young and full of vigor. Hunting him, in Manhwa's opinion, would be very easy.
Thinking of this, Manhwa looked back at Jianhui, who was standing far away and seemed somewhat abnormal in his expression. He hadn't expected this vegetable market weird tale to have such a strong mental impact on people. Even the experienced investigator Jianhui seemed to have suffered mental trauma, looking fidgety, dazed, and completely out of sorts. Manhwa didn't know that Jianhui had truly come up empty-handed this time, almost not even getting the main quest reward. If Jianhui had survived the weird tale alone, his condition upon exiting would certainly have been different. At least he would have been full of energy, bossy, and his eyes would have been filled with the wisdom of a sage. But with Wayan and his mother nearby, he dared not pretend. Approaching Jianhui, Manhwa's tone became extremely polite. "Jianhui, you've worked hard this time. If you hadn't risked your personal safety to enter the weird tale, that mother and son might not have been saved. They might have been completely
wiped out in there." "Haha, no problem, no problem."
Jianhui gave a forced smile.
"I'm not in a hurry either."
"It's fine if you go back and rest for 2 days, then submit the report to me."
Manhwa reminded him.
"Report? What report?" Jianhui waved his hand. "I have a headache, the after effects from last time are acting up, and I can't remember anything. You all work hard here, I'm going back to rest first." With that, he had already walked out of the fresh meat section.
Manhwa was stunned, not knowing why so many people didn't want to submit reports this time.
But thankfully, Wen Xiong didn't refuse, so he would just wait for her to submit the report, summarize it, and then close the case.
The follow-up matters for the vegetable market were handed over to the Bureau and the Public Security Bureau.
Although the vegetable market was relatively close to home, because Wayan was quite weak, Wen Xiong still insisted on hailing a taxi at the vegetable market entrance, and the mother and son returned home. His father, Wei Zhengdong, had left the door wide open and had been pacing back and forth in the house, restless. If the bureau hadn't restricted others from going to the vegetable market, the entrance there would probably have been surrounded by family members by now. Upon seeing Wen Xiong and Wei Yan return, Wei Zhengdong suddenly jolted, then his face broke into a wide smile, and he burst out laughing. I knew my Wei Zhengdong's family would prosper, it wouldn't leave me to be a widower alone in old age.
Come, sit down and rest. Son, why do you look a bit off? The mother and son ignored Wei Zhengdong's excited chatter and answered his questions one by one. Wei Yan ate something, then went back to his room early to rest, and called his colleague Zhou Xian, asking him to request another 5 days of personal leave for him. Zhou Xian readily agreed, but he told Wei Yan that Yu Changshan, the planning department manager, was already unhappy about Wei Yan's continuous leave requests. The day before yesterday, he even went to the HR manager to complain. Now, if Wei Yan wanted to extend his leave, it would be best to talk to Yu Changshan directly. However, if Wei Yan was truly inconvenient, Zhou Xian didn't mind telling Yu Changshan for him, but the effect of the leave request would be greatly diminished. Wei Yan paused, then said, just tell old Ju that I need another 5 days off. Anyway, I don't get paid for personal leave. Don't worry about anything else, I'll explain to him in HR when I get back. As things stood, whether as a participant or an intruder in the Weird Tales, he no longer had the opportunity or energy to work at Huafei Game Company, especially with Manhwa constantly tempting his not-so-firm heart with high salaries. Okay, no problem. Zhou Xian then asked about Wei Yan's recent situation before hanging up. Wei Yan was too tired. He didn't even put his phone down. With it still at his ear, he had already fallen asleep. He slept until midnight, when it was still pitch black all around, and then Wei Yan suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't groggy, but rather alert and surprised, his gaze quickly shifting to look beside him. Right by his bed, a rustling sound came, like the sound of many clothes rubbing together. Wei Yan slowly turned his head and saw that the closet door by the bed was open about half an arm's width. The closet was pitch black inside, and he could only vaguely see some clothes piled near the closet opening. Just then, a strand of loose long hair appeared from the darkness inside the cabinet, followed by a strange woman revealing half of her face. This face had many defects, with incomplete flesh. Her eyes were wide open, and she maintained a bizarre smile. Her exposed left eye stared at Wei Yan, who was lying on the bed, and she slowly extended her equally disfigured left arm out of the closet door. Her ring and pinky fingers were broken, and her thumb's nail was torn back. At the same time, the woman squeezed out a hoarse, unpleasant voice from her mouth. Found you. Wei Yan suddenly sat up in bed, his forehead covered in sweat, breathing rapidly. When he looked at the closet again, he found the door was closed, and the scene from just now seemed to have never happened. Taking a breath, he knew he had just had a nightmare. Looking at the time again, this sleep was the longest he had had in a month, from yesterday afternoon until 4:30 a.m. now. There are some things I can't help but say. I'll open a single chapter later to chat with everyone. When I wrote this book, my intention was to construct a vast and bizarre strange tale world. In the current plot, the revelation of the strange tale world is still just the tip of the iceberg. It is far more weird tales and terrifying than we can imagine. My original intention in writing was not to simply create a feeling of horror for horror's sake. Therefore, up until now, while there have been thrilling moments in the plot or scenes, there haven't been any points that would make readers' hair stand on end or be too scared to read at night. These terrifying elements will all be present, just not as frequently as before. As the plot progresses, whether it's characters or events, I will try to describe them in a lighthearted and humorous way, aiming to keep readers feeling relaxed while reading this type of suspenseful supernatural story. Occasionally, some terrifying elements will be interspersed, rather than a constant state of thrill, tension, and mental exertion. After all, after a busy day, reading is for leisure, and no one really wants to be constantly terrified and mentally drained. After all that, I've seen some readers say that this book isn't as terrifying as my previous ones, and my explanation is that horror will be arranged. It's always there. After all, we are a niche genre, we can't get stuck in horror for horror's sake, right? Speaking of which, due to the positioning of this book, it will be rejected by most readers who don't read suspenseful supernatural stories. The audience is narrow, and the spread is not high. This is its natural barrier, and I can't change it. I chose to publish it in the Urban Channel because I always held on to a glimmer of hope, but reality delivered a harsh second slap to my face. The first slap was my previous book, The Painter. After being recommended, whether it was the increase in collections or retention, these two are closely related, as if collections don't increase, retention can't possibly increase. It couldn't compare to other urban novels during the same period. In other words, it was a complete failure. Trying to stubbornly push a niche supernatural genre against the broad urban category, this must be the outcome. After all, I'm just a small-time author, not a big shot. I really don't have the power to achieve the imagined results. Currently, the performance of this book after its first recommendation is not ideal.
Whether there will be future recommendations is related to the current performance. If the performance improves, there might be more recommendations. If not, once it reaches the word count for listing, I will apply to have it listed.
Yes, this book will continue to be written, I won't abandon it again.
Niche novels have their own development patterns and cannot be compared to mainstream categories. The woodcarving only had 760 initial subscriptions, but after a month, the average subscription rose to 2,500, and in the third month, it became a premium work. I believe this is not an accident, and I will continue on this path. Thank you all for your support and unwavering loyalty, and I hope you will continue to support Old Dog.
I love you all.
Having slept enough, Wei temporarily had no desire to sleep, but he had just been startled awake, breaking out in a cold sweat.
It was too early.
If he were to take a shower in the bathroom now, he might wake his parents. His mother had also been badly frightened this time, especially when confronting the butcher.
Wei could clearly feel her trembling violently from fear, yet she still plunged Jin Hui's metal spike into the butcher's body.
Letting his mother sleep a little longer, Wei planned to wash up after daybreak. He got out of bed, turned on the light, and first opened the wardrobe door, looking carefully to make sure there was nothing inside. Still not quite at ease, he checked every place in the bedroom that a person could hide, finding nothing. With a weight off his mind, Wei sat back on the edge of the bed and picked up his phone to start composing a text message. He planned to send this message to Manhwa after daybreak, stating that after careful consideration, he had decided to join the bureau's investigation team. Although the message didn't mention salary at all, every sentence was filled with the smell of money.
For example, although Huafei Game Company offers very, very high salaries and excellent benefits, it doesn't diminish my passion for the profession
of a weird tales investigator. Another example, my mom and dad painstakingly tried to persuade me, my dad even threatened to die, telling me not to give up my dream of becoming a great, glorious, and incredibly rich entertainment game mogul in the future, but I still firmly rejected them.
Wei meticulously crafted this text message for an hour before finally finishing it.
Immediately, he carefully analyzed his experiences in the bloodthirsty butcher weird tale. Currently, with his own strength, the fact that he could complete this grade C weird tale in such a top-notch manner was already a blessing from his ancestors. If it weren't for the plot editor, he wouldn't even know how he should choose to die. However, this was an exception. If he had to choose in the future, he would never dare to touch weird tales above grade D. He would at least wait until his own strength improved, he activated a few more skills, or obtained a more powerful weapon, only then would he have the courage to tackle them. Having survived the punishment for intruders in the bloodthirsty butcher weird tale, Wei didn't know how long he would continue to have nightmares. At least for now, there was no way to eliminate them, as this was due to damage at the spiritual level. He would have to wait until he had the opportunity to join the investigator organization to see if he could find a solution. Fortunately, after this incident, he showed no negative emotions at all. His mindset was excellent. In fact, although the monstrosity in the weird tales had, to some extent, connected with the real world, for example, through hallucinations, nightmares, and so on, it was impossible for a monstrosity to fully enter the real world.
At least so far, the Bureau has not discovered any such precedents.
However, Wei still remembered one thing. When his first weird tale, Don't Look Back, began, Zhang Guofa, who had been in a car accident, appeared in the office, and then he also received a call from Zhou Xin.
In fact, when Zhang Guofa appeared, it proved that the weird tale had already begun, but Wei still received a call from Zhou Xin in the real world. That is to say, the real world had, at that moment, merged with the strange tale world to some extent.
Of course, it is also possible that Zhou Xin's call was actually the trigger mechanism for the Don't Look Back weird tale, which is why the call could connect. However, this also indirectly indicates that under certain conditions, the strange tale world can merge with the real world. And this is precisely what the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs is most worried about and needs to guard against.
The text message was not sent yet.
Wei placed his phone on the bedside table, stood up, and performed a full set of the 7th series radio exercises. This was his favorite. Even after so many years since graduation, he still clearly remembered every standard movement. However, he was not the oddly graceful male student in the exercise team. When day broke, Wei opened the door and tiptoed to the bathroom to shower. Soon after, he heard his parents getting up one after another. His mother, as usual, went into the kitchen to make breakfast, while his father first brewed a pot of tea, then opened the news app on his phone, and stood by the bathroom door to read the morning news. After Wei finished his shower and came out, Wei Zhengdong immediately darted into the bathroom, opened the window, lit a cigarette, and comfortably sat on the toilet. Wei knew that from now on, the bathroom would be unusable for at least half an hour.
How did you sleep last night?
When Xiong stood at the kitchen door, her eyes asking with concern. After hearing Mangiba's words yesterday, she had been paying attention to Wei Yan's mental state, but now he seemed fine, though his son's face was still a bit pale. It was alright, I slept for over 10 hours, Wei Yan replied. By the way, Mom, I extended my leave from work for a few more days. I'll be resting at home these days. Good, get more rest, Wen Xiong nodded. Wei Yan went to his bedroom to change into a dark blue loungewear and returned to the living room. At this time, Wen Xiong had also placed the prepared breakfast on the small dining table in the living room. 3 cups of freshly brewed hot soy, milk, instant small steamed buns and flour rolls bought from the supermarket, and a plate of leftover fried dumplings from yesterday. Hurry up, squatting in the toilet for too long will give you hemorrhoids. Wen Xiong shouted loudly towards the bathroom. Already have them, no rush, Wei Jingdong's lazy voice echoed from inside. And then he added, and bring in a roll of toilet paper. There's no paper in the bathroom. Wei Yan had just taken a few bites. He immediately frowned, stood up, grabbed a roll of paper, pinched his nose, opened the door, and walked in. A moment later, he quickly ran out, breathing deeply. Wen Xiong smiled, about to speak, when the living room door suddenly knocked. They both turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was still a few minutes before 7:30. Who would come visiting so early? Wei Yan walked over and looked through the peephole. His eyes immediately brightened, but he quickly shook his head and said to Wen Xiong, they must have the wrong door. After speaking, he quickly tidied his freshly combed hair and adjusted his collar with lightning speed, breathed twice into his palm, immediately, smelled it, and only then reached out to open the door. Wen Xiong was bewildered by his series of actions. As she was wondering, she saw Wei Yan open the door, revealing the most handsome smile he had ever shown, his voice becoming magnetic and resonant as he asked, Miss, may I ask who you are looking for? Put. Wen Xiong immediately stood up, her eyes gleaming. She knew her son's series of moves very well. The girl outside must be someone he was interested in, otherwise, Wei Yan wouldn't have gone through so much preamble. Quickly walking to the door, Wen Xiong's gleaming eyes gradually changed, staring dumbfounded at the girl outside. To be precise, this was indeed a great beauty. Her long hair was meticulously styled into an updo, adorned with 2 elegantly shaped and unique hair clips. She wore a versatile black and white professional tight-fitting short skirt suit, her long, straight legs perfectly outlined by a pair of black stockings, and she wore high heels with a few pearl decorations on the toe. This woman had a perfect figure, big where it should be big, small where it should be small, and she stood half a head taller than Wei Yan at the door. Definitely the wrong person. Wen Xiong had the same reaction as Wei Yan. Excuse me, are you Wei Yan? The beauty smiled sweetly and spoke softly. Not just Wei Yan, even Wen Xiong, as a woman, found the girl's voice incredibly pleasant, making one's bones almost tingle. I am, Wei Yan, as a hot-blooded man, felt it even more strongly at this moment. He nodded. May I ask who you are? Group leader Mangiba of the bureau sent me. I'm responsible for handling all the procedures for you to join the investigation team, and from now on, I will also be your personal assistant. My name is Pei Na, the girl said in a gentle voice. Lost what? What's lost? Wei Zhengdong had just closed the bathroom door and walked out, asking without looking up as he pressed the nearly burning cigarette butt into the ashtray. Thank you all for your rewards and votes. After saying this, Wei Zhengdong looked up and saw the girl standing at the door. He was first a little stunned by her beauty, but more than that, he felt bewildered. When Xiong said, what compensation? Her name is Pei Na. Pei Na, come in and have a seat. Wei Zhengdong reacted, and he immediately showed an awkward smile. I'm sorry, Miss Pei, I hope I didn't offend you? Please come in, we're having breakfast, come and have some. Pei Na didn't mind the misunderstanding of her name. She walked into the house with a slight smile, her long legs striding, but she noticed that Wei Yan's attitude seemed to have subtly changed after hearing that she was there to process his entry into the investigator team. Soon, Pei Na sat down close to Wei Yan, and a faint fragrance from her body wafted into Wei Yan's nose. When Xiong went to the kitchen and brought out an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks, but Pei Na waved her hand. No, Auntie, I won't eat. With that, she opened the briefcase in her hand, took out a stack of forms and documents, and said to Wei Yan, these are the forms you need to fill out to join the investigator team. You don't need to do it yourself. As your personal assistant, I'll fill them out. I'll ask you if there's anything I don't know. You go ahead and eat your breakfast. Okay, Wei Yan no longer stood on ceremony, grabbing a steamed bun and stuffing it into his mouth, then taking a sip of soy milk. Meanwhile, Pei Na took out a pen and quickly filled out the forms. She already knew some of Wei Yan's basic information, so she didn't ask any questions at the moment. When Xiong then asked again, still, eat something, or should I cook you a bowl of noodles? Pei Na looked up slightly, glanced at the food on the dining table, and shook her head slightly. Thank you, Auntie, I'm not hungry right now. From her eyes, Wei Zhengdong and Wen Xiong both saw that Pei Na seemed a little dissatisfied with the variety of breakfast on the table. Judging by her attire and demeanor, she probably genuinely looked down on these steamed buns and dumplings, but she just didn't say it aloud. Then Pei Na said, "There seems to be a Xijin tea restaurant nearby, and their breakfast is good, both nutritious and healthy. Would you like me to call them to deliver it?" Upon hearing this, Wei Zhengdong was instantly filled with a strong urge to show off. This girl, who might become his son's girlfriend, looked very nice and had a big butt. If things worked out with Weian, there was no guarantee she wouldn't give him a chubby grandson. This first meeting couldn't let her look down on their family, so he immediately stood up and shouted with his arms raised, "Weian, call the Xijin tea restaurant. Our family isn't short on that money. Tell them I want to order the supreme 18 cages. No discounts, no vouchers, no other snacks, just pay the full price." Weian and Wen Xiong exchanged glances, and while goosebumps appeared all over their bodies, the same thought floated in their minds: this old guy is showing off again. Pei Na didn't know Wei Zhengdong's personality. Her big eyes blinked, and she stared at the old man with a bewildered expression. Wei Zhengdong felt as if all his cells were activated, his spirits lifted, and he pushed the instant soy milk in front of him forward, no longer planning to eat these instant things. However, he soon noticed a deadly gaze coming from across the table, from Wen Xiong. Wei Zhengdong's throat tightened. He coughed, quickly picked up his soy milk bowl, took a sip, and covered his embarrassment by saying, "But these breakfasts can't be wasted. One must be thrifty." "Weian, where did you used to live?" Pei Na asked. Weian hadn't spoken yet when Wen Xiong interjected, "Next to Haisha Park, in an old community called Haishawan, on the 3rd floor, the 3rd room. There's no house number there." Pei Na nodded, quickly wrote it down, and then asked Weian, "What are your usual hobbies?" Weian still hadn't had a chance to speak when Wei Zhengdong said, "He spends all day styling his hair, doing that texture muscle. It's a texture perm." Weian's mouth twitched. "He also likes to do broadcast gymnastics," Wen Xiong added from the side. "He does it every morning after waking up." Pei Na carefully noted it down and then asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Wei Zhengdong and Wen Xiong both waved their hands simultaneously, saying in unison, "No, absolutely not. And then is very loyal, just like me. Either he doesn't like someone, or if he does, they can't escape," Wei Zhengdong said seriously. After filling out the forms, Pei Na took out a small, palm-sized instrument. After turning it on and performing some operations, she had Weian press all 10 fingers on the screen to collect his fingerprints, and then collected his facial and iris data using the camera above the screen. Then Pei Na took out her phone, performed some operations, and entered Weian's ID card and bank card information. A moment later, Weian's phone received a text message notification. He picked it up and looked, his eyes lighting up slightly, and he asked Pei Na, "This money is?" Pei Na said, "It's 1/3 of your monthly salary, advanced to you by the Bureau as an investigator." "This is only 1/3? Weian was surprised. "Yes, the other 2/3 will be credited on the last day of the month. This is how the Bureau pays its investigators." Pei Na nodded and added, "We don't have a specific investigator ID, but your investigator status can be verified through all networks, including the Public Security Bureau and the Bureau. Are there any other matters I need to pay attention to?" Weian asked. Pei Na nodded. "The Bureau has arranged a separate office for each investigator, equipped with a dedicated assistant. Please note down my phone number and social media account. My contact channel will be open for you 24 hours a day. Even at 2 or 3 in the morning, you can call me over, I'll be on call." Wei Zhengdong, "That's not very good." Wen Xiong, "It's most important for a young girl to get good sleep, otherwise, why don't you move over? Or you can go live in our old house, it hasn't been rented out anyway," Wei Zhengdong added. Before he finished speaking, Weian had already given Pei Na a look, signaling her to go outside with him to talk. The two quickly went downstairs to the community garden, and Weian began, "I'm sorry, my parents are just like this. Whenever they see me talking to a girl, they act as if they've found a daughter-in-law." Pei Na naturally understood and smiled. "It's okay, parents with children your age are all like that." "Your parents also?" Weian understood. Pei Na, however, shook her head. "I don't have parents, I've been an orphan since childhood. The Central City Special Operations Bureau took me from the orphanage, and I stayed at the Special Operations Bureau for 13 years. Last year, I was assigned to work at the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs in another city, and yesterday I received an order from my superiors to come to the Zhou City Administration to serve as your personal assistant." "From the Special Operations Bureau?" Weian was stunned. Wow, he had heard that the people in the Special Operations Bureau were all prodigies. Normally, public security was handled by the Public Security Bureau, while the Special Operations Bureau was a higher-level entity, responsible for major and urgent tasks. Since this Pei Na came from there,
she couldn't be judged solely by her appearance. This woman was definitely not simple.
A moment later, Pena uploaded an encrypted file to Wei Yan's phone and said, "Install this software. We can use it to send messages from now on, and I'll also send you the investigator's code of conduct first.
Read it carefully, and feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything."
"Oh, right," Pena added, "the higher-ups have newly developed a Weird Tales search device, which is better than the previous detector, but it's
still in the trial phase. It will be distributed in a few days.
You and another investigator, Jin Hui, will each get one.
It said that this thing can search for the location of Weird Tales in advance, but I don't know how accurate it is." Before Pena left, she informed Wei Yan that he could work at the bureau's yellowish-brown office building anytime, and she would be there during
working hours. One excellent aspect of an investigator's job mechanism is not needing to be office-bound. Even when there are no weird tales, he doesn't have to sit
in the office wasting time. Pena also left a special communication headset.
After connecting the headset, he could communicate with her at any time, but before that, he needed to connect to the bureau's server, meaning all
conversations would be saved by the server. Back home, the Supreme 18 cages had also been delivered.
Wei Zhengdong was still asking where Pena had gone. Upon learning she had already left, Wei Zhengdong clearly felt regret, because his showboating later had no audience. The family of 3 finished the 18 cages of food in one day.
However, Wei Zhengdong didn't feel bad about the money.
Although his own salary wasn't high, Wei Yan had just transferred a sum of money to him, enough for his living expenses this month, so he didn't need
to be subservient to Wen Xiong anymore.
Now, both parents agreed to Wei Yan becoming an investigator. The generous salary was secondary. The main reason was that his future daughter-in-law also worked there, and this family would certainly frequently
deal with weird tales in the future.
Having this profession would give him an advantage in terms of timing, location, and human relations, which was better than knowing nothing when weird tales arrived. These past few days, Wei Zhengdong went to his company on time, while Wen Xiong secluded herself in her room, engrossed in writing reports. Wei Yan, meanwhile, tried to adjust his psychological trauma, but with little effect. During these 5 days off, he had 2 more nightmares. Calling them nightmares, these dreams seemed to come from the real world and had a very close relationship with it, because every scene in the dream occurred in the real world and was related to Wei Yan's location when he was dreaming. The first time, after Wei Yan lay in bed and fell asleep, he found someone whispering. He could only hear rustling sounds of speech, but couldn't make out what was being said. It was already completely dark outside, with only the faint light from the streetlights in the community courtyard shining in. He put on his slippers and stood by the bed. After listening carefully, he found that the subtle whispering seemed to be coming from the direction of the window.
Wei Yan made no sound.
Instead, he slowly walked to the window and looked at the drawn curtains. Because the streetlight outside shone through, the curtains appeared translucent, and he could vaguely see a person standing behind the curtains. This person was thin and small, about 1.6 meters tall, with his head slightly bowed, so it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. The rustling whispers were coming from here. Wei Yan felt a chill, but he still walked to the window. Without hesitation, he pulled open the curtain, revealing a thin old man standing in front of him, facing the window and with his back to Wei Yan. The content of the whispers was still indistinguishable. Wei Yan remained silent, quietly staring at the old man. The old man slowly turned around. Wei Yan wanted to close his eyes at this moment, but he found he couldn't. After the old man had fully turned around, a never-before-seen old, tattered face appeared before Wei Yan's eyes. His mouth was constantly moving, making the same sound as before. However, this time Wei Yan saw clearly. The old man wasn't speaking, he was just chewing the meat in his mouth, but because he had lost all his teeth, it was very difficult to chew.
Just then, the old man opened his mouth towards Wei Yan.
The moment his lips parted, a streak of fresh blood flowed down the corner of his mouth.
Then, Wei Yan woke up.
The second time, he was awakened by the continuous flushing sound of the toilet coming from the bathroom. Again, he got up from bed, opened the door, and came to the living room, but his parents' bedroom door was closed. Wei Yan waited at the bathroom door, from which the flushing sound kept coming, then he seemed to uncontrollably reach out and press down the doorknob. The bathroom door opened. A disheveled woman was hunched beside the toilet in the bathroom. Seeing the door open, the woman slightly raised her head, but her hair was very long, mostly obscuring her face, making her appearance unclear. Just as Wei Yan was about to see if she was chewing meat in her mouth, the woman suddenly crawled rapidly towards the bathroom doorway, with astonishing speed. It was then that Wei Yan realized she only had an upper body. Because her hair was too long, he hadn't noticed that she was actually only half a body. However, her long hair wriggled left and right as she crawled, making her look exceptionally terrifying. Wei Yan immediately closed the bathroom door a step ahead. The woman crashed into the bathroom door, then let out a piercing scream. Then he woke up again.
Now Wei-an understood, when not entering a weird tale, if he encountered these unclean things, it meant he was dreaming. Although he didn't know he was dreaming while in the dream, and didn't even have such a thought, these consecutive encounters were enough proof. Furthermore, Wei-an didn't recognize any of these monstrosities he encountered in his dreams, nor had he ever seen their faces. However, one thing was almost the same: the muscles and skin of these people were mostly not intact. And sometimes, the monstrosities were chewing meat in their mouths, which was very similar to the scene he witnessed in the bloodthirsty butcher weird tale. He knew he had a long way to go to recover from his mental trauma. He didn't want to recall the 30-day experience, but fortunately, Wei-an had maintained a good mindset ever since experiencing the first weird tale. Indeed, it's good to have no negative emotions. After his mother finished writing the report, she gave it to Wei-an for revisions. Wei-an deleted all parts where he used Lu Gui's eyeball and areas that might raise questions from the bureau, and also told his mother not to say too much. Then, using his skill as a game scriptwriter, he polished the entire report. Immediately, the mother and son went to the bureau's yellowish-brown office building. While Wen-xiong submitted the report in Mangiba's office, Wei-an went to his future office. The office was undergoing simple renovations. It looked like it used to be an archive room and had just been cleared out. Pei Na would occasionally come to supervise. She had changed into work attire, but it was still a tight-fitting style, with a curvaceous figure that made the nearby renovation workers hot-blooded, their electric drills whirring. Wei-an inquired with Pei Na. Because it was a simple renovation, no additional decoration materials would be added, and it wouldn't take much time. He could start working in about a week. After watching for a while, Wei-an went to the office next door. This was investigator Jian Hui's office. An assistant worked in the outer room, but Jian Hui was not in his inner office. According to his assistant, Jian Hui had been resting at home ever since experiencing the bloodthirsty butcher weird tale last time. Investigators don't have a concept of taking leave. It's normal to lie at home for half a month after completing a weird tale. However, this time Jian Hui didn't even answer his phone, and his assistant was worried that his mental trauma might have worsened, as the weird tale he experienced this time was the highest level compared to previous ones. Because the assistant had also heard that Wei-an had suffered mental harm. Wei-an had intended to ask Jian Hui about his experience in dealing with mental trauma, but this matter had to be postponed for now. Returning to Mangiba's office, he saw that Pei Na was also there, and Mangiba handed her a black object that looked somewhat like a razor. Pei Na held up the razor in her hand and said to Wei-an, "This is the monstrosity search device I told you about a few days ago." Wei-an took the monstrosity search device in his hand and played with it for a while. He couldn't find a button, but he felt that the thing looked more and more like a razor. He couldn't help but ask Mangiba, "Is this search device dual purpose?" "Dual purpose for what?" Mangiba asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reacted, staring at the search device in Wei-an's hand. Just then, Wang Jin, the assistant behind him, said, "Hey, where's my new razor? Thank you all for your support with votes. I will thank all donators collectively. Love you all, 3. That thing was indeed Wang Jin's newly bought razor, while what Wang Jin held in his hand was the newly received, still unopened weird tale searcher. Everyone in the room was embarrassed. Mangiba and Pei Na were embarrassed for mistaking the searcher, while Wei-an was embarrassed because he couldn't find the switch for the new razor. Wen-xiong also felt awkward because she didn't know why these people suddenly fell silent. She thought there was something wrong with her report. After leaving the bureau, Wei-an suddenly had a premonition, because he had just seen Mangiba look at his mother with a strange gaze, just like he had looked at him before. Before getting on the bus, Wei-an said to Wen-xiong, "Mom, have you noticed that Mangiba might want to recruit you into the bureau, just like he recruited me?" Wen-xiong slapped her thigh. "I knew it. I didn't even put on makeup today, and Comrade Bobo kept staring at me. If I were him, I would also consider recruiting you into the bureau," Wei-an said. "You gained a special profession and 2 items the first time you entered a weird tale. It's safe to say that not only Mangiba thinks highly of you, but even Central City has probably listed you as a key person of interest." Wei-an paused, then added, "Because with the profession and items you possess, you can almost certainly pass the next weird tale safely." "Isn't the next weird tale a grade C weird tale?" Wen-xiong asked. Wei-an shook his head. "Of course not. Do you think everyone is that unlucky? Grade C weird tales don't appear frequently. Your next weird tale will most likely be grade F, with a very small chance of being grade E." "Oh, that's good." Wen-xiong relaxed. On their way home, Wen-xiong told Wei-an that she felt she had undergone significant changes in the past few days. For example, her feisty personality from her youth was returning, and when she saw people or things that angered her, she felt an irresistible urge to intervene. Wei-an only said one sentence, "Don't use a knife."
He knew that his mother, having experienced a weird tale, had changed and been purified in certain aspects, just like him, which would be beneficial for future weird tale challenges. The weird tale searcher was temporarily left with pay now. Wei-yin didn't take it, as his search tales in the plot editor was much more effective than that device. Shortly after returning home, an unexpected guest arrived, Jin Hui. Upon seeing Wei-yin and his mother, Jin Hui seemed a bit awkward, but Wei-yin roughly guessed his intention. As he was a guest, Wei-yin made Jin Hui a cup of tea, and the family sat before him, a scene that felt very much like an interrogation. "I'm sorry for the sudden visit and for disturbing you," Jin Hui stammered, pondering in his heart how to phrase things. "Actually, I'm very grateful to have met you too, otherwise, I might have truly been finished in that bloodthirsty butcher weird tale this time." "Actually, we were just lucky," Wei-yin said. "To be honest, I didn't actively choose to enter this weird tale," Jin Hui sighed. "You don't know how terrifying high-level weird tales are. I've been in contact with other investigators, so I'm very clear about it. Before the weird tale began, I had already concluded that all of you would die, that no one would make it out, and my conclusion was based on the weird tale being only grade D." Jin Hui paused, then continued, "No one expected it to be a grade C weird tale, and the condition for completing it was to be pushed to the brink of death to find a way to live. To save you, Ant-One achieved it. Otherwise, I don't think anyone could have done it." "You said you didn't actively enter?" Wei-yin asked. "Yes, because of special professions, sometimes if we are very close to a weird tale, we can be drawn into it. But this chance is very small, and besides, I was so far from the fresh meat section that day." Jin Hui nodded. Wei-yin didn't speak. Now he probably knew that his way of entering the bloodthirsty butcher and bubble tea weird tales was fundamentally different from that of Jin Hui and the other investigators. Even if they were forcibly drawn into a weird tale, their identity would be participant, but he was different. Wei-yin didn't seem to be drawn in because of his identity, so he became an intruder in these weird tales. Intruders also had a tough time, everyone else left, but he would be left behind and required to complete devilish tasks. Now that Jin Hui was so frank, the mother and son suddenly understood. No wonder this guy had been so cautious. One reason was that he didn't want to come in, and the second reason was that Jin Hui clearly knew that since everyone would not survive this weird tale, rashly stepping forward would only lead to certain death. No one would have expected the anomaly of Wen Xiong and Wei-yin to appear, leading to a huge reversal, turning defeat into victory. Jin Hui continued, "I'm sorry, my words might be a bit harsh, but your mother and son's performance in the weird tale was too reckless. I even suspect whether you knew something beforehand, like the plot direction or something. Otherwise, if you keep being so reckless, you'll suffer a great loss one day." Wei-yin and Wen Xiong thought about it carefully, and it was true, but Wei-yin really did know the plot direction and such. "Thank you, we will pay attention to that in the future," Wen Xiong nodded. Recalling the past few days, she also felt that there were many areas where she had been inconsiderate at the time. However, Jin Hui became hesitant again. "My performance this time was indeed somewhat unsatisfactory. Although there were reasons, I still want to ask you to not to talk about it at the bureau." "We understand," Wei-yin said. "Everyone has their own way of handling weird tales. In the face of extreme danger, everyone is selfish, and they will definitely only think about saving themselves first." Thank you for understanding." Jin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, his purpose in coming was to confess to the mother and son, to ask them not to spread rumors at the bureau. After all, how investigators handle cases still requires privacy and consideration for their reputation. "Is that why you haven't been to the bureau these past few days?" Wei-yin deliberately asked. Jin Hui was stunned. "Days? What's the date today?" Wei-yin was surprised. "Your perception of time is off again?" Jin Hui shook his head and smiled. "I don't wear a watch anymore. Now I feel like I have to check it all the time, and it's too tiring, so I just stopped wearing it." "For this kind of trauma at the conscious level, can it only be treated by a psychiatrist? Is there no other way?" Wei-yin asked with a frown. His current situation was actually the same nature as Jian Hui's. Wei-yin called it nightmare defect, because those various monstrosities would wake him up from nightmares. His question was directed to the right person. Jin Hui was also very worried at first, so he had been looking for various methods. Later, after communicating with investigators from other cities, especially Central City, he found that seeing a psychiatrist in the real world was useless. A seasoned investigator from Central City told him that the best way was to build his own mental barrier. In the process of building it, the mental barrier would automatically repair trauma at the mental and conscious levels, and if successfully built, it would act as a natural shield against this type of trauma in the future. Mental barrier? Wei-yin wondered. After a conversation with Jian Hui, Wei-yin finally understood what a mental barrier was. This thing is an elusive, invisible entity, existing only in the strange tale world, and was accidentally discovered by an investigator from Central City. Because that investigator also had mental trauma, he would randomly forget a familiar person around him. At the moment of forgetting, he couldn't remember no matter what, and it would take about half an hour for his memory of that person to return. This trauma was terrifying, because sometimes he would mistake other participants for monstrosities trying to approach him. During a weird tale, this investigator stumbled and broke a ceramic jar, from which only a wisp of black gas floated out. There was nothing else. But after this black gas entered the investigator's mind, it temporarily curbed his mental trauma. This fellow later found this black gas again in subsequent weird tales. Typically, they would be contained in sealed, seemingly impenetrable containers, but they drifted without a fixed location, and encountering them required a certain serendipity. After analysis, this investigator even believed that the appearance of black gas was related to the monstrosities in the weird tales. The more powerful and terrifying the monstrosity and its location, the higher the chance of black gas appearing. After these black gases gathered in the investigator's mind, they would form a bright black, translucent barrier, but so far no investigator has successfully constructed it completely. Everyone is still exploring. However, extrapolating from this trend, it is speculated that once the mental barrier is fully constructed, that person will not, or will find it very difficult, to suffer mental trauma again. The mental barrier is composed of black gas? The black gas comes from sealed containers? Wei-en murmured to himself. It seems that in future weird tales, he must always pay attention to places where monstrosities are active, and search those areas more to see if he can find black gas. He felt that this so-called mental trauma was like a broken hole. If the hole wasn't patched, it was inevitable that something worse would happen one day, especially since the mechanism of weird tale occurrences was not yet fully understood. After seeing Jin Hui off, Wei-en and Wenxiong discussed the matter further. Although they had no clear ideas, Wei Zhengdong listened with great interest from the side. Wei-en noticed that Wei Zhengdong even took out a small notebook and diligently took notes. Upon asking, Wei Zhengdong stated that 2 out of the 3 people in his family had already encountered weird tales, and it was very likely that he would be next, so he had to be fully prepared. In addition, Wei Zhengdong also inquired in detail about how to obtain weapons and props in weird tales, as well as questions about special professions. Both husband and wife currently knew that Wei-en's profession was related to the plot, but Wei-en did not elaborate. A person always needs a little secret of their own. At the bureau, he would certainly not reveal his professional identity as an adapter, but instead used plot analyst to replace it, which also perfectly aligned with his plot planning position in the real world. The day after his leave of absence ended, Wei-en went to Huafei Game Company early in the morning. Zhou Xian had called him in advance and was waiting at the entrance of the mansion where the company was located, even bringing Wei-en a bowl of fragrant glutinous rice as breakfast. The 2 of them sat in a corner next to the entrance, each with a bowl of glutinous rice, eating and chatting. "You're resigning?" Zhou Xian's mouth was full of rice, and after Wei-en expressed his thoughts, he just stared at Wei-en with his mouth open. "Yeah, hurry up and close your mouth, rice grains are falling out," Wei-en said with a laugh. Zhou Xian then reacted, shaking his head and saying, "Aren't I getting married? I was planning to ask you to lend me 20,000 yuan, and I'd pay you back after the wedding. Now you're resigning." "I still have 20,000, Wei-en said, holding the bowl with one hand and taking out his phone with the other. A moment later, Zhou Xian's social app showed a notification of a friend's transfer. "Damn, you're a true brother." Zhou Xian immediately gave Wei-en a bear hug. Wei-en pushed him away, put a mouthful of glutinous rice into his mouth, and casually asked, "How's Xiaoya doing lately?" Xiaoya was Zhou Xian's fiancée, full name Luo Xiaoya, and to outsiders, she was the type who was obedient and cute. However, from what Wei-en understood, Zhou Xian was a doting husband who completely obeyed Luo Xiaoya's words, basically having no opinions of his own. "It's still about the wedding. We've talked with her family several times, and she comes back and scolds me when she's upset," Zhou Xian said with a giggle. "It doesn't bother me. Being scolded won't make me lose a piece of flesh, as long as she's happy." He paused, then added, "But it's good. Her relatives have been dealt with, and the bride price isn't too high, it's affordable." Wei-en threw the leftover disposable bowl and chopsticks into a nearby trash can, shaking his head and saying, "I always feel like your approach is not right, but I can't quite pinpoint what's wrong." Zhou Xian also threw his bowl and chopsticks into the trash can, laughing, "I know it's wrong. Because, you don't even have a girlfriend, you're jealous. You always bring up the sore points," Wei-en cursed with a smile. The two quickly entered the building and took the elevator to the floor where Huafei Game Company was located. Zhou Xian lowered his voice and said,
Yu Changshun was scolded by the boss again yesterday because the planning progress was too slow. I heard the boss's secretary say that Yu Changshun argued at the time that your continuous leave of absence caused that part of the plot to be unavailable, affecting everyone's progress. Didn't you take over my work? Wei-an asked, surprised. Actually, I had already finished it and given it to him, but Yu Changshun thought it was a bit late and wasn't satisfied. He was just nitpicking. Zhou Xian whispered, this guy has been running to the HR department these past 2 days. I don't know what he's doing, and I can't inquire, so you be careful later. Okay, Wei-an nodded. Entering the planning department office, Wei-an first glanced in the direction of the manager's office, finding that Yu Changshun was not inside. He then went to his desk, opened his computer, and began to organize work documents. Since he was leaving, archiving his work documents and recording some important matters before he left would make it easier for other colleagues to take over and continue the work. Then Wei-an prepared a larger cardboard box and packed his notebook and some books he had purchased into it. Just then, Yu Changshuan's sarcastic voice came from behind him. What, just came back and you're already not planning to work? Zhou Xian had joined Huafei Game Company earlier than Wei-an. Later, the company launched a talent introduction project, encouraging employees to recommend technical talents. Subsequently, with Zhou Xian's recommendation, the HR department hired Wei-an through interviews and written tests. That is to say, Wei-an was hired by Huafei Game Company as a talent. At that time, Yu Changshun was already slightly displeased with him because the person Yu Changshun himself had recommended was pushed out by Wei-an. Although this guy later acted impeccably and seemed quite magnanimous, Zhou Xian and Wei-an had actually always been wary of him. Zhou Xian also found out that the person Yu Changshun introduced was actually his nephew, so it was almost impossible for this guy not to hold a grudge against Wei-an and Zhou Xian. Hearing Yu Changshun speak sarcastically behind him, Wei-an replied without turning his head, yes, I can't do it anymore. I was just about to tell you that I'm planning to resign. Alright, to each his own. I wish you smooth sailing in the future. Yu Changshun clapped his hands, a smile on his face. This guy had a round face, but he also had a pointed chin and an aquiline nose. These features made people feel indescribably disgusted, at least Wei-an and Zhou Xian consistently thought so. And I wish you a promotion. Wei-an covered the packed box, then turned around and replied. Go to the HR department, pay your 5 insurances for this month, and then, you can leave. Yu Changshun chuckled and walked towards his office. Wei-an was stunned and asked, aren't the 5 insurances paid by the company? Why do I have to pay them myself this month? Because you took more than 10 days of personal leave this month, your full month's salary will be withheld. Your 5 insurances have already been paid by the company on your behalf, and since they cannot be deducted from your salary, please go and settle them yourself before processing the transfer procedures. Yu Changshun dropped the words, entered his office, and closed the door. Just now, I saw that my brothers and sisters are too supportive. Even without recommendations, this book has rushed into the top 10 of the urban new book list. Thank you. Wei-an turned his head to look at Zhou Xian with a puzzled expression, and saw Zhou Xian looking at him with the same expression. Apparently, this guy was also confused. The two then heard a male colleague named Zhang next to them mumble, this morning, Chief, you suggested to the HR department that since you took more than 10 days of personal leave this month, your salary should not be paid. Another colleague, sitting to the left of Zhang Guofa's former seat, also whispered, but the company has already paid this month's 5 insurances for employees, so he suggested that HR ask you to reimburse the company yourself. What is this called? This is called being unethical. Wei-an said in surprise, I understand that taking personal leave means deducting the day's salary, but does the company's attendance system stipulate that if you take more than 10 days of leave, your entire month's salary will be deducted? No, there's no such rule, Zhou Xian said emphatically. The colleague named Zhang said, this rule is a blank, so Yu Changshun took advantage of it. As the department head, he has the right to make suggestions. Wei-an looked at the plot Zhou Xian had created for him and found it to be complete and smooth, with no issues. I'm going to find Luo Kai. He turned and walked towards the general manager's office. Luo Kai was the general manager who liked to pose and work out. Come to think of it, he usually had a kindred spirit with Wei-an. Wei-an went to see him not to get back the money for the 5 insurances, nor was he bothered about this month's salary. He just couldn't stand Yu Changshuan's abuse of power and personal vendetta. If one were to ask how angry Wei-an was, in fact, with his evil seed cut off, his heart was completely calm at this moment. Leaving the planning department, turning right down the corridor, and arriving at the innermost office, Wei-an knocked on the general manager's office door, and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Please come in. Wei-an pushed the door open and walked in. Back then, the first weird tale had concluded successfully in this very general manager's office. Pushing the door open now,
Wei Yan felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. He always felt as if an evil head had grown on his back, spying on him, spying on everything before him. Luo Kai, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, sat in a leather chair behind a large desk. He never used to have a mustache. He had specifically grown it recently after hearing many women say that men with a bit of a mustache were much sexier. Seeing Wei Yan, President Luo smiled and said, "You're back." Then he picked up a game character design drawing and said to Wei Yan, "Although you're a plot planner, I know your aesthetic is pretty much the same as mine. Come, take a look at the design of the game's protagonist in this drawing. What do you think?" Wei Yan walked over and saw that the game character's image was remarkably similar to Luo Kai's current appearance, a 70-30 side part, a circle of masculine beard, and a strong, robust physique. It seemed to have been designed according to his likeness. Wei Yan then realized that this guy was asking about the game character's image design, but was actually indirectly asking if his current look was good. It looks good, especially the beard, which enhances the character's overall image and perfectly matches the character's face shape and hairstyle. It's simply perfect. Wei Yan immediately nodded. "Ah, I knew it. Your taste is consistent with mine." President Luo then looked back at the design drawing in his hand. Good, this will be the protagonist of Journey of the Southern Demon. Journey of the Southern Demon is an open-world ARPG that Huafei Game Company is currently fully developing. The graphics are a blend of cartoon and realism, and the protagonist's image design is based on Luo Kai. Wei Yan said, "President Luo, I'm here to resign. I specifically came to tell you." President Luo was taken aback, remembering what had happened a few days ago, and asked, "Is it because of what happened with Zhang Guofa from your planning department? I know you two usually had a good relationship. I heard you even specifically gave Zhang Guofa's daughter a sum of money at the time. I just felt that Brother Fa's daughter was quite pitiful." "It wasn't much money, just 1,000 yuan. Wei Yan shook his head and said, "But it has nothing to do with Brother Fa's accident. I myself am preparing to change my environment." President Luo nodded slightly. "I heard you've been on leave, so I guessed you might be considering resigning." However, in the days after Zhang Guofa's accidental death, people from the Public Security Bureau kept coming to the company to retrieve his information. We even thought there might be other unknown secrets to the accident, but after inquiring, we found nothing. President Luo was usually busy with work and managing his personal image, so he didn't pay much attention to weird tales. It wouldn't make sense to explain it to him. Wei Yan said, "I originally didn't intend to trouble President Luo, but I took 10 days of leave, and it's understandable to deduct 10 days' salary. However, Yu Changshan used his authority to have the HR department deduct my entire month's salary and even made me pay for the portion of the 5 insurances that the company should have covered." Before President Luo could speak, Yu Changshuan's defense came from the open office doorway. "President Luo, weren't you constantly urging the progress of Journey of the Demon last time? It was the plot about theft Blackwater Pond that Wei Yan delayed and couldn't produce, which affected the overall progress. It's already been produced. I had Zhou Xian do it for me, and I already gave it to him when you were urging Yu Changshan," Wei Yan said. Yu Changshan hurriedly walked in and said, "What was written there? Even I couldn't read it. How could I dare to show it to President Luo? I've already read what Zhou Xian wrote. It's even better than what I did. We can have him bring it over to you now," Wei Yan said. Yu Changshuan's eyes darted around, and he immediately changed the topic. "I'm also talking about your work attitude. You took leave without following proper procedures, without notifying the department head, and took unauthorized leave. You didn't answer my calls, and you didn't reply to my messages, so how could I ask for leave?" Wei Yan asked. All right, say less." President Luo glanced at Yu Changshan and advised, "No matter what you do, part ways amicably. Salaries should still be paid according to regulations. The company has its rules. Just deduct the salary for the number of days of leave taken." Wei Yan, "Actually, if there's no other reason, I suggest you don't rush to consider resigning." After all, the two had common ground and got along well, so President Luo didn't directly shut him down like Yu Changshan. Unlike Yu Changshuan's somewhat flustered appearance, Wei Yan was calm and unhurried at this moment, with a slight smile, and replied, "It's nothing. The reason for my resignation is that I encountered weird tales. I barely survived, and from then on, I've come to terms with life, death, and human relations, and I'm preparing to live a different kind of life." "Weird tales?" Yu Changshan and President Luo looked at each other. President Luo asked, "Are weird tales really a thing?" Yu Changshuan's face, however, turned ugly, his eyes flickering. It seemed he was eager to find flaws in Wei Yan's expression, to see if Wei Yan was deliberately lying by bringing up weird tales, but he found nothing. Wei Yan said, "Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you encounter it. Please give the remaining salary for this month directly to Zhou Xian, as he helped me complete my subsequent work." Then Wei Yan looked at Yu Changshan with a strange smile and said ambiguously, "Weird tales usually favor those with extremely bad intentions.
I have a feeling that we might need very soon. Today's chapter is a setup, laying groundwork. Tomorrow we'll enter a new weird tale, completely different from before."
When Yu Changshan left the company, his gaze towards Wei Yan had changed. The domineering and sarcastic manner he had just displayed was gone. He seemed to have something he wanted to ask Wei Yan, but he never voiced it.
Wei Yan greeted Zhou Xian, then picked up his belongings and left.
Wei Yan knew that even though General Manager Luo Kai usually had a good relationship with him, he wouldn't risk offending Yu Changshan by trying to
keep him. Businessmen are all profit-driven. Without capable people working for them, merely relying on personal connections in an era of fierce market competition would easily lead to being crushed by newly established companies.
And in terms of game planning, Wei Yan, who only knew how to write plots, certainly wasn't as capable as an old hand like Yu Changshan.
Not long after Wei Yan left, Luo Kai suddenly reacted as if he had realized something. "I was wondering why the Public Security Bureau kept coming to the company to retrieve Zhang Guofa's information and questioned all our employees one by one. Could it be that weird tales really happened here? And it's related to Zhang Guofa and Wei Yan." For the first time ever, he opened the Paranormal Eye website and began browsing through it, item by item. On the other side, Yu Changshan also closed his office door and logged into the Paranormal Eye website. He wanted to confirm whether it was true, as Wei Yan said, that people with bad intentions were more likely to encounter weird tales. If that were the case, Yu Changshan was considering whether to take a long vacation and hide at home for a few days, even if it meant losing a month's salary. Back home, private assistant Pei Na was already waiting for Wei Yan. His father, Wei Zhengdong, was still at work and hadn't returned. Wen Xiong, on the other hand, had brewed tea for Pei Na and was peeling fruit for her, being very hospitable. It didn't seem like she was entertaining Wei Yan's colleague. Instead, it was more like she was entertaining her daughter-in-law, which made Pei Na feel a bit awkward. Seeing Wei Yan return, Pei Na quickly said, "The Bureau wants us to first test this weird tales search device. If conditions allow, we can enter the weird tales with precautions in advance to eliminate it." She took out the search device and handed it to Wei Yan. "I haven't started the search yet, so I don't know how effective it is. However, according to experience from the central city, the success rate of this search device is low, and sometimes it gives false alarms." Following Pei Na's demonstration, Wei Yan quickly found the button on the search device and asked Pei Na, "Should I press it now?"
"Yes, give it a try." "I haven't tried it since I got it," Pei Na said.
"Mangiba says I have bad luck.
Maybe this thing doesn't work for others, but it will work surprisingly well for me."
Wei Yan smiled and pressed the search button.
The small screen above the search device quickly lit up, showing a circular search animation and displaying an area within 3 kilometers.
Wei Yan remembered that his search tales function didn't specify the search area size, but the search accuracy was very high, yielding results every time he searched. While the search device in his hand seemed to have a wide coverage, it wasn't certain if it could find weird tales at all. Of course, this also depended on the number of weird tales distributed. If there were many, the chances of finding them would certainly increase. Currently, Wei Yan knew that just near his home, specifically in the dormitory building of the Radio and Television University and another abandoned
building, there were 2 weird tales. One was Dorm 309, E rank, and the other was 3 Rumors, B rank. But the small circle on the screen kept spinning, and after a long wait, a new screen popped up, displaying "Search unsuccessful."
"The signal might not be good here. Let's go out and try," Pei Na said. The two greeted Wen Xiong, left the residential area, and went to the street.
Along the way, Wei Yan noticed that Pei Na had an extremely high, and his own was also significantly increasing, because Pei Na was wearing high heels and was half a head taller than him. The Bureau said you could carry this search device with you and press it whenever you go somewhere to see if you encounter anything, Pei Na said. Also, in a few days, the central city will have an investigator training class. Before she finished speaking, Wei Yan nodded and said, "Sign me up.
I need to study hard."
As they talked, Wei Yan also kept an eye on the reaction on the search device's small screen. After walking for more than half an hour, the device suddenly froze. The spinning circle on the screen stopped moving. Wei Yan thought it had crashed and reached out to pat the device. Just then, the screen suddenly flickered and a line of text popped up. "A suspected weird tales has been found, coordinates." The search device's weird tales prompt was certainly not as good as Wei Yan's own search tales. It only said a suspected weird tales was found and gave coordinates, unable to analyze the content information of the weird tales. Pei Na had already opened the coordinate positioning on her phone, and soon both of them looked up ahead to see a residential building facing the street, with 5 floors. The first floor had shops, including a small supermarket, a telephone business hall, and small restaurants, while the second floor and above were residential. "Is it in this residential building?" Pei Na was a little surprised. The two quickly arrived in front of the building, standing on the street and looking around. Wei Yan said, "This is just suspected. It might not be there." Moreover, the coordinate range displayed at this location also includes the pedestrians coming and going on the street right now. The search device's principle still relied on feedback from energy fluctuations. This energy was very strange, similar to a magnetic field but different. And before the weird tales even occurred, the amplitude of the fluctuations was even smaller, which was why the search device couldn't accurately find and locate it. "Then we might have to go into the building and check room by room," Pei Na said. "That's too time-consuming and laborious," Wei Yan shook his head. "And we don't know the mechanism for triggering weird tales. Let me observe first. Do you need me to ask the Public Security Bureau for a layout map of the vicinity, or to retrieve all the surveillance information here?" Pei Na asked. "Yes," Wei Yan nodded. "You go back to the bureau first. I'll wander around here and wait for you to send me the residence information for the building and the layout map of the vicinity." "Okay." Pei Na waved down a taxi and quickly left. In fact, the bureau provided all investigators with an official car, but Wei Yan had just taken office and hadn't been assigned one yet. After Pei Na left, Wei Yan looked at the device in his hand, wondering if it was reliable or not. He then activated the search tales function in the plot editor. The first time this function was activated, the editor gave Wei Yan 3 free search opportunities, and he successfully searched for 3 weird tales. However, this second activation required energy points. Each search cost 50 points, which wasn't too much for Wei Yan at the moment, but if this search device proved to be truly effective, it would be a great help to Wei Yan. At least in the future, Wei Yan wouldn't have to randomly activate the editor and consume energy. He could first use the search device to confirm the presence of weird tales in a certain place, and then use the editor for further confirmation. With energy points charged, the search tales function quickly activated. "Searching, please wait. Search successful, displaying." It worked. There really is a weird tales in this place. Wei Yan looked at the device in his hand. Although this thing seemed unreliable, failing to find the weird tales of the dormitory and the 3 rumors when he was at home, at least for now, it could still play some role. Weird tales, passenger. Level, F. Type, single player, occasional, role-playing. Event description, you are now a passenger, waiting for a taxi by the roadside. Because it's raining lightly, it's hard to hail a cab, and you've been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, a taxi stops in front of you, but you see 3 passengers already sitting inside. The taxi driver invites you to share the ride, saying it's hard to get a cab right now. After asking about the other passengers' destinations, you gladly agree and squeeze into the taxi. The journey begins. Main task, before the taxi reaches its next destination, find out who in the car is already dead. Each time you guess wrong, you will lose one of your 5 senses until the weird tales ends. Main task reward, 100 energy points. Hidden task, none. Trigger location, the place where you are standing. It was still his golden finger that was powerful. Not only did it find the weird tales nearby, but it also conveniently displayed information about them. Wei Yan quickly read through the information and then looked down at his feet. The weird tales search device in his hand was still a bit imprecise in its positioning, leading him and Pei Na to mistakenly believe the weird tales occurred in the building in front of them, when in fact the exact location was right on the street. The information indicated that Wei Yan's current position was the trigger point for the weird tales, but it did not show any other trigger mechanisms. Moreover, this time's weird tales were unlike any Wei Yan had encountered before, although it was still a single person, incidental weird tales. It included an additional role-playing prompt. This meant that in this weird tales, he would no longer be in his current identity but would transform into another character within the weird tales. Of course, it wasn't transforming into a monstrosity, but rather a human character within the weird tales. Just as Wei Yan was looking down at where he stood, a raindrop splattered with a plink onto the ground at his toe, like a slow-motion shot, tiny splashes of water slowly fanning out, flicking a bit of dust onto the surface of his leather shoes. Leather shoes? Wei Yan was stunned. He was dressed casually today, wearing white sneakers, but a glance at his feet now showed a pair of black leather shoes. Looking down at his pant legs, he saw black, slim-fit dress pants, and his shirt was a crisp suit jacket. More raindrops continued to fall, and Wei Yan looked up to see the sky had become incredibly dim, a stark contrast to the weather just moments ago. Not only that, his clothes had changed to a suit, and the street signs, bus stops, and other elements along both sides of the street had all undergone different changes. Many pedestrians were jogging, or covering their heads with their bags, or standing under eaves to shelter from the rain. Above where Wei Yan stood was a not-so-large billboard, just enough to shield one person, but if the rain intensified, it would still drench his clothes. In already? Wei Yan looked around, bewildered. He never expected that a simple scan would trigger this Weird Tales mechanism, and now he was already immersed in the Weird Tales called Passenger. However, this Weird Tales was not high level, being F-class, so even though Wei-An wasn't fully prepared, completing it now shouldn't be too difficult. He didn't know what his role was in this Weird Tales, but he seemed to be an office worker in a suit and tie, carrying a leather briefcase. It wasn't convenient to open the briefcase to check now, as the rain might wet the documents inside. Just then, familiar text appeared before his eyes. Welcome, you have entered F-Class Weird Tales, Passenger. Weird Tales, Passenger. Level, F. Type, single person, incidental, role-playing. Event description, 100 words omitted here, same as previous chapter. Main task, before the taxi reaches its next destination, find out who in the car has already died. Each incorrect guess will result in the loss of one of your 5 senses until the Weird Tales ends. Main task reward, 100 energy points. Hidden task, none. I'm still not a participant? Wei-An's attention was drawn to the first sentence upon entering the Weird Tales. It displayed an ellipsis rather than the words participant. That meant he still hadn't entered the Weird Tales as a participant, but rather as an intruder, and intruders were destined to be left to complete the ultimate task of the Weird Tales. Fortunately, this was only F-class. The ultimate task couldn't be as difficult as the previous C-class task, Bloodthirsty Butcher. Slightly relieved, he looked at his main task. Each incorrect guess will result in the loss of one of your 5 senses. He knew the 5 senses referred to sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, meaning that if he guessed incorrectly, he would randomly lose one of them. Since there were only a few passengers and the driver in the car, even if he guessed all of them incorrectly, he would only lose 4 senses. Could it be that no one dies in this Weird Tales? Wei-An was a bit puzzled, but he quickly dismissed that guess. At least he hadn't heard of any Weird Tales where no one died. If he really guessed everything wrong, meaning he failed this main task, it probably wouldn't be as simple as just losing his 5 senses. It might be a direct loss of his physical existence. Attention, this Weird Tales is a role-playing type. Due to your low professional level, your professional skills are temporarily unavailable except for items. Another line of text appeared before his eyes. The general meaning was that Wei-An's special professional level was low, so in this type of role-playing Weird Tales, his professional skill, detail capture, was temporarily unusable. The implication was that perhaps when his professional level increased in the future, he might be able to use it in such role-playing Weird Tales. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. At least items were still usable. Wei-An, who had accumulated some experience by now, stretched out his hand, preparing to hail a taxi. Many of the pedestrians sheltering at the bus stop not far away turned to look, full of doubt about whether he could get a taxi at this moment. There were few cars on the road to begin with, and even fewer taxis. Even those that passed by displayed a red occupied sign. Wei-An reached into his clothes pocket but found no phone or other items. Even the phone he used in reality was gone. It seemed this role immersion was quite thorough. And did people here not use phones? Or was it just him who didn't have one? At the same time, he didn't know what he looked like now, whether he was handsome, or if he had a hairstyle. There was no mirror available now either. After waiting for a moment longer, the rain gradually intensified. If this were the real world, Wei-An would have long since joined the others on a bus, but because of the Weird Tales plot, he patiently maintained an aloof and distant demeanor, standing silently under the billboard, waiting. It wasn't until the second bus left that a red taxi with an occupied sign braked sharply in front of Wei-An. The car window rolled down, and the driver asked, "Where are you going?" Wei-An looked inside the taxi and saw that there were indeed 3 passengers already seated, 2 men and 1 woman, so he didn't answer immediately. The rain is getting heavier now. If you don't mind sharing, you can get in. Where are you headed? The taxi driver asked again. At this point, the other people in the car merely glanced at Wei-An by the roadside and said nothing, evidently having tacitly approved of the driver's actions. 67, Honghaegang Street. For some reason, Wei-An suddenly uttered a place name that even he found unfamiliar, as if it was an intention naturally emanating from this character. After saying this, a sense of alert rose in Wei-An's heart. Because in this single-player role-playing Weird Tales, it seemed his character would independently complete some things he couldn't control, and this wasn't influenced by Wei-An's current thoughts. If things went beyond his control, Wei-An would need to be even more wary, lest the character's sudden actions disrupt his original plans. It's right on the way, get in. The driver smiled. The 2 male passengers in the back row immediately shifted their bodies to the left, making space for Wei-An. Wei-An opened the car door and got in. The interior space of the taxi wasn't very large. Fortunately, none of the 3 men were overweight, so they just barely squeezed in. The only woman in the car was sitting in the front passenger seat. The woman seemed to work at a bank, dressed in something similar to a bank uniform. Shortly after Wei-in got into the car, the rain outside began to intensify, pouring down incessantly, with large streams of water cascading from the
roof in all directions.
The driver said, "Good thing you got in quickly. A little later, and you'd be a drowned rat standing out there." "Indeed," Wei-in replied casually, his gaze subtly sweeping over the 4 people inside the car. According to the Weird Tales information, one of these people had already died, and he needed to find the deceased person before the taxi reached its
next destination.
In these weird tales, the concept of death cannot be understood through common sense. For instance, in the real world, a deceased person cannot move, speak, or communicate with you. But in weird tales, it is possible. Just before getting into the car, Wei-in noticed that the driver spoke to him with a smile, and the other 3 passengers in the car had all turned
to glance at him.
After he got in, the 2 men in the back row even shifted to make room for him.
A dead person certainly couldn't do these things, so even though this person was dead, he must have transformed into a monstrosity, hiding among normal people in the form of a monstrosity.
According to the mission information, he had to find this person through some method, and it had to be in the form of a guess.
He didn't know which passenger would get off at the next stop, and what if they reached the dead person's destination and the person just got off? Would that mean the mission failed? For now, it was fine.
The heavy rain caused all the vehicles on the road to drive slowly. The destinations of these 3 passengers seemed far away, and the taxi showed no sign of pulling over.
No one in the car spoke. Wei-in leaned back slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone, observing their facial expressions.
Only the girl in the front passenger seat was difficult for him to see clearly.
The expressions of the other 2 male passengers and the taxi driver were all normal.
The driver was concentrating on driving, the man by the window was looking out the car window, and the man in the middle was looking down, scrolling
on his phone.
The girl in the front passenger seat was probably also on her phone, as there was a faint glow from that position.
Why does everyone else have a phone but I don't?
Wei-in muttered to himself. Looking at it now, he couldn't tell who was already dead, unless the person emitted a foul odor or had a stiff, dead-like expression. Wei-in intentionally adjusted his posture and leaned forward, noticing that the girl in the front passenger seat was engrossed in her phone screen. No one in the car had a dead-like face, nor was there any foul odor. In fact, there was a faint fragrance, likely the perfume from the girl in the front passenger seat.
Observation was ineffective.
Wei-in opened his briefcase and found that, besides some sales contract templates and a voided paper contract, there was also a notebook.
"So I'm from a real estate agency," Wei-in confirmed his identity.
He opened the only black notebook, which was densely filled with the names and contact information of potential second-hand home buyers, as well as
information on key property locations and prices.
After flipping through it for a while, there didn't seem to be any useful clues. Wei-in was about to close the notebook when the last page suddenly turned over, and there were also written notes on it. Wei-in looked closely and realized it was a lateral thinking puzzle. A lateral thinking puzzle is a type of situational reasoning game where one person poses a scenario, and others guess what happened or the
protagonist's profession and motives based on that outcome.
However, during the game, the person posing the puzzle knows the answer and answers yes or no to the guesser's questions until the answer is found. Wei-in had heard of it before but had never played it. A lateral thinking puzzle couldn't appear on the last page of his character's notebook by accident. Its presence must have a reason. Wei-in pondered, quickly reading through the text. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the car, and said, "The road is slow now, driver, how about we play a guessing game?" There was a reason for asking the taxi driver first. The other passengers were either on their phones or preoccupied, and if Wei-in abruptly suggested a game, no one might join in. But asking the driver was different. On a rainy day like this, the car couldn't go fast, and the driver was probably bored. As soon as Wei-in spoke, the driver immediately nodded and said, "Sure, what kind of riddle?" "It's a lateral thinking puzzle. I'll describe a scenario or situation, and you all guess the underlying reason why it happened. But I don't know the answer either, so I can't answer yes or no to your questions," Wei-in patiently explained. "Okay, let's try it." The taxi driver had clearly never heard of a lateral thinking puzzle before, but he was still quite interested. Wei-in didn't actually remember any lateral thinking puzzles, but there was one on the last page of the notebook, which he simply read aloud. "There's a girl who's a popular online mukbanger, the kind who genuinely eats without inducing vomiting. She's very famous and has earned a lot of money. Her husband has always handled the behind-the-scenes work and contacted advertisers, carefully protecting her physical condition. But the girl still gradually gained weight. One day, the girl woke up from a deep sleep and found herself thinner. She then burst into tears, claiming she would call the police to arrest her husband."
"Why?" After reading, Wei-in closed the notebook.
He hadn't seen the answer in the notebook, so he was also thinking about what the answer to this scenario was.
The first to answer was the man sitting near the left car window. This man had been gazing at the rain outside the window and had heard Wei Yan's words clearly. Perhaps the girl's husband gave her a large amount of emetic, causing her to vomit and fall into a deep sleep, endangering her health. Wei Yan didn't speak. The man sitting next to him shook his head, put down his phone, and said, "I don't think so. Think about it, eating a large amount of food every day, a person will eventually reach their limit. Although money comes fast, health is lost just as quickly. I speculate that with her daily eating habits and immense mental stress, it gradually accumulated, leading to emotional breakdown. She mistakenly believed her husband was trying to harm her, so she called the police to arrest him." "Then why did she wake up thinner?" the man by the window asked. "It's an illusion caused by immense mental stress." Always thinking that treacherous people are trying to harm the emperor, the man in the middle shrugged. Could it be like this? The taxi driver now understood how to play the riddle. "While driving," he said, "don't you know about liposuction surgery now? Some bold private clinics are quietly doing it. This girl is a mukbanger, and she genuinely eats. If she doesn't exercise a lot, she will definitely gain weight." Could it be that her husband, to maintain her figure, gave her sleeping pills or anesthesia to make her unconscious, and then contacted a doctor to perform liposuction surgery on her? That answer is a bit creepy, but it seems more plausible. The man in the middle of the back row nodded. The man by the window didn't speak, but he seemed to tacitly agree that the taxi driver's answer was more reliable. No, the young woman in the front passenger seat shook her head at this point. If it was liposuction surgery, she could get thinner and continue mukbanging to earn money. Why would she disagree? And why would it need to be kept a secret? So I think even if it was surgery, it might not have been liposuction. Then what was it? The taxi driver asked. An abortion, the woman said. Everyone else in the car was stunned. The woman wasn't really fat, she was pregnant. She wanted to have the baby, but her husband believed that having a child would affect her mukbang career for a long time and impact her current popularity. So he sedated her and, without her consent, found a quack doctor to perform an abortion on her. That's why the girl cried hysterically when she woke up and called the police to arrest her husband, the woman explained. The others in the car nodded, then suddenly understood, unanimously agreeing that this was the best answer. Just then, a line of text appeared before Wei Yan's eyes. The first passenger is about to reach their destination. Please select who the dead person is within the countdown. Immediately, a 10-second countdown appeared before his eyes. The countdown time was very short. Wei Yan had been observing everyone's performance while answering questions and found that each person had their own way of thinking and could fluently respond to others' words without any hesitation. However, the man sitting next to him seemed a bit dazed while looking at his phone, though it was unclear if he was engrossed or something else. When answering the lateral thinking puzzle earlier, he heard it most clearly, but because his mind wandered, he didn't answer as quickly as the male passenger by the window. Of course, it was also possible that the other person was already thinking about other issues. The man by the window seemed to have very little suspicion, but he couldn't be ignored. The taxi driver was quite active, answering every question, making him the least suspicious, but the Weird Tales mission didn't say to only find out who died among the passengers, it said everyone in the car, which naturally included the driver. So, even though he was the least suspicious, he couldn't be ruled out. Then there was the young woman in the front row. Although she spoke last, she gave the correct solution, her analysis was well reasoned, and her answer, though slightly terrifying, was the most perfect one. Wei Yan didn't know the meaning of this lateral thinking puzzle appearing here, but he knew that lateral thinking puzzles wouldn't appear for no reason, they always had their purpose. The answer was unexpected and a bit terrifying, but was it only psychopaths and people with dark personalities who would come up with the correct answer? Therefore, the person who answered correctly might be the most suspicious. At the same time, Wei Yan also noticed that since a passenger was getting off, it meant this person would not be in the car soon, and someone not in the car would naturally not be the person who had already died. That is, after the countdown ended, a wrong answer would be automatically eliminated. Just then, the countdown displayed 2. Wei Yan immediately made a choice in his heart. Since the lateral thinking puzzle appeared strangely, he decided to take a gamble first to see if the passenger who gave the correct answer was the dead person. I choose the front passenger seats. The answer had just surfaced in his mind, and before it had fully formed, an eerie message instantly dispersed Wei Yan's thought, and at the same time, a new line of text forcibly squeezed into his mind. Jia Yuhan's blessing has been automatically activated. Luck bonus 100%. Successfully skipped the wrong answer. Front row female passenger. Holy crap, it's not her. Wei Yan's mind raced. There was no time to think. He immediately chose the man sitting next to him, who had been looking at his phone. The taxi pulled over to the side of the road the next second. The front passenger door opened, and the young woman first reached her hand out the door, opened her umbrella, and then got out of the car. The female passenger whom Wayan had initially chosen as his first option actually got off at the first stop, which meant it really wasn't her. Bang, the car door closed. At the same time, another message appeared. Selection incorrect. Damn it. Wayan couldn't help but curse inwardly. He didn't expect that after filtering out a wrong answer, front row female passenger, through Jia Yuhan's blessing, his rechosen answer was still wrong. This was quite unlucky. Had Jia Yuhan's blessing used up all his luck at once? The dead person was neither the girl who had just gotten off nor the male passenger sitting beside him. This meant the answer would be between the male passenger by the window and the taxi driver. If it's not them, it can't be that I'm the one who's already dead, can it? Wayan muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused slightly. He was currently in a role playing Weird Tales, not himself, so it was not impossible that he was the dead person. Thinking this, he felt a slight tremor of fear and unconsciously extended his right index and middle fingers to press against the pulse on his left wrist. Soon, he felt a heartbeat, a regular heartbeat, which indicated he was not a dead person. Sighing in relief, Wayan moved his hand away and heard the taxi driver say, "Are you guys crowded in the back? Does anyone want to come sit in the front?" The two men in the back simultaneously turned to look at Wayan, because Wayan's seat was near the right car door, so if anyone were to move forward, it would be him. Wayan shook his head. "It's raining so heavily, I'd get soaked if I got out. Let's just sit like this for a bit." The man in the middle said, "When I get off later, you'll also have to get out to let me, and you'll get wet too." "It's not certain if the rain will be this heavy later," Wayan said. The taxi started again and continued driving forward. Now the man sitting in the middle had indicated that it would be his turn to get off soon, which was consistent with the text message displayed earlier, meaning he was not the dead person. So the dead person could only be the man sitting by the window or the taxi driver. At this moment, Wayan felt something was wrong with his nose. He suddenly couldn't smell the rain. Not only that, but earlier, with more people in the car, he felt a bit stuffy and his breathing wasn't smooth, but now that feeling had also disappeared. "My sense of smell is gone." Wayan sniffed carefully with his nose, but there was no scent at all. It seemed that his previous incorrect answer had resulted in him being punished, losing his sense of smell among his 5 senses. Fortunately, it was the sense of smell that disappeared. If the first to go had been sight or hearing, Wayan would have had great difficulty completing subsequent tasks. He tried to keep himself calm, his gaze moving between the man by the window and the driver. Now, it was impossible to distinguish who was the dead person based solely on their appearance, but the Weird Tales plot deduction had progressed this far, so he could activate plot deduction. Wayan put 50 points into the editor and quickly activated plot deduction. Before long, 2 segments of plot deduction jumped into his mind. Plot deduction 1, shortly after the taxi started, the man sitting in the middle of the back row suggested that the people in the car continue playing the lateral thinking puzzle from before. No one objected, so you still acted as the questioner and presented the second puzzle. This puzzle seemed a bit difficult. Although others also gave their respective answers after hearing it, their answers clearly failed to convince everyone. So, the 3 people in the car then asked you to reveal the answer. This time, it was your turn to be confused, because just like the previous question, you also had no idea what the answer was. This plot has a 95% probability of occurring. Plot deduction 2. Just then, the taxi happened to enter a tunnel, and coincidentally, there was no electricity inside the tunnel. The road where this tunnel was located was a new road, known only to a few old drivers who frequently drove on it, so very few vehicles passed through. Driving in a pitch-black tunnel with no other vehicles, coupled with being unable to announce the correct answer, made you feel a little panicked. The man leaning by the window suddenly spoke, saying he had guessed the answer. He quickly gave his answer. This answer sent chills down everyone's spines, but they had to admit it was true. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the car window. Everyone stopped talking. The driver, in a panic, accelerated out of the pitch-black tunnel. The next second, the vehicle braked sharply, and all of you lurched forward, simultaneously staring at the front windshield. On this windshield, a clear handprint now appeared. This plot has a 95% probability of occurring. Wayan cursed inwardly. This plot deduction seemed to be very detailed, but it also seemed to say nothing at all. "I can only say you are all talented. This Weird Tales has just begun, and all the answers are already here. I'll give you a thumbs up." Actually, when Wayan activated plot deduction, what he most wanted to see was who his next choice would be, so he could indirectly gain 2 chances to choose, directly eliminating 1 wrong answer. It would be best if the plot deduction could reveal who the deceased person was, but he didn't expect the plot deduction to be so detailed that it wasn't even time to make a choice yet. That's why it felt like the plot deduction revealed a lot of content, but also felt like nothing at all. Wei-en seriously considered this point. Could the plot editor also take into account the entertainment value of these weird tales during its operation? That is, if all the plot points were completely revealed, then he would lose the meaning of exploring, searching, and even being frightened within the weird tales. Otherwise, why didn't it clearly state in plot 1 what the second lateral thinking puzzle he told the others was? Because this notebook only recorded the previous lateral thinking puzzle on the last page, and there was nothing more. Wei-en had seen it very clearly. Just now, he couldn't help but open the notebook again, turning to the last page, and then suddenly stiffened, his eyes fixed on the text on the page. It'll still be a while before we arrive. How about it, brother, you give us another lateral thinking puzzle to guess to pass the time? The man sitting in the middle of the back row spoke at this moment. Wei-en didn't answer immediately. He stared at the last page of the notebook and found that the previous lateral thinking puzzle had disappeared, replaced by another one. Alright, just a moment. Wei-en reacted. He looked up at the others. No one noticed the change in his expression just now, especially the man sitting by the window and the driver who was driving. At this moment, the taxi drove into a newly built road, with uninstalled utility poles lying haphazardly along the roadside. The man in the middle of the back row immediately asked, "Hey, master, this road." "Don't worry, I won't take the wrong way." The taxi driver said, "This is the newly built Cine Road. It will save you 7 or 8 minutes to your destination from here." "Oh." The passenger stopped speaking. He seemed to recall hearing someone talk about this road that was under construction. "Then I'll tell the second lateral thinking puzzle." Wei-en reminded, staring at the last page of the notebook. "Listen carefully, this is a supernatural-themed puzzle. 4 people were going to the city. On the way, they encountered an accident, and 1 person died, but 3 bodies appeared." "Is that the end?" the man by the window asked. "Yes, that's all." Wei-en nodded. "What kind of accident did they encounter?" the man in the middle asked. "I don't know either." Wei-en shrugged. "There's only the puzzle, I also don't know the solution." He didn't pretend to know, as he had in the plot 1 deduction, but instead stated from the beginning that he didn't know the answer, allowing these people to fully exercise their imagination. This is a supernatural-themed puzzle, which means ghosts or some supernatural elements will appear. The taxi driver said, "Let me tell you, before those 4 people arrived, the other 2 bodies were already there, meaning someone had died there before, so with the one who just died, it makes 3. The man in the middle said, "That makes some sense." The taxi driver nodded, "But it doesn't seem very supernatural." I guess, could it be that among these 4 people, 2 were already ghosts, pretending to be alive and following the other 2, wanting to find substitutes for themselves? As a result, during the process of finding substitutes halfway, 1 person was alert and didn't succeed, while the other was successfully replaced and died. So, adding those 2 ghosts, there were 3 bodies. This answer seems more correct. The man sitting by the window said, "However, the puzzle setter's riddle shouldn't be this simple. Like the solution to the first lateral thinking puzzle just now, a normal answer seems to explain everything, but the true answer not only explains it, but also appears very sinister, even making people feel a chill down their spine." Yes, the solution definitely won't be that simple, normal. Wei-en agreed. The man in the middle said, "So the answer should be thrilling and make people feel a chill down their spine, right? Based on the experience of the previous question, it should be so." The taxi driver also agreed. At this moment, the taxi just drove into a pitch-black tunnel. There were no lights in the tunnel. It seemed that even the power system inside wasn't working. The car's speed immediately slowed down. The driver turned on the taxi's headlights, but this tunnel seemed very long, with no end in sight. There was only light where the headlights shone, which only made the other parts of the tunnel appear even darker. "Drive slower, watch out for any stones that haven't been moved off the road," the man in the middle reminded. The man sitting by the window was still deep in thought. Soon, his eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "I think my answer should be the correct one. These 4 people going into the city were indeed alive, otherwise the puzzle wouldn't say they were 4 people, but rather 2 people and 2 ghosts, or all ghosts. But they did encounter a ghost, but not 4 ghosts, but 1. The others in the car tilted their heads slightly, listening carefully to his explanation. The man continued, "This ghost followed them on their inevitable path and then began to look for substitutes. It found the first one, but failed during the process of fusion and replacement, so that person died. So it found the second one,
but also failed, so that person also died tragically. Then came the third, who also died tragically. When this ghost looked for the fourth person, having gained experience from the previous 3 times, it finally succeeded in finding a substitute. That person's soul died, and this ghost lived on by using that person's body.
So, only 1 living person and 3 bodies remained?
The taxi driver muttered.
So the living person was actually the one possessed by the ghost? All 4 original people actually died?
The man in the middle felt the hairs on his back stand on end. According to what they had just said, this answer was both reasonable and terrifying, making people feel a slight chill.
This should be the correct answer, Wei-in said.
At this moment, the taxi was again driving through a pitch-black tunnel. With a thud, at this moment, the taxi seemed to have run over something hard. Everyone in the car bounced up from their seats, and the headlights flickered, almost going out.
Wei-in knew the most bizarre scene was about to appear.
His own seatbelt was fastened.
He then looked at the 2 people beside him and reminded them, "The road is a bit bumpy, you'd best fasten your seatbelts."
The driver in front also said, "Yes, passengers in the back also need to wear seatbelts, fasten them quickly." Only then did the 2 pull out their seatbelts and buckle them into the slots beside them. At the same time, Wei-in noticed the driver stepping harder on the accelerator, seemingly wanting to rush out of the tunnel as quickly as possible. But the tunnel was indeed a bit long. At this moment, no light from outside could be seen.
"Slow down." Wei-in and the man sitting in the middle spoke out a warning simultaneously.
No sooner had the words fallen than, with a bang, the right tire ran over something again.
The headlights flickered and instantly went out.
Only the low beams were still on, but their range of coverage was much smaller. The driver immediately cursed, "Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have taken this route." He didn't stop but continued to press the accelerator and drive forward, but the speed became slower than before. Crack! Wei-in heard a sound coming from outside the glass window on his side. He turned his head and vaguely saw a strand of long hair fluttering in the wind outside the window, which required him to turn his head further back to see. Immediately, the glass behind Wei-in made a strange noise, as if someone was tapping on the car window. Just then, the driver suddenly accelerated again because he saw the tunnel exit. Immediately after the taxi rushed out of the tunnel exit, for some unknown reason, it suddenly braked sharply. Everyone lurched forward, but because they had all fastened their seatbelts beforehand, they didn't all lunge forward as predicted in plot 2. The car stopped, and there was light outside the tunnel. Everyone looked to the front of the car and immediately felt a chill down their spines, even more startled than when they had guessed the correct
answer just now. A clearly visible handprint appeared on the windshield.
This palm print was pressed from the inside. Wei-in unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned forward to examine it closely, and quickly distinguished it. The taxi driver also leaned forward to look, even turning on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the handprint on the windshield for a careful inspection. The 3 passengers in the back seat had already fastened their seatbelts. Although the car braked sharply, it was impossible for their hands to reach the windshield by lunging forward.
The man in the middle asked the taxi driver, "Sir, did you brake suddenly and lunge forward, pressing your palm against it?"
The driver immediately shook his head, because the palm print on the windshield was a left hand. He stretched out his own left hand, but no matter how he tried to match it, he couldn't replicate the angle of the palm print on the glass. "See, my hand can't make that print, and these fingerprints, they seem very slender," the taxi driver said. Wei-in saw it clearly. It was indeed not the driver's palm, but he had just reminded the others to fasten their seatbelts, and the seatbelts of the 2 people beside him were still fastened. So, logically, it couldn't have been caused by them.
Could there be another person here?
No, it was a monstrosity. Inexplicably, Wei-in suddenly recalled the second lateral thinking puzzle from earlier. 4 people entered a city, and a monstrosity sought a substitute, possessing 3 of them 3 times, killing 3, until the last one finally succeeded. But all 4 people had actually died, and the survivor was the original monstrosity. His body felt a slight tingling. Could it be that everyone in the car was originally alive, and the dead person existed in the form of a monstrosity, able to possess anyone in here at
any time? As long as it didn't fully succeed in finding a substitute, it couldn't be discovered?
The driver had already pulled out 2 tissues and wiped the windshield clean, but the man sitting in the middle also noticed similar palm prints on
the rear window.
"Never mind that, let's get out of here first," the driver said, sweat beading on his forehead, and quickly drove the taxi away from the vicinity of
the tunnel.
They drove without stopping, and after 5 minutes, finally exited the newly built road, arriving on the old road lit by streetlights, at which point, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The driver said, "The answer from this big brother behind me just now was already bone-chilling, and then we encountered this kind of thing. I think I'll have to ask a master to expel evil for me when I get home." "Me too," the man in the middle patted his chest. Soon after, he reminded the driver, "I'll get off after the next turn." At the same moment, a text prompt for the second choice appeared before Wei Yan's eyes. The second passenger is about to reach his destination. Please choose who is the dead person within the countdown. This time, Wei Yan didn't hesitate much. If the second lateral thinking puzzle was insightful, then this dead person likely didn't belong to one of them, but was someone else entirely. He answered in his mind, "None of us in the car are dead people. The dead person is a monstrosity, constantly coveting us from nearby." At this moment, the taxi just turned a corner, then slowly pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. Wei Yan opened the rear car door and got out, standing by the roadside waiting for the man in the middle to get out. After the man exited the car, he said with a smile, "Your lateral thinking puzzle was very good." He then turned into a small path and headed towards a brightly lit residential area. This current area no longer belonged to the main city, the roads were a bit remote. However, if the taxi were to return to the main city, it would take a detour. Following the normal driving route, the taxi driver would continue along this remote path to the closest intersection to the next destination, arriving at the destination while also getting closer to the city. The rain had now become very light, one could almost walk on the street without an umbrella. After that passenger left, Wei Yan did not choose to sit in the front passenger seat but returned to the back row, settling back into his usual spot. The taxi driver took this opportunity to say, "Why don't you sit in the front? He'll be getting off first later." "It's fine, I'm already seated." Wei Yan casually closed the car door. At the same moment, the answer appeared before his eyes. Second choice incorrect. It wasn't that. Wei Yan was stunned. He didn't expect his deduction to be wrong again, meaning the deduction that none of the people in the car are dead. The dead person is a monstrosity. Wandering near the car was not correct. The taxi started and drove forward. A few seconds later, Wei Yan's palms, including all 10 fingers, began to tingle slightly. Soon, this tingling sensation ascended along his arms, spreading to his legs and feet. Before long, he found that his sense of touch had disappeared, especially when his hands touched his thighs. There was a numbness, no feeling whatsoever. Now, not only was his sense of smell gone, so he couldn't smell anything, but even his sense of touch was gone, leaving his limbs in a constant state of numbness, like a continuous microcurrent passing through his body, which was very uncomfortable. But one thing was fortunate, his most important senses, sight and hearing, had not yet been affected. Among the remaining people, one must be the dead person. Wei Yan focused his suspicion on the man sitting by the window in the back row with him. But to be safe, he almost didn't hesitate and activated plot deduction again. However, Wei Yan was also somewhat worried that if this plot deduction, in order to maintain the entertainment value of the weird tales, was still very detailed in building suspense, he might still not get a direct answer this time and would have to rely on his own deductions after compiling this information. The plot deduction content quickly appeared before his eyes, but unexpectedly, there was only one paragraph. Plot: the series of mysterious lateral thinking puzzles makes you suspect they are hinting at certain information hidden within this weird tales. So you turn to the last page of your notebook again and find that the puzzle has changed. However, the other people in the car did not ask you to pose another question this time. It seems the recent encounter scared them quite a bit, and they are no longer in the mood to continue. Silence falls in the car. You begin to try and solve this latest puzzle yourself. Just then, the man sitting by the window suddenly shouted that he wanted to get out of the car immediately, even though he hadn't even reached his destination. You and the taxi driver were both stunned. As soon as the car stopped, this person said to you, "Didn't you smell it?" And then he opened his car door and jumped out, running frantically along the street. So for the third guess, you seem to have only one answer, but is it really this one? This plot has a 95% probability of occurring. Holy crap, this plot deduction is like it's being manipulated. It's really building suspense, or rather, it's deliberately increasing the entertainment value of this weird tales. Wei Yan felt completely off. Although this plot deduction provided a significant amount of information, he always felt that if the weird tales occurred through some natural rule, such as its inherent rules, there wouldn't be so many coincidences in situations where important elements could be avoided to increase entertainment value. Thinking this, Wei Yan couldn't help but look up at the dim, dark sky outside the car window. It was as if behind the thick layers of clouds, a pair of eyes was watching this place. At this moment, a strong sense of unease suddenly arose within him. Plot deduction is plot deduction, but Wei Yan quickly pulled his thoughts back to the weird tales he was currently experiencing. Having guessed wrong twice, he had lost his sense of smell and touch. Next time, he was highly likely to lose his sight or hearing. If he couldn't see anything or hear others speak, completing this weird tales would be extremely difficult. The lateral thinking puzzle just now clearly hinted that there was a monstrosity here, and the handprint in the car earlier was left by this monstrosity. Moreover, the monstrosity wanted to possess someone in the car, but for some reason, it might not have succeeded. However, as fewer and fewer people remained in the car, it meant it was close to succeeding. But now, it seemed this was not the case at all. Also, why was the last remaining male passenger sitting by the window so panicked? What was he afraid of? Wei-yin turned his head to look at the man sitting beside him on the other side. This man was looking out at the street, not saying a word, but his expression seemed relatively normal. At this moment, the car had fallen silent. No one was speaking anymore. The driver clearly felt a sense of trepidation, and the car's speed was not fast. Before long, the driver asked the male passenger by the window for his specific drop-off location, seeming unsure of where the man wanted to get off. However, the male passenger did not reply. Wei-yin turned to look and found that the man's expression had changed, revealing a mixture of surprise, confusion, and unease. Wei-yin immediately asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The man didn't answer him but instead asked, You didn't smell it?" Wei-yin had lost his sense of smell, so he naturally couldn't smell anything and shook his head. Stop! The man immediately turned and shouted at the driver in front, anxiously patting the back of the driver's seat. The driver was bewildered, but since there had been no illegal parking recorded along the way, he immediately pulled over to the side of the road and said, "You haven't arrived yet, your destination is just ahead." The man by the window said nothing, abruptly opened his car door, and prepared to jump out. However, the moment he opened the car door, Wei-yin grabbed the hem of his clothes from behind. Wei-yin leaned closer and asked, "What did you smell?" "Blood, the smell of blood." The man violently shook off Wei-yin's hand, jumped out of the car, and ran frantically in the direction of the car's front, looking back as he ran. The smell of blood? Wei-yin was surprised. He thought to himself, this guy is a grown man, even if he smelled blood, he shouldn't be so panicked. He didn't open his own car door but got out through the door the man had opened. At this moment, the driver also inexplicably got out of the car, looked in the direction the man had fled, then turned back to Wei-yin and asked, "What? Smell of blood? Did you smell it?" Wei-yin shook his head. The driver also shook his head. "I didn't smell anything either." Wei-yin bent down to look at the open car door, and then his pupils slightly contracted, as he saw a distinct lip print at the very bottom of the lower left corner of the window. This particular spot was dimly lit because a street lamp wasn't working, making it unclear if the lip print was red. The man had been leaning against the window, looking out, and it was highly possible that he discovered this lip print at that moment. So, not only did he smell something bloody, but he might have also seen the lip print at the same time, and even witnessed how it appeared, which caused him to fall into a panic and jump out of the car to escape. The driver also leaned over, staring at the very distinct lip print with a look of horror, and murmured, "I wanted to say earlier, the handprint on the windshield looked very thin and delicate, not like a man's handprint, but a woman's." Then he pointed to the lip print. "This should also belong to a woman, right?" Wei-yin made no comment but looked up at the taxi driver in front of him, scrutinizing him carefully with the help of the dim street lamp light. "So, it can only be you?" Wei-yin said slowly. The driver was startled. "What do you mean, it's only me?" Wei-yin shook his head, offering no explanation. He hadn't opened his notebook to read the last lateral thinking puzzle as suggested by his plot deduction earlier. The notebook was still in his hand. He opened the notebook, turned to the last page, and brought it closer to his eyes. Sure enough, a new puzzle had reappeared. This time, the soup surface was different from before, with very few words. A taxi is full of people. It's certain that one person inside the car is already dead, but why can't they be found? This puzzle. Wei-yin understood that the third lateral thinking puzzle was describing the situation he was currently encountering. He hadn't expected this to also become a lateral thinking puzzle. When the people in the car were guessing earlier, Wei-yin was also guessing. He didn't guess the first lateral thinking puzzle soup bottom correctly, but when the man sitting by the window spoke the answer to the second one, he had already figured it out, though he didn't show any reaction. Now, seeing that the third lateral thinking puzzle was about the current situation, this was something Wei-yin had absolutely not anticipated. And the earlier plot deduction had stated, the answer seems to be only one, but is it really this one? This sentence made him realize that perhaps the seemingly sole answer was not the true answer. The seemingly sole answer was the taxi driver, so it wasn't necessarily that the final answer was the driver. The soup bottom of the first lateral thinking puzzle was due to an induced abortion, meaning a child. The soup bottom of the second lateral thinking puzzle was that all living people had died, and the only remaining living person was no longer the original person, but a monstrosity that had successfully found a substitute. The key factors in this weird tales must include the existence of a monstrosity, and possibly a child.
But the third lateral thinking puzzle circled back to the predicament Wei-An was currently facing. Was this the last crucial clue, needing to be connected with the answers of the first two soup bottoms? Just then, a prompt for this weird tales appeared before his eyes. The third passenger is about to reach his destination. Please choose who is the dead person within the countdown. The 10-second countdown quickly began.
Wei-An was stunned, realizing that the guy who had just fled might soon reach his destination. However, it seemed he had found many clues now, but couldn't connect them at all. The countdown in his mind continued.
A taxi is full of people. It's certain that one person inside the car is already dead, but why can't they be found? As Wei-An was thinking rapidly, the taxi driver unconsciously approached him and asked, "What did you just say, that it's only me?"
Wei-An was startled and turned to look at him. He saw that the taxi driver's expression was sinister, his eyes flickering, as if what Wei-An had just said had caused some kind of shock to his mind. His gaze shifted downwards, and he saw that the driver was holding a screwdriver at some point. Almost without thinking, Wei-An, as if divinely inspired, punched the driver in the chest. In the process, an ice chisel appeared out of thin air in his hand, that is, he extended his empty hand, and as it neared the driver's chest, the ice chisel appeared and accurately struck the target. The driver had no idea Wei-An would react so quickly, and just now he had only seen him holding a notebook, so he didn't know where a knife would come from. He didn't dodge at all, his body trembled violently, his right hand wildly swung the screwdriver twice, but it fell to the ground. Then he clutched his chest and turned, stumbling away into the distance. At the same moment, a weird tales prompt appeared in Wei-An's mind. You did not make any choice, the third choice failed. According to the weird tales text prompt, Wei-An failed to make a choice when he was supposed to select for the third time, so it was judged as a failed selection. This was equivalent to him choosing the wrong answer. Not long after, Wei-An's vision went black, and he couldn't see anything. Vision disappeared. His heart immediately pounded like a drum. If he couldn't see anything, it would be even harder to continue completing this weird tales. Moreover, if the driver suddenly returned silently and ambushed him from behind, he would be completely defenseless. Clutching the ice chisel tightly in his hand, Wei-An touched the car door with one hand and deliberately shouted in the direction the injured driver had fled, "You can't escape. I've already called the Public Security Bureau." The retreating footsteps grew fainter and fainter until they could no longer be heard, indicating that the fellow had not returned. At this moment, there were no pedestrians or other vehicles driving by on this quiet, secluded street. Wei-An breathed a slight sigh of relief, and the clues in his mind slowly connected. Although he hadn't had time to choose just now, he knew that choosing the driver would also lead to a wrong answer, because the driver was not the person who had already died. But if the driver hadn't intended to attack him just now, Wei-An wouldn't have been able to piece everything together. That is to say, as long as the driver made a move, it would prove that his guess was correct. All the people who were in this taxi just now were alive, none of them had died. And the real dead person should be in. Wei-An fumbled with the car door, pretending to see, and slowly came to the driver's seat by the open door, squatting down. He carefully felt the position below and to the left of where the driver sat. In reality, his fingers were completely numb from losing their sense of touch. He couldn't feel which was the switch, and after fumbling for a moment, he had to give up. Not long after, the Lu Gui's eyeball appeared in Wei-An's hand. He brought it to his eye, and the eyeball seemed to find its home, automatically entering his right eye socket and perfectly fitting with his already sightless right eyeball. This was Wei-An's countermeasure after losing his vision. After the Lu Gui's eyeball entered his eye socket, a hazy outline appeared before his eyes. Although it wasn't as clear as real vision, this blurry outline was enough for his current actions. Soon, he saw the switch in the lower left position. He reached out and lightly pulled it, and with a click, a sound came from the direction of the taxi's trunk. Wei-An stood up. At this moment, he could act like a person with normal eyesight. He first glanced in the direction the taxi driver had fled, then paused slightly, because he could see a figure's outline lying on the ground in the distance. Although he didn't know who the figure was, he guessed it must be the driver who had just escaped. This fellow might have been stabbed in a vital spot in the chest by him, ran for a distance desperately, and finally collapsed. However, the figure's outline was still slightly rising and falling, so he shouldn't have died immediately. Wei-An walked to the trunk, opened it completely, and looked inside with the help of the Lu Gui's eyeball. There was no light in the trunk, and the light was very, very dim, so when Wei-An looked in, he could only see a pitch-black expanse. He could barely make out a few outlines, which were some clothes and towels and other items. He reached in and fumbled, moving the clothes aside. Underneath the clothes was a dark hole, completely invisible with just the Lu Gui's eyeball. Wei-An took a deep breath, extended both hands inside, and began to grope around. He expected to find a corpse in the next second, a corpse that had long been cold.
But after fumbling, there was nothing unusual in the trunk except for clothes and some scattered tools.
It's impossible for there to be no corpse, Wei-in muttered to himself, slowly straightening up. He walked to the rear door of the taxi, and just as he was about to bend down and get into the back, the Weird Tales text prompt reappeared before his eyes. The fourth passenger is about to reach their destination. Please select who the dead person is within the countdown. The fourth passenger?
Wei-in was startled.
He quickly reacted, turning his head to look at the hazy figure lying on the ground in the distance.
Indeed, the driver's body outline was no longer fluctuating as much as before, indicating that he was about to die.
In the understanding of this Weird Tales rule, this taxi driver was also a passenger, and his death counted as reaching the destination of his life's journey.
This time, Wei-in quickly stated his answer.
The dead person is not any of them, but has been in the car all along. Congratulations, your fourth choice is correct.
The text prompt before his eyes quickly appeared, then disappeared.
A few seconds later, the taxi driver lying on the ground in the distance stopped breathing. However, the special benefit for Wei-in, the intruder, quickly arrived. Intruder, you said the correct answer at the last moment.
Now I'll give you a chance to find the deceased.
So easy. Wei-in had roughly guessed the intruder's punishment and also guessed where the dead person was hidden. He once again got into the back of the taxi, extended his right hand, and reached into the gap between the seat and the backrest. When he pulled his hand out, his fingertips were already stained with blood.
Soon, Wei-in found a self-installed buckle beneath the rear seat.
He opened the buckle and then lifted the entire rear seat cushion. In his hazy vision, a curled human-shaped outline appeared before his eyes. Because it had been stuck in the seat for a long time, this corpse was clearly deformed from being compressed. Wei-in reached out and touched it, feeling a strand of long hair stained with blood. This was a woman. Her body had been forcefully squeezed under the modified seat cushion, causing all her limbs to be completely twisted.
Soon, Wei-in felt an abnormality in her abdomen.
It had been disemboweled, and the culprit should be the taxi driver who had just been stabbed by him and died after fleeing. And then, Wei-in touched something that made him shudder, an unformed fetus, still connected to her, just below the female corpse's abdomen. In the first lateral thinking puzzle, the husband heartlessly killed his unborn child to make his wife continue live-streaming for money. In the second lateral thinking puzzle, everyone died, leaving only the monstrosity that sought a substitute to revive. These clues led Wei-in to deduce that the taxi driver and this female corpse were likely a couple or boyfriend and girlfriend. The woman might have been killed because the child in her womb was not the driver's. After hiding the body in the car, he planned to find an opportunity to drag it out and bury it.
During this process, unexplainable phenomena appeared in the car.
For example, inexplicable handprints, lip prints, etc., and possibly some eerie sounds, which made the taxi driver feel scared. And it was very likely that the woman's monstrosity wanted to kill the driver, not just for revenge, but also to find a substitute to revive. At this time, the taxi's license plate should still display available for passengers. It happened to be a rainy day with many people hailing taxis, so it's possible that for courage and some other reasons, the taxi driver temporarily decided to pick up some passengers going the same way to accompany him. This fellow was very well hidden, and the dead person had always been sat upon by the people in the back seat.
Finally, the male passenger by the window might have noticed something unusual.
He not only smelled blood but also saw lip prints. Perhaps his hand reached into the gap and accidentally touched the corpse, which is why he fled in such terror.
Everything made sense.
Just then, Wei-in heard a click, coming from the twisted, curled corpse in front of him. In his hazy vision, he saw the corpse's outline move.
Wei-in quickly retreated, leaving the back of the taxi and quickly backing away to the roadside.
The corpse was still moving, first extending both hands, its arms twisted at eerie angles, then her feet, and finally her completely deformed head. Throughout this process, there was a continuous dense sound of bones rubbing, which made one's scalp tingle. Wei-in couldn't see the female corpse's face, but he could roughly discern that she was standing about 2 meters away from him. The female corpse's head was tilted, and in her open abdominal area, an unformed fetus still hung. Wei-in was very glad that he couldn't see the female corpse's face, otherwise, he believed that after returning, the material for his nightmares would
definitely increase by another one. Ah! The female corpse opened her mouth and walked towards Wei-in.
At this moment, Wei-in found that he suddenly couldn't move. He could only see the blurry female corpse's outline slowly approaching him, but he couldn't react at all. Not long after, the female corpse came completely close to him, her head tilted, observing Wei-in from the side.
Her nose was almost touching Wei-in's cheek.
Wei-in was once again glad that he couldn't smell anything, otherwise, he might have vomited from the close-range smell of blood. The female corpse's lips suddenly parted,
and a streak of blood dripped down her chin onto Wei Yan's chest. After the blood in her mouth had drained, the female corpse suddenly made a sound, leaning close to Wei Yan's ear, and indistinctly spoke 3 words. Very good. Who guessed correctly? The female corpse had barely finished speaking when Wei Yan felt a faint, almost imperceptible aura flow into his mind. He paused slightly, looking down with his blurred vision, and saw that these auras came from the nearby female corpse. More precisely, they emanated from the mouth and nose of the stillborn fetus hanging from the female corpse's arms, and were absorbed by him. Black Qi. Ever since Jianhui introduced how to construct a mental barrier last time, Wei Yan was now very sensitive to the appearance of Black Qi. Although he had never encountered it before, he now found that these auras could integrate into his mind, so it was likely that Black Qi originated from places where monstrosities were born. The more sinister the place, the higher the chance of Black Qi appearing. However, Jianhui had once said that typically, Black Qi resided in a confined space, and that space needed to be broken to discover it. But there was very little of this Black Qi, just that tiny bit from before, and it came from inside the stillborn fetus. Inside the stillborn fetus? Confined space? Wei Yan couldn't understand why this was happening, but it seemed like this bit of Black Qi was a reminder to him, although he had already learned from Jianhui about Black Qi's role in building a mental barrier. The next second, all the blurred scenery before him, including the female corpse, instantly vanished, and a message popped up indicating the completion of the Weird Tales. Congratulations, you have completed F-Rank Weird Tales Passenger. Personal evaluation, normally completed. Main mission reward, 100 energy points. Items obtained, none. Compared to the previous missions, the reward for completing this one was very standard, with no extra energy points, no other special rewards, or items. Items? Wei Yan remembered the screwdriver from earlier. After the taxi driver threw it on the ground, he was in a hurry to find the corpse, and his vision was unclear, so he forgot to pick it up. It was a pity. That screwdriver might have been an item. The light before Wei Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the blurred sensation had disappeared. As for Lu Gui's eyeball, he didn't need to consciously retrieve it. As soon as its energy was depleted, it would automatically stop functioning and return to the item inventory in the Weird Tales. His vision became clearer and clearer. Whether it was sight, touch, or smell, everything quickly returned to normal. Wei Yan blinked and looked around, realizing that he hadn't moved at all. He was still standing on the street corner, just as he was at the very beginning of the Weird Tales, waiting for a taxi. Not only that, a dark blue taxi was indeed parked not far from where he stood, but there was no driver in the driver's seat. And Wei Yan also remembered that it seemed he hadn't seen a taxi in front of him just before he suddenly entered the Weird Tales, which meant this car should have just arrived. In the real world, pedestrians on the street continued as usual, no one noticing that a Weird Tales had occurred here. Wei Yan also showed no particular reaction, even though he had just emerged from the Weird Tales. It must be said, his psychological fortitude was growing stronger. His gaze fixed on the dark blue taxi, a strange feeling rising in Wei Yan's heart. He bent down and carefully examined every part of the car, his eyes lingering for a moment on the slightly bulging back seat. As if by a ghost's whim, he reached through the open car window and pressed down on the back seat. There were no anomalies found. Walking around to the driver's seat, Wei Yan looked left and right, still not seeing the driver. He directly opened the car door, reached for a button in the lower left corner, and gently pulled it up. With a click, the taxi's trunk opened. Wei Yan walked to the trunk and was suddenly stunned. He saw a graceful figure curled up like a baby inside the trunk, seemingly unconscious. Reaching out to push her shoulder, Wei Yan called out, "Pei Na." The next second, Pei Na's eyes snapped open. She seemed to have had a long dream, and there was a sense of haziness and confusion in her eyes when they opened, but this feeling quickly vanished, like lightning, replaced by a strong surge of anger mixed with alertness. Propping herself up with her left hand, the graceful figure leaped out of the taxi's trunk like a nimble monkey. Pei Na's large, black gem-like eyes had narrowed into slits, making her long eyelashes curve in a very alluring way. Her gaze was sharp as she swept her eyes around. At this moment, she no longer seemed like a delicate female assistant. Wei Yan felt this woman could easily crush him with just 2 fingers. If you want to explain what just happened, explain it, but if you don't, that's fine too. Wei Yan's words were filled with a strong desire for self-preservation. At this moment, passers-by saw Pei Na jump out of the taxi's trunk. Surprised, they couldn't help but stop and watch, but they didn't dare to approach. Pei Na seemed unaware of any other danger. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Wei Yan. "I only remember getting into the back seat of a taxi just now. The car had just started, and then I didn't know anything else." "You woke up in the trunk?" Wei Yan asked, puzzled. Pei Na nodded. Wei Yan tapped his head with his index finger, then this taxi made a turn and came back, stopping next to me and sending me into the Weird Tales. You entered a Weird Tales? Pei Na exclaimed in surprise. Yes, just now.
Wei Yan looked up at the nearby surveillance cameras. Pei Na quickly made a call to the bureau, requesting an investigation of the surveillance footage near this street and information on the driver of
the taxi in front of them. What Weird Tales did you just enter? Pei Na asked Wei Yan after hanging up the phone. Wei Yan said, it's very complex, very bizarre. It feels like a Weird Tales, yet not like one. At this point, Wei Yan looked up at the sky. There was no harsh sunlight at this time, which allowed him to observe freely. After a long pause, the fellow suddenly muttered to himself, is someone watching my performance?
Pei Na stared blankly at his face, tilted 45 degrees towards the sky.
She didn't know what Wei Yan was talking about. But this time, Wei Yan was certain that an invisible hand was controlling the Weird Tales.
The Weird Tales he encountered this time, Passenger, seemed to be tailor-made for him. And the plot editor Golden Finger he suddenly acquired, if viewed with a skeptic's eye, might also have an intricate connection with this invisible
hand. The water is very deep here.
Wei Yan tilted his head down 45 degrees and looked at the ground again, muttering to himself once more. Pei Na suspected that this narcissist's mental trauma had worsened, but to be fair, his profile was quite attractive.
Then she thought of something and said to Wei Yan, so, the Bureau's Weird Tales search device is effective?
Effective. Wei Yan nodded, too effective. You have no idea how powerful it is. At least this Weird Tales was a role-playing type he had never encountered before, and he was lucky enough to gain that suspected black chi. Although Wei Yan felt nothing now, he believed that his nightmares during sleep should decrease somewhat in the future. Wei Yan went home first. After experiencing the Passenger Weird Tales, he suddenly felt physically and mentally exhausted. He had planned to relax after resigning, but now he had gone through another Weird Tales. These Weird Tales, which would be almost certain death for ordinary people, seemed to appear repeatedly for Wei Yan as if it were a game. So he decided to go back and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Pei Na was very angry, constantly pursing her lips. Her tall figure paced back and forth on the street, waiting for the Bureau and the Public Security Bureau to arrive, attracting the attention of passers-by. As a former member of the Special Operations Bureau in Central City, being ambushed without her knowledge made Pei Na feel very embarrassed. In the short 3 minutes just now, she had told Wei Yan no less than 10 times that she would flay and salt the person who had drugged her. Wei Yan also gathered from Pei Na's words that, by all accounts, this woman had received special training and had a strong resistance to sedatives. But for some unknown reason, this time she must have been drugged and was unknowingly stuffed into the trunk, sleeping like a baby.
Pei Na stayed. Wei Yan went home.
Wei Yan didn't need to worry about how to handle the situation over there. He just wanted to sleep soundly. Not even the King of Heaven could stop him. After he had enough sleep, he would write a Weird Tales report for the Bureau. After all, he was now an official investigator, and things like Weird Tales reports still needed to be done according to the rules.
Of course, Wei Yan would omit any information he didn't want to expose from the Weird Tales. During these days of rest, his father, Wei Zhengdong, seemed to have been busy. He also took a few days of sick leave from his unit, but he was following Wen Xiong to learn the Weird Tales survival guidelines. He was full of vigor and energy, showing no signs of illness. Wei Zhengdong was much more serious about learning these things than Wen Xiong had been initially, because he was convinced that he would soon enter a Weird Tales. It could be at some point now, or it could be tomorrow. In short, he couldn't relax. Since both his wife and son had already encountered Weird Tales, Wei Zhengdong believed that no matter what their family did, they would definitely have similar experiences, otherwise, they wouldn't be a family. A family should always be together, no matter what they do. According to Wen Xiong, Wei Zhengdong even asked the neighbor of his colleague's great-uncle's second aunt's third sister's fourth son's fifth aunt to teach him martial arts. It was said that the person was skilled in a lost set of Wild Dog Fist, and Wen Xiong herself wasn't idle, because she knew that her second Weird Tales would arrive soon. Although her son told her not to worry too much, she couldn't fight a battle unprepared. Wen Xiong was also practicing some basic knife-wielding techniques, especially when she had nothing to do. She would swing the cleaver in the kitchen, making whooshing sounds that scared Wei Zhengdong into sitting silently in the living room, not even daring to smoke. A few days later, Wei Yan received feedback from Pei Na. Although the taxi driver had been found, the driver had already reported that his taxi was stolen. The street surveillance cameras had not captured what the person driving the taxi looked like at the time, because the cameras in that section had uniformly experienced interference for a very short period, resulting in severe loss of footage. No other fingerprints were left in the car. In short, the investigation made no progress. At the same time, Pei Na also brought Wei Yan a piece of news. The Bureau was preparing to formally go public, meaning it would be announced to all citizens. According to the current trend of Weird Tales,
the frequency of their appearance is gradually increasing. After careful research and consideration, the authorities believe it is necessary to make an announcement to all citizens and to centralize the
dissemination of all information regarding weird tales.
Of course, the information disseminated did not include some sensitive or overly terrifying content that could easily cause widespread public panic. Everything still needed to be done step by step. Once the public had a clear understanding of weird tales, their courage would be gradually increased, and their awareness improved. And the already well-known website, Paranormal Eye, was directly taken over by the Central City Administration, which cleaned up invalid posts and
content that could easily mislead, becoming the mouthpiece of the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs.
The announcement was tentatively scheduled to be broadcast on national television 7 days later. These past few days, Wei-an had also introduced his parents to his understanding of Pei Na, especially her background from the Special Operations Bureau, as well as her unexpectedly agile skills and ruthless style. The old couple was stunned to hear it. Wei Zhengdong muttered to himself, "I should have known not to go to Old Guo to learn Wild Dog Fist. I should have just asked her to teach me a few self-defense moves." Wei-an said, "Speaking of Wild Dog Fist, Dad, I've been hearing what sounds like a dog barking in our living room before dawn these past few days.
Are you practicing your fist?"
"No, it should be the dog downstairs barking." Wei Zhengdong scratched his head.
7 days passed quickly.
Some informed people had actually learned from others that the authorities would announce an important national statement on television that day, and it was widely rumored.
Of course, there were also some stubborn people who did not believe in weird tales, in other dimensions, or in monstrosities.
On the contrary, there were even some more bizarre and incredible claims circulating among the populace, such as the world we live in is actually fake, or someone accidentally picked up a fragment of time and space, proving that the world is about to collapse, or someone claimed to be an alien descendant, and his alien father would come to pick him up soon.
At 10 o'clock that morning, Wei-an's family sat in front of the television.
Because it was a weekend, at least 60 to 70% of families nationwide were gathered at home to watch the live national announcement. A well-known national news spokesperson quickly appeared and, using formal and clear official language, announced the trend of weird tales from their discovery to their current rapid spread. He spoke concisely and eloquently, taking only half an hour to clearly explain the currently understood weird tales mechanism, how to avoid or prevent
them, and key points for handling them if one unfortunately entered a weird tales. Finally, the news spokesperson also announced the revised Paranormal Eye website and provided a download link for a Weird Tales survival handbook. From this moment on, it was truly a nationwide mobilization. The spokesperson then introduced the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs and specifically highlighted the investigator organization, also providing a dedicated Weird Tales reporting hotline.
At this moment, Wei Zhengdong looked extremely proud, patting Wei-an's shoulder repeatedly, saying, "My son, he's talking about my son." Wei-an wanted to tell him that the death rate for investigators was actually quite high, but the words caught in his throat, unwilling to dampen his
father's spirits, so he swallowed them.
Soon after the national announcement ended, Wei-an received a call from Luo Kai, the general manager of Huafei Game Company. He took the call in his bedroom. The other party mainly inquired in detail about his reasons for resigning and said he could return to work at the company anytime if possible. However, what Luo Kai most wanted to know was how Wei-an escaped from the weird tales. Going back to work was out of the question. If they directly sent him money and temporarily hired him as their Weird Tales consultant, he might consider it. The matter of encountering weird tales couldn't be explained in a few words. After Wei-an explained, he politely declined Luo Kai's invitation to return to work.
Just as he hung up the phone, Yu Chanshun called again. Wei-an frowned and glanced at the phone screen.
He had forgotten to blacklist this guy after leaving his job that day.
Slam!
The incoming call kept flashing on the phone, but it was directly tossed aside. On this day, the entire Shenzhou country was in an uproar. As predicted initially, all industries nearly ground to a halt. However, the resilience of the Shenzhou people is unparalleled. Within half a day, life order returned to normal, though everyone now had one more object of concern: weird tales. After Shenzhou officially announced this news, other countries around the world followed Shenzhou's lead and began making their own official
announcements. Some smaller vassal states even specifically sought Shenzhou's opinion before their announcements.
Meanwhile, some countries that frequently opposed Shenzhou claimed they had acquired more advanced weird tales data, which was classified as top
national secret.
Shenzhou ignored such thoughtless, spewing like shit and fart remarks, and unlike other indecisive countries, it did not flatter them in an attempt to get a share of the top secrets. In Zhou City, within an inconspicuous shared rental house, Chen Fong turned off the television and returned to her bedroom. The recently concluded national announcement made her feel a bit nervous again, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly, palms covered in cold sweat.
Not only that, her face was also slightly pale. At this moment, Chen Fong had her hair in a braid, which she then coiled at the back of her head and secured with a hairnet to prevent it from coming loose. She wore comfortable black athletic wear and a new pair of orange and blue running shoes. She looked up at the clock on her bedside table, stretched her limbs, and took several deep breaths, like an athlete about to start a competition. When the minute hand pointed to 12, Chen Fong exhaled, her gaze retracting from the clock. Here it comes. The next second, her figure instantly vanished without a trace. In the same Zhou city, Wei Yan also entered his bedroom. He wasn't going to enter some weird tales. Instead, after closing the door, he opened the plot editor in his mind. Wei Yan actually still had some complaints about the plot editor, which now served as his golden finger. Especially the editor's performance in the passenger weird tales. It seemed to deliberately avoid the answer, forcing Wei Yan to deduce it himself. Wei Yan had two conjectures about this situation. One was that the editor deliberately didn't deduce the result he wanted in order to maintain the fun of the weird tales. If he got the answer directly, meaning he won from the start, then the passenger weird tales would lose its meaning. The second reason was also deliberate on the editor's part, its purpose being that it might have sensed that someone was observing this weird tales, or that an unseen hand was controlling this weird tales. Therefore, it couldn't let its performance be too abrupt. If he entered such a guess than answer weird tales and immediately won, it was very likely that the observing person would detect something unusual. In other words, the editor was also helping him. Wei Yan leaned more towards the second conjecture. Taking a slight breath, Wei Yan charged 100 points of his stored energy into it, to see if he could unlock an even better editor function than search tales. After a moment, there was no movement. Wei Yan knew that the editor's appetite was now gradually increasing. Previously, 100 points unlocked the search tales function, but now it was clearly not enough. He charged another 100 points, still no reaction. He kept charging 100 points at a time, until he had charged 1,000 points, when the editor finally reacted. It vibrated slightly, and a gray button slowly lit up, displaying the text, "Locate character." Locate character? Wei Yan was a bit confused, not understanding what this meant. A prompt then appeared in his mind. The locate character function will be activated for free once after the next Weird Tales begins. Subsequent uses will require a certain amount of energy points. Since there was a free trial opportunity, Wei Yan didn't make wild guesses but decided to wait until the next Weird Tales began to see how it worked. However, literally speaking, this should be a function that can locate a certain character in the Weird Tales plot. Just then, he suddenly heard two very abrupt dog barks from the living room. Mom had gone out to buy groceries, only Dad was in the living room. In a completely dark ancient town, there was no moonlight overhead, and the town was silent. Every door was closed, as if it were an uninhabited small town. A young man walked along the small, bluestone-paved paths of the town, holding an ancient lamp, with Chen Fong following closely behind him. The man held a short knife, and Chen Fong also held a sheathed tang sword. It was clear that this sword was very sharp. Chen Fong looked to be in very poor condition at the moment. Her clothes were stained with some blood, and she walked somewhat unsteadily, but she kept her hand on the hilt of her sword, constantly vigilant of her surroundings. A moment later, the man stopped ahead and turned back, saying, "We've walked 17 circles in the town, and the oil in the lamp is almost gone. If we don't find the last monstrosity in this circle, we'll never get out." The man's physical condition was also poor. Blood had already seeped from the corner of his mouth just after he finished speaking. Chen Fong nodded and coughed twice. The last hint said, "The burning oil lamp drives away evil, but the monstrosity likes the wick." This is clearly contradictory. If the oil lamp stays lit, it's impossible for it to approach us. You mean, we extinguish this oil lamp? The man hesitated. How about you stay far from me, let me be in the dark alone to attract it, and then we can attack it from both sides and kill it. Chen Fong suggested. All right. The man agreed without a second thought. Chen Fong passed the man's position, walked 2 steps forward, and after leaving the range of the oil lamp's light, she soon heard a rustling sound. This rustling sound didn't come from other directions, but from the direction where the man was, right behind Chen Fong. If Chen Fong were to look back, she would find that the oil lamp in the man's hand had turned into a strange dark green flame, almost burnt out, and, at this moment, the man's face was abnormally ferocious, his eyebrows sharply raised, nostrils becoming thick and round, the corners of his mouth split to his earlobes, revealing a mouthful of utterly black yet abnormally sharp teeth, and a scarlet tongue squeezed out from between his teeth, writhing around his mouth like a nimble snake. At this moment, the man was less than half a meter from Chen Fong. If Chen Fong were to turn around, his tongue would accurately pierce her forehead. Sure enough, the strange noise from behind made Chen Fong turn around. However, with her turn,
the Tang sword in her hand also turned. As she turned, the Tang sword instantly swung out, the blade first severing the long tongue, and the tip of the sword almost simultaneously knocked over the oil lamp that flickered with a dark green flame, then grazed across the man's face. The man's jaw instantly separated from his entire face. Chen Fang's brave backward swing of the sword foiled all of the opponent's sneak attacks. Immediately, she thrust the Tang sword forward, and its tip emerged from the back of his head, dripping dark green blood. When we found the oil lamp, it was already extinguished. The monstrosity likes the wick, so it should have been attached to the wick all along. The result is that whoever lights the lamp will encounter misfortune, Chen Fang muttered to herself. I'm sorry. The man holding the oil lamp had actually been controlled and transformed into a monstrosity the moment he lit the wick. After killing the last monstrosity, a wave of exhaustion instantly spread throughout Chen Fang's body. In the bedroom of the shared rental house, Chen Fang's figure reappeared, the Tang sword already stored in her personal inventory. She looked exhausted, and without even checking her rewards, she lay directly on the bed and fell asleep. New week, please vote. Continued reading is even more important. Wei-Yan was attending a training organized by the Bureau when he received a call from Chen Fang. The training location was in Yuelong City, right next to Zhou City, very close to home. He could even rush back every day after class, but Wei-Yan didn't want to bother and still stayed in a nearby hotel as per the training class's unified arrangement. Chen Fang shared good news with him over the phone. Her second Weird Tales had successfully passed, though the ending was quite tragic, with only her remaining at the end. What excited Chen Fang, however, was that she had obtained a weapon item, a Tang Dao, which was an orange weapon. Wei-Yan immediately felt envious. His mother's meat cleaver was also an orange weapon, while his own ice chisel was green. Then Chen Fang's profession was also activated. It wasn't swordswoman, nor warrior, nor assassin, but cleaner. This left people puzzled. Wei-Yan asked, "What did you do in the Weird Tales? Were you sweeping all the time?" Chen Fang paused for a moment, then replied, "Not exactly sweeping. It was more like when someone died, I'd pile their bodies together so they wouldn't look so tragic. The main task was to survive until sunrise, but I perfectly cleared it after killing the last monstrosity. That also counts as completing the final cleanup. Was it a superclass completion?" Wei-Yan asked. "No, it was extraordinary." "What? Is there even a superclass level?" Chen Fang exclaimed. After all, superclass completion was very difficult, but Wei-Yan had maintained 2 superclass completions so far, so he suspected that it was precisely because of this that he had been targeted by that hidden existence. But what could he do about it? His strength didn't allow him to hide in the shadows like Jianhui. You must make good use of your energy points. In the future, you can exchange them for special items in the Weird Tales, or even better weapons, Wei-Yan said. "Okay, where are you now? Can we have dinner together tonight? We can celebrate," Chen Fang asked. "I'm training in Yuelong City these few days. I'll treat you when I get back from training." Wei-Yan didn't refuse. After hanging up the phone, he quickly ran into the classroom to continue listening to the lecture by the investigator team leader, who was said to be from Central City. The lecture content was full of practical advice and experience, and Wei-Yan felt greatly enlightened. The lecturer's surname was An, and he had already experienced over a dozen Weird Tales. In multi-person Weird Tales, he was the sole survivor 8 times. Of course, listening to him elaborate, it was clear that not every investigator survived by hiding like Jianhui. Some of the Weird Tales cases he discussed caught Wei-Yan's attention. A portion of these Weird Tales incidents had some connection to real-world cases, such as murders, some sensational social cases, and also some cases that were inexplicable in the real world. However, some Weird Tales, besides involving role-playing, also offered more ways to complete tasks, even approaching game-like gameplay. For this kind of gameplay, Wei-Yan, who had just experienced the passenger Weird Tales, deeply understood it, as it reminded him of lateral thinking. Puzzle. But the lecturer said that there were even role-playing modes with combat, and Wei-Yan suspected there might be more, deeper role-playing, but the current understanding of the Weird Tales mechanism was insufficient, so even the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs in Central City had limited information. After the last day of class, Wei-Yan was considering whether to go and deal with the Room 309 Weird Tales at the Radio and Television University when he returned to Zhou City. After all, there were many students in that place, and the Weird Tales appeared occasionally, which could easily trap innocent young people and cause them to lose their lives. After this thought arose in his mind, Wei-Yan suddenly paused. He hadn't expected his thinking to elevate to such a level. Unconsciously, he began to view and handle problems from a more noble perspective. Recalling his learning journey over the past few days, the first class every day was ideological and political education, so it seemed this learning experience was very successful. As an investigator of the Bureau, using his skills and profession to help others, and serving the country and the people with practical actions, he
couldn't help but subconsciously identify with it.
Of course, completing these weird tales could also incidentally search for the black chi in those confined spaces, incidentally eliminate the annoying nightmares that appeared almost every night, and incidentally help him build a mental barrier.
Why not?
Not to mention that it could further improve his professional level and gain more skills. However, the Room 309 Weird Tales was a multi-person occasional type, and Wayan was worried that if he rushed to deal with it, with his unlucky, special treatment, he might draw on other young people who wouldn't have originally been sucked into the Weird Tales.
This Weird Tales was E-rank. One wrong move and innocent ordinary people could die inside.
So, even if he were to deal with it, he might need to call Jianhui and other experienced disposal personnel.
At least this could reduce the probability of those students losing their lives.
Wayan made up his mind. When he returned, he would notify the Bureau that he had discovered a Weird Tales at the Radio and Television University through a search instrument, and then apply for Jianhui and himself to handle it together.
On the evening of the graduation day, there was a dinner.
Since the trainees were all new investigators from various bureaus in nearby cities, they had never met before and used this opportunity to socialize. By the time the dinner dispersed, it was late, and Wayan's plan to go straight home had to change. He still booked a room at the hotel he had stayed in before, planning to leave the next morning. He checked into the room at 10 o'clock, took a shower in the room, and had just finished blow-drying his hair when Wayan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was from Luo Kai, the general manager of his former company. Wayan pressed the answer button, turned on the speakerphone, placed the phone on the table in front of him, and continued to comb his hair while
talking. "Hello, Wayan, I heard you're in Yuelong City?" Luo Kai's voice came through.
"Who told you?"
"The only people who know I'm here are my parents," Wayan said.
He believed it was impossible for Luo Kai to know anyone from the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, and they might not even know he had a new job, so they
could only have gotten the information from his parents. Right.
Luo Kai's tone was a bit hesitant, but he was an old hand, so he quickly cleared his throat to cover it up. "This morning, when I was leaving Zhou City, I happened to run into your mother buying groceries on the street, and I casually asked, that's how I
knew you were here too." "President Luo, what are you doing in Yuelong City?" Wayan asked.
"Discussing cooperation with distributors here," Luo Kai replied.
"We're just having a late-night snack. You should come over too. It's on the street next to Yuelong City District Hospital. The night market here is pretty good. Come over and I'll treat you to a gout-friendly combo meal, spicy crayfish with beer. By the way, you don't have gout, do you? Ha ha."
"No, I don't," Wayan said. "But I just ate an hour ago, the dinner party ended late, and I just got back to the hotel to shower." Before he could finish, Luo Kai interrupted. "Once you're done showering, come out. I'll call a car to pick you up at the hotel."
"You're training at the Guanguan Teaching Building, right? The Guanguan Huiran Hotel is a bit better over there."
"If you're staying there, I'll immediately have my car come downstairs to the hotel and wait for you."
With that, Luo Kai hung up the phone.
Wayan, however, felt a sense of alarm. Luo Kai knew his whereabouts so clearly, it couldn't have been a casual invitation to hang out.
He likely had other intentions. Thinking of this, he called Wenxiong. "Mom, did you run into President Luo Kai, my former boss, this morning?"
"Yes, President Luo has always been very nice. He said it was on his way, so he gave me a ride home," Wenxiong said. "But he was a bit overly concerned about you. After talking to him, I felt like he might have a favor to ask of you, asking me subtly where you were. He's probably looking for me." Wayan nodded.
"Did you mess up a company project before you resigned?" Wenxiong asked.
"I don't have that much capability," Wayan said with a smile.
"Mom, don't overthink it.
My training here is over, and I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning." "All right, be careful," Wenxiong said.
"I have a feeling my second weird tale might be coming soon."
Wayan's expression became serious. "Mom, this second weird tale will give you a warning before it arrives, usually a day or two in advance. But it's also possible this time will be shortened, so you need to pay special attention. I might not be able to coincidentally enter with you again. You need to be prepared at all times. With your current abilities, I believe you should have no problem completing it."
"Don't worry, I can handle it." He hung up the phone.
Wayan thought for a moment, then changed his clothes and left the hotel. He waited in the hotel lobby on the first floor, and soon he saw Luo Kai's private car, a 7 Series BMW, pull up to the entrance. The driver already knew him, and opened the passenger window, waving at him with a smile.
Wayan knew this guy's personality. As President Luo Kai's personal driver, and rumored to be President Luo Kai's relative, he usually ignored everyone else in the company.
This was the first time he had seen the guy smile so brightly at him. President Luo Kai must have specifically instructed him to pick him up. Wei Yan waved back at him, also smiling, and walked over. As he approached the car, the guy diligently leaned over from the driver's seat and opened the passenger door for Wei Yan. After Wei Yan got in, the driver immediately greeted him warmly. "Hello, Wei Yan, long time no see." This was Wei Yan's first time sitting in the passenger seat of the general manager's exclusive car, and he had to admit it was quite comfortable. Some company executives preferred the back seat of a car, but Wei Yan remembered that President Luo Kai liked the passenger seat, so this seat was adjusted for maximum comfort. "Long time no see," Wei Yan said.
"What time did you arrive in Yuelong City today?" "We arrived at noon."
President Luo said he wanted to get some late-night snacks after his business meeting, and then he told me to pick you up, the driver replied. Wei Yan knew that President Luo Kai wouldn't tell this guy much, so it was basically impossible to get useful information from him. However, he had never seen this guy smile so much when he worked at the company. This further solidified Wei Yan's suspicion that President Luo Kai had a specific reason for looking for him. The two chatted casually along the way and soon arrived at a night market street next to Yuelong City Hospital. The street was brightly lit, but there weren't many people out. The first half of the night market street had shops selling various local specialties, and the second half was where the late-night eateries were. There were slightly more people here than in the front, but compared to the past, it was also much quieter. Before the weird tales appeared, let alone finding a parking spot here, even pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder. However, the driver easily found plenty of empty parking spaces. After parking the car, he led the way, taking Wei into the upstairs of a late-night eatery, and then he himself returned to the car to sleep. According to President Luo Kai, this place indeed specialized in stir-fried crayfish, with spicy and garlic flavors, among others. Of course, President Luo Kai had also ordered several large dishes. But to Wei Yan's surprise, the people sitting at the table included not only President Luo Kai's business contact for this trip, He Guanglu, but also
someone he really didn't want to see, Yu Changshan.
That guy had a rare smile on his face, showing no trace of having offended Wei Yan in the past. Wei Yan originally wanted to leave immediately, but after thinking about it, considering that President Luo Kai had always been good to him and had even sent a special car to pick him up, he decided to endure it for now. However, after he sat down, he only greeted President Luo Kai and the businessman He Guanglu.
Wei Yan knew He Guanglu.
When he was at the company, He Guanglu had visited President Luo Kai several times. One time, He Guanglu arrived at the company quite early, and Wei Yan was the one who received him first. This time, He Guanglu was equally enthusiastic. After Wei Yan sat down, He Guanglu immediately poured him a glass of iced beer and pushed the spicy crayfish in front of Wei Yan. President Luo Kai patted Wei Yan's shoulder and said to He Guanglu, "This is Brother Wei Yan. You should know him already. He's a very good person. I tried to persuade him to stay several times when he resigned. Alas, what a pity." He Guanglu chuckled. "Talented people are usually not that easy to keep. Eat something first," Yu Changshan said from the side. Wei Yan still ignored him, only raising his glass to President Luo Kai and He Guanglu.
Yu Changshan didn't mind and quickly raised his glass to clink with theirs. After some small talk, Wei Yan directly asked President Luo Kai, "President Luo, you called me here this time for something else, didn't you?" President Luo Kai was slightly taken aback and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that for now. Come, eat something. Changshan, pour the wine." Yu Changshan immediately filled everyone's glasses. Then Yu Changshan picked up his own glass, wanting to clink it with Wei Yan's, with a big smile on his face. Wei Yan didn't pick up his glass, but instead said, "Chief Yu, you're suddenly smiling at me so happily, I'm not used to it yet. How about you keep a straight face?" Yu Changshan smiled even brighter and quickly said, "Brother Wei Yan is joking. The last incident was a complete misunderstanding. I've already reported it specifically to President Luo and submitted a statement of the situation to the company. I've already resigned. Does that have anything to do with me?" Wei Yan asked. Yu Changshuan's smile began to turn awkward, as if he couldn't keep up the act. Seeing this, President Luo Kai changed the subject. "Wei Yan, actually, one of the reasons I came to you along to discuss business this time was also to see you." "See me?" Wei Yan was surprised, then he voiced his earlier guess, asking, "Do you know what my new job is?" President Luo Kai's expression was hesitant, but he still nodded. "Yes, I'm familiar with the leaders of the Zhou City Public Security Bureau, and I found out through his connections." To break the awkward atmosphere, He Guanglu raised his glass and said, "Brother Wei Yan has now transitioned to public service, congratulations." Wei Yan clinked glasses with him but didn't drink, instead asking President Luo Kai again, "One of the reasons you came to Yuelong City was to find me. Is it related to weird tales?" President Luo Kai sighed and reluctantly nodded. "The very day the national announcement was made, my family encountered a weird tale." "Who was it?" Wei Yan asked. "My cousin, President Luo Kai replied. How is he now? The Bureau of Paranormal Affairs Task Force investigated the scene where the weird tale occurred. They only found signs that a weird tale had happened, but no trace of my cousin. How long has it been since that weird tale occurred? President Luo Kai said, a week. Wei Yan shook his head. From my experience, your cousin is most likely in grave danger. President Luo Kai frowned. I know you're an investigator, and I know that Zhou City currently only has 2 investigation teams. Even if my cousin died in the weird tale, can we find a way to retrieve his body? Basically hopeless. Wei Yan knew what he meant and interrupted. You might not know, President Luo, weird tales are another dimension. It's not somewhere anyone can just go to, and the location has to be perfectly accurate. I don't know if it will be possible in the future, but at least for now, it's simply impossible. Yu Changshan couldn't help but interject. Brother Wei Yan, you said last time that people with ill intentions are really more likely to enter weird tales? That's true, Wei Yan replied earnestly. Yu Changshan carefully scrutinized Wei Yan's expression, but just like before, he still couldn't tell if Wei Yan was saying it on purpose or if such a situation truly occurred. After all, Wei Yan held many grudges against him now, so it was inevitable he might deliberately say Yu Changshan was a high-risk individual for encountering weird tales. Yet, Luo Kai mentioned that after resigning, this guy actually joined the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs and even became an investigator. Coming from an investigator, Yu Changshan couldn't help but believe it. That's why he took this opportunity to come with Luo Kai to properly question Wei Yan. Otherwise, he would be on edge every day, especially now that weird tales have been publicly disclosed nationwide, which only increased Yu Changshuan's psychological burden. Is there really no other way regarding my cousin's matter? Luo Kai asked. No, Wei Yan shook his head. For the same weird tales, we still don't know if they will appear identically a second time, so entering a weird tale to search for someone or a body is practically impossible. Wei Yan then explained, the appearance of a weird tale requires fulfilling its activation mechanism. The Bureau is still exploring and summarizing these mechanisms, and we've found that each weird tale's activation mechanism is different. There are almost no repeats. It's just that the frequency of weird tales appearing is getting higher and higher, which is why the authorities decided to make a nationwide announcement to raise public awareness. He paused, then added, the information on the Paranormal Eye website is very useful. You can go online to learn more and read it. Only download survival guides from the Paranormal Eye. Don't go to other small websites that are just trying to cash in on the trend, or you'll be risking your life. Understood, we get it. Thanks for the reminder. He Guanglu nodded. Wei Yan also realized why these 3 were so polite to him now. It turned out they all knew about his identity as an investigator for the Bureau. What was the focus of society now? Naturally, it was the recently announced weird tales. These things come and go without a trace. Sometimes, people enter a weird tale without knowing why, and it's extremely dangerous. For ordinary people, it's a near-death experience, and if they're unlucky enough to encounter a powerful one, it could even be certain death. At this time, investigators became highly sought after. Someone with a complex network like Luo Kai, with a bit of investigation, could easily find out Wei Yan's current identity. Mainly, the words Wei Yan spoke and the confidence he exuded when he left the company last time made it impossible for Luo Kai not to ask someone to investigate his background. After the investigation, Luo Kai was merely surprised, but Yu Changshuan's legs went weak. If anything happens in the future, we'll have to trouble you for help again. He Guanglu raised his glass to Wei Yan once more. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not particularly lively, as everyone had their own thoughts. And after understanding their intentions, Wei Yan just wanted to finish the meal and go back to the hotel to sleep. However, he and Luo Kai were quite congenial, and becoming friends was not a problem. If Luo Kai truly needed his help with weird tales, he would help if he could. After all, Wei Yan had just undergone a baptism of ideological education. Since the weird tales began, not only in Yulong City, but the night market businesses in major cities have been getting worse. At first, there were still a few scattered people eating downstairs, but gradually the street stalls also closed, and eventually, no one could be seen moving around. It's late, go back and rest early. It's not suitable to wander around outside too late now, Wei Yan reminded. Yes, it's not advisable to go out often in the evening from now on, Luo Kai said. He gave Yu Changshan a look, and Yu Changshan immediately went to pay the bill. The 4 came down from the 2nd floor and walked along the street, where almost no other pedestrians could be seen. When they reached the first half of the night market street, the shops selling local specialties were mostly closed, with only 1 or 2 still packing up, preparing to close. Luo Kai and He Guanglu whispered to each other behind, discussing some business matters, while Yu Changshan stayed by Wei Yan's side, still smiling. Having just had some beer, his face was flushed, which made Wei Yan's annoyance towards him continuously increase by 1. As they approached the corner leading to the parking lot, Wei-An suddenly froze. He stopped and turned to look at the building to his left. He saw the 7 red characters Yulong City Central Hospital flashing on the side of the building. "This is the Central Hospital," Yu Chanshan quickly said. "What's wrong, brother Wei-An? Did you eat something bad just now?" Wei-An shook his head. A strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if something was about to happen. As the thought just emerged, familiar text suddenly appeared before his eyes. This was a string of special text from a weird tale. "Please note, your second weird tale has been matched. Please prepare to enter." Although Wei-An had experienced several weird tales after the first one, Don't Look Back, his true second weird tale had not yet arrived. In this weird tale, his identity would be a participant, not an intruder. Under normal circumstances, before the second weird tale arrives, participants receive a text notification to prepare, and this notification could be a day or an hour in advance. Of course, it could also be earlier or later, depending on the person's level of bad luck. Clearly, Wei-An theoretically belonged to the higher bad luck category, so his weird tale notification was delayed, appearing almost at hand, even after Wei-An himself had already become alert. Upon seeing the text, Wei-An didn't have time to react. He immediately turned to Yu Changshan and the conversing Luo Kai and He Guanglu behind him, shouting, "You guys, get far away from me, the farther the better." The 3 paused slightly, not knowing what had happened. They looked at him in surprise, with no intention of leaving. A cool breeze swept across their faces. The street, which had only a few scattered pedestrians moments ago, was now eerily quiet, with no one else in sight. Yu Changshan, Luo Kai, and He Guanglu didn't notice, only staring at Wei-An, puzzled. Luo Kai asked, "What happened?" As he asked, he looked around. The street, apart from being a bit chilly, seemed normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. Wei-An thought, "It's too late." With a helpless expression, he turned to the 3, spreading his hands. "Didn't you say you might need my help in the future?" "No need to wait for the future, I think I can provide help now." His second weird tale coming so suddenly was probably not a coincidence. Wei-An, with a conspiracy theory already brewing in his mind, finished speaking and looked up at the dark, oppressive sky. There was no prior warning. It deliberately waited until after he had a gathering with others, and then coincidentally near the Yulong City Central Hospital, it suddenly erupted, and the time left for him, well, no time was left for him at all. It just came. It should be noted that when Chen Fong's second weird tale arrived, she received a notification 2 days in advance and even reported it to the bureau. When Wei-An suddenly spoke, the other 3 instantly froze, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Yu Changshan quickly pulled Luo Kai, who was behind him, wanting to leave, only to hear Wei-An say, "It's too late, there's no time." As soon as Wei-An finished speaking, text appeared simultaneously before everyone's eyes. "Welcome, participant. You have entered E-Rank Weird Tales Hospital Morgue. Weird Tales, Hospital Morgue. Rank, E. Type, multiplayer, occasional, role-playing. Event description: you are all black-hearted doctors at this hospital, secretly selling organs of deceased patients to the underground market for huge profits. Coincidentally, 4 more patients have just died. Please transport these 4 bodies to the morgue on the 3rd basement level of Building 2, register and preserve them, and remove one of their organs. As black-hearted doctors, this is your daily work. Main task: 1. Remove a specific organ from each of the 4 bodies, properly preserve them, and deliver them to the buyer. 2. Following the task prompts, find at least 1 corpse treasure from the bodies in the morgue using the 7-step embalming method. Main task reward, 300 energy points. Hidden task, none. At this moment, all 4 people present were participants in this weird tales. Just as Wei-An had guessed, although this weird tale seemed to be his second, tailor-made for him, its sudden occurrence made it seem intentional. It happened to be near the hospital, and he happened to be with Luo Kai and the others. Rather than saying this was Wei-An's second weird tales, it was also Luo Kai and the others' first weird tales, only the rank of the weird tales was slightly higher due to Wei-An's presence. However, with Wei-An here, and his experience, as long as these people were honest and didn't act out of line, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Looking at the main task of this weird tales, if the participants were bolder, their chances of survival might even exceed 50%. After the weird tales information appeared, the scene was silent. Luo Kai's face showed no expression, while Yu Changshan looked terrified. He Guanglu, like Luo Kai, appeared calm and composed. Based on their current demeanor, Wei-An felt their survival chances were quite high. Well, except for Yu Changshan. The moment they finished reading the text information, everyone felt their surroundings change. Looking down, they were all dressed in white coats and wearing white sterile gloves. Not only that, a white gurney suddenly appeared in front of each of the 4, with a person clearly lying on it, covered from head to toe with a white sheet, their appearance hidden. Evidently, there were 4 bodies on the 4 gurneys that appeared before the 4 people. Looking at the path ahead, it was no longer the parking lot entrance, but extended directly to the side entrance of a building at Central Hospital. That side door was open, and inside it was pitch black, nothing visible. Above this building, the words Building 2 were written. A chilly wind blew. Yu Changshun couldn't help but shiver, looking down at his white coat. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, not daring to approach the gurney in front of him, his eyes staring in terror at the body covered by the white sheet on the gurney. Wei-in, are we in a Weird Tales? Luo Kai finally spoke. Wei-in nodded. Yes, this is a Weird Tales, but your luck seems to be a bit poor. This Weird Tales is E rank, not the usual F rank.
No, I think we're also lucky, at least you're here. He Guanglu had completely calmed down by now.
Wei-in said, now that the Weird Tales mission information is out, we must follow it.
Don't even think about violating the rules of the Weird Tales, or the consequences will be dire, not just death. Yes, we'll listen to you. Luo Kai and He Guanglu nodded simultaneously. From their reactions, it was clear that these two were serious and sensible, so their chances of survival would continue to increase. Yu Changshan stammered a reply, but judging by his appearance, his body couldn't stop trembling slightly. In fact, Luo Kai was even a little excited, because encountering weird tales in this world was inevitable sooner or later. Since he would encounter them anyway, next time he might be alone, without experience or help. Instead, having Wei-in, an investigator, by his side gave him a sense of security, and he could also take this opportunity to learn more about how to survive when facing weird tales. After all, for one person to bring Huafei Game Company to its current state, it would be impossible without extraordinary vision and exceptional courage and daring. Now it seemed that He Guanglu was also an extraordinary person. His thoughts were basically consistent with Luo Kai's. However, he had drunk a bit too much beer earlier, and his head was slightly dizzy. Fortunately, he wasn't completely drunk, otherwise, with his current inconvenience, he wouldn't even know how he died. Wei-in, with his gloved hands, gripped the handle of the gurney in front of him and turned to the others, saying, "Since we are here, let's make the best of it. According to the Weird Tales mission prompt, we first need to transport these bodies to the morgue in Building 2. Those texts just said we have to personally cut out organs from the bodies and deliver them to the buyer," Yu Changshun said, both terrified and anxious. "But I don't know how to dissect it all. Brother Wei-in, do you know how? Or maybe you can help us later." Wei-in said, "There might be other prompts later, but if it requires everyone to personally remove organs from the bodies, asking others for help is useless. You must do it yourself, or you will still be punished." But those texts didn't say what the punishment was. Yu Changshan still held a glimmer of hope. "It's simple," Wei-in smiled. "What else could it be besides death?" Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew, and on the gurney in front of Yu Changshan, a corner of the white sheet covering the body was blown open, revealing half of an old, shriveled arm. The nails on its thin, small fingers were all black. Yu Changshan was so scared by this sight that he almost screamed. However, Luo Kai and He Guanglu, like Wei-in, had already gripped the handles of their gurneys. Wei-in suddenly remembered Jianhui at this moment and said, "This Weird Tales is not only role-playing but also has behavioral requirements, so we cannot be timid. We can't stay here long, let's go into Building 2 first." He then walked ahead, pushing his gurney, leading the way towards the dark side entrance of Hospital Building 2. Luo Kai and He Guanglu showed a hint of nervousness, observing their surroundings, and followed closely behind Wei-in, one in front and one behind. Finally, Yu Changshan struggled internally for a moment, then walked over and grabbed the handle of his gurney. He didn't dare to look at the exposed old arm, only looking straight ahead, quickening his steps to catch up with He Guanglu, who was closest to him. Perhaps they had stayed outside for a bit too long, as the breeze was now gradually picking up. The white sheet covering the body on Luo Kai's gurney was also blown open at one end. His heart tightened, and he quickly glanced, seeing that it was a man of about 50, with wide-open eyes, lifelessly staring at the top of the white sheet. The moment Luo Kai saw the corpse before him, he paused slightly, feeling a sense of déjà vu. However, the corpse's face was purple and slightly swollen, making Luo Kai unsure. Wei-in, who was walking in front, pushed the corpse into the side door of Building 2 first, disappearing into the darkness inside the building, as if instantly swallowed by the dense gloom. Then came Luo Kai, He Guanglu, and Yu Changshan, who was at the very end. After everyone had entered Building 2, a blurry, eerie black shadow appeared at the intersection where they had been standing, facing Building 2. The black shadow flickered rapidly several times before quickly vanishing. The building was empty, and the temperature inside was about 4 or 5 degrees lower than outside, as if they had entered an underworld. Only after entering the building did everyone realize that it wasn't completely dark. Faint wall lamps were lit. Passing through the corridor and entering the lobby where they waited for the elevator, several incandescent lamps converged above the center of the lobby, emitting a ghastly white light that reflected on everyone's faces. Wei-Yin turned to look, feeling as though everyone had become a dead person's face at that moment, including himself.
He pressed the elevator's down button.
Just then, Luo Kai approached and whispered into Wei-Yin's ear, "Wei-Yin, I feel like something isn't right."
"What isn't right?" Wei-Yin asked, also lowering his voice.
"This corpse on my gurney, I think I know him," Luo Kai said, a little unnerved.
Wei-Yin's mind raced, and he asked, "Is the person you know alive or dead in the real world?"
"Dead, he's been dead for about 10 years, Luo Kai said. Just now, the wind outside lifted a corner of the white cloth covering the corpse, and I quickly glanced at him. He looks a lot like my maternal uncle who died of illness 10 years ago.
Wei-Yin turned to the others and asked, "Did any of you see the appearance of the corpse you're pushing?" No, He Guanglu shook his head. "I wouldn't dare to look." Yu Changshan shook his head like a rattledrum.
"We still need to remove their organs later, so looking won't break the rules of this weird tales," Wei-Yin said.
"It's best if everyone takes a look." Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived on the first floor.
The elevator had been on an unknown floor earlier, with no display showing its location.
It took a while to reach the first floor after Wei-Yin pressed the button. Wei-Yin was the first to push his gurney into the elevator.
This elevator was specifically for gurneys, but only one could fit at a time, meaning these 4 gurneys would require the elevator to go back and forth 4 times. After pushing his gurney into the elevator, Wei-Yin stood inside and said, "I'll go to the 3rd basement floor to wait for you all. Remember, only go to the 3rd basement floor, don't press any other floors."
With that, he pressed the 3rd basement floor button, and the elevator doors closed. In the lobby on the 1st floor, the temperature seemed to drop even further. Yu Changshan, standing at the very back, couldn't help but start chattering his teeth.
He found himself unable to keep his limbs steady, they seemed no longer his own, all trembling uncontrollably.
He Guanglu took a deep breath, his gaze retracting from the gloomy corridor on the other side of the lobby. He, too, couldn't help but shiver slightly.
He turned to Yu Changshan and said, "Don't be too nervous.
Although everyone is scared right now, you must calm down. Nervousness easily leads to mistakes." Luo Kai turned to Yi Guanglu and asked, "Did you look at the corpse you're pushing?" Yi Guanglu shook his head, looking hesitant.
"According to Wei Yan's suggestion, it's best if you all take a look, so you know what you're dealing with," Luo Kai said.
Yi Guanglu took a deep breath, nodded, and reached out to pinch a corner of the white cloth covering the corpse on his gurney.
He gently pulled back the cloth near the corpse's head, revealing only the head. A middle-aged man with a large head and big ears appeared before everyone. The corpse's face was terrifyingly pale, completely different from the corpse Luo Kai suspected was his maternal uncle. Upon seeing the corpse's face, He Guanglu was slightly startled and exclaimed, "How is it him?
Who is this person?" Luo Kai quickly asked.
Yu Changshan temporarily forgot his fear and leaned in with the same question.
He Guanglu said, "He was a competitor of mine before. At that time, I sold pirated discs near the computer market.
Because I started my business early, I had monopolized nearly half of the disc business and had connections with most of the computer assembly
companies in the computer market.
They would recommend customers to me to buy discs, and I would give them a commission." He pointed at the corpse before them and said, "This person's surname seems to be Lu. After he got involved, he raised all the commissions for these companies, effectively taking away most of my business. But I heard he died in a car accident a few years ago."
"How long ago did he die?" Luo Kai asked.
"It seems like 7 or 8 years ago," He Guanglu shook his head.
"I can't quite remember." Luo Kai said, "The corpse I'm pushing should be my maternal uncle.
He died 10 years ago in the real world." With that, both of them turned to look at Yu Changshan.
Luo Kai said, "Changshan, do you want to look at the corpse you're pushing?" Yu Changshan immediately shook his head. "No, there's nothing to see. It should. Well, it's someone I know, just like you guys." Inside the elevator.
After the elevator doors closed, it slowly began to descend to the 3rd basement floor. The light in this elevator was also incandescent, casting an indescribably sickly white glow on the skin. The elevator was very slow, unnervingly so, but they could only wait. Wei Yan's gaze fell on the head of the corpse on the gurney.
Who could this person be?
He reached out and gently grasped the white cloth covering the corpse's head.
Ding! At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 3rd basement floor, and the elevator doors quickly opened to both sides. Wei Yan, still holding the white cloth, remained motionless. After a pause, he withdrew his hand. To avoid delaying others and get them down quickly, he pushed the gurney out of the elevator first.
As soon as Wei Yan entered the corridor of the 3rd basement floor, he immediately felt like he was watching a horror movie. The long, empty corridor was devoid of people, and the lights in the distance were not constantly on.
Instead, they flickered rhythmically, as if the voltage was unstable, going bright and dim. Wei-in parked the gurney on one side of the corridor.
He didn't go far but waited for the others to come down so they could move together. This time, the elevator quickly returned to the first floor. After the door opened, Luo Kai, who was second in line, pushed his gurney into the elevator, while He Guanglu approached the elevator and began to wait. Yu Changshan pushed his gurney forward a bit, then nervously looked around, but his attention remained on the elevator's floor display.
The elevator quickly went down and came back up. He Guanglu pushed his gurney into the elevator, turned, and pressed the third basement floor button.
The moment the elevator doors closed, Yu Changshan quickly pushed his gurney to the elevator door, almost pressing against it.
He had actually wanted to ask He Guanglu if they could switch turns, allowing him to take the elevator down first. But he thought that the other person was a valuable client of boss Luo Kai, and if Luo Kai found out, he might explode in anger, so he only thought about it and didn't dare to speak up. The entire first floor was dead silent. Yu Changshuan's gaze constantly swept back and forth between the corridors on both sides of the lobby and the corpse on the gurney. He could hear his own heartbeat, just like the sound of footsteps coming from a hidden person deep within the corridor, approaching him step by step. His heart rate accelerated. Suddenly, with a clang, a strange noise came from deep within the unknown corridor on the left, as if something had been knocked over onto the floor. Yu Changshan shivered all over. He looked up and saw the floor display showing that He Guanglu had just arrived at the third basement floor. When does one feel like a day is a year?
Yu Changshan felt that way at this moment. He felt that a century had passed since He Guanglu entered the elevator, yet the floor displayed was still B3.
Had the elevator broken down, and it just happened to break down when he was about to get in?
Yu Changshuan's face was pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but his hands and feet were icy cold. He glanced towards the corridor where the strange noise had come from, but saw nothing.
However, he had a persistent feeling that something had targeted him.
Because he was too nervous, Yu Changshan didn't stand behind the gurney. Instead, he unconsciously leaned his back against the elevator door, positioning himself parallel to the head of the corpse on the gurney. The sound of the elevator ascending came from behind him, like a lifeline for Yu Changshan. He looked up and saw the display screen showing the elevator had reached B1. He quickly reached out and grabbed the bottom of the gurney, preparing to rush into the elevator himself as soon as the doors opened, then dragged the
gurney in directly, instead of standing outside and pushing it in like the previous three.
Whether it was psychological or not, the air around him grew colder and colder, and Yu Changshuan's teeth began to chatter again, making a clattering sound. Time dragged on, minute by minute, until the heavenly sound of a ding came from behind him. Yu Changshuan's eyes lit up, and the moment the doors opened, he was already squeezing into the elevator. Once he was inside, the doors fully opened, and Yu Changshan gripped the gurney, pulling it hard into the elevator. At the same time, he clearly heard the faint footsteps from earlier become distinct, approaching from the corridor where the strange noise had originated.
Yu Changshan was utterly panicked, desperately wanting to pull the gurney into the elevator immediately but unable to.
There was a gap between the ground under the gurney's wheels and the elevator, and pulling it in from inside didn't provide as much leverage as
pushing it from outside.
Moreover, he had to ensure it didn't skew, or it would be even harder to get it in. With the effort, Yu Changshuan's face turned both red and white, and he stomped his feet in frustration. He relied on sheer brute force to yank the gurney's two rear wheels over the gap with the ground. The gurney collided with the elevator's sidewall, successfully pulled into the elevator by him.
The next second, as the elevator doors were closing, the light on the ground reflected a stretched-out human shadow.
The shadow approached the elevator doors, and then the doors closed. After pressing the button for B3, Yu Changshan didn't dare to blink once, staring fixedly at the doorway from beginning to end. His heart, which had been pounding, finally settled after the elevator doors closed. He panted heavily, gripping the gurney's handle to steady himself. A moment later, the elevator began to descend. However, Yu Changshan was suddenly startled. He saw that the white sheet covering the corpse had slipped halfway down. It must have been due to his excessive force earlier, causing the gurney to hit the elevator's side wall. The upper part of the sheet had fallen, exposing the corpse's upper body.
This time, Yu Changshan couldn't avoid looking.
With just one glance, he saw the corpse's face. It was a gaunt old woman. Her body, like the withered arm that had been exposed from under the sheet outside the building, resembled a dried-up tree trunk that had lost its moisture. Her muscles were atrophied, her skin was wrinkled, and yellowish strands of hair were tangled on her face and neck, covering a third of her face. However, Yu Changshan recognized her with just one look. He cried out in a choked voice, "Grandma!" The person lying on the gurney was his maternal grandmother, who had long since died in the real world. and after confirming that the corpse was his grandmother, Yu Changshuan's fear did not disappear. Instead, it grew more intense. He instinctively pressed his back into the corner of the elevator, trying desperately to distance himself from the dead old woman. It was clear that he was very afraid of his grandmother, even though she was already dead. Unpleasant childhood memories flooded his mind. Even childhood scenes that Yu Changshun himself had forgotten now resurfaced. His heart was quickly consumed by an unprecedented fear. The corpse in front of him seemed to move slightly. Its shriveled, cracked lips slowly parted, emitting a meaningless sound from its throat, but it made goosebumps erupt all over Yu Changshuan's body. He felt his grandmother's corpse moving, trying to sit up. Ding! The elevator arrived at B3. When the doors opened, Yu Changshun was already huddled in a corner, curled up in a ball, desperately clutching his head, not daring to look up. Wei Yan stood at the elevator entrance, peering inside. He also saw the gaunt, withered corpse of the old woman on the gurney, but the corpse was lying perfectly still at the moment, without any movement. Pulling up the slipped white sheet and recovering the corpse, Wei Yan called out to Yu Changshun, who was still cowering in the corner, "Chief Yu, look at you, getting so scared just taking an elevator. We're at B3 now, you can come out." Yu Changshun came to his senses as if waking from a dream. He was drenched in sweat, and he slowly raised his head, seeing that everything was normal. His grandmother's corpse on the gurney was recovered, and he saw no abnormalities. At this moment, seeing other people, it was as if even the elevator lights became much brighter. Yu Changshan let out a cry and, trembling, stood up and threw himself into Wei Yan's arms, like a child who had been separated from his parents for many years. Soon realizing his lapse in composure, Yu Changshan took the opportunity to wipe his tears and snot onto Wei Yan's shoulder, then looked up and said, "I'm sorry, brother Wei Yan, just now when I was walking last, someone suddenly appeared on the first floor, and I was almost caught by him when the elevator door closed, so I lost my composure. I'm sorry everyone, I've made a fool of myself." Wei Yan looked down at his shoulder-straight face. He Guanglu stepped forward to help Yu Changshan pull the gurney out of the elevator, then parked it on one side of the corridor, alongside the other 3 gurneys. Luo Kai took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped Wei Yan's shoulder a few times, and asked, "What do we do now?" "According to the mission requirements, first send the bodies to the morgue, then register them for storage, and then remove the organs," Wei Yan said. Thump! Yu Changshan behind him went weak in the knees and sat on the ground again. That's my grandmother," he murmured, secretly hiding his inner fear. He Guanglu thought he was reluctant to operate on the corpse of his own relative. He stood beside him and patted Yu Changshuan's shoulder comfortingly. "If you really can't do it, I'll see if I can help later." Yu Changshuan's eyes lit up, then he heard Wei Yan say, "Most likely not. Each person is assigned one corpse in advance. If you help him do it, Chief Yu's mission won't be considered complete, and he might face an extremely terrifying punishment. I'll do it myself. I can do it." Yu Changshan blurted out immediately, "I believe you can too." Wei Yan looked up at the others. "After all, we've already deduced that every corpse here is someone we once least wanted to see or had a grudge against. President Luo's maternal uncle cheated him out of a lot of money at the beginning of his entrepreneurship, almost ruining him, and President He's rival once stole his business, so your grandmother probably wasn't very good to you before." Yu Changshan stood up again. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Yes, my grandmother was reclusive and had a bad temper. When I was little, she often hit me. I still remember the tree in front of my old house. If I made even a small mistake, she would strip me naked, hang me from the tree, and whip me hard with a vine." "What about your parents?" Luo Kai asked. "They went out to work and rarely came back." Yu Changshan shivered involuntarily, forcing a bitter smile. "Now, whenever I recall it, I feel pain all over my body, and my skin is too sensitive to touch. So, since we're all workers, why make things difficult for fellow workers?" Wei Yan said meaningfully, sighing. He then said to everyone, "We've wasted too much time already. Let's register these corpses first." He walked to his gurney, steadied the handle, and pushed it forward. Yu Changshan asked from behind, "By the way, whose corpse are you pushing?" Wei Yan didn't look back, answering, "I don't know her." "Don't know her?" Yu Changshan was surprised and turned to look at Luo Kai and He Guanglu. Both men shook their heads at him, indicating that Wei Yan might genuinely not know her. Yu Changshan was even more puzzled. There was no reason that the corpses they three pushed were all people they knew, and even people they had grievances with or didn't want to see, yet Wei Yan didn't know the identity of the female corpse he was pushing? Could it be that this guy had never had a grudge with anyone, or did he have no one he didn't want to see? Thinking about it, wasn't he the one who had a grudge with Wei Yan earlier? Yu Changshan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was perfectly fine in the real world and hadn't died, otherwise he might very well be lying on Wei Yan's gurney. Daring not to think further, the three successively pushed their gurneys, following Wei into a tightly shut metal door at the end of the corridor. At this moment, the incandescent light overhead was flickering incessantly, making everyone feel uneasy and unable to settle down. Wei let go of the gurney, walked to the door, and gently pushed it. The double metal doors swung open inwards, and a chilling cold air rushed out, making Luo Kai and the others outside shiver instantly. So cold! Guanlu tightened his collar, most of his earlier tipsiness instantly cleared. Luo Kai also buttoned up the suit he had been wearing open under his white coat, while Yu Changshan unconsciously shrank behind Luo Kai. This should be the morgue, Wei said. He reached out and fumbled along the wall next to the door for a long time, only to find that he could only turn on a small light near the entrance. Below the small light was a table, and on its surface lay a registration book with a light yellow cover, along with a black pen whose body was tied to the table with a thin string, preventing it from being taken away. In reality, this morgue was very spacious, but the interior was dim due to the lack of lighting. One could vaguely make out what appeared to be rows of corpse cabinets, set against the walls, like drawers, at least 4 layers high from low to high, with about 8 cabinet doors on each layer. Wei first pushed the female corpse in, stopping it on the right side near the inner part of the door. Then, he went to the long table and wrote down the information of the female corpse on his gurney in the registration book. Since the female corpse's right big toe had an identification tag with information on it, he only needed to copy it down. As for who this female corpse actually was, Wei truly didn't know her. He had taken a quick look while waiting for the others to come down and found that it was a female corpse, dressed in a patient gown, very young, probably only 18 to 20 years old when she was alive. She looked as if she was sleeping, and from the surface, the cause of death was not apparent. As for the information on the identification tag, it couldn't be taken seriously in this Weird Tales. It was merely a fictitious code, and might mean nothing after leaving this Weird Tales. After completing the registration, Wei handed the pen to Luo Kai. Luo Kai followed Wei's procedure, first pushing his gurney to the right side of the morgue door, placing it parallel to Wei's gurney, and then came over to register. Subsequently, Guanglu followed suit, and after registering, he handed the pen to Yu Changshan. It was really too cold in the morgue, even Wei couldn't help but shiver twice. He looked around, there were no extra clothes to wear here. Perhaps there were some in the innermost corpse cabinets, but who would dare to wear them? Maybe the rooms behind those adjacent doors were offices, and there were extra clothes inside, but according to the Weird Tales task hints, it was better not to open the doors for now. Just as everyone finished registering, text prompts reappeared before their eyes. You have acquired anatomical knowledge, limited to use within this Weird Tales. Not long after the text appeared, everyone felt as if they had suddenly mastered something. It was a very profound experience, as if they had spent several years diligently studying anatomy. These things suddenly integrated into their minds. So that's how it is. Wei nodded. If everyone hadn't learned anatomy, it would be very difficult, even impossible, to successfully remove organs from these corpses. But now, it was much simpler. However, these corpses appeared to have died at different times, so their internal organs would certainly no longer be fresh. Wei didn't know what meaning there was in selling such organs. He walked over to where the gurneys were parked and started fumbling on the wall again, and soon the light there came on. It was a shadowless lamp, located in an inconspicuous corner. And the moment that corner lit up, everyone saw 4 storage boxes for organs placed there. The boxes were unusually cold, clearly filled with ice. The same question arose again: if the organs were fresh, storing them with ice would be understandable, but these corpses had clearly been dead for some time. Storing their organs with ice now seemed like an unnecessary flourish. Wei turned to the others and said, "This Weird Tales is a role-playing type, and I have very rich experience with this genre, even earning the affirmation of a certain important figure. Our current identity is that of a black-hearted doctor. Since we are black-hearted doctors, we must perform the work that fits this role. So, let's begin removing organs. I'll go first." He pushed his gurney under the shadowless lamp. Above the organ storage boxes, on the wall, was a metal shelf holding various surgical instruments. With anatomical knowledge now imbued, Wei quickly selected the appropriate instruments for the surgery. As he touched the extremely handy anatomical knife, something seemingly accidental yet within reason occurred. As Wei focused on the anatomical knife, a redemption prompt popped up before his eyes. Anatomical knife, yellow, redemption energy points, 200. Do you wish to redeem? So far, Wei only had an ice chisel, which was green grade. This yellow anatomical knife, while not as good as his mother Wen Xion's orange meat chopper or Chen Fang's equally orange Tang Dao, was at least stronger than the ice chisel.
Having more weapons wasn't a burden, as he had an item slot anyway. Wei-en immediately redeemed it for 200 energy points.
Then he walked under the shadowless lamp, stood before the female corpse on his gurney, and stepped on the buckle to fix the wheels. At the same moment, a Weird Tales prompt reappeared before his eyes. Please remove the heart from this female corpse and place it in the organ storage box. Following the Weird Tales prompts, the surgical steps for removing a heart quickly emerged in Wei-en's mind. This was anatomical knowledge temporarily bestowed upon him by the Weird Tales. Of course, at this moment, being within the Weird Tales, it differed from a heart removal surgery in the real world. Since these organs had been inside the female corpse for a relatively long time, Wei-en didn't need to consider injecting anticoagulants beforehand, nor did he need to consider pre-infusing heart protective fluid. He just needed to find the right position, make a single cut, and boldly proceed. Guided by the anatomical knowledge in his mind, Wei-en first cut open the female corpse's clothing at the chest, found the correct spot, made an incision, and then picked up the medical bone saw to cut open her sternum. Unexpectedly, he didn't detect any unusual odor. There was no strange smell inside this female corpse at all. And during this process, not a single drop of fresh blood splashed, likely because the body had been dead for too long, and the blood had already coagulated. Luo Kai and He Guanglu watched from a distance, their Adam's apples constantly bobbing, clearly holding their breath, just wanting to use this moment to bolster their courage, otherwise, they might not dare to act later. Only Yu Changshan hid behind Luo Kai, occasionally peeking out, then gagging, and shrinking back. In reality, Wei-en wasn't having an easy time either. Although he had experienced multiple Weird Tales, he had no prior experience in this area. While the knowledge in his mind was helpful, his hand movements felt very unfamiliar, and an unavoidable queasiness churned in his stomach. Goosebumps constantly appeared on his skin, but everyone's attention was on the female corpse, so they didn't notice. Speaking of which, this young female corpse had a well-proportioned figure and fair skin, but no matter how Wei-en tried to recall, he couldn't remember ever having any interaction with her, let alone knowing her. He suspected she might be an older girl who had bullied him when he was young, which was why he had no memory of her. Opening the pericardium, he carefully severed the arteries and veins of the pericardium one by one. Afterward, Wei-en removed the heart and placed it in the organ storage box closest to him. In a dark corner nearby, there was a sink. After cleaning the surgical instruments on the gurney, he recovered the woman with a white cloth, then quickly washed his hands and stood to the side. President Luo, it's your turn. Just like I did, with the anatomical knowledge guiding you, it shouldn't be a big problem, Wei-en reminded him. The most important thing is to be careful not to damage the organ you need to remove. Luo Kai nodded, his hands trembling slightly. He first pushed his gurney under the shadowless lamp, then, imitating Wei-en, went to the metal rack to select surgical instruments. There were still many anatomical knives and similar instruments. Wei-en had only taken one, which didn't affect them. Standing in front of the gurney, Luo Kai also imitated Wei-en, first stepping on the lock for the gurney's wheels. Immediately, text prompts appeared before his eyes. Luo Kai said, I need to remove my maternal uncle's liver. Everyone guessed that perhaps Luo Kai's maternal uncle had scammed him out of his startup capital in life, which had infuriated Luo Kai, leading to him being ordered to remove his maternal uncle's liver now. As Luo Kai began to operate, after the chest cavity was opened, a bloody and slightly foul odor assailed them, completely unlike the female corpse Wei-en had just dissected. It seemed this was what a normal corpse should smell like. Wei-en couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the young woman's body that had just been pushed aside. Curiosity about the woman's identity surged within him once more. At this point, apart from Wei-en, although the smell was strong, He Guanglu and Yu Changshan had moved slightly closer than before. Clearly, their courage was growing, so they now dared to watch at a closer distance. Of course, the feeling of nausea still persisted, but since they had to complete the task anyway, this was a hurdle they had to experience and overcome themselves. Although Luo Kai didn't perform as smoothly as Wei-en and took longer than Wei-en, with his carefulness, he still completed the surgery successfully, removing the liver without damaging the organ. Placing the liver into the organ storage box, Luo Kai quickly pushed the gurney aside and ran to the corner to wash his hands. He was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. Now that his nerves were no longer as taut as before, his face was just slightly pale, and his hands were still trembling. "I feel reborn," he said, still shaken, as he walked up to Wei-en. Indeed, all the strange and bizarre occurrences within the weird tales were things one would rarely encounter or even imagine in the real world. Now that Luo Kai had accomplished something he wouldn't even dream of doing, it was inevitable he would feel a sense of rediscovering everything. "It's my turn," He Guanglu said, rubbing his hands, and stepped forward. His task prompt was to remove the corpse's lung. To encourage himself, Guanglu said in a half-joking tone, "Perhaps it's because this brother stole my business back then and almost made my lungs
explode with anger."
Sorry about that, brother." His surgery, like Luo Kai's, took a little longer but was still successfully completed and placed into the organ storage box.
Finally, it was Yu Changshuan's turn.
Seemingly realizing that Yu Changshan might dither and take more time, Luo Kai reminded him, "Just keep your time similar to mine and President He's.
Don't delay too long, and be careful not to cut the organ."
"I'm removing my maternal grandmother's spleen," Yu Changshan said tremblingly. He paused, then added, "My maternal grandmother always had a bad temper in life. But my temper isn't bad at all."
"Your temper is awful," Luo Kai interjected. "I'm not trying to criticize you, but employees from your department and other departments have all said that if things aren't slightly to your liking, you'll throw a tantrum at the employees."
Yu Changshan immediately lowered his gaze submissively. "President Luo, I will definitely pay attention in the future and correct myself." He took a deep breath, preparing to step forward and begin the surgery, but the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and inhaling that breath almost made him vomit his previous night's meal. Daring not to delay any longer, Yu Changshan selected his surgical instruments and stepped forward, while Weian, Luo Kai, and He Guanglu also
gathered around, fearing that this fellow might make a mistake.
Although Yu Changshan was performing the surgery himself, the others were constantly reminding him. After much difficulty, the corpse's spleen was removed and placed into the organ storage box, and Yu Changshan almost collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen, looking hardly better than the person lying on the gurney. This time, Yu Changshan still took a little longer than the others, but it should not be a big problem.
With 4 organs removed and preserved, the next step was to deliver them to their respective traders.
Weian had been considering this problem just now. Perhaps the process of delivering them would be several times more dangerous than the process of
removing the organs.
Because the traders represented the unknown, and dealing with the unknown required constant caution. Even a slight mistake could potentially violate the Weird Tales rules.
Just then, everyone received a trade prompt.
Luo Kai looked up and said, "I need to go to the second basement floor to deliver the organ to the trader." "I'm on the first basement floor," He Guanglu said.
I'm on the first floor." Yu Changshuan's expression was terrified, which reminded him again of the elongated black shadow he had vaguely seen on
the first floor earlier.
"And you, Weian, what floor are you on?" Luo Kai asked.
"The top floor," Weian replied. When Weian entered the elevator earlier, he had noticed the floors of this building No. 2.
The lowest floor was B3, which was where the morgue was currently located. The highest floor was the 18th floor, which was the top floor.
He didn't know what that floor was used for. In other words, his trading partner was on the 18th floor, far from the locations of the other trading partners. Weian reminded them, "You need to be aware that we currently don't know who the trading partner is or what they look like.
But don't think too highly of them. They could be human, a monstrosity, or some other unnameable entity.
And during the transaction, pay special attention to only doing the most important thing, the transaction. Ignore everything else. Don't see, don't hear, don't interfere."
He Guanglu asked, "Since it's a transaction, what will they give us after we hand over these organs? Money?"
Weian shook his head, "Not necessarily. It could be money, but it could also be something they deem a necessary trade item.
But no matter what, even if they exchange a human head with you, you must accept it."
At these words, everyone froze. Weian continued, "This is the world of Weird Tales, and there are many mechanisms that the Bureau hasn't fully understood. So, no matter how bizarre or inconceivable the sights you encounter, you must consider them normal, as something that naturally happens here."
"Understood." Luo Kai and He Guanglu nodded simultaneously.
Yu Changshan also quickly followed suit, nodding. Having an investigator accompany them into the Weird Tales, the benefits were now clear. Without Weian, they wouldn't have understood so much, nor would they have been mentally prepared in advance, making them less able to cope with the
strange encounters to come.
Immediately after, the 4 of them each took their organ storage boxes and left the morgue. However, after the transaction was completed, they would still return to this morgue as instructed, because the second task was to search for a corpse treasure here. What a corpse treasure was remained unknown, and it also required the 7-step burial method, which sounded full of strangeness. Weian guessed that the first task would be easy to complete, but the second task was probably the biggest challenge of this E-level Weird Tales. Before opening the elevator door, Weian once again cautioned the others, "No matter what your trading partner is, or what happens during the
transaction, do not conflict with them. Otherwise, the result is very likely to be instant death." The elevator door opened, and everyone stepped inside.
Luo Kai pressed the B2 button, He Guanglu pressed B1, Yu Changshan pressed 1F, and Weian pressed 18F.
The elevator quickly arrived at the nearest B2.
The door opened, revealing a dark corridor. Through the elevator light, one could see the mottled, peeling walls on one side of the corridor, as if no one had been here for a long time.
Luo Kai couldn't help but feel timid, cleared his throat, and looked back at Wei and, I'll go first. We'll meet at B3 later. Okay, we'll meet later, Wei and nodded. The elevator door closed and continued to ascend, stopping at B1.
When the door opened, it revealed a spacious underground parking lot, though only the nearby area was visible. The rest remained pitch black. He Guanglu, carrying the organ storage box, walked out with difficulty, his body likely feeling somewhat numb.
He turned back to Wei and said, meet at B3. Waiting for you, Wei nodded heavily. The elevator door closed again, leaving only Yu Changshan and Wei inside.
Yu Changshan held the organ storage box with both hands.
His complexion had not returned to normal since he first entered this hospital building.
As the elevator ascended, the fellow suddenly spoke softly, his whole body trembling slightly, with a strong sense of guilt. I have a feeling I won't
be coming back this time. I'm sorry, Wei.
I often targeted you before, actually just because you pushed my relative out when you joined.
I shouldn't have done that, I'm sorry. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and the door opened.
Wei turned his head to look at Yu Changshan, seeing that because the fellow had been in a state of fear, he seemed to have lost a whole size, and his terrified expression had become somewhat dull. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are good, and a dying bird's song is sorrowful.
Wei understood Yu Changshuan's feelings at this moment.
He first reached out and pressed the elevator's door open button, then patted Yu Changshuan's shoulder with his other hand, saying, it's normal to
feel like you're facing death at any moment in Weird Tales. I felt the same way my first time.
Calm down. Try to calm yourself as much as possible. That way, you'll have more chances to escape when danger strikes. As for you targeting me, actually, that day I was determined to resign, and it had nothing to do with whether you targeted me or not.
Yu Changshuan's face showed a look of astonishment.
Wei said, go on, return to B3 after you're done.
We'll meet there.
Yu Changshan hugged the organ storage box tightly and nodded vigorously. Yes, we'll meet after I'm done. Trembling, he walked out of the elevator and stood in the first-floor lobby, looking back at Wei. In Wei's eyes, the fellow's gaze revealed a sense of attachment and reluctance to leave this world, until the elevator door slowly closed. At this moment, Wei seemed to understand a principle. In the face of life and death, what once seemed like monumental rights and wrongs became so insignificant. Although this is an E-level Weird Tales, I hope everyone will be okay, he murmured to himself. The elevator ascended slowly, floor by floor. Wei was now considering whether to use a plot deduction. After all, he had already experienced the early parts of the plot, so if he deduced now, the accuracy would be sufficient. However, on second thought, there seemed to be no great need for a plot deduction right now. After all, he still had one Jia Yuhan's blessing lucky buff. If he encountered danger later, this lucky buff would automatically activate. This plot deduction might be more effective later, during the so-called 7-step burial method. The elevator arrived at the 18th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the sight before him slightly startled Wei. He had anticipated what kind of scene he might see after the door opened, but he didn't expect to see nothing at all. Outside the elevator was a thick fog, making it impossible to tell whether it contained offices, conference rooms, or other hospital rooms. Carrying the organ storage box, Wei stepped out of the elevator. The thick fog quickly made him feel a dampness in his nose, but his vision was severely obstructed. He had no idea where to go, so he could only temporarily move forward.
Is anyone there?
I've brought the trade item. Wei walked for a moment, then tentatively called out. The next second, he heard footsteps in the thick fog, but they weren't coming towards him. Instead, they were gradually moving away. Wei quickly followed the sound of the footsteps. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow.
Wei quickly approached the other party.
He first saw a pair of bare feet emerging from beneath the thick fog. Wei then froze, seeing that on those delicate, shoeless feet, an identification tag was tied to the big toe. This scene was very familiar to him, because all the corpses on the gurneys earlier had similar identification tags hanging from their feet. Not only that, Wei saw that these feet, adorned with a corpse tag, were pale and slender, looking extremely familiar, as if they belonged to the young female corpse he had just dissected. Bare feet made thudding sounds on the ground. Wei could see clearly because the mist on the ground was thinner, but everything above the calves remained invisible. Wei worried about losing track of her, so he quickened his pace and followed. He suspected these feet belonged to another corpse, possibly also a female corpse, and her physique should be similar to the female corpse in the morgue on the third basement level. And perhaps he brought the heart up because this female corpse happened to be missing such a heart. Of course, it was just a guess. The environment on this floor was too eerie, and there might be more than one corpse here, so Wei couldn't be sure if that was the case. After tracking for a moment, the pale, slender ankles suddenly vanished, and the sound of footsteps disappeared with them. Wei-in no longer cared about exposing himself. He held the organ storage box and quickly ran a few steps forward. At this moment, the surrounding dense fog suddenly thinned, and his line of sight extended. Wei-in immediately saw a woman in a hospital gown crawling forward on her knees. It turned out she had changed her way of moving, which was why the footsteps had vanished. Not only that, directly in front of this female corpse as she crawled, a black hole about 1 meter in diameter appeared. This black hole was not on the wall or the ground. Instead, it hovered in the air a few centimeters above the floor. Inside, a dark void slowly churned, but nothing could be seen, as if the other side of the black hole was another unknown space. The female corpse in the hospital gown quickly crawled to the edge of the hole. She didn't stop, extending both hands into the pitch-black opening, and in a short while, she had completely disappeared inside. Wei-in was stunned for a moment. The black hole gave him an extremely strong sense of danger, so he dared not approach it. Just then, the pitch-black hole began to churn again, and moments later, an incredibly dark hand reached out from within. The nails on this hand were unusually long, making it look like a woman's hand, but the knuckles were extremely large, suggesting it might not belong to a woman. The joints of the 5 fingers gave off a strange sensation, a mix of agility and stiffness. It pointed at Wei-in, then crooked its index finger, signaling him to approach. Wei-in held the organ storage box towards the black hand in the black hole and asked, "Are you asking for this?" The black fingers still crooked, but no sound came from the hole. Wei-in hesitated. He wanted to activate plot deduction now to see if he could approach like this, because the black hole felt too dangerous. What if he was grabbed by the black hand and pulled in, never to reappear like the female corpse just now? However, on second thought, instead of spending energy points to activate plot deduction, he directly used the editor's new function, Locate Character, which he had activated last time and had 1 free trial use. As the thought arose in his mind, the Locate Character function immediately popped up, showing it was activated. Please select the character from the weird tales you wish to locate. Wei-in didn't think much and immediately said in his mind, "Locate the person I am trading this heart with." The next second, a red light point flashed briefly before his eyes, and text appeared in his mind. The red light point is your trading partner. And the position where the red light point had just flashed was precisely the eerie black hand reaching out from the black hole. In other words, this hand was indeed the person trading with Wei-in. Wei-in felt relieved and walked up, carrying the organ storage box. However, the closer he got to the pitch-black hole, the more his heart pounded, and he felt an irresistible urge to turn and run away. He quietly took 2 deep breaths and approached the black hole. Because the black hole was suspended at a lower height, Wei-in half-squatted and brought the organ box in his hand closer to the eerie black hand. The hand took the organ box and then disappeared into the black hole. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the hand reappeared, but this time it was clenched into a fist, with prominent, enlarged knuckles. It extended towards Wei-in, palm facing up, and the 5 black fingers spread open, revealing a completely black, hollowed-out Club K playing card in its palm. "Is this my trade item?" Wei-in muttered to himself. However, he showed no change in expression, boldly reaching out to pinch a corner of the playing card, and the black hand released its grip. Wei-in's fingertips sank slightly, discovering that this playing card was not only made of metal but also had some weight. He brought it closer to his eyes and saw that the 4 edges of the playing card were quite sharp. If he were a god of gamblers, he could throw this playing card to kill enemies. Unfortunately, he only knew how to play 7 Ghosts 5-2-3, and his luck was very bad, often losing, which perfectly matched his non-African physique. He put the Club K into his pocket. At this point, the black hand had already retracted into the black hole. Wei-in considered the transaction complete. He didn't want to stay here to study what this black hole was or how it came into being. Curiosity killed the cat, and besides, this black hole constantly gave him a sense of dread. He trusted his feelings. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the black hole churned again, and the black hand reappeared, holding a black cloth bag that seemed to contain something. Wei-in was startled. He hadn't expected the other party to have something else to give him. He didn't immediately reach out to take it but asked, "Is this also an exchange item?" The black hand showed no reaction, simply holding the black cloth bag, maintaining the posture of offering it to Wei-in. Wei-in dared not delay. The other party's meaning was clear. This should also be related to the transaction, but the contents of the cloth bag exuded a sense of mystery. He reached out and took the black bag. This time, the black hand slowly retracted into the black hole and did not reappear. Wei-in retreated several steps. After waiting for a moment, he confirmed that the transaction was over. He carried the cloth bag and turned to walk into the dense fog. The contents of the bag were very light, and he couldn't tell what they were. Wei-in glanced inside and found that it was a large ball of hair. This massive hair, from who knows where, was dark and shiny, pressed together like a furball. He tested the weight of the bag. Wei-Yin didn't reach in to prod it, but he didn't think there was a head beneath the hair, as it was too light. Why give me this, he pondered, searching for the way he came in the dense fog. He didn't know how long it would take, but without a direction now, he could only search slowly. Second basement level. Luo Kai stood at the end of the corridor on this floor. The corridor was empty, with only him. He was currently standing in front of a closed door. Sounds could be heard from inside the room, a chewing sound, as if someone was eating in there. At this time, in this place, for someone to be feasting inside, it was easy to imagine what kind of food they were eating. Goosebumps erupted all over Luo Kai's body. After struggling for a while, he finally reached out and knocked on the door. Hello, I'm here to trade. After a moment, chewing sounds still came from inside the door, but no one answered Luo Kai. Luo Kai knocked on the door again. The chewing sounds grew louder this time, accompanied by the crunching of bones. I'm here to trade the organs you requested. I've brought them, he said. He then pressed down gently on the doorknob. The door in front of him wasn't locked and soon opened. The room wasn't dark, a dim yellow desk lamp was lit, placed on a square wooden table in the center. Beside the table sat a huge, corpulent man. The fat man was bald and shirtless, his layers of flabby flesh piled up as if a layer of melting butter was spreading out. Because of the sheer amount of fat, his hands hung down, the part suspended above the ground like a curtain of flesh. Not only that, but the fat man's head was extraordinarily large, probably 3 times the size of Luo Kai's. His fat face was squeezed together, making his eyes and nose almost indistinguishable. However, his mouth was also large, and he was stuffing a pile of meat from the table into it. The pile of meat looked spoiled, almost entirely black, and it was unclear what it was from. It even emitted a putrid odor. As for the stool the fat man was sitting on, it was completely hidden by his flesh, its appearance entirely obscured. This sight left Luo Kai's mind reeling, his thoughts becoming sluggish. He stood by the doorway, not daring to approach, his lips moving for a long time before he stammered, "Excuse me, are you the one I'm supposed to trade with?" Ugh! The fat man stopped eating. His neck, due to his obesity, seemed unable to turn, so his upper body twisted as well, and he looked at Luo Kai through what barely passed as his eyes. Before long, the fat man's gaze fixed on the organ storage box Luo Kai was holding. He said nothing, raising his large, greasy left arm and beckoning to Luo Kai. The next second, the fellow let out a heavy burp, and a foul breath spewed from his mouth, an odor even more putrid than the rotten meat piled on the wooden table, instantly filling the entire room. Luo Kai nearly choked, quickly holding his breath and stepping back. His reaction immediately displeased the fat man, who snorted and slammed his palm onto the wooden table with a bang, sending bits of meat flying everywhere. Luo Kai was a little panicked. He remembered Wei-Yin had told him that the main task was the trade, and he shouldn't concern himself with anything else or ask any questions. Now, more than ever, he couldn't afford to offend this terrifyingly fat man, who was likely the one he was meant to trade with. The breath exhaled by the other party was truly foul, but he had to endure it, no matter how bad. Even if he wanted to vomit, he had to wait until after the trade was complete and he had left before he could vomit to his heart's content. With this thought, Luo Kai no longer retreated. He held his breath, trying to keep his breathing steady to avoid inhaling too much of the stench, and approached. He held up the organ storage box in his hand and said to the large fat man, "Hello, sir. Here are the items for trade. Please verify them." Seeing his change in attitude, the fat man no longer dwelled on it. He snatched the storage box from Luo Kai's hand. The storage box seemed to shrink in his large palm, like he was holding a toy. Luo Kai stood still, not daring to move, while also trying to reduce his breathing. However, he still felt he couldn't hold it for too long and might still vomit, because the smell was not only unpleasant but also incredibly pungent. The fat man yanked open the lid of the storage box, inverted it, and poured its contents onto the table. The ice and the liver fell out together, mixing with the black meat chunks already covering the table. After inspecting the liver, the fat man rummaged through the black meat chunks on the table. Before long, he found a slightly firm chunk of meat and directly tossed it to Luo Kai. Luo Kai instinctively reached out with both hands to catch it. Although this chunk of meat also emitted a foul smell, he at least had to bring it close to his nose to detect it, which was much better than the smell emanating from the fat man. Luo Kai dared not speak, but he knew this firm chunk of meat was likely the item the fat man was exchanging for his uncle's liver. To be honest, if Wei-Yin hadn't informed them beforehand and prepared them mentally, he would never have imagined that this black meat could be used as a trade item. However, the next second, a string of text appeared before his eyes, displaying the properties of this black meat. Luo Kai was stunned, then became somewhat excited. He quickly put away the black meat chunk, preparing to leave. From the next scene,
he seemed to already guess what the fat man was about to do. He hadn't expected that the purpose of this fellow's trade with him would be like this. Just then, the fat man again pulled out a black cloth bag from under the table, seemingly full of things, and handed it to Luo Kai. Luo Kai hadn't expected to receive another trade item. He immediately reached out and took it, feeling that although the cloth bag was full, it was light and weightless inside. He slowly took 2 steps back. Seeing no reaction from the fat man, he quickly exited the room. The room door closed by itself before him, and the chewing sounds began again from inside. Luo Kai quickly retreated several steps, turned, and ran towards the elevator. At the same time, he hastily opened the black cloth bag he was carrying and looked inside, finding a large clump of black hair and nothing else. Without much thought, Luo Kai at this moment only wanted to quickly leave this place. His stomach had been churning, and he was afraid he might vomit if he wasn't careful. Even if he had to vomit now, he had to leave here first to avoid being heard by the fat man and displeasing him again. Basement Level 1. In the vast parking lot, a faint light appeared before He Guanlu's eyes. He didn't know where it was, but it was clear that in the darkness of everywhere else, he should follow this faint light. He Guanlu didn't hesitate, he almost jogged towards the light. This seemed to be a guard room in the parking lot, but there were no surveillance devices in the guard room, nor any security guards or staff, only a wooden square table, behind which sat a person. No, to be precise, a minotaur sat there. This was a minotaur with a human body but a bull's head. He was burly, sitting there like a small mountain, almost filling half the room's space. A strong animalistic smell emanated from the minotaur, exactly like the smell of water buffaloes He Guanlu had encountered on rural paths, even stronger, with no hint of a human presence. If he didn't have a human body, He Guanlu would have suspected he was just a bull sitting on a stool. No sooner had this thought arisen than the minotaur in front of him slightly parted his mouth, his nose twitching slightly, letting out a snort. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Human language actually came from this bull's mouth. Not only that, the voice was deep, rich, and powerful, like a steady middle-aged man speaking. Yes, I did," He Guanlu quickly said, raising the organ storage box in his hand. "Give it to me." The minotaur grinned, seemingly smiling, and a viscous drool flowed down the corner of his mouth. He Guanlu quickly stepped forward 2 paces and placed the storage box on the wooden table in front of the minotaur. Slap! A sickle with an earthy smell was simultaneously pressed onto the wooden table. The blade of the sickle still had some damp soil on it, clearly the item the minotaur was exchanging with He Guanlu. He Guanlu was startled at first but quickly reacted. He carefully took the sickle in his hand. The next second, a full black cloth bag was pushed by the minotaur towards He Guanlu. At this moment, He Guanlu held the soil-covered sickle in his hand, and a line of text had already appeared before his eyes, which made him excited. "You did well." The minotaur pushed the black cloth bag again and said, "These are all yours." He Guanlu's eyes lit up slightly again. He reached out and picked up the black cloth bag from the table, lowered his head to look, and found that the bag was completely filled with black hair. "These hairs they are also your exchange items." The minotaur shook his head and snorted again. Then he waved his hand, and a strong animalistic smell permeated the air, signaling He Guanlu that he could leave. He Guanlu quickly grabbed the black cloth bag, turned, and ran out of the room. He hadn't expected the exchange to be so easy this time, but the fact that the trader was a minotaur was something he found hard to accept. After he ran out of the room, the door behind him slammed shut, as if completely isolated from this spacetime. The parking lot immediately plunged into darkness. He Guanlu was stunned. He found that he couldn't find the way he had come in earlier. It was pitch black, and he couldn't find his bearings at all. First floor. Yu Changshan stood in the center of the hall, with a long, dark shadow stretched out beside him by the incandescent light. However, this shadow was not his, but came from an unknown monstrosity. Yu Changshan suspected that this dark shadow was the one he had seen before, the one with whom he was now supposed to conduct a transaction. So when he stepped out of the elevator and the shadow approached, he was too scared to move. The dark shadow was at his feet, its base connected to where Yu Changshan's feet stood, as if this shadow was Yu Changshan himself. However, Yu Changshan knew very well that this shadow was a monstrosity, not his own shadow. And his own shadow. Yu Changshan stood to the lower right of the incandescent light. Logically, his own shadow should be to the lower right of his feet, but at this moment, he saw nothing, which meant he had no shadow. He had heard old people say that if a person had no shadow, he was dead. I can't possibly be dead already. Yu Changshan felt his heartbeat. It was very fast and violent. Then it was possible that the shadow monstrosity at his feet had occupied his normal shadow. Yu Changshan waited for a moment and found that the shadow merely coiled around his feet without any other movement. He held out the organ storage box with both hands, but the other party still didn't react. I brought the organs. If you want them, just take them. I don't need exchange items. It's fine, Yu Changshan stammered. The black shadow still showed no sign, merely coiling around Yu Changshan's feet, gently undulating. Yu Changshan thought for a moment, then bent down and placed the storage box in his hand directly on the ground where the black shadow was. Here, for you. Straightening up, he waited for a moment, seeing no reaction from the storage box on the ground, and the dark shadow did not move at all. You take your time. I'll go first. Yu Changshan turned around, trembling, preparing to walk towards the elevator. However, as soon as he turned around, when his right foot stepped forward, he couldn't move it at all, as if his feet were bound, and his body immediately lunged forward. The black shadow, which had been on the side of the ground, instantly approached and overlapped with his body as he lay sprawled on the ground. Yu Changshan grunted, feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight had pressed down on his body from above, making him breathless. Not only was breathing difficult, but his face also turned crimson, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. From an overhead perspective, the dark shadow had completely entangled Yu Changshan's body, crawling and moving along his spine. Yu Changshan was so terrified at this moment that he completely lost the ability to think. He wanted to call for help, but because the weight on his body was too great, he couldn't scream. After opening his mouth, he could only gasp involuntarily. Shortly after his mouth opened, the dark shadow moving on his body suddenly converged, and a stream of black hair, appearing from nowhere, squeezed into Yu Changshan's mouth as if alive. Yu Changshan was even more terrified, tears, snot, and saliva flowing uncontrollably. His limbs thrashed and kicked wildly, but he was pressed down so tightly that it was useless. And more hair drilled into his mouth, a continuous long strand, as if endless. Yu Changshan's mouth emitted a sound mixed with gurgling and retching. At this moment, not only was his face flushed, but even his eyeballs were bloodshot, his eyes bulging with rage. After another moment, the speed at which the hair entered his mouth began to slow, and by this time, Yu Changshan was no longer struggling but lay stiffly on the ground, like a corpse. The last bit of hair completely drilled into his mouth, and the next second, the dark shadow that had been pressing on him, making him unable to move, also quickly left, moving on the ground beside him. Yu Changshan let out a long breath, his stiff expression returning to one of terror. After realizing he could move, he immediately scrambled to his feet, stumbled towards the elevator door, and pressed the down button for the elevator. In his haste, he glanced back in terror, finding that the dark shadow was no longer his feet but had moved to the side of the organ storage box. The elevator arrived, and the moment the elevator door opened, Yu Changshan desperately squeezed in, then frantically pressed the close button. As far as he could see, thankfully, the dark shadow's attention was entirely on the organ storage box on the ground, no longer paying him any mind. After the elevator doors closed and during its descent, Yu Changshan began to poke at his throat, trying to vomit out the hair he had swallowed. Although he felt no discomfort in his abdomen at this moment, that scene just now was simply too terrifying. And even if it was just an illusion, it still made Yu Changshan feel uneasy. However, after poking for a long time, nothing happened except for two dry retches. Wei Yan spent almost half an hour walking out of the thick fog. During this time, he even used his professional skill, detail capture, to find the elevator door before returning to the third basement floor. When he walked out of the elevator, he saw Luo Kai and Yu Changshan standing in the corridor, talking in low voices. Upon seeing Wei Yan arrive, both let out a long sigh of relief. Has General Manager he not returned yet? Wei Yan asked. He's the only one left now, Luo Kai nodded. Then Luo Kai looked at the black cloth bag in Wei Yan's hand and asked, is your bag also filled with hair? Yes. Wei Yan opened the cloth bag, placed it on the ground, then went to the morgue where he had just dissected the body, took out a pair of pliers, and slowly pulled out the hair from the bag. I don't know what this is for, but I have a feeling it's not a good thing. Don't touch it directly with your hands. Luo Kai also placed his cloth bag on the ground and used the pliers Wei Yan handed him to pull out the hair. He examined it carefully and, besides being able to guess it was human hair, there was nothing else unusual. Wei Yan looked up and asked Yu Changshan, when you made the trade, did the trader not give you any? Just then, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a sweating He Guanglu jogged out, holding not only a sickle but also a black cloth bag. After He Guanglu approached the group, he panted, finally out. The elevator door in that garage is very strange. You can only see the light when you get close. From a distance, you can't see anything. It's good that you're out safely, Wei Yan nodded. I met a minotaur. He gave me a scythe, and the information shows that this scythe is a weapon. He Guanglu did not hide anything. But then he placed the black cloth bag on the ground. This bag is full of hair. I don't know why the minotaur gave it to me. President Luo and I both received hair,
but it's best not to touch it directly with your hands.
This thing gives me a very unsettling feeling, Wei Yan said.
Then he looked at Yu Changshun again, because that guy hadn't answered his question just now. After hearing Wei Yan's words, Yu Changshun was terrified, but he immediately shook his head expressionlessly. No, I didn't receive that thing.
Luo Kai said, I met a very, very fat man. He was constantly eating rotten meat, and the item he exchanged with me was also a piece of black rotten meat.
The information shows that if I eat this rotten meat, I can double my existing physical fitness, but only within the Weird Tales.
My exchange item was a playing card, but the person I traded with didn't show his face, only a hand, Wei Yan said. We didn't speak to each other, and I don't know what he looks like. This hand gave me the item and then disappeared.
As he finished speaking, Wei Yan looked at Yu Changshun. Yu Changshun said, the person I traded with was the black shadow I saw on the first floor after you all came down the first time. He had no physical form, just a shadow. I placed the organ storage box on his shadow, and then I ran down.
He didn't give you an exchange item? Wei Yan frowned.
Yu Changshun shook his head. I voluntarily asked not to be given one, because I was afraid that shadow would entangle me.
Did he entangle you during the trade? Wei Yan continued to ask.
Yu Changshun was startled, then nodded. Yes, at first, that shadow stood at my feet, and I felt unable to move. I was worried he would harm me, so I voluntarily asked for no exchange item, and then placed the organ storage box on that shadow.
He then released me.
I quickly took the elevator and ran back, seizing that opportunity. Perhaps it's because you didn't want an exchange item that you didn't get these strange hairs, Luo Kai analyzed.
Wei Yan fell into thought and didn't speak.
Currently, the information he had was that these traders included a minotaur, a very fat man, a hand from a black hole, and a black shadow. He didn't know if the traders appeared randomly, or if they had always been there, or existed in any Weird Tales.
This question seemed unimportant, but Wei Yan felt he had to take it seriously. What should we do with these hairs then?
At this moment, He Guanglu pointed at the black cloth bag on the ground with the scythe in his hand. Wei Yan said, President Luo, take out your lighter and try it to see if it still works.
Luo Kai was startled. Are you going to burn these hairs directly?
Yes, these things give me a very ominous feeling, and when those traders gave them to us, they didn't say what they were for, Wei Yan explained.
Except for Yu Changshun, we all have exchange items, so the appearance of these things is too peculiar. Could they be used in the second main task later?
He Guanglu raised a question. Wei Yan said, I also thought of that just now, but if we all have them and Yu Changshun doesn't, it means he won't be able to use them in the second
main task later.
So the probability of using these hairs is very low, because the Weird Tales rules can't possibly leave Yu Changshun out.
They most likely won't be used in this second task. Wei Yan makes sense, Luo Kai nodded. I suggest we don't touch these hairs for now.
As he finished speaking, he took out a high-end windproof lighter he usually used for smoking and handed it to Wei Yan. Wei Yan took the lighter and tried it twice, finding it fully functional.
This item could be used in the Weird Tales.
I won't burn them now, but after the second task begins, if they prove to be useless, I will quickly burn all these hairs. Wei Yan stared at the
3 large clumps of hair, still feeling a bit shaken.
For some reason, if an ordinary person suddenly saw so much hair clustered together in an unfamiliar environment, it would be almost impossible not to
feel a tremor.
Many people are naturally afraid of creatures with excessive hair, let alone when these hairs strongly resemble human long hair. Now, Wei Yan's feeling was just stronger, and He Guanglu and Luo Kai also had similar feelings of trepidation. As for Yu Changshun, he only wanted to gag now, but dared not show any reaction. Yu Changshun's concern was obvious. If these hairs brought danger, then whether it was an illusion or something else, he had already swallowed so many hairs.
With these hairs inside his body, did that mean he also became dangerous?
Moreover, he saw Wei Yan react to the appearance of the hairs with strong aversion and resistance. He feared that once Wei Yan knew he had swallowed those hairs, he would be treated in the same way the hairs were being treated. If it really came to it, after the second main task was completed, he would see if there were other solutions or the latest hints from the Weird Tales.
Currently, Yu Changshun's biggest fear was being ostracized and abandoned by the group. If he became an anomaly, he would certainly be the first to be abandoned.
Gathering all the hair from the 3 cloth bags, Wei Yan had Luo Kai stand by the hair, holding the lighter. He Guanglu also smoked regularly, so he took out his lighter and stood on the other side. Wei Yan, meanwhile, reopened the morgue door, preparing to go first and complete the second main task of the Weird Tales, finding the corpse treasure. He was an investigator, so it was natural for him to go in first to probe the situation, and after understanding it, he would tell everyone, and they would proceed one by one according to his advice. At the exact moment of entering the morgue for the second time, text prompts from the Weird Tales reappeared before everyone's eyes. You have acquired embalming skills, effective only within this Weird Tale. Using the 7-step embalming method, each person must embalm a deceased person in front of a corpse cabinet in the morgue and find the corpse
treasure within the corpse cabinet.
7-step embalming. Within the specified distance, you need to stand with your back to the corpse cabinet and take 7 steps backward, no more, and no less than exactly 7 steps. During this process, a certain corpse cabinet will slowly open by itself. You need to listen for the sound to pinpoint its location and arrive precisely in front of the open corpse cabinet after 7 steps. Then, you must embalm the body and simultaneously search for the corpse treasure within the corpse cabinet. Note: no tools are allowed during the process of searching for the corpse treasure. After reading the text prompts, everyone except Wei-an immediately felt an inexplicable sense of horror. Because the innermost part of the morgue was very dark, after entering, they could see almost nothing.
In their opinion, when searching for the corpse treasure in the corpse cabinet, they could at least use a lighter for illumination, which would make it easier to find things.
But if no tools could be used, it meant they could only grope inside with their bare hands.
They didn't even know who was lying in the corpse cabinet.
This kind of cautious groping in the dark would probably scare them to death.
"It's fine, I'll go first,"
Wei-an said to those behind him, then entered the morgue. Only a dim light was on near the entrance of the morgue. After taking a few steps inside, Wei-an's figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness. At first, Luo Kai and the other two could still see his back, but soon it became blurry, merging with the faintly visible mass of morgue cabinets. The three of them didn't move, only straining their eyes to peer into the morgue, temporarily oblivious to the cold air blowing from the room.
Inside the morgue,
Wei-an slowly approached the row of morgue cabinets in front of him. The cabinets were divided into 4 layers, upper and lower, but only the bottom 2 layers were used for storing bodies. The upper cabinets were
unused. In fact, after entering the darkness, he could still see, though his vision was very blurry.
Although the rules stated that items could not be used, meaning professional skills could be, Wei-an didn't need to use them yet. As he neared the morgue cabinets, a prompt appeared before his eyes again. "You have reached the 7-step embalming range.
Please turn around."
Wei-an immediately turned around, his back to the morgue cabinets. In the darkness, his gaze could easily see the 3 people outside the door, watching intently into the morgue with tense expressions, though their eyes weren't focused, clearly unable to make out what was happening inside. After turning his back to the morgue cabinets, Wei-an quickly focused his attention on his ears, making his best effort to ensure his hearing was
clear, and simultaneously took a step back. No movement.
After this step, he heard nothing. Pausing, he took another large step backward. Just as this second step was taken, a caw sound came from one of the morgue cabinets behind him, a slightly grating sound of metal rollers rubbing
against the bottom track.
The sound was quite loud, causing Wei-an to momentarily be unsure if it came from directly behind him or to his left rear. He kept his breathing steady, not allowing his composure to be disturbed, and listened carefully again. Then, he slowly retreated, taking the 3rd step.
Ka!
Before Wei-an's foot even touched the ground, another rubbing sound was heard, slightly softer than before. This time, Wei-an heard it clearly. The metal rubbing sound came from his left rear, and it should already be quite close to him. He slightly adjusted his angle, stepped out with his left foot, and took a large, forceful step diagonally backward. Not far behind him, the morgue cabinet slowly moved, sliding out further, but the rubbing sound was quieter than before. Wei-an perked up his ears again, listening intently. To his left rear, there should still be 3 more morgue cabinets. Given the angle and distance of the sound just now, the one that opened was likely not the leftmost cabinet, but rather the 2nd or 3rd cabinet. From the left, Wei-an had already taken 4 steps. The remaining 3 steps were crucial. The direction couldn't be too off, and the distance couldn't be too far after completing 7 steps. Otherwise it would be difficult to get close to the body for embalming. He extended his left foot again, sliding a small step to the left rear. The morgue cabinet seemed to be almost fully slid out, so this time the sound was even fainter, just a slight click, followed by silence.
Wei-an frowned.
He suspected that when he took the last step, the cabinet might not make a sliding sound to alert him because it would be fully extended. Listening to the sound now, it seemed this morgue cabinet was the 3rd one from the left, but he couldn't be certain. He reached his hand backward to feel, but because there was still some distance, he didn't touch anything. The Weird Tales rule only stated that he had to retreat exactly 7 steps to the side of the open morgue cabinet. It didn't say he couldn't reach
back to feel and determine the direction during this process.
Judging by the sound just now, even if Wei-an's current direction was correct, it seemed there was still some distance to cover to reach the target. He estimated the approximate distance in his mind, slightly adjusted his direction to the left, and then suddenly took a large step backward. This time, during the retreat, no more sound came from behind him, indicating that the morgue cabinet had fully slid out. Wei-an could only calculate the direction from which the sound had come, and retreated his 6th step. After stopping, he took a soft breath, already able to feel a colder chill emanating from a spot behind him, which should be from the open morgue cabinet. Guided by this chill, Wei-Yin reached his hand back again, even leaning his body back slightly to reach further. A moment later, his left fingertips touched a piece of cold metal. This was the second morgue cabinet from the left, and it was on the second layer. This is it. Wei-Yin's heart lifted. He adjusted his direction again according to the location of the metal he felt, then retreated his final step. This time, through his left peripheral vision, he could already see that directly to his side was an open morgue cabinet. A body lay in the pitch-black interior of the cabinet, but due to the extreme darkness and the dark body bag covering the corpse, he couldn't tell if it was male or female, fat or thin. A prompt from the Weird Tales appeared before his eyes. You have found the correct position. Please begin embalming the deceased and tidying the remains. It should be noted here that because this was in a hospital morgue, embalming did not refer to placing the deceased in a coffin, but rather to restoring the deceased to their pre-death state, such as tidying their face and body. If the work was simple, it would only require applying makeup to the deceased's face. But if the workload was heavier, for example, if the deceased died in a car accident and their face was damaged, then that damaged part of the face would need to be repaired. If limbs or the torso were damaged, the embalming and restoration work would be more time-consuming and labor-intensive, sometimes impossible for one person to complete alone. However, Wei-Yin speculated that since these Weird Tales required them to complete the embalming work in darkness, or at least dim conditions, the part needing tidying should not be extensive. If the difficulty was too great, even requiring several people to cooperate, it would be impossible to achieve in such an environment. In that case, this wouldn't be an E-rank Weird Tales, it would be more appropriate for a B-rank, or even A-rank. Wei-Yin's current position was to the left of the slit-out morgue cabinet, roughly near the corpse's chest. This position was also quite suitable for embalming. His mind, like before, had been imbued by the Weird Tales with embalming makeup and facial/body restoration techniques, although he had never actually performed them. For Wei-Yin at this moment, the embalming process was no longer unfamiliar. A set of embalming tools hung on the handle of the morgue cabinet. This was a leather tool bag, which should contain a complete set of tools. Wei-Yin took it down, spread it out at his feet, and found not only powder puffs, eyebrow scissors, eyeshadow brushes, razors, and compact powder, but also iron wire, steel nails, screws, a small electric drill, and even a small hammer. Upon seeing these tools, his heart sank slightly. If there were tools like iron wire and a hammer, it might mean certain parts of this corpse's body needed repair, and not just simple makeup. Without picking up any tools for now, Wei-Yin stood up and leaned over the morgue cabinet, unzipping the body bag from the head down to the corpse's feet, then looked inside. Although the light here was very dim, because of the extremely close distance and the faint light filtering in from the morgue entrance, he could barely make out the appearance of the corpse. The body inside the body bag was unclothed. It was a male, with sparse short hair, approximately 60 years old, and slightly overweight. When he opened the body bag, the man's face was serene, as if he were sleeping. But when Wei-Yin fully unzipped the body bag and then turned his head to look at his face again, the man's thick lips had already parted, facing Wei-Yin's head. The man remained motionless, his mouth agape. Fortunately, he didn't widen his eyes while opening his mouth, otherwise Wei-Yin might have been startled. The embalming techniques in Wei-Yin's mind told him that the man's corpse likely had an issue with its temporomandibular joint, requiring repair, not just makeup. However, Wei-Yin didn't know how the man died. He felt the identification tag hanging from the man's right big toe, took it off and looked at it, finding only the man's name and age at the time of death, but no cause of death. After all, this was a hospital morgue, not the Public Security Bureau's forensic lab. Rehanging the identification tag, Wei-Yin prepared to fix the man's loose temporomandibular joint. He first took out a pair of clean, sterile gloves from his tool bag and put them on, then tried to push the man's body, wanting to turn him into a side sleeping position. But the fat man was very heavy, and the space in the corpse cabinet was insufficient, so he couldn't be turned. Wei-Yin then moved the man's head and found that his neck was very flexible, not stiff, and could be turned to the other side. So he slowly turned the man's head to the other side, making the back of his head face him. This turn immediately made him understand the man's cause of death. He saw a dark, bloody hole in the back of the man's head, about half the size of a fist, which must have been caused by a heavy blow from a blunt object, penetrating the skull and injuring the brain marrow. No wonder the man's temporomandibular joint wouldn't close. The severe blow to the back of his head might have injured his bone joints, causing his jaw to open when the corpse lay naturally without any pulling force. Wei-Yin mentally prepared himself, enduring the churning in his stomach, and reached into the hole at the back of the head, probing inside to confirm. Soon, he took out 2 steel nails from his tool bag and inserted them vertically into the wound, precisely catching a certain spot. He slightly straightened the man's head and found that his temporomandibular joint had already closed. This indicated the position was correct. Wei-yin then used iron wire to wrap around the steel nails twice at the caught position, ensuring the steel nails inside the brain would not fall out
during the corpse's movement. At this point, the man's mouth was closed and no longer open.
Wei-yin let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking that this repair wasn't too complicated. He then used the detail capture skill to carefully inspect the corpse, confirming there were no other areas needing repair. He then bent down and took out a powder puff, eyebrow scissors, and a shaving razor from his tool bag, and began to prepare the man's remains using the embalming techniques he had in mind. This process was not long. As long as one overcame the fear in their heart and followed the steps one by one, it would be fine.
Wei-yin quickly finished embalming.
The man in front of him now looked serene, and the inexplicable sense of dread had disappeared. Embalming complete, please begin searching for the corpse treasure. Wei-yin put all the tools back into his tool bag, closed the bag, and rehung it on the handle of the corpse cabinet. He thought for a moment and took off his gloves. If he were searching for something, wearing gloves would cause a significant loss of tactile sensation, making it difficult to find the corpse treasure. The most important thing now was to ensure that the corpse treasure wasn't hidden in the corpse's stomach or other internal parts. Otherwise, if
dissection was required, the search process would become even more difficult.
Wei-yin had already been paying attention when he inspected the corpse.
Now, he reached his hand under the man's back and quickly felt something.
He pulled it out to see 2 copper coins. He couldn't be sure if these were the corpse treasures mentioned in the weird tales, but copper coins clearly shouldn't appear in this corpse
cabinet, so he would take them out for now.
Before long, Wei-yin found another similar mottled yellow copper coin under the corpse's obese buttocks. Afterward, he opened the man's arms and discovered 1 copper coin under each of his left and right armpits. There were 5 copper coins in total.
He didn't know how many there were in all, and he didn't give up for the time being, but after searching all other covered areas of the body, he didn't find any more.
After thinking for a moment, Wei-yin frowned, pinched the man's cheek, causing his mouth to open slightly, just enough to insert his hand. Indeed, there was another copper coin in his mouth. The 6th one, Wei-yin murmured to himself. He once again turned the man's head to the side, reached into his wound, and carefully probed. Sure enough, he had felt something unusual when inserting the steel nails earlier. Now, he dug out the 7th copper coin from inside.
After finding these 7 copper coins, Weird Tales text appeared before Wei-yin's eyes.
Congratulations, you have found the corpse treasure. Corpse treasure. It is said that carrying the 7 5 Emperor's coins from beside a corpse, or placing them in specific locations, has the effect of
warding off evil and suppressing evil, as well as neutralizing malevolent forces in clashes.
It can be called a treasure among corpses.
5 Emperor's coins? These are actually good things.
Wei-yin was immediately delighted, clutching the 7 copper coins tightly in his hand. These copper coins belong to metal, are rigid in nature, can condense magnetic fields and force fields, and have a strong ability to resolve
malevolent energy.
Furthermore, the copper coins are round on the outside and square on the inside, upright and unyielding, naturally possessing a righteous aura. Additionally, the 5 emperors refer to Xuanji, Kanshi, Yangzhem, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. During the reigns of these 5 emperors, the nation prospered, and society was stable and flourishing, obtaining the essence of heaven, earth, and
man. Therefore, the 5 emperors' coins have the effects of warding off evil and neutralizing malevolent forces. At this point, all of Wei-yin's tasks here were complete.
For him, who had already experienced several weird tales, and even a sea-level bloodthirsty butcher type of weird tales, the difficulty of this
E-level weird tales no longer posed a threat.
Because the direction of this weird tales was clear, and there were many explanations along the way, he didn't even use plot deduction, only testing.
Locate character once for free. The corpse cabinet automatically slid back in.
Wei-yin turned and left, went to the sink in the corner, washed his hands, and then walked out of the morgue. During this process, Wei-yin was slightly startled, his gaze retracting from his original gurney. Because he had just discovered that the young female corpse on that gurney was gone, leaving only some blood on the bed. He looked around but did not find any trace of the young female corpse. Could the female corpse he saw climbing into the black hole on the top floor be this young female corpse? Wei-yin was a little suspicious. However, now was not the time to consider these things. He once again focused on how to help others successfully complete the weird tales. The series of operations just now was not difficult for Wei-yin, but for the 3 ordinary people, it was completely different. Actually, Luo Kai and He Guanglu were fine, but Yu Changshan was probably the most likely to cause problems. Wei-yin could only help, but if Yu Changshan was truly beyond help, he also had to ensure that he wouldn't drag the 3 of them down. This was Wei-yin's principle.
Seeing Wei-yin come out, Luo Kai quickly stepped forward and asked, How was it? Passed smoothly, Wei-in nodded.
You guys need to pay attention later. You must operate according to the Weird Tales prompts.
Don't be nervous. The tool bag is on the corpse cabinet.
Embalming might be a bit troublesome, but it won't be too difficult.
Just do it slowly, and time shouldn't be an issue.
The most important thing is to find the corpse treasure.
Those are 7 copper coins. Once you find all of them, you can pass.
Be careful, the copper coins might be hidden on the corpse's body, or possibly in his, or her, mouth or other places. Be meticulous when searching and overcome any disgust.
What about these hairs? He Guanglu asked. Wei-in took the lighter from Luo Kai's hand.
We'll deal with them later.
Leave them to me. Then I'm going in. Luo Kai nodded to Wei-in, then turned and walked into the morgue.
Upon reaching the designated spot, he stopped at the Weird Tales prompt and turned around. Thanks to Wei-in's earlier reconnaissance, he was much calmer this time. Although an uncontrollable fear inevitably lingered in his heart, Luo Kai immediately pinpointed the direction after hearing the sound and walked backward toward the center directly behind him. After 7 steps, he cautiously arrived in front of the already open corpse cabinet. Following Wei-in's previous instructions, he found the tool bag hanging on the handle of the corpse cabinet, opened it, and spread it flat on the floor. Then, Luo Kai unzipped the body bag, leaned in for a closer look, and discovered it was the body of a young man. The man was bald, with a long scar on his head, like a centipede crawling on his scalp. However, the man's cause of death was not related to his head. Luo Kai also found traces of major surgery on his chest, specifically a thoracotomy. This chest surgery seemed incomplete, as the chest cavity hadn't even been sutured closed. This meant that if the body were moved, the man's chest cavity might fully open during transport, and his internal organs could potentially fall out.
Luo Kai's heart pounded.
He could feel his hands trembling, something that hadn't happened even when he was dissecting his uncle's body just now. First, see where else needs mending, then prepare the deceased's face and body, he muttered to himself, also as a reminder.
Outside the morgue.
President Luo has already exceeded your time by 15 minutes, He Guanglu looked at his wristwatch and said to Wei-in in a low voice. Wei-in focused his gaze, looking carefully inside, though he couldn't see where Luo Kai was. It wasn't too far, so if Luo Kai cried out inside, they would know immediately. Since Luo Kai was silent, it was very likely that he was still working hard. After another 5 minutes, He Guanglu grew restless and asked Wei-in, should we go in and check? Is that against the rules? It's definitely against the rules, Wei-in said. If someone helps without permission, it would undoubtedly harm President Luo. Then what do we do? He Guanglu paced back and forth. He's on his own, Wei-in said. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the darkness toward the door. It was Luo Kai, his face pale, his forehead covered in sweat. He had already removed his gloves, but his palms were covered in blood, which he had forgotten to wash off. Wei-in quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Luo Kai shook his head. "I'm fine, it's just, I really want to throw up." "Did you find the corpse treasure?" Wei-in asked again. "I found it, 7 copper coins, not one missing," Luo Kai nodded. "Go wash your hands first," He Guanglu said. Luo Kai quickly turned and washed his hands in a corner near the door, then returned to the morgue entrance. However, his face was still very grim. "I might have taken too much time, but I couldn't help it. I almost didn't find the last copper coin." "Where did you find it in the end?" He Guanglu asked. Luo Kai didn't answer directly but said, "The chest of my corpse was open. I first found 3 copper coins in his stomach, then after suturing the wound, I checked other places again and found no abnormalities. Later, when searching for the copper coins, one was missing, which almost made me open the corpse's chest again to see if I had missed it." At this point, to relieve his mental tension, Luo Kai asked He Guanglu for a cigarette. He lit it and took a deep drag, then continued, "That corpse's head had been injured, and the wound was crudely sutured, like a big centipede." "So the last copper coin was in the wound on his head?" Wei-in said. Luo Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. "That wound had already healed when he was alive, but I never want to recall that scene again." Wei-in patted his shoulder. "You'll have many more things you don't want to recall in the future, trust me." With that, he turned to He Guanglu. "It's your turn, President He. Remember to be as meticulous as President Luo. Some seemingly impossible places are precisely where the last possibilities lie. And..." Luo Kai quickly interjected, "You need to be faster. Just now, I noticed something wasn't right." "What wasn't right?" Wei-in asked. "When I finally took out that copper coin, the young man's body seemed to twitch," Luo Kai said. "But I was too anxious at the time, and the task was just ending, so I didn't dare to look closely. In short, don't waste time. I suspect something might go wrong if too much time passes." "Twitching?" Yu Changshun, standing nearby, turned ashen with fright.
Guanglu nodded heavily. Alright, then I'll try to be quick and ruthless. Damn it, if I'm not ruthless now, I'll just be waiting for them to kill me. Be bold and meticulous, Wei Yan advised. Guanglu cast a grateful look, then turned and walked into the morgue. Luo Kai, meanwhile, slumped against the wall, puffing hard on his cigarette. Clearly, his entire body was weak, feeling as if he was about to collapse after intense tension. The wait outside the morgue began again, long and drawn out. As for Yu Changshan, he remained anxious, his inner terror undisguised, for his task was not yet complete, and the longer he waited, the more afraid he became. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Kai stared at the cigarette butt in his hand, which had long since burned out, and said to Wei Yan, honestly, Wei, and if you hadn't been here this time, I believe I would have been dead already, dead the moment I encountered that monstrosity Big Fatty. There's no way I would have lasted until now. It was clear that he had now recovered his composure. Wei Yan waved his hand, thinking to himself, you wouldn't have died tonight even if you didn't treat me to supper. You'd only die next time, when I'm not around. Sometimes, blessings are not misfortunes, and misfortunes cannot be avoided, he said slowly. However, both you and President He are very adaptable. If you encounter weird tales, your chances of survival are greater than those of other ordinary people. Luo Kai sighed softly, remaining silent. Just then, footsteps echoed from inside the morgue. Before long, Guanglu's figure appeared, covered in blood, even on his neck and chin. Holy crap, what is this? Luo Kai scrambled up from the ground. Guanglu's lips trembled violently, and it took him a long time to utter a complete sentence. It's a reanimated corpse. My corpse, he reanimated. Is the task complete? Wei Yan was most concerned about this. Guanglu nodded. It's done, I finished it desperately. The corpse was a child. He must have been in a car accident, and his right leg was broken. I kept track of the time, so I definitely didn't take as long as President Luo, but after I fixed his right leg, the child suddenly opened his eyes. Oh my god! Yu Changshan screamed in fright. Guanglu continued, I felt something was amiss, so regardless of whether he was looking at me, I just hurried to find the corpse treasure. Oh, and the child's waist was also broken, which must have been the fatal injury. While I was searching for the corpse treasure, he started to squirm, and blood kept gushing from his mouth. I couldn't dodge it, which is why I'm like this. Have all the body treasures been found? Wei Yan asked. They've been found, Guanglu nodded, but they're also stained with blood, so they need to be washed. With that, he quickly ran to the sink, took off the white coat he was wearing, washed the blood from his hands and face, and then carefully rinsed the 7 copper coins under the faucet. Returning outside the morgue, Guanglu carefully put away the 7 5 emperor's coins and stood next to Luo Kai. Wei Yan said to Yu Changshan, it's your turn. You still need to pay attention to controlling your time. Start working as soon as you see the body. Be quick and don't hesitate. But, the corpse transformation? Yu Changshan asked in surprise. If you're like me, as long as you're fast, the corpse transformation won't catch up to you. Wei Yan urged. It's okay, Changshan, be a little bolder and more careful at the same time. Luo Kai also comforted him, just as Wei Yan had done earlier. Adjust your state, don't worry, Guanglu said. Yu Changshan nodded, glanced at Wei Yan, and then turned to walk into the morgue. As he walked in, he inadvertently turned his head to look in the direction where the body on the gurney had been placed earlier. The gurney under the shadowless lamp was empty. My grandma is gone. Yu Changshan immediately cried out. Wei Yan replied from outside, don't get distracted. The female corpse on my gurney is also gone, but you can still complete it. Yu Changshan immediately looked and saw that Wei Yan's gurney was also empty. He said no more, and he no longer felt the cold in the morgue, only a numbness throughout his entire body, including his torso and limbs. As he moved closer to the corpse cabinet, text prompts from the weird tales appeared before his eyes. Yu Changshan turned around as instructed, facing away from the corpse cabinet, and then took a step back. With a click, a metallic sliding sound came from behind him. Yu Changshan had already pricked up his ears to listen, and he quickly pinpointed the sound as coming from his back right, most likely the furthest right corpse cabinet. He took another step back, and this time the sound was very clear. It was indeed the one on the right. He took 4 more steps back until the corpse cabinet stopped making noise, indicating it had slid all the way out. Then, with a final step back, he simultaneously reached his hand behind him, touching the door of the corpse cabinet in advance, and then stood still, beside the open corpse cabinet. 7 steps completed, the embalming began. With the reminders from Wei Yan and the other two, Yu Changshan completed the task very quickly this time, taking down and spreading out his tool bag, then unzipping the body bag inside the corpse cabinet. Suppressing his fear, Yu Changshan looked into the open body bag and then he was sharply jolted, almost falling to the ground in fright.
Inside the body bag was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with long, flowing hair, wearing a set of what appeared to be ancient linen clothes. The buttons were not modern, but rather frog closures, and they ran diagonally from top to bottom, ending at her right waist. He didn't understand why an ancient woman's body would appear in a hospital morgue, but this was a weird tales, where anything was possible. What truly terrified Yu Changshan was that although the woman's eyes were closed, her mouth was split open at the sides, revealing 6 teeth, and she
maintained a constant smile.
This smile, at this moment, on such a cold and pale face, appeared utterly bizarre to Yu Changshan. He quickly adjusted his emotions and searched downwards from the woman's upper body, finding that the rest of her body was intact, even her back was flawless, with no other wounds. It seemed only the smile was abnormal. Hesitating for a moment, Yu Changshan reached out and gently touched the corners of the woman's mouth, which stretched towards her ears. He found that the smile was not stiff at all. Instead, her facial muscles felt very elastic. He tried his best not to focus on the smile, because the more closely he looked, the more terrifying it became. Relying on the embalming techniques he had temporarily acquired in his mind, Yu Changshan reached out and felt the back of the woman's head and the top of her head. He quickly felt an object protruding from the very center of the top of her head. This object clearly did not belong to the woman herself. However, because of the woman's abundant long hair, Yu Changshan fumbled for a moment, unable to discern what it was. He guessed that this foreign object had been inserted into the woman's cranium from the top of her head, possibly affecting her facial nerves, causing her to display an expression like a bizarre smile even after death, due to the nerve tension. With this speculation, Yu Changshuan's sense of fear significantly decreased. Without wasting time, he quickly took out his tools and operated on the top of the woman's head. Soon, he cut away the long hair around the protruding object, clearly seeing that the object inserted into the woman's cranium appeared to be a thick iron nail, the exposed part of which was already rusted and blackened. This iron nail had been stuck in the corpse's head the entire time. Yu Changshan didn't know what kind of procedure this was, but it was clear now that if he didn't remove it and allow the woman's facial nerves to return to normal, he wouldn't be able to complete the embalming process. Could it be that an iron nail fell from the sky, by chance landing directly into the woman's head, killing her instantly? But why was she wearing ancient clothes? Yu Changshan felt very confused, but he didn't ponder too much. Instead, he immediately used pliers to grip the head of the iron nail, fixed it, and prepared to pull it out. When he pulled, because the iron nail had been embedded for too long, the woman's body was dragged along, but the iron nail remained completely still. Oh no, it might be stuck in the skull. I can't pull it out by myself, Yu Changshan thought, feeling terrified and anxious. He thought for a moment, then decided to go for it. He pressed his left elbow firmly against the woman's chest, putting half the weight of his body on it, then gripped the iron nail on the woman's head, again with the pliers in his right hand and pulled hard in the opposite direction. This time, with the woman's body held down, the iron nail finally budged a little. Yu Changshuan's heart rejoiced, thinking this method was effective. He repeated the same method, little by little pulling the iron nail out of the woman's head. At the same time, he also noticed that as 1/3 of the iron nail was pulled out, the bizarre smile that had been on the woman's face was changing. The split corners of her mouth were gradually closing, indicating that his guess was correct. It was the iron nail in her head that was causing the mischief. Cannot waste time, absolutely cannot waste time. He kept admonishing himself while pulling out the iron nail. Although the space was extremely cold, Yu Changshan, both nervous and terrified, was quickly drenched in sweat. He ignored everything else and spent almost 7 or 8 minutes before finally extracting the iron nail completely. The woman's eerie smile finally vanished completely, and her expression returned to its original state. Yu Changshan held the iron nail in his hand and saw that it was at least as long as his palm, and about 2 fingers thick. Is this a coffin nail? This thought suddenly popped into his mind, and at the same time, images from old ghost movies he had watched before resurfaced. The more he looked, the more it resembled one. His heart began to pound faster again. Yu Changshan didn't have time to think deeply and quickly took out his makeup tools to apply powder to the woman's face. He didn't notice that almost at the exact same moment, the woman's hands, which were laid flat at her sides, suddenly twitched slightly. Because of the previous reminders from the 3 people, Yu Changshuan's movements were actually quite fast this time. Even though it took some time to pull out the iron nail, he still had plenty of time overall. So, according to previous speculation, with enough time, a female corpse reanimating was impossible. He even suspected that the time he spent might be less than Wei An's. He didn't care whether the female corpse looked good after being encoffined, all that mattered was completing the task. Taking out an eyeshadow pencil, Yu Changshan quickly applied eyeshadow and then a light layer of blush. Just then, he felt something strange. The female corpse's body seemed different from before, especially her lying position. Looking down at the female corpse's feet, he saw that her right foot was already bent. Yu Changshuan's eyes widened instantly, his whole body trembled, and he looked back at the female corpse's face he was still applying makeup to. He saw that her eyes had opened at some point and were staring intently at him.
She's reanimated.
Yu Changshan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his body instantly turning cold. He froze, holding the makeup tools in his hand. The scene became stagnant. Actually, at this point, Yu Changshan could have finished the encoffinment work, but his second, and final, task of finding the corpse treasure
hadn't begun yet. But who would have thought the corpse would reanimate so quickly? Could it be because of that coffin nail? Yu Changshan suddenly thought of this.
That coffin nail might have been a way to prevent the female corpse from reanimating, but to uncoffin her, she had to maintain a calm expression. The coffin nail in her brain made the female corpse display a strange smile, and to stop her smile, the coffin nail had to be removed, otherwise, the
task couldn't even be completed.
This was a paradox for Yu Changshan. No matter what he did, he would violate one of the conditions. He stared at the female corpse for a minute. Apart from her eyes being open and looking at him, she made no other movements. Yu Changshan tried to move his hands, she still made no movement.
He couldn't delay too long.
Even if this woman had reanimated, Luo Kai and He Guanglu had still managed to salvage the situation while the corpse was reanimated. Thinking this, Yu Changshan, summoning his courage, reached his hand behind the woman's back and retrieved the 3 copper coins he had already spotted. The woman continued to stare at him, motionless. Yu Changshan spoke softly, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. I'm looking for the corpse treasure.
I'll leave once I find it. I apologize. I've already finished your makeup. It's very beautiful.
Before long, he retrieved 2 more copper coins from the woman's bent leg. 1 more copper coin was pressed against the back of the woman's head. Yu Changshan had seen it when he removed the iron nail, but since it wasn't part of the second task, he hadn't touched it yet. He hesitated as he reached out his hand, and the woman's eyes remained fixed on him. Yu Changshuan's face was awkward, and his heart was terrified. He stammered, I'll leave once I take the corpse treasure, I won't disturb you. With that, he reached his hand close to the woman's head, fumbling around the back of her skull for a long time until he finally felt the copper coin, and quickly pulled it out. Only 1 copper coin remained, the only one Yu Changshan hadn't seen, and he didn't know where it was. However, Wei Yan had said before that one must be meticulous and brave. His gaze quickly settled on the diagonal frog closures on the female corpse's clothes.
There's one last one, it might be inside your clothes, please excuse me.
As Yu Changshan spoke, he immediately began to unbutton the woman's frog closures. The woman, who had been staring at him, suddenly convulsed, her lips splitting into a grin, and a strange sound emerged from her throat. She reached out and grabbed Yu Changshuan's elbow. Yu Changshan shuddered in fear, but he dared not give up. He had already quickly unfastened 2 of her frog closures and, at the same time, tried to press down on the female corpse with half his body, just as he had done before. But this time was different. The female corpse's legs bent completely, and she kicked violently, almost sitting up. At the same time, the sounds emanating from her mouth gradually grew louder, so much so that Wei Yan and the others at the morgue entrance faintly heard them, exchanging glances, unsure what Yu Changshan was encountering.
Yu Changshan had already gone all out. He unfastened 3 more of her frog closures, revealing the white close-fitting garment the female corpse wore underneath, and then reached inside to feel around.
Put! The female corpse's fingers tightened, and although her nails weren't particularly sharp, they easily pierced Yu Changshuan's arm skin, embedding themselves and causing his blood to gush out.
Yu Changshan let out a scream.
The next second, his other hand grabbed the iron nail that was right beside the female corpse.
Seeing this, the female corpse was clearly somewhat wary and immediately released Yu Changshuan's arm.
However, at this moment, the lowest morgue cabinet beneath Yu Changshuan's feet suddenly made an opening sound, as if the corpse inside was wriggling, forcing open the cabinet that should not have opened. Although Yu Changshan noticed the morgue cabinet opening beneath his feet, he had no time to deal with it for now. He continued to reach under the female corpse's outer garment, and as he felt below the last frog closure, he touched a cold metal object. Actually, Yu Changshan had already prepared for the worst, which was that this last copper coin would be in the brain cavity opened by the iron nail. This current situation was actually better. At least it wasn't as disgusting as looking for a copper coin in a brain cavity. Grabbing this last copper coin, Yu Changshan immediately said, "Found it. I was just looking for the corpse treasure. It's alright, it's alright." He still held onto the iron nail, not daring to let go, just afraid that the female corpse would still harm him. And now it seemed that this iron nail was indeed the female corpse's bane, causing her not to dare attack him as she had before. However, at this moment, from the open morgue cabinet below his feet, a rustling crawling sound emanated. A hand suddenly hooked onto Yu Changshuan's ankle, and the strength in its fingers was immense.
A wave of pain spread up from his ankle. Yu Changshan looked down.
Faintly, he realized that the hand grabbing him felt somewhat familiar. Looking again at the corpse in the morgue cabinet below, it lifted its head, its body shriveled and small.
Grandma?
Yu Changshan trembled violently in fear. The corpse lying in the morgue cabinet below was none other than his grandmother, who had just disappeared from the gurney. Yu Changshan could have already exited the morgue, but now, held by his grandmother, he couldn't escape. The female corpse, suppressed by the iron nail, had now sat up, baring her teeth at Yu Changshan, ready to pounce at any moment. Yu Changshan was terrified and at a loss, especially since the monstrosity grabbing him from below was his most feared grandmother. He saw his grandmother bite down on his calf, blood splattering everywhere. The pain made Yu Changshan scream and struggle frantically, kicking his legs wildly. After falling to the ground, he frantically retreated towards the morgue entrance. After that bite, his grandmother quickly let go. 2 of her yellowed teeth were embedded in Yu Changshan's calf muscle, breaking off directly into it. However, Yu Changshan didn't notice. When the wound appeared on his calf, several black hairs suddenly flickered within the wound. His grandmother had been about to bite a second time, but upon seeing these hairs, she immediately let go and retreated into the morgue cabinet. Yu Changshan believed he had narrowly escaped. He used his hands and feet to retreat some distance on the ground, then quickly stood up and stumbled towards the morgue entrance. Being bitten wasn't scary, even contracting corpse poison wasn't scary, because he had heard Wei Yan say that as long as one left the weird tales, all physical injuries would heal. Luo Kai and He Guanlu, who were waiting outside, were currently pressed against the door, peering into the darkness, and soon saw Yu Changshan stumble out. At this moment, Yu Changshan's arms and legs were covered in wounds, making him look quite miserable. However, he clutched 7 copper coins in one hand and a black iron nail in the other. Information about this black iron nail had just appeared before his eyes, indicating that it was a weapon item. When Yu Changshan first transacted with the traders, he actually didn't gain any benefit. Instead, the hair drilled into his body. This iron nail was his first item in the Weird Tales, just like the benefits Luo Kai and He Guanlu received, so there was no need to exchange energy points for it. Of course, the first item was free, but subsequent items would require energy points. As for the 7 copper coins, they were mandatory items obtained after successfully completing the task, a type of special item. If the 7 copper coins could not be found, the participant would instead face misfortune. Apart from Wei Yan, the other 2 were startled when they saw Yu Changshan in this state. The reason Wei Yan wasn't surprised was that he had already set his expectations. Judging by Yu Changshan's performance throughout this journey, the worst possible outcome for him was to die during the process of enshrouding the dead. Now it seemed he only had injuries to his arms and calves, which was already quite fortunate. Luo Kai and He Guanlu hurried over to support Yu Changshan, asking if he had completed the task, and then, still uneasy, checked behind Yu Changshan to see if any monstrosity was pursuing him. After Yu Changshan nodded in affirmation, he quickly looked at Wei Yan and asked, "Wei Yan, you said at the beginning that no matter what physical injuries one sustains in the Weird Tales, as long as one doesn't die, they will all heal after leaving the Weird Tales. Is that true?" "Yes, physical injuries will heal, but mental injuries will not," Wei Yan replied. "I don't have any mental injuries, these are just physical injuries, and physical injuries are fine." Yu Changshan forced a smile, pulling out 2 mottled yellow teeth embedded in his calf muscle and discarding them. At the same time, he speculated that the hair strands that had drilled into his body were also physical entities, so they couldn't remain inside indefinitely. As long as he completed all tasks now and successfully left the Weird Tales, he would emerge in a complete and healthy physical state, and those hair strands would be directly separated from his healthy body. "That's good, we're all fine," Luo Kai said. He Guanlu also nodded and smiled. Although it was difficult, everyone had now successfully passed, completing both main tasks in the Weird Tales. Since he would be leaving the Weird Tales soon, Yu Changshan felt weak all over, his fear not yet subsided. He didn't want to waste energy running to clean his body and wounds, so he sat against the wall in the corridor, recovering his strength. Wei Yan didn't speak. To be safe, he walked over and closed the hospital morgue door. His female corpse on the gurney was nowhere to be seen, and he didn't know if she was still wandering in the hospital morgue or if she was the female corpse from the top floor who had already climbed into the black hole. Also, Yu Changshan's grandmother had clearly become a formidable character after turning into a corpse. So, closing the hospital morgue door was safer. Wei Yan returned to the corridor, staring at the pile of black hair. Just then, text appeared before everyone's eyes. What Wei Yan saw was, "Congratulations, participant. You have completed E-Rank Weird Tales Hospital Morgue. Personal result evaluation, normally completed. Main task reward, 300 energy points. Items obtained, anatomical knife, yellow, 5 Emperor's coins, special. Please leave the hospital and return to the place where the weird tales occurred via the way you came.
Wei Yan's performance in this Weird Tales was considered satisfactory, not overly outstanding.
As for Luo Kai and He Guanglu, their performance, given their status as first-time participants, was commendable. Only Yu Changshan, no one asked him what his evaluation was, but seeing his pale, expressionless face, his result evaluation probably wasn't better than the others. Since the Weird Tales results were out, Wei Yan no longer hesitated. He picked up the lighter Luo Kai gave him and directly ignited the pile of black hair on the ground. The constant sense of unease he had felt began to slowly subside as the pile of hair burned. Because hair is flammable, the flames quickly grew stronger. Everyone retreated a few steps, and no one noticed Yu Changshuan's look of surprise and uncertainty at this moment. He silently stared at the hair that quickly burned to Hui Jin, his throat moved, but he said nothing. After all the hair had burned to black, Hui Jin, Wei Yan clapped his hands, returned the lighter to Luo Kai, and said, "The things in the Weird Tales are very peculiar. It seems these hairs have no connection to any of the tasks in this Weird Tales, and they make one feel very uncomfortable." The trader's behavior was also strange. "In reality, we could have just left these hairs here, but I think burning them is best." Luo Kai and He Guanglu nodded, while Yu Changshan swallowed his saliva. Before long, a strange thing happened. Just after all the hair was burned, the sickle in He Guanglu's hand suddenly broke, fell to the ground, and then turned into dust, until its original form was no longer visible. Not only that, Luo Kai immediately reached into his pocket to feel the quite valuable rotting flesh and found that this piece of flesh had also turned into dust in his pocket, unable to be preserved. Wei Yan also reached into his pocket and found that the Metal Club K playing card was also gone, leaving only a handful of dust. Only Yu Changshan, who hadn't gained any benefits from the transaction, remained unchanged. Wei Yan speculated, those traders probably didn't want us to destroy these hairs, which is why they offered such important trade items. Now that the hairs are destroyed, the trade items must have formed a bond with the hairs, and so they also turned to Hui Jin. "It's fine, we'll have another chance to get weapons and items next time," Luo Kai shrugged. "But these hairs, they must be ominous things." He Guanglu also nodded in agreement, feeling no regret about losing the sickle. Wei Yan guessed that his playing card must have some unknown function, but now that it was destroyed, he would pay a little more attention in the next Weird Tales to see if he could get similar metal playing cards. Everyone quickly took the elevator to the first floor, leaving this unforgettable underworld place. Upon reaching the first floor, the incandescent light still cast a pallid glow on everyone's faces. Yu Changshan didn't look around. After exiting the elevator, he followed Luo Kai and He Guanglu to the right corridor. The door at the end of the corridor was still open. Passing through the door to leave the hospital building and returning to the corner where they had stood earlier would complete their journey. Wei Yan didn't immediately follow them but paused for a moment in the lobby after exiting the elevator. He asked Yu Changshan, who was walking towards the corridor, "Chifu, where did you trade with that shadow just now?" Yu Changshan looked back, pointing to a certain spot and said, "Right here in this lobby. I placed the organ storage box on that shadow and then ran into the elevator." "Wei Yan, let's leave quickly," Luo Kai urged. The three of them didn't want to stay in this place for another moment. A notice: this book is scheduled to be released on Friday, July 1st. Please support with your first subscription. Coming right over. Wei Yan nodded to Luo Kai and looked around. In this hall, apart from his own faint shadow, he didn't see any other dark shadows on the ground, nor did he see any organ storage boxes. Wei Yan walked to the spot Yu Changshan had just pointed to, squatted down, and looked. It was directly under the incandescent light, and his own shadow on the ground was slightly darker, but he didn't notice anything unusual about the floor. There wasn't a single hair, not even a speck of dust. He looked around in other places. By now, Luo Kai and the other two had reached the open doorway at the end of the corridor and were looking back at Wei Yan. Among the three, only Yu Changshuan's face showed a hint of unease, but no one noticed him. After checking for a moment, Wei Yan found nothing. The Weird Tales were considered to be over, so the traitor, which was the long black shadow, was no longer there. After walking to the end of the corridor and meeting up with the others, Luo Kai asked, "What were you looking for?" Wei Yan shook his head, looked at Yu Changshan, and asked, "Are you sure you didn't see any hair just now?" "I didn't see any." Yu Changshan shook his head like a rattledrum. "I was afraid he would hurt me, so I didn't even ask for the exchange item. Therefore, I didn't see any hair at all." The four people quickly left the hospital building and arrived at the intersection where the gurney had first appeared. Almost simultaneously, they all turned back to look at the hospital building behind them. At this moment, the building hadn't changed at all. The instant they turned around, everyone saw a long black shadow surge out from the darkness of the side door of the building they had just exited, pulling out an incredibly slender human figure at the top of the side door. Immediately, the scenery before everyone's eyes changed.
The eerie building No. 2 disappeared, replaced by the central hospital building in Yuelong City in reality.
Looking down at their feet, they were still at the intersection leading to the parking lot, the same spot as before the weird tales began. The street no longer felt the chill from before, but instead had a bit more of the warmth of the human world.
Yu Changshan immediately checked his injuries.
At this point, everyone's white coats had disappeared, their clothes were intact, and all their wounds had vanished without a trace.
I'm fine, Weian. It's just like you said, I'm fine.
Yu Changshan immediately beamed, touching his limbs and rolling up his pant legs to check his previous wounds.
What else did you expect? What did you think would happen? Weian walked over to him and looked him over. Yu Changshuan's expression faltered, and he didn't answer. We survived. He Guanglu breathed heavily, clutching his head, looking around in disbelief.
At this moment, there were almost no pedestrians on the street. He Guanglu then hugged Weian directly and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Weian.
Without you with us, I don't know how many times I would have died this time. Finally out." Luo Kai exclaimed, looking up at the sky, then asked Weian, quick, check if my hair is messy? Are there any bloodstains on this suit? No, still as handsome as ever. Weian laughed. I still can't believe that today I actually dissected a corpse with my own hands?
He Guanglu said, and now I only remember having dissected it, but,
as for why I operated that way, my mind is completely blank. Weian said, because the weird tales have ended, the knowledge of dissection and embalming techniques have been withdrawn. I feel that this knowledge is very useful.
If we could fully master it someday, it would be of great help for us to get through the weird tales, Luo Kai said. Weian nodded. These next 2 days, I will submit this weird tales report to the bureau. Then, you two must also write down your experiences from this time, word for word, and give them to me. I will compile them all before submitting them to the higher-ups.
No problem. All right.
Weian continued, after experiencing the first weird tales, there will be a second. Next, the bureau staff may contact you. Just cooperate with them, and then seriously prepare for your second weird tales.
Is the second weird tales difficult? He Guanglu asked. Most likely F rank, small probability E rank, Weian said, his unspoken thoughts being, as long as you're not with me when the weird tales happen.
Then we can consider this time as having encountered a small probability event, Luo Kai said, spreading his hands. I hope we don't keep being so unlucky, He Guanglu added, twisting the knife.
Weian.
When they arrived at the parking lot, Luo Kai's driver was sleeping in the car. He thought they had just finished their late-night snack and came out, so he quickly got up and started the car. Once inside the car, no one spoke anymore. First, Weian was dropped off at his hotel, where they waved goodbye, then He Guanglu was dropped off, and finally Luo Kai and Yu Changshan returned to their booked hotel. This E-rank weird tales, in Weian's opinion, was extremely lucky to have kept everyone alive. After all, he thought Yu Changshan should have been the first to kick the bucket. He didn't expect this guy to have such tenacious vitality, only getting some injuries and still making it through. However, those injuries were nothing for a participant, because as soon as the weird tales ended, even those on the verge of death would recover with
full vitality, except for mental damage.
And this hospital morgue weird tales, for now, did not seem to cause any mental harm. Weian struck while the iron was hot, writing the weird tales report before going to bed. He first submitted a copy to the Zhou City Administration, and the Zhou City Administration also reported it to the bureau here in Yuelong City. According to the bureau's feedback, shortly after the national announcement, the number of weird tales occurrences in various places had been strangely and slowly increasing recently. If shown on a chart, the rate of increase in weird tales numbers was like a constantly winding snake. However, there was another peculiar clue. The latest weird tales search instrument had previously detected a certain area where weird tales were highly likely to occur. But after investigators repeatedly explored the area, and even used various methods to try and trigger the weird tales, it was all in vain, as if the search results were false. But when the investigators withdrew from the area, this weird tale suddenly erupted, and it also caused quite a few deaths. Weian didn't go to sleep until 3 in the morning, having been busy until then. He slept very soundly. So far, it had been a week since he last saw those monstrosities in his room and his dreams. It seemed that the black energy he absorbed last time had brought a certain degree of stability to his mind. The next day was later than the estimated departure time, and Weian even hitched a ride back to Zhou City because Luo Kai also had to return and they were going together. Sitting in the car, Weian specifically observed Yu Changshuan's performance and found that he was just a bit tired, but otherwise in good condition. In fact, not only was Yu Changshan tired, but Luo Kai was also listless. Perhaps after experiencing the weird tales last night, neither of them had slept well. Soon after getting into the car, with the occasional bumps of the sedan, both of them quickly fell asleep. In a daze, Wei-an also fell asleep unknowingly, having not slept much the previous night. After an unknown period, he suddenly felt his hand itching. He slightly opened his eyes and saw a long strand of hair slide across the back of his hand, and then a woman's head lifted from beneath the seat. The woman's face was covered in rot, making her features indistinguishable, but Wei-an knew she was looking at him.
"You're here again."
Wei-an, who still wanted to sleep, glanced at the terrifying face of the woman.
"It seems the absorption of black energy is still not enough, I need more."
By this reckoning, the monstrosity in his dreams probably appeared once every 7 or 8 days.
At the same moment, in Yu Changshuan's dream,
he found himself back home, but his wife didn't seem to be there. Yu Changshan and his current wife were in their second marriage. His first wife divorced him because he cheated on her with his current young wife. He had a daughter with his ex-wife, and after the divorce, his daughter lived with his ex-wife, with him only sending a monthly alimony payment. Living with his current young wife, the two had no immediate plans for children. In Yu Changshuan's eyes, this was like a match made in heaven, and he couldn't be happier. He picked up his phone to call his young wife, but the signal seemed bad, and the call didn't connect. Yu Changshan put down his phone, went to the bathroom, and then entered the master bedroom, intending to change clothes before taking a shower. But as he reached the master bedroom door, he paused slightly, seeing his young wife, Yang Meifang, lying on her side on the bed, seemingly asleep.
A smile appeared on Yu Changshuan's face.
He walked over softly, bent down at the bedside, and saw that Yang Meifang seemed to be sleeping soundly. Her long hair was not tied up and was scattered across her face, covering half of it.
"Darling." Yu Changshuan's smile widened.
He slowly brushed her hair aside, then he froze, seeing Yang Meifang with her eyes closed, a strand of hair in her mouth, her cheeks still constantly moving. "Wife, wife." He called twice, but Yang Meifang didn't react at all. Instead, she unconsciously stuffed more of her long hair into her mouth and began to chew. Yu Changshan grabbed her hand to stop her from stuffing more hair into her mouth, but he quickly realized that Yang Meifang's strength was too great.
He couldn't hold her. Crunch, crunch. The chewing sound grew louder, sending shivers down Yu Changshuan's spine. "Yang Meifang." Yu Changshan couldn't help but shout, violently shaking Yang Meifang's shoulder. The next second, Yang Meifang opened her eyes.
Those large eyes, once dark and bright, which had captivated Yu Changshan, were now entirely enveloped in strands of hair, with numerous strands still
moving and wriggling within her eye sockets.
"Hair, hair." Yu Changshan shivered with fear, waking up from his terror. Only then did he realize he was still sitting in his boss's car, on his way back to Zhou City with the others. He hadn't even reached home yet. It was a dream, just a dream after all.
Yu Changshan was drenched in sweat, but his heart immediately relaxed.
After all, dreams are not reality, they are all fake. However, he had barely calmed down when he immediately noticed that, besides the driver, Wei-an and Luo Kai, who was in the passenger seat, were both
looking back at him.
Wei-an had also just been woken up by Yu Changshan.
He leaned over and asked Yu Changshan, "What hair?"
Yu Changshan was startled, remembering that he might have spoken in his nightmare. He quickly shook his head.
"I had a dream. I might have been scared by the weird tales. I just had a nightmare." "Was the dream related to hair?" Wei-an asked. Yu Changshan shook his head again. "I don't remember. I forgot what dream I had as soon as I woke up."
Luo Kai let out an "oh" and turned his head to continue sleeping. Wei-an leaned back against the seat, but his gaze did not leave Yu Changshan.
Back home in Zhou City, it was now lunchtime.
His mother, Wen Xion, had already prepared the meal. She had initially thought Luo Kai and the others would come to eat with Wei-an, but Luo Kai's mental state wasn't very good, and he didn't get out of
the car. He simply arranged a time with Wei-an and then left.
Wei-an, however, had a good appetite. After washing his hands, he sat at the dining table and ate heartily.
His father, Wei Zhengdong, sat beside him and asked, "Anan, how was this training?"
"It was all right."
Wei-an nodded. "Can you let me see those study materials and stuff?" Wei Zhengdong asked again. They're in that bag."
Wei-an pointed to the study material bag on the sofa. However, Wei Zhengdong didn't immediately go to get them. Instead, he asked seriously again, "Anan, look at me, how much longer until I enter a weird tale?"
Wei-an's mouth was full of food.
He almost spat it out when he heard this.
"Dad, are you really that eager to enter a weird tale?" Wei Zhengdong said timidly, "It's not that I want to."
"Look, now both you and your mother have successfully completed weird tales, and I'm the only one left.
Recently, I've learned a lot about weird tales, and I've comprehended many things.
I even wrote 6 papers on methodologies for handling weird tales and 12 essays on my insights."
Wei-an stared at Wei Zhengdong in surprise. "Dad, You already have insights before even experiencing a weird tale? And you wrote 12 essays?
Wei Zhengdong said somewhat sheepishly. They are learning insights, recording my learning experiences, not actual experience insights. Besides, after hands-on guidance from a renowned master, my 16 forms of wild dog fist are almost perfected. I just want to test their power, but this martial art has nowhere to be displayed. Wei Yan quickly interrupted him. I think you might have some misunderstanding about weird tales. When you truly enter a weird tale, you don't actually need your personal martial arts to be that strong. At least, the ones I've experienced mostly involve following the rules of the weird tale and using your brain to complete the tasks.
If the brain isn't enough, rely on brute force.
Wei Zhengdong said, and you don't know. I've already gotten the latest weird tale case records from Manhwa at the bureau. They are from other cities, and they record some weird tales that do require personal martial strength. The stronger your strength, the greater your chances of survival.
Really? Wei Yan was surprised. Why would Manhwa give you this? Isn't my son an investigator? It's impossible for the father of an investigator to ask the bureau for detailed weird tale information and be refused, right? Wei Zhengdong said as if it were obvious.
Besides, I said it was for you to research weird tales.
Wei Yan.
Oh, right, son, it's the beginning of the month.
Did the bureau pay you your salary at the end of last month?
Saying this, Wei Zhengdong rubbed his hands and chuckled, then quickly glanced in the direction of Wen Xiong, who had already gone into the kitchen.
Yes, they did. Wei Yan nodded, knowing what his father meant.
He took out his phone, about to transfer some living expenses to Wei Zhengdong, when he suddenly saw a new text message notification. Opening it, Wei Yan was stunned. The message was a receipt notification, informing him that his account had just received a 500,000 transfer.
Shortly after, another social app notification sounded. This time it was from Luo Kai. After much thought, I don't know how to repay you. As a businessman, all I have is this stench of money. I just transferred 500,000 as compensation for this incident. Although the remuneration is small, it's the only way I can express my gratitude.
If Brother Wei Yan is in urgent need of money, or if there's anything else, just tell your elder brother.
I, Luo Kai, will go through fire and water, without hesitation. Holy cow, son, is there something wrong with your unit's salary account?
Wei Zhengdong, who had only glanced over, saw the string of zeros after
the 5. This wasn't from my unit, Wei Yan replied.
He then only gave Wei Zhengdong a portion of the salary from the bureau, leaving the money transferred by Luo Kai untouched for now. This book will be released tomorrow, July 1st.
Thank you to all my friends who have accompanied me this far.
Old Dog has nothing more to say. I love you all, kissy face.
Old Dog is not someone who likes to play the victim, but okay, that means I'm about to start playing the victim. Actually, ever since I started writing wood carving, my health has been deteriorating.
Because I work during the day and often have to work overtime, then I stay up late to write at night. My whole routine was upside down. This continued for more than half a year until my body finally gave out. Here, I also want to advise everyone that health is your capital. Don't overdraw it. You must take good care of yourselves. Old Dog now has all sorts of problems. I won't go into the specific symptoms, otherwise, it would really seem like I'm playing the victim. Now, it's even causing my mental state to be unstable. Currently, the data for this book is actually not ideal, but I don't want to give up anymore. I will keep writing, as long as I can maintain my health. Thank you to the friends who have read this far, and thank you to the operational team for this book. Watchingly, Sha Boju, Ziyuan Zhuge, Na Yipian, Yezi, Feng Mia Luyan Kan Xia Lang, Linghan Fuyo, Xianinha, and Zuobio. Without you, this book would not have come this far. Especially Watchingly, he put in so much effort.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiao Landing, Yisheng Sui Yang Chaiwa, Helian Yu, Lin Feng Xiaoyu, Bai Che Huang Lang, Ju Feng Shang.
Thank you, Lin Mingda, *Epsilon*, Nian Yi Banian, Wenjiu Zhanzhu, Book Friend 9654, Shitian Shajia, Mage Tenajir, Book Friend 8611, Su Yaij, Book Friend 7390, Bega Tingchang, Wangshir Jiu Shifeng, Imoojian, Chuan Shuozhong de Laosan, and all the book friends who have given rewards and votes. I won't list all the names one by one, I remember all of you, and there are many old faces. Thank you for your unwavering companionship. I have almost no stored drafts, but there will be 5 updates on the day it goes on sale. In the future, I will slowly store more drafts and occasionally add more updates. After all, my health is poor now, and I really don't dare to stay up late to push myself, so I hope for your understanding. The VIP chapters will all be updated at once tomorrow morning. For friends who like it, please enable auto-subscription, and I also eagerly anticipate your first subscription support. I earnestly request your first subscription. I love you all, always, kissy face.
After lunch, Wei Yan returned to his bedroom, preparing for a nap. Before that, he made a call to Manhwa and asked, Brother Bo, can investigators accept money from outside sources? Accept money?
Manhwa was momentarily stunned by the question, but he quickly reacted. Are you saying someone transferred money to you because of
your investigator status?
Yes, because I helped him in the last weird tale, Wei-an said. I've already drafted the specific report for this weird tale. I'll send it to you later. Oh, I see, Manhwa understood. Your investigator status doesn't have many restrictions. You can even continue with other jobs, but you must prioritize your investigator duties when performing them. As long as this reward isn't something you explicitly or implicitly demanded using your investigator status, and you didn't coerce the other party, you can accept the money. By the way, how much money did the other party give you?
Manhwa asked. 500,000. Wei-an did not hide it. Bye.
Manhwa's voice caught on the other end of the phone. Who is this person? He finally asked after a long pause. He's the former boss of my old company. We happened to encounter a weird tale while having a late-night snack together. They will submit their reports uniformly in a few days, Wei-an replied.
Did anyone die? Manhwa asked.
No, but one person has been acting a bit abnormal after leaving the weird tale. I'll follow up on it later, Wei-an said.
Manhwa nodded. All right, let me know if you need anything.
Weird tales have been erupting quite fiercely lately, but because of the preparations, more humans have survived than before. We might be forming the third and fourth investigation teams soon, and there will likely be more later.
As a veteran, you should guide them more.
After a pause, Manhwa added that 500,000 is a gift. You could have it even if you weren't an investigator. Of course, if the Bureau is tight on funds when it comes to expansion work, we hope you'll stand on a higher ground and lend us a hand.
No problem, Wei-an readily agreed. Since severing the evil thoughts and being influenced by days of ideological education, his current ideological standing was very high. While selfish tendencies certainly existed, he wouldn't frown upon any contributions that benefited the public. Not long after he hung up the phone, the SMS ringtone sounded again. Wei-an opened the message and found another bank deposit notification. This time, he received another 500,000. However, there was a short message after the information, received a transfer from He Guanglu. This message immediately made Wei-an realize that He Guanglu's actions were consistent with Luo Kai's. They were all people who smelled of money, so their way of expressing gratitude was naturally the same. Perhaps He Guanglu had also consulted Luo Kai's opinion before doing this. After learning that Luo Kai had already done so, He Guanglu immediately transferred 500,000 to Wei-an without hesitation. However, he didn't have Wei-an's social media account, only Wei-an's phone number from Luo Kai, so a text message quickly arrived. Besides expressing gratitude, the tone was similar to Luo Kai's. Unable to express my gratitude, a small token of my appreciation. Wei-an replied, You're too kind, Mr. He.
The moment he turned off his phone screen, he felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier, yes, burdened by money. Before going to sleep, he also called his assistant, Pei-na, and asked her to collect and compile the reports from Luo Kai, He Guanglu, and Yu Changshan. Now that he had resources, he should use them. Wei-an lay comfortably on the bed, considering which weird tale he could extract more black chi from in the future to build his mental barrier. Over the next few days, he worked a day at the bureau, then met Chen Fong for a luxurious meal at a high-end restaurant. Chen Fong had already registered the completion of her second weird tale at the bureau, and because she performed very well in it, Manhwa had reported her information to the higher-ups. They were waiting for Chen Fong's third weird tale before considering transferring her to an investigator. After resigning from her bubble tea shop job, Chen Fong hadn't looked for other work yet. Firstly, she was nervously preparing for the arrival of her second weird tale, and secondly, she had saved a sum of money through frugality, so she
wouldn't starve even if she didn't work temporarily. Currently, Chen Fong lived in a shared apartment with two sisters, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2-bathroom unit. The location was a bit remote, and the building was a bit old, but the price was very reasonable. Originally, Chen Fong intended to treat Wei-an this time, but seeing the high-end restaurant Wei-an chose, she secretly gasped. She was about to suggest changing places, but before she could speak, Wei-an offered to treat her. Chen Fong immediately relaxed. Hearing that Wei-an had become an investigator for the bureau, Chen Fong immediately asked him many questions, seemingly already preparing for the investigator profession herself. Chen Fong was currently unemployed, and hearing Wei-an say that the investigator profession's salary was ridiculously high and that occasional extra income wasn't reclaimed, it was impossible for her not to be tempted. The most important thing was that her thinking was the same as most people's, including Wei-an's initial thoughts, since they would encounter many weird tales in the future anyway. Getting into this line of work early could increase more chances of survival, which was better than knowing nothing when encountering weird tales later. Over the next week, the bureau's work also began to get busy.
Although Wayan had not yet received assignments from the bureau, such as being asked to try and rescue more people in a selected weird tale, as we did last time. However, regarding some weird tales that had already occurred, the bureau compiled a collection of unresolved weird tales using the few remaining survivors' accounts and handed it over to various investigation teams for research and analysis. The research here was not just about reading, it involved proposing one's own clear-the-stage strategies for unresolved weird tales, to prevent these weird tales from recurring because they had not been completed. Wayan also received a stack of newly organized from Pei Na. These weird tales were all unresolved, and the humans who managed to escape alive were mostly severely psychologically affected. They could barely describe the situation inside the weird tales, and many could only do so under hypnosis. For more weird tales, all participants died after they occurred, and the Bureau's responsibility was only to clear the scene and collect the bodies. Wayan read these materials in his newly renovated office at the Bureau. If he had time, Jianhui would also come over to discuss his thoughts on a particular weird tale case with him. Actually, as long as he wasn't trying to survive, or endure, within a weird tale himself, Jianhui was quite a responsible clerical investigator. Gradually, new investigators had arrived in 2 offices. Manhwa also brought them to Jianhui and Wayan for introductions, and they all got to know each other. These investigators had also just experienced 3 weird tales and were rated as having completed their weird tale missions excellently by their superiors, just like Wayan, which is why they were selected as investigators. However, Wayan noticed a phenomenon: these investigators' personal assistants were all male. He also noticed that all investigators, including Jianhui, showed an unconcealed envy and jealousy, specifically Jianhui, when they saw his assistant, Pei Na, as well as a desire to stab him, referring to all other investigators. The desire to kill someone cannot be hidden, even if some people try their best to conceal it. Actually, Wayan didn't feel he had done anything wrong. All the procedures for becoming an investigator were handled normally. Although Pei Na was the one who came to his door with the registration form, Wayan initially thought the Bureau service was always so thorough and that it valued the addition of investigators, which was why they offered home service. The reason he didn't immediately agree to Manhwa's offer back then was due to Wayan's inherent reserve. He didn't overthink things at all and had no idea what Manhwa was speculating about him. In Wayan's view, the main reason was that the pay was too generous. If he had agreed immediately, what would become of his dignity? So, no one could have predicted that the Bureau would assign him such a beautiful female assistant, and that Pei Na was also from the Special Operations Bureau, with impressive skills. Lately, Jianhui would inexplicably get angry whenever he saw his male assistant. The main reason was that this guy was also very dull. Last time, he was sucked into the bloodthirsty butcher weird tale from so far away, and he finally survived by relying on his innate ability to endure. Yet, this male assistant would brag to everyone, saying that Jianhui had voluntarily entered the weird tale and had used great effort to save the lives of Wayan and his mother. Jianhui still doesn't know how to explain this rumor, especially when facing Wayan. It's even more awkward. These past few days, Wayan also showed concern for Pei Na, asking about the investigation into her sudden unconsciousness and being stuffed into a taxi's trunk that day. Pei Na shook her head, a strange expression on her face, and said, "I haven't properly reported this to you yet. Actually, after I began investigating that day, I first went to the hospital for a full body checkup, especially blood tests and respiratory tests. The results showed no traces of any drugs in my blood, including my nasal cavity, throat, and other areas." Wayan asked in surprise, "So, you weren't drugged unconscious?" No, it was clear Pei Na had always been quite confident. "I've received specialized training and have an extremely strong ability to distinguish an immunity to most sedatives in this world. If the other party had used drugs to knock me out, he would have died a very miserable death." "Then what do you suspect made you faint?" Wayan asked, frowning. Pei Na pondered for a moment, then whispered, "It might have been some kind of curse." "A curse?" Wayan was surprised. "This is the real world. Shouldn't curses be something from weird tales?" Pei Na said, "The weird tale you happened to encounter at that time was about searching for dead people in a taxi, and I also happened to be put into the taxi's trunk by them. Don't you think there's a connection? It came out?" Wayan was immediately terrified. Who? Pei Na looked astonished. Wayan explained earnestly, "I use this it to refer to the invisible hand in the weird tale, because I suspect the appearance of weird tales is due to it interfering. Oh, and after that taxi weird tale ended, the monstrosity in the weird tale fully affirmed my performance. I suspect it was speaking those words through the mouth of that weird tale." "So, the weird tales have entered reality?" Pei Na analyzed. "Haven't they always been breaking out in reality?"
Wei-An spread his hands. As for those monstrosities only appearing in weird tales and not in the real world, I believe it's because they don't belong to or aren't adapted to the rules of the real world, and are limited by those rules. Now that weird tales are repeatedly jumping around, and their numbers are increasing, it should be because they want to break these rules. How to break them? Pei Na crossed her arms, her right index finger touching her fair nose bridge. Wei-An shrugged. I don't know. This is the only thing no one can guess. Perhaps it's slowly infiltrating through some method, or perhaps they're missing an opportunity and are creating that opportunity. Anything is possible, anyway. After a pause, Wei-An analyzed. Actually, I lean towards one speculation. I haven't told anyone this speculation before, you're the first. Tell me quickly. Pei Na immediately became interested, leaning closer to Wei-An, a fresh scent wafting towards him. Wei-An sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said, there's a saying among investigators that after suffering spiritual damage in a weird tale, one needs to build a spiritual barrier to resist this long-term spiritual damage. I wonder if this could be the way they want to break through into this world. Pei Na had received specialized training from her superiors before becoming Wei-An's assistant, so she naturally knew about the concept of a spiritual barrier. She blinked her eyes, thinking seriously without speaking. After a moment, she finally spoke. In any case, I believe that if the monstrosities in the weird tales are temporarily unable to come to our real world at this stage, they might use certain people, perhaps by controlling them in ways we don't know, to harm us. Just like my experience last time. That's also possible. Wei-An agreed. That evening, Manhwa ordered boxed meals for the bureau staff. Then he hosted a discussion and analysis meeting, calling together all the investigators in the bureau, including their respective assistants. The purpose of this meeting was mainly to analyze many unresolved weird tales that had occurred recently. These weird tales all had survivors, but the vast majority of participants had died. Some survivors had even gone insane, and it was only through hypnosis that approximate information about the weird tales could be painstakingly extracted from them. These weird tale files had already been distributed to the investigators last time. Because it was unknown whether the same weird tales would recur, all these weird tales had to be prevented in advance. Before the meeting, Pei Na had already analyzed these materials with Wei-An, and Manhwa's goal was also to have everyone brainstorm, with investigators, including assistants, deeply analyzing the weird tales and mutually seeking inspiration and solutions for them. In the meeting room, apart from Pei Na, everyone else was a man. Coupled with Pei Na's undeniable attractiveness, most gazes naturally swept over her. Manhwa took a sip of tea and said, everyone knows the purpose of this meeting. Let's first discuss the first unsolved weird tale. This weird tale occurred at 12:11 p.m. at the entrance of a flower shop on the southeast corner of Weiyang Road. Its name is He Is Following You. That's the name of the weird tale. The survivor is relatively normal, not mentally deranged. This survivor is quite capable, at least he perfectly survived the first weird tale, said a newly joined investigator named Zhang Jialiang. Manhwa shook his head. Not perfect. At least he didn't break this weird tale. Instead, he unintentionally held out until other ordinary people were sucked into it. Jianhui was startled and asked, did he say that? Yes. Manhwa said, after he came out, he said that just as the person following him was about to kill him, several strangers suddenly appeared in the weird tale, got scared and panicked, and scattered. Then that person gave up on him and started following others. What are the rules of this weird tale? Wei-An asked. Participants cannot have direct empty space behind them, otherwise a terrifying and bizarre old man will appear behind you at any time and kill you. Manhwa replied. This weird tale is quite interesting, Jianhui muttered to himself. Wei-An recalled the guy's exclusive special skill, cowering, and immediately guessed that if Jianhui were drawn into this weird tale, he would easily pass the challenge. Because, from the rules of this weird tale, as long as Jianhui maximized his cowering, it would be impossible for the person tracking him to get close. Having an empty space behind my back for a short time in this weird tale shouldn't be a big problem, right? As expected, Jianhui had already started pondering. Manhwa shook his head. For a short time, it's not a big problem. The person tracking you won't stand behind you the second you clear your back. The survivor said there's a reaction time during this period, but the duration varies, and he hasn't found any pattern yet. That's good, Jianhui said. This weird tale should only be F-class, right? If there's no time limit, meaning no countdown, then as long as the participant keeps his back against a wall and doesn't move, the monstrosity won't be able to deal with him. But participants also need to eat, drink, and use the restroom. They always have to move, said Zhang Jialiang, the newly arrived investigator. And sleeping. If their back leaves the wall or they roll over and leave the ground while sleeping, it's equally dangerous. This weird tale feels very tormenting.
When the weird tale first began, the participants appeared in a warehouse, Wei said, looking at the in his hand.
However, the warehouse wasn't sealed, they could open the door and leave.
Manhwa said, this warehouse is nearly a kilometer away from other buildings, and there aren't many walls along the way for them to lean their
backs against as they move forward. Then how did this person get to other places?
Jianhui wondered, but then he quickly thought of the answer.
Oh, two people together, walking back to back. You haven't finished reading the, have you? Wei said.
They were in groups of 4, all walking slowly back to back, so they could observe movements from all directions. Jianhui coughed and remained silent. Wei gently tapped his forehead with his index finger knuckle, analyzing. I think this weird tale can be handled this way. First, after the weird tale begins, participants should use a back-to-back method to find a supermarket and gather all the food and daily necessities inside. Preferably, there should be simple commodes and such. If the supermarket has sufficient goods, they can survive for a long time. Manhwa nodded in agreement. Although the problem of being tracked by the monstrosity is temporarily solved, we can't just sit and wait. Wei waved his hand.
The objective of this weird tale is unclear. It only says to escape tracking, but there's no time limit. That means it's possible that only by eliminating the monstrosity can they pass.
They can act in groups of 2, search for suitable weapons and tools nearby, then cooperate in pairs to lure the monstrosity over, find its weakness,
and then eliminate it.
Wang Jin, Manhwa's assistant, had already turned on the voice recorder, capturing all the discussion content of the meeting.
After listening to Wei's analysis, Manhwa nodded and said, yes, this is a good way to deal with this weird tale, but the specific situation still requires participants to adapt and handle it within the weird tale itself, not rigidly follow our analysis. He paused, then said to Wang Jin, organize the results of this analysis into the weird tale notes and promptly send it out through the Paranormal website, so more ordinary people know how to respond. It's better to be safe than sorry. If someone happens to have read these notes and coincidentally enters this weird tale, their survival rate will skyrocket.
Wang Jin nodded, and after a brief discussion, the meeting quickly moved on to the second weird tale.
This is a very peculiar weird tale, one we've never encountered before and recorded, Manhwa said, flipping through the in his hand.
I believe you've all read it. The world within the weird tale is almost identical to the real world. If it weren't for strange occurrences, participants wouldn't even know they had already entered a weird tale. Another newly joined investigator named Hu Fei, looking at the in his hand, spoke. It is indeed very peculiar. At first, there are no hints, causing participants not to realize they are participants, let alone that they have entered a weird tale. Jianhui said, perhaps this type of weird tale has happened before, but all participants died, so there was no record. Zhang Jialiang, at this moment, felt the same as another new colleague, Hu Fei, who had joined the bureau with him. While looking at the in his hand, he spoke, ordinary people who encounter this kind of weird tale will absolutely face certain death.
Brother Meng, how was the weird tale obtained?
His implication was that no ordinary person could survive such a weird tale, so he was very curious how they obtained this weird tale information now.
Manhwa said, you're right, no ordinary person could survive it.
This weird tale information came from an investigator in another city who was accidentally drawn into it. Currently, the headquarters has distributed this to the bureau of every city, asking us to attach great importance to it, then hold an all-staff
meeting to discuss and improve prevention.
If a good handling method is formed, it should be immediately reported to the headquarters.
How is that investigator doing? Wei asked.
Since they were still discussing this weird tale, it meant that the weird tale had not been resolved. Conversely, the investigator who experienced the weird tale might not be in a good condition, having only narrowly escaped the weird tale. Manhwa replied, he has already suffered a mental breakdown. We were able to basically reconstruct that weird tale through hypnotizing him. This weird tale is called Slice of Life Weird Tale. The name is very straightforward, but it only appears at the end of the weird tale. It's at that point that participants realize that the series of incredible, strange, and terrifying things they experienced were not in the real world, but in the strange tale world. Because everyone present had the in hand, most of them already knew the information about this weird tale. Roughly, participants didn't know when they entered the weird tale. They simply went about their daily lives and work as usual, and their family, friends, and colleagues around them were all the same as in reality. Without careful observation and analysis, it was impossible to discern any differences. Until, in a certain event, horror and strangeness suddenly erupted. For example, this investigator had unknowingly entered the weird tale and lived in it for a week without realizing it, until he noticed his wife had severe bad breath for several days. He accompanied her to the hospital for a physical examination, and then the doctor secretly told him that his wife had actually been dead for 3 days. This wife, confirmed by the doctor to be dead, later followed the investigator home and continued to live. The whole thing had no clear mission, it just made participants ponder, analyze, and solve it themselves. Most importantly, participants didn't even know it was a weird tale. They thought that monstrosity had appeared in reality, and each of them displayed extreme panic and unease. But whether they reported it to the sheriff or informed the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs within the weird tale, these departments all reacted promptly and acted very realistically. However, they used various reasons or difficulties as excuses, ultimately being unable to resolve the issue. In reality, it was impossible to resolve, because this was inherently a game within a weird tale. Ultimately, everything had to be solved by the participants themselves. After returning from the hospital, the investigator still didn't suspect he had entered weird tales, because everything around him, except for his wife's change, was perfectly normal. The investigator's first thought was that weird tales might have successfully invaded the real world, causing monstrosities to appear in reality. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why his wife, 3 days after her death, was still living with him. He quietly informed the Bureau, which seemed to take it very seriously, sending people to privately inquire about the situation and secretly controlling the investigator's wife's daily life. During the investigation, the investigator slowly discovered that the Bureau staff he was dealing with had developed severe bad breath. He later used various methods to prove that these staff members had no pulse, heartbeat, or breathing. Then the guy started to panic, because the message he sent to his superiors again went unanswered, like a stone sinking into the sea. Moreover, most of the people he knew around him either had bad breath or a strange body odor, but these people showed no reaction, as if it were completely normal. And then, the investigator himself one day also discovered that he was starting to have this smell. The investigator had always believed this world was real, but it had been invaded and changed by weird tales. Every person he found slowly became a corpse in a short amount of time. It's somewhat unbelievable, but within the 20 days he was in this weird tales, the investigator watched himself die day by day, his entire body gradually turning into a corpse, his skin discolored, his eyes losing their luster, his blood congealing, his skin developing blotches, his hair and teeth falling out, his thoughts becoming sluggish. Meanwhile, his wife had completely rotted away, her bones stark white, her decaying internal organs clearly visible. However, despite this, the woman still went about her daily life as if nothing had happened, going out to buy groceries, washing clothes, and cooking. Not only her, but most people in the investigators' community began to undergo transformations, including pedestrians on the street, yet they lived their lives quite naturally. At this point, the investigator felt like an anomaly, with nowhere to turn. Slowly, he began to doubt himself, fear this world, and his mind also collapsed. Coupled with watching himself completely turn into a corpse, he was not only powerless but also unable to accept this fact, which further accelerated the worst outcome. The investigator went insane, becoming like a walking corpse. Until one day, he and his wife, who had completely turned into a skeleton, sat silently at home, and he inadvertently looked up, seeing his birthday photo on the table. That was the day he became a bureau investigator, which also happened to be his birthday, so the photo was taken to commemorate the moment. At that moment, for some unknown reason, a thought suddenly sparked in the investigator's already deranged mind. He felt as if he was living in weird tales. Weird tales. As if enlightened, he instantly woke up from a grand dream, realizing that this so-called real world might be a weird tales. Then everything around him changed, his skeletal wife disappeared, and the living room also vanished. Finally, the weird tales information appeared before his eyes. Ultimately, the investigator found himself lying on the rooftop of his apartment building, with a night sky above him. He then began to laugh loudly, having no idea why he had escaped the weird tales, but the effects of his mental derangement could no longer be reversed. What headquarters currently speculates is that this everyday weird tales is highly likely to appear in other forms, primarily characterized by the subject being completely unaware of entering weird tales. However, the form of manifestation might change, and whether the completion method is truly considered complete once one realizes they are in weird tales is also unknown, Manhwa said. This everyday weird tales feels quite terrifying, said the investigator named Hu Fei. I also find it creepy. Look, I've got goosebumps, Zhang Jialiang said, rolling up his sleeve. Jianhui said, the main reason is that this kind of everyday weird tales is too close to real life. The closer it is to life, the more familiar the scene, the more horrifying the terror that occurs often makes people feel chills. Zhang Jialiang nodded, I've already experienced 3 weird tales, but now I'm just looking at the data and I already feel this way. I can't imagine what it would feel like if I were that investigator, watching myself die day by day. I think I'd probably be like him, going completely insane very quickly. I'd probably be similar, Hu Fei said, his face grim.
Wei-in turned to look at Pei Na, who was sitting behind him. He saw that she looked calm, but was listening with great interest, without any fear on her face. If you encountered this kind of everyday weird tales, how would you handle it? Manhwa asked, turning his gaze to Wei-in. Clearly, what he wanted to hear most at this moment were Wei-in's thoughts and insights. Because he knew Jian-hui very well, every time that guy completed weird tales, his evaluations were clearly not very high, almost always just barely completing it, and his reports were mediocre, showing no bright spots. But Wei-in was different. Although he hadn't completed as many weird tales as Jian-hui, his experience was clearly much richer, and he had his own way of thinking and unexpected ideas and actions. As for the new investigators, Jiang Jialiang and Hu Fei, they had already said that if it were them, they would probably be scared crazy, just like the investigator who entered weird tales. That meant they had no good solutions. Wei-in tapped his forehead with his index finger knuckle, remaining silent for a moment. Pei Na, sitting behind him, was as interested as Manhwa, staring at Wei-in, wanting to hear his method of handling it, because Pei Na found Wei-in's performance exceeded her expectations, especially when contrasted with other fellow investigators. Ultimately, either Wei-in was too strong, or his peers were too weak, or Wei-in was inherently strong, but his peers were indeed too weak. After a moment of thought, Wei-in slowly spoke. I found a bug. Since he had already entered weird tales, didn't that investigator realize his personal inventory was usable? Unless he had no items at all, and no special profession, so there were no professional skills. It is well known that if participants obtain items in weird tales, they will have a dedicated personal inventory to store them. Although they cannot be used in the real world, they can be used without hindrance after entering weird tales. Not only that, but professional skills are also the same. Manhwa was stunned. He flipped through the information in his hand. It seemed there was no mention of this matter. Perhaps the mentally deranged investigator, after being hypnotized, couldn't explain why, so it wasn't mentioned in the data. The investigator should have had professional skills and items, so what was the reason? Manhwa asked. Two possibilities, Wei-in said. First, his thoughts about skills and items were mysteriously blocked, so he couldn't even think of activating them. The second is that he never thought about these things because he believed it was the real world. After a pause, Wei-in continued, so for investigators, we can actually effectively prevent this kind of everyday weird tales. That is, to check our items and skills every day. If we see them in the real world, that means we've entered in everyday weird tales. It's best to set 1 or 2 alarms on our phones to remind us to check on time, to prevent our own thoughts from being blocked by this special weird tales. Wang Jin, who was behind Manhwa, quickly jotted down Wei-in's remarks, nodding continuously as he wrote. Manhwa nodded. This is a good method for investigators. However, if an ordinary person enters an everyday weird tales, he would similarly be unable to distinguish it. Wei-in said, this is indeed a problem. If ordinary people unknowingly enter such a weird tales, their first reaction would only be to think that this world has changed, that it has been invaded by monstrosity or weird tales. But as the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, we all know very well, has weird tales truly and completely merged with our reality at present? No. The other investigators and Manhwa all shook their heads. To speak of merging, that would mean weird tales and this world have become indistinguishable. But for now, it is clear that the two are still separate, even though weird tales desperately wants to merge with the real world. Wei-in's finger gently tapped the conference table. So, the best way to deal with everyday weird tales at present is to tell everyone that our real world and the strange tale world are completely different, and that the two cannot merge. To reassure them, we must be absolutely certain in what we say, leaving them no reason to doubt. Then inform them that if they discover similar monstrosity incidents in their daily lives, they should not be confused, but first determine that they have entered the strange tale world. I agree with Wei-in's statement. Jian-hui said, the Bureau has a large amount of information. Even if weird tales truly merges with this world in the future, we will be the first department to know. It would still be feasible to notify everyone in advance to change their understanding of weird tales at that time. At present, this should be the most appropriate way to deal with everyday weird tales. Manhwa nodded. Wei-in then voiced his concern. There's one point we must be wary of now. I feel that this so-called everyday weird tales is highly targeted, and to use it against ordinary people would be making a mountain out of a molehill, because ordinary people entering this kind of weird tales are sure to die. Even investigators who enter have a very high mortality rate. So you think this weird tales is targeting us investigators? Manhwa asked, then saw Wei-in turn his head to look at him. I just said that investigators can set an alarm to remind themselves to check if they can open their item bar and professional skills, but you, like those ordinary people, are similarly unable to do so, Wei-in said. Wang Jin stopped writing at this point, looked up and said, You mean, this Weird Tales is targeting us? Targeting the Bureau's staff?
It's just a guess for now, but if you were to enter an everyday Weird Tales, and at the same time know much more of the truth than ordinary people, knowing that Weird Tales might invade the real world in the near future. So when you make this judgment, the fear you experience in this Weird Tales will be even deeper, and the outcome will be certain death, Wei-in
replied. Holy crap, that was close, luckily we've already analyzed it. Wang Jin patted his chest. Wei-in has already analyzed it. Manhwa corrected, then instructed Wang Jin, report to headquarters. All bureau staff must be informed to thoroughly understand everyday Weird Tales and pay attention to prevention. We initially suspect that this type of Weird Tales has a certain targeted nature. Okay. Wang Jin readily agreed.
There's another Weird Tales here, but it's not for us to analyze, but to break it.
Manhwa prompted everyone present to turn to the last 2 pages of their documents.
This Weird Tales is called Word Chain Adventure, and it is an E-rank multiplayer Weird Tales.
The Bureau has already roughly determined the location of this Weird Tales through multiple Weird Tales search instrument localizations.
That area is currently sealed off, preventing outsiders from entering.
The location is the Huilong Library in Zhou City.
This library is only slightly smaller than the Zhou City Central Library, but it has a very rich collection of books.
The advantage of Huilong Library is that ebooks are very convenient for readers to search and borrow.
If one operates a certain computer in this library during this process, there is a certain chance of being sucked into the Word Chain Adventure, Weird Tales. Specifically, participants will open an unfamiliar social group app. At this point, the Weird Tales begins. Someone in this social group will post a word chain, and everyone in the group will automatically participate, regardless of the previous person's
request, and all must complete it. After that person completes it, they make their own request, and then the next chain participant completes it. If it cannot be completed, they will be punished.
According to information obtained by the Bureau, these word chains contain all forms of tasks, such as going to a haunted toilet to wash hands and then calling out the name of the deceased. Or, for example, a person playing pen spirit while facing a mirror, turning off the lights, and lighting a candle. Or, standing in the middle of a quiet, deserted crossroads in the deep night, clipping all fingernails, and not allowing any strange occurrences to
disrupt the nail clipping process, etc.
The sole survivor in this Weird Tales was also greatly terrified, leading to mental problems. When he calmed down slightly, the Bureau quickly collected information about the Weird Tales from him.
E-rank?
At this moment, all the other investigators except Wei-in lowered their gazes, avoiding direct eye contact with Manhwa. Wei-in said, the information on this Weird Tales is already very clear, and we know the specific location.
I think anyone can go.
If the Bureau wants a newcomer to go, it's best to have an old hand accompany them. As he spoke, he looked at Jianhui.
Jianhui immediately looked straight at Manhwa. I've been a bit busy these past few days.
The report for the Weird Tales I just completed 2 days ago hasn't even been organized yet because the situation involved is very complex, so I suggest that Wei-in take a newcomer to complete this Weird Tales. Wei-in sighed, actually, I also want to go, but I have another Weird Tales that also needs to be completed, so I might not be free.
What Weird Tales? Manhwa asked curiously.
I accidentally discovered it with the search instrument behind our house, in the radio and television university. You know, there are many students there, all the future of the country. It's best to deal with the Weird Tales quickly, otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more complications there will be.
Wei-in said.
Oh, that's for sure.
Manhwa nodded. Wei-in added, however, that Weird Tales might be a bit troublesome. After my investigation, I found that it said everyone in one dormitory died, so I suggest it's best to find an old hand to go with me, and we'll deal with it together. For example, Jianhui could.
What rank is your Weird Tales?
Manhwa asked. It's also an E-rank multiplayer. Wei-in replied.
Jianhui, I think the social group app Weird Tales might need an old hand to lead a newcomer more. I'll still go and deal with that Weird Tales, after all, they are all rookies. If he had to choose between working with Wei-in or working with a newcomer, Jianhui would definitely choose the latter. After all, Wei-in knew his true capabilities, and he couldn't slack off. But with newcomers, it was different. He could let them go first on some matters, and he could wait until the critical moment to act. If things were difficult, he could continue to choose to slack off.
That's fine.
Zhang Jialiang nodded, looking at Jianhui. I apply to complete the social group app Weird Tales. I'll have to trouble Brother Hui to guide me.
Translated_sentences. Then, Wei-in, do you want Hufei to? Manhwa asked.
Wei-in waved his hand, not looking at Hufei's expectant gaze, and said, forget it, I'll think of other ways.
Hufei can work on other F-rank Weird Tales. It's not that I don't trust your ability, but that's an E-rank weird tale. If an investigator could help complete it, it would be much smoother, Manhwa advised. Wei-in seemed to recall something and said, that weird tale participant named Chen Fong. Her previous weird tale completion rates were all very good. Haven't her documents been temporarily submitted already? Yes, that's right, Manhwa nodded. Then let her practice with me first, Wei-in said. Manhwa pondered for a moment. That works, I'll inform her.
Pei-na leaned over and whispered to Wei-in, that girl performed very well.
I've seen her photo, and she's quite good looking too. Are you suspecting I have other intentions? Wei-in asked directly. Pei-na smiled. Isn't that normal?
Wei-in turned his swivel chair around to face Pei-na behind him.
I was planning to have you come with us too. So, are you also suspecting me of? Pei-na covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't that also normal? Then are you coming? Wei-in asked. Pei-na nodded. I will follow the investigator's arrangements.
Wei-in tapped his forehead with the knuckle of his right index finger. You're clever enough, good at combat, and strong enough to move freely within a weird tale. I just don't know how to get you into a weird tale.
I thought you had some good ideas, Pei-na shrugged. It seems I'm destined to be an assistant.
I'll go with you too that day and see if there's a chance I can be drawn into the weird tale with you. The chances are very, very small, Wei-in said. Even if it's small, there's still a chance, Pei-na blinked.
The day after the meeting, Manhwa informed Chen Fong to contact Wei-in directly.
After their discussion, Chen Fong seemed very willing and excited. After all, she had previous experience working with Wei-in and knew that he was a very trustworthy person. Dealing with weird tales with him would be of great help to her. A day later, Wei-in began preparing to eliminate the Room 309 weird tale at the Radio and Television University. He had scheduled a time with Chen Fong and Pei-na and had also reported it to the bureau. Although this weird tale was an isolated incident, both Wei-in and Chen Fong had their special professions. When near a weird tale, there was a high probability of being drawn into it. As for their identities once they entered the weird tale, Chen Fong would definitely be a participant. Wei-in himself also anticipated that he would likely still be an intruder and would need to complete punishments from the weird tale to pass successfully. On the same day they reported, Jin Hui and the new investigator Jiang Jialiang also reported the social group app Weird Tale. Evidently, they also happened to be preparing to eliminate that weird tale on the same day. With weird tales springing up like mushrooms after rain, the current bureau was very busy. Even work groups like Manhwa's had already formed 5 teams. Of course, Manhwa was in Group 1, considered the leader among the work groups. In addition, the bureau chief was concurrently held by a leader from the Public Security Bureau, who generally would not handle specific affairs. Within the bureau, Manhwa was responsible for everything. So, in other words, Manhwa was essentially in the role of a deputy director. Wei-in chose Monday morning to enter the Radio and Television University. Because school was in session on Monday, the student dormitories would be mostly empty. He had the bureau contact the school leaders through the Public Security Bureau in advance. The Academic Affairs Office had already cleared out all student dormitory buildings, and for students who remained in the dorms, they found an excuse to temporarily send them to classrooms or the library. Wei-in already had a dedicated vehicle, a white SUV. Although the car was very ordinary, it was sufficient for official use. Pei-na was responsible for driving, and Wei-in sat in the passenger seat. After picking up Chen Fong, the two drove directly to the Radio and Television University. Because they had called ahead, the SUV drove directly into the academy through the North Gate's driveway and parked in a small open-air parking lot. After the three got out of the car, they went to the nearest men's dormitory building 1. Wei-in reread the Room 309 Weird Tale information he had previously found. Weird Tale, Room 309. Level, E. Type, Multi-person, Isolated Incident. Event description. It is said that there used to be a Room 309 in the men's dormitory building of the Radio and Television University. Due to a bizarre incident, all the roommates inside died. After the incident, Room 309 was closed by the school, but some students reported hearing slow footsteps outside the corridor at 4 in the morning. All the dormitory doors on that floor would also be knocked on one by one. A week later, all the students in this dormitory building moved out. Subsequently, the dormitory building underwent renovation, and Room 309 completely disappeared during the renovation. Main task: find Room 309 and safely spend a night inside. Main task reward: 300 energy points. Hidden task: none. Trigger location: Zhou City Radio and Television University. There were 4 men's dormitory buildings in the university. In fact, the Weird Tale information did not tell Wei-in which building had the problem. He needed to investigate it himself. Before arriving, through the Public Security Bureau's channels, Wei-an already knew that Building 1 had had an incident, and the incident occurred on the third floor. However, due to the passage of time and the dormitory building undergoing renovation, it was impossible to verify the exact location of the vanished room 309 in a short period. The school also had staff who had worked there for 30 years, but they only remembered that someone was killed that time, and their memories of room 309 were very vague, even to the point of not remembering the room number at all. Too much time had passed, and because the school feared a negative impact after the incident, there were no news reports at all, and no information could be found in the school's records. When Wei-an and the two women arrived downstairs, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, accompanied by two security guards, was waiting by the small lawn outside the building. Upon seeing the three of them arrive, the middle-aged man immediately greeted them with a smile and said, "Sheriff and ladies, hello. I am Zhang Song, the Director of Academic Affairs here." "Hello." Wei-an shook his hand, introduced Chen Fong and Pei Na, and then asked, "Have all the students in this dormitory building been cleared out?" "They've been cleared out. There's no one in the building now, not even the cleaners," Zhang Song said. Wei-an nodded. "After we go in, you shouldn't come in either, unless you see us come out." Zhang Song was stunned, then asked worriedly, "Excuse me, has a weird tale occurred here?" Wei-an glanced at Pei Na, who took over and said, "Yes, we are investigating a weird tale that could occur at any time. The mechanism of its occurrence is currently unclear, so we cannot let the students take risks." Okay, I'll have the security guards stand downstairs. "No one is allowed in without my permission," Zhang Song nodded hastily. "Don't stay downstairs, it's best to retreat further." Pei Na looked around. "We're a bit short-handed. If possible, please call a few more security guards to stand nearby, in case any students suddenly return to their dorms." Thanks to the two Alliance Masters, Lin Mingda and Hua Qingli. Thanks to everyone who tipped and voted. Since I don't have any drafts saved, I will arrange the extra updates one by one later. Doghead for self-preservation. Oh, right, after it goes on sale, I will directly post 2 consecutive updates in the morning, no longer uploading separately. If I run out of drafts, then I will upload separately. Again, Doghead for self-preservation. Dean Zhang Song immediately nodded. Then I'll notify the security department right away and have them send a few more guards over. They'll use the lawn outside as a boundary to prevent students from getting close to this building. After a pause, Zhang Song asked, "How long do we need to guard it?" Wei-an said, "We don't know either. Maybe it will be very quick, just a blink of an eye, or maybe it will be slower, and might not be resolved even by night. At that time, we'll have to trouble the school to do more to reassure the students," Pei Na said. "That's no problem. As long as it can be resolved properly, waiting longer is absolutely fine," Zhang Song quickly said. As he finished speaking, he immediately took out his phone to notify the school's security department. Wei-an, Pei Na, and Chen Fan walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. This dormitory building, as Building No. 1, only had 5 floors in total. Even though it had been renovated and remodeled, it still appeared relatively old now. The stairwell walls showed many traces of repainting after extensive peeling, and the outer shell of the metal handrails had been worn smooth. Opposite the stairs on each floor was the washroom, and next to the washroom was the toilet for that floor. Because cleaners tidied these areas daily, they appeared very clean. However, upon entering the 3rd floor, as they passed the first room 301, a mix of foot odor and some unknown stench assailed them. Wei-an instinctively covered his nose and mouth. Although he was a bit of a clean freak, this smell instantly reminded him of his college life. Chen Fong and Pei Na also simultaneously covered their noses and mouths. Looking down at the entrance of room 301, where 4 pairs of sneakers were placed, along with unwashed, smelly socks haphazardly stuffed into the shoes. Wei-an noticed that although Chen Fong covered her nose and mouth, she was smiling, seemingly also recalling her college life, especially when she sometimes entered male dorms, where she likely had similar experiences. Only Pei Na didn't have this feeling. She simply found it smelly. This was because Pei Na had not attended college like normal people. Her entire life had been spent receiving special training, both in the orphanage and after being recruited by the Special Operations Bureau. Since they had called ahead, all the dormitory doors in this building were open, none were closed, to facilitate Wei-an and the others in their search for weird tales. Chen Fong also noticed Wei-an's expression and asked, "Are you thinking about your school life from before?" Wei-an nodded. "Yeah, it's a vivid memory. I went to college right here in Zhou City. On the first day I reported, I thought I was grown up. After finishing the enrollment procedures, I stood in the dormitory corridor and lit a cigarette. Who knew my mom would see me just as I took a puff?" After a pause, Wei-an said, "I remember the wind was strong in the corridor that day. The wind was smoking, my mom was hitting me, and I was just taking it all in." Put. Pei Na and Chen Fong couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Already a freshman and still getting hit by your parents for smoking?" Chen Fong said, unable to stop laughing. You're hopeless. Wei Yan sighed. I got carried away and was too hasty. I should have waited a few days, until my mom's mindset that I was still a high school student changed, before smoking.
But I don't see you smoking now?
Pei Na asked, suppressing a smile. I've been traumatized ever since that time. I haven't smoked again, Wei Yan said honestly.
The two girls laughed again.
Ahem, alright, let's not dwell on the past. Life has already had enough storms. Let's find out where room 309 is first. Wei Yan quickly changed the subject. I almost started singing along, Chen Fong chuckled. The tense atmosphere of searching for weird tales had been significantly lightened. The three walked through each room and found that there were only 8 dorm rooms on the 3rd floor, meaning they went from 301 to 308 and then, there were no more. They turned back and walked through again. At this point, Wei Yan leaned over the railing and looked downstairs, seeing 8 or 9 more guards arriving from a distance, being deployed at the
intersections around the dormitory building under the arrangement of Dean Jiang Song. Could room 309 be upstairs or downstairs? Chen Fong speculated. Probably not, Pei Na shook her head.
Nevertheless, the three still went to the 2nd and 4th floors and walked around, but did not see any room doors marked 309. After returning to the 3rd floor, Wei Yan went into the washroom and toilet but found nothing. Still nothing, he said, shaking his head, and walked towards the other end of the corridor again.
Chen Fong and Pei Na followed behind him.
This time, the three entered every single dorm room, opening wardrobes and checking them one by one, in case there were hidden passages like secret doors. Although various smells permeated some of the dorm rooms, the two girls endured it, searching with Wei Yan from room 301 to room 308. After more than 10 minutes, upon exiting the last room 308, Wei Yan paused and asked Chen Fong, who was behind him, "Where's Pei Na?" Chen Fong was startled and looked around, realizing that Pei Na was gone. Wei Yan glanced back at room 308. Everything inside the room was normal, with no anomalies, but Pei Na should have entered with them just now. She couldn't have disappeared silently. Something's not right, Wei Yan muttered to himself, leaning on the corridor railing and looking down. Chen Fong followed his gaze and saw that the guards who had just been visible on the lawn outside the building, near the entrance to the dormitory,
were now all gone. Wei Yan tapped his forehead with his finger, a look of sudden realization on his face.
It's not that she disappeared, it's us.
Ha! Chen Fong was stunned.
Wei Yan pointed downstairs and said, "Look, the guards are all gone.
There's no one around."
So, it seems we've already entered the weird tales, and Pei Na, because she doesn't have a special profession and hasn't participated in weird tales,
wasn't pulled in.
Chen Fong said, so, only the two of us are participating in this multi-person weird tales.
Wei Yan was non-committal. In reality, he wanted to say, there's actually only one participant, you. It's already pretty good that I, this unlucky person, can even get the status of an intruder. He shrugged. Since we've already entered the weird tales, the next steps will be easier.
Let's search these dorms again to see if room 309 has appeared. Outside the corridor of room 308, Pei Na walked back and forth in the corridor, surprised, then observed downstairs for a moment. She then confirmed that Wei Yan and Chen Fong had entered the weird tales, and she had indeed not been absorbed by it.
If Wei Yan's father, Wei Zhengdong, were here, he would surely agree with Pei Na's current feelings.
He had actually been holding back for a long time, eager to enter the weird tales. Pei Na sighed softly, lingered in the corridor for a moment, and after confirming she couldn't enter, she quickly went down to the 1st floor and
waved to Dean Jiang Song, who was standing nearby. Jiang Song immediately jogged over. "Sheriff, do you have any instructions?"
Pei Na said, "The weird tales has begun, but we don't know how long it will last. Please ask your school staff to strengthen security here. Absolutely no one should be allowed to approach this building." She then returned to the car to retrieve a roll of caution tape and handed it to Jiang Song. "Please set up a caution line 50 meters away from the building.
This will make management easier.
I will also guard the stairwell here until the weird tales ends." Yes, Jiang Song immediately nodded and organized the guards to begin setting up the cordon. For participants, the beginning and end of each weird tale might span a long time, but to outsiders, it might seem like the blink of an eye. Of course, this is not absolute when it comes to time. There are also phenomena where the time spent is longer than in the real world, depending on the content of the weird tale itself. What Wei Yan encountered this time was different. After he and Chen Fong confirmed they had entered a weird tale, they searched the entire building again, but still did not find room 309. However, Wei Yan also noticed that there was no one in the vicinity of this dormitory building. No one. For him and Chen Fong, the active area of the weird tale should be this building, while outside the building was the unknown area of the weird tale. Wei Yan had heard about this before. Usually, a weird tale has a specific active area, and if one goes beyond this area, they will enter a more terrifying unknown area. which transcends the rules of this weird tale and will face more horror and danger. This meant that, for now, Wei-An and Chen Fong should ideally not leave this dormitory building and should diligently search for room 309 inside the building until they complete the Weird Tales mission. No matter what happens, don't leave this building, Wei-An said. Chen Fong's gaze retracted from a winding path near the dormitory building. That endless path stretched to where the eye could not reach, and that place was hazy, giving a sense of unpredictable danger. After only a brief look, Chen Fong's skin already broke out in goosebumps. She shook her head. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't dare to go out. It feels very dangerous outside. Wei-An looked up at the sky at this moment and asked, have you noticed that the sky is gradually getting darker? It seems, it's almost night. Chen Fong said, the weird tale information prompted us to stay overnight in room 309 after finding it, so day will definitely slowly turn into night. Perhaps room 309 only appears at night, Wei-An nodded. Just now, the mission information for this weird tale appeared before both of them. The content of the information was consistent with what Wei-An saw after searching search tales, except there was no display of coordinates. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. After an unknown period, Wei-An spoke again. Do you feel like there's a pair of eyes watching us at the end of that winding path? Chen Fong shook her head. I just feel that it's very dangerous there, but I don't feel any gaze. Also, these dorm rooms are really messy. Wei-An smiled. Is your cleaner's occupational disease acting up? Are you planning a big cleanup here? Chen Fong laughed. You know what? I do feel that way. By the way, how many weapons and items do you have now? 2, an ice chisel and an anatomical knife. Wei-An had nothing to hide, but there are also some special items. If you get special items in a weird tale, you must make good use of them. Sometimes special items are more effective than weapon items. Okay, Chen Fong noted it down carefully. The sky is getting dark a bit fast. Wei-An looked up at the sky again. At this moment, it had entered the boundary between dusk and night. Visibility began to be obstructed, and it was already difficult to see clearly outside the building. Bang! Suddenly, a door slamming sound came from the first floor. Because the sound was quite loud, it could be heard clearly even from the third floor. Wei-An and Chen Fong exchanged glances. Bang! Another sound came, followed by a series of door slamming sounds from the first floor. They sounded urgent but quite uniform. Before long, all the doors on the first floor must have closed. The second floor also began to have rhythmic door slamming sounds, starting from room 201 all the way to the last room, room 208. Bang! The door of room 301 on the third floor, where the two of them were, suddenly slammed shut, followed by 302, 303, 304. An ominous feeling had already risen in Wei-An's heart. Although he didn't know why these doors were suddenly closing one by one automatically, if they didn't take action now, they would probably be very passive later. Wei-An grabbed Chen Fong's hand, dragged her, turned around, and rushed into the door of room 308, the nearest room to them. The next second, an invisible force appeared, and the dormitory door slammed shut behind the two of them. Immediately, the sound of a door closing also came from room 401 on the fourth floor, banging all the way up, and then the fifth floor. It wasn't until all the last dormitory doors closed that this series of loud noises finally stopped. Wei-An and Chen Fong stood in room 308, looking at each other, not knowing what had happened. Why did all these doors close? Chen Fong wondered. She walked to the dormitory door, tentatively pressed down the doorknob, and found that it could no longer be pressed, indicating that the door could no longer be opened at this time. Wei-An speculated, all the doors closing might be because it's dark. Do you remember? The mission information said that someone would come to knock on the dormitory doors every night, scaring all the students living in the dorms into moving out of this dormitory building within a week. Chen Fong nodded. So, it means that every night after dark, these dormitory doors will automatically close. This is a rule in this weird tale. If I'm not mistaken, someone will come knocking soon, and at this time, the door is easiest to open. We need to find a way to prevent the knocker from coming in, Wei-An said. Chen Fong quickly latched the door's deadbolt and then dragged a wooden table near the door to prop it against the door. It was already night, but it wasn't completely dark. Although there was no moon in the sky, they could still see inside the dormitory. Wei-An shook his head. This might not be safe either. If the knocker can sense that this dormitory is different from usual, they will also try to find a way to come in and check. Then what should we do? Chen Fong had already taken out the Tang saber from her inventory. This Tang saber was incredibly sharp, its blade reflecting a faint green light, looking exceptionally eerie. Wei-An did not take out his ice chisel. Instead, he quickly took out 7 5 Emperor's coins and arranged them in a 7-star array pattern on the floor by the door. These are special items. They help us avoid the intrusion of monstrosity. I hope they are effective. He paused, then Wei-An continued, as an ear-rank weird tale, The monstrosity here is definitely harder to deal with compared to an F-rank weird tale.
So unless absolutely necessary, don't fight them.
It's best to use the rules of the weird tale to outsmart them. After another pause, Wei-in continued, of course, if it really comes to a fight, you use your sharp tang saber to hold them off first.
My weapon will definitely be useless once I take it out, and then allow me to think of other ways to deal with it.
No problem, Chen Fong nodded, gripping the tang saber with both hands, her body slightly tensed, standing in front of the wooden table propped
against the door.
The two stopped talking, carefully listening for movement outside the door. Time passed minute by minute, but the corridor outside was unusually quiet, so quiet that the world seemed to have stopped.
About 20 minutes later, faint footsteps finally came.
The footsteps were very slow, and it seemed like someone was dragging their feet. However, to Wei-Yan's surprise, the owner of the footsteps did not knock on doors one by one but slowly walked along the corridor towards their end. Wei-Yan glanced at Chen Fong, seeing that Chen Fong was also looking at him. Her thoughts were clearly the same as Wei-Yan's. The person outside was just wandering in the corridor, perhaps not knocking on doors. No sooner had the thought arisen than, thud, 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 3 knocks sounded outside room 308, and the slow footsteps stopped moving when they
reached this point.